Lin Ye, I heard you failed to awaken yesterday? In a spacious and bright classroom at the Awakener Academy in Bachin City. The moment those words were spoken, the previously noisy classroom suddenly quieted down. All eyes turned to the boy sitting by the window. The boy was dressed in a school uniform, slender and tall, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. His right eye was covered by a square piece of gauze, revealing only his clean and cool left eye. Sunlight fell on his profile, making his handsome face, which was almost unreal, look like a character straight out of a comic book. His name is Lin Ye, and he is someone who has only been in this world for a few days. Before yesterday, he was a recognized genius at the Awakened Academy in Bachin City. He ranked first in theoretical studies, first in research on the bizarre, and first in analysis of the evil god's contamination. Even his mentor once said in public that as long as Lin Ye successfully awakens, he will definitely become a key seed cultivated by the Federal Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities. But after yesterday's awakening ceremony, all the praise turned into a joke. Hundreds of students in the entire academy successfully awakened, but he was the only one who failed. The awakening stone did not light up, nor did it emit even the faintest trace of supernatural energy. The dean personally examined him 3 times and finally gave only one result: Lin Ye cannot awaken his superpower. In other words, he was just an ordinary person. In this world, the term, ordinary person, is almost synonymous with the weak, a burden, and cannon fodder. As the incident escalated, doubts and ridicule followed. Even his former mentors and classmates, who had previously been enthusiastic towards him, began to treat him coldly. He was transported to this strange world by accident, a world where urban superpowers exist, evil gods have resurfaced, and eeriness reigns supreme. This world has been invaded by evil gods and the bizarre, and ordinary people live in constant fear. Only a few can awaken their superpowers and become extraordinary individuals who fight against evil. Everyone has a chance to awaken upon reaching adulthood. If the awakening is successful, one can master powerful abilities, gain extraordinary strength, fight and slay evil spirits, enjoy supreme power, and completely change their destiny. Those who fail to awaken will remain ordinary people for life, living under the protection of the strong, and will never be able to turn their lives around. What a pity! The boy leaned against the table and deliberately raised his voice. Until yesterday, I thought our academy was going to produce a top-tier awakener. Who would have thought that the so-called number 1 genius couldn't even awaken his superpowers? A few suppressed laughs came from the classroom. Some remained silent, but the schadenfreude in their eyes was more glaring than mockery. What's the use of high theoretical scores? If you really encounter something supernatural, are you going to memorize it by rote? The jeers continued unabated. Lin Ye remained seated, his expression unchanged. He showed no anger, nor did he refute them. He was simply looking down at the periodic table in front of him. Of course, this book was not an ordinary chemistry textbook. Instead, it is the basic textbook of the Awakener Academy, used to teach students how to distinguish elemental particles in the air and guide awakeners to absorb the extraordinary power of the corresponding attributes. Fire, ice, lightning, wind, and metal. The awakened beings of this world absorb these elemental particles to continuously strengthen their abilities and ultimately reach a higher level of transcendence. Unfortunately, this book is meaningless to Lin Ye now, because he cannot absorb any elemental particles, nor can he become an awakened one. Lin Ye didn't care about the ridicule from others. He didn't even care about the fact that he couldn't awaken his superpowers. Because he has a system. Looking at the progress bar in his mind, which had reached 99%, Lin Ye's lips curled into a slight smile. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the system should be activated today. Even without awakening any special abilities, he can rely on the system to quickly rise through the ranks in this other world and thoroughly humiliate those who mocked him. Just then, the instructor tapped on the desk. Quiet. The chatter in the classroom gradually subsided. The mentor's gaze swept over everyone, finally lingering on Lin Ye for a moment. His eyes held regret and disappointment. He had once held Lin Ye in high regard. But that's just how reality is. Without awakening superpowers, even the most outstanding theoretical talent is just a castle in the air. The mentor withdrew his gaze and said in a deep voice, "Yesterday's awakening ceremony has concluded. From today onward, all of you who have successfully awakened will officially begin your extraordinary basic training. But before that, I want to remind you again. This world is not safe." Upon hearing this, the students in the classroom all became serious. The instructor turned around and wrote 2 words on the blackboard: Evil God. Hundreds of years ago, technological development stagnated, and human civilization reached a bottleneck. It was from that time that the evil gods began to revive. Various strange phenomena also began to appear in our world. Faced with the bizarre and beings corrupted by the aura of evil gods, we were initially powerless to resist, until one of us awakened supernatural abilities. Only after the awakened ones were born did we have the means to fight against them and regain the initiative. Not everyone can awaken superpowers. Some humans who cannot awaken superpowers but are ambitious eventually turn to the evil god and become evil god believers despised by everyone. The instructor's tone became even more serious at this point. Ordinary people have no ability to resist the supernatural. Even the lowest level of an anomaly can easily slaughter an entire street. It is precisely because of the emergence of the awakened that humanity has regained some of the initiative. So, awakening your superpowers isn't for you to show off. It's to give you the right to survive in the face of evil gods and the bizarre. After those words were spoken, the classroom fell silent again. They had just awakened their superpowers yesterday, and were in the midst of excitement and pride. But their mentor's words were like a bucket of cold water, making them realize the cruelty of the world. Awakened beings possess a status higher than ordinary people. But this status doesn't come easily. Time passed quickly, and the bell rang precisely on time to dismiss the class. The students packed their belongings and began to leave the academy one after another. Lin Ye adjusted his glasses, closed his book, and stood up to walk out of the classroom. "Hey! Lin Ye, there's a gathering at the Iguang restaurant in the South District tonight, are you coming?" A hand landed on Lin Ye's shoulder, and a slightly frivolous voice reached his ears. Lin Ye turned his head and saw a boy with a thick head of messy hair looking at him with a smile. Beside him stood a handsome young man with squinting eyes. The boy with tousled hair was named Xingyang, and the squint-eyed boy next to him was named Jiang Yi, both of whom were classmates with Lin Ye. These two were also the only good friends who didn't change their attitude towards Lin Ye after the awakening ceremony. Looking at the two of them, Lin Ye smiled slightly and was about to speak. An untimely, sarcastic voice broke the silence. No way, no way, would someone really invite an ordinary person to a party?" Lin Ye was taken aback and turned to look. An arrogant-looking young man was walking towards them from a distance. Before Lin Ye could speak, Chen Yang, standing beside him, showed a hint of displeasure in his eyes. "Wang Yujie, what does it have to do with you that I invited Lin Ye to the party?" He looked at Wang Yujie and said coldly, meaninglessly seeking a sense of existence. Jiang Yi, with his narrow eyes, also chimed in abruptly. Wang Yujie, who had originally intended to make a sarcastic remark, immediately curled his lip and said after being rebuked by the two, "TCH. I kindly reminded you not to associate with ordinary people, but you took my kindness for granted." After saying that, he passed by Lin Ye and sneered. "Ordinary people are still ordinary people. No matter how much a sheep mixes into a pack of wolves, it can't change the fact that it's a sheep, and its final fate will only be death. I hope you have the self-awareness to stay away from Yalan in the future." The last sentence carried a hint of threat in his tone. Lin Ye remained calm in response, a hint of indifference creeping into his eyes as he looked at Wang Yujie. The Lin he mentioned was Lin Ye's desk mate. Many people believed that Su Yalan and Lin Ye had an unusual relationship. But Lin Ye knew very well that they were just ordinary friends. He didn't bother explaining himself to those who misunderstood. "Lin Ye, please don't take that kid's words to heart," Chen Yang said to Lin Ye somewhat nervously after Wang Yujie left. "Yeah, I'm fine." Lin Ye shook his head, then smiled slightly and said, "I have some things to do tonight, so I won't be going to the party. Have fun." Chen Yang hesitated, but Jiang Yi shook his head at him. "Then it's a deal, you can't refuse next time," Chen Yang said without insisting. "Definitely." Lin Ye nodded with a smile, then parted ways with the two at the academy gate. Lin Ye's home was in the East District. After entering the cramped room, Lin Ye closed the door behind him. Just now, his system had been activated. At that moment, a notification sound rang in his mind. Ding! God-level card system successfully bound! God-level card system, is this his cheat code? Hearing the notification sound, Lin Ye breathed a sigh of relief, finally putting his mind at ease. The system notification sounded again soon after. The newbie gift pack has been distributed. Would you like to claim it? Claim! Whoosh! A flash of light appeared, and Lin Ye saw two cards appear out of thin air in front of him, emitting golden and white light respectively. This is... Looking at the two cards floating in front of him, Lin Ye was a little confused, but he still reached out to grab them. The moment his hand touched the two cards, two pieces of information appeared before his eyes. White card, it can hold everything. Try adding some materials, and you can create a magical card with immense power. Adding more materials doesn't necessarily make a card stronger. Trying to combine materials in a balanced way might be the right approach. Demon Eye, legendary. This is an ability card. By using this card, you will gain a demon eye that can see through all illusions. Any evil or strange thing will have nowhere to hide under its gaze. Chapter 2, Creating the First Card. White card, so the system's function is to create cards? Lin Ye's gaze fell on the white card as he confirmed with the system. After receiving an affirmative answer, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Adding materials to a white card creates a card with magical effects. As for the source of white cards, you need to kill evil spirits and strange creatures, but they are not guaranteed to drop. You may also obtain card-making materials. After some questioning, Lin Ye quickly figured out the system rules. White cards themselves have no level. The strength of a card depends entirely on the quality of the materials used. Materials are divided into 9 stars, with 1 star being the lowest and 9 stars the highest. To obtain higher-level materials, one must hunt down stronger evil spirits and monsters. There are also many types of cards: cards that enhance one's own abilities, domain cards that create strange realms, and servant cards that summon minions. Most importantly, regardless of the card he creates, Lin Ye, as the creator, receives a portion of his power as feedback. The higher the card's level, the stronger the feedback. After figuring this out, Lin Ye looked at the golden card, his eyes shining slightly. It was a legendary card. Card tiers, from lowest to highest, are bronze, silver, gold, epic, legendary, and mythical. Legendary is second only to mythical, highlighting its rarity. Lin Ye sighed inwardly, thinking that his system was indeed generous, offering something of this caliber right off the bat. Use it, he murmured to himself. The next second, the golden card shattered into light, instantly flooding into his right eye, which was wrapped in gauze. That eye had been blinded since childhood due to trauma, and had always been covered. But at this moment, a warm sensation spread from deep within my right eye, as if my previously dormant eye had been reawakened. Lin Ye closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, the world before him was completely different. A monocular perspective should have made everything appear flat, but now his vision had not only returned to normal, but was even more acute than that of an average person. The dust in the air, the tracks of tiny insects crawling in the corners, everything was strikingly clear. A magical power! Suppressing his excitement, Lin Ye immediately removed the gauze from his right eye and walked to the mirror. The mirror reflected a face so handsome it was almost like a manga character, but when he saw his right eye, he was still momentarily stunned. His jet-black pupils were surrounded by gold, while the whites of his eyes were blood-red, giving him an eerie and dangerous appearance. Lin Ye remained silent for a moment before covering his right eye with gauze again. Although he thought these demonic eyes were cool, others would probably just see them as monsters. Anyway, the gauze doesn't affect the demon eye's ability, and he's long been used to covering his right eye. When it's not necessary, it's safer to hide it. Next, it's time to try making the first card. Lin Ye glanced around the room, finally looking at the stack of silk threads on the table. The system said that the stronger the materials, the better the card effect, but he doesn't have the ability to obtain high-level materials right now, so he can only try using ordinary materials first. He picked up the thread and continued searching for other usable materials. Suddenly, a strange painting on the wall caught his attention. The thing looked more like random graffiti, with messy black and white lines intertwined like a pile of fishing nets, making it impossible to tell what it depicted. What truly captivated Lin Ye wasn't the painting itself, but the black gas swirling around it in his demon eye's vision. He walked over and took the painting down. The moment he touched it, information appeared before his eyes. A painting tainted by the aura of an evil god, 3 stars. It seems to be a projection of a part of an evil god. Under the influence of the evil god's aura, it appears to have undergone some unknown changes. Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly. This black aura was actually the aura of an evil god. Being able to see them must be due to the power of his demonic eye. But why would such things be in his room? Could the original owner be related to an evil god cult? This thought had barely crossed Lin Ye's mind when he dismissed it. In his memories, the original owner had never encountered anyone resembling an evil god cult. As a member of the Awakened Academy, he couldn't possibly bother with those rats in the gutter. As for the painting, he had no recollection of it, and didn't know when it had appeared in the room. Lin Ye thought for a moment, and didn't delve any further. He was more satisfied with the painting itself than its source. He'd just been worried about wasting his white card due to the lack of high-grade materials, and now a 3-star material had arrived. I wonder which evil god is so kind. If I encounter one in the future, I'll have to give them a proper thank you. As a way of repaying them, I'll make full use of all the materials they have and never waste a single one. Lin Ye placed the white card, the silk thread, and the painting tainted with the aura of an evil god together. Looking at the 3 items before him, he pursed his lips slightly. With Samsung materials added, let's hope it doesn't backfire. Add it. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the silk threads and the painting on the table simultaneously transformed into streams of light, merging into the white card. The white card suddenly emitted a dazzling light, slowly levitating and spinning in midair. Lin Ye didn't look away, staring intently at the card that was spinning faster and faster, waiting for the final result. After an unknown amount of time, the card's rotation gradually slowed. A wisp of silver white began to seep into the originally pure white light. Finally, the light faded, and the card stopped spinning. A silver card, emblazoned with several silver white threads, appeared before Lin Ye's eyes. At the same time, the card's information surfaced: name, manipulator, category, ability card, level, silver. Effect: the strings move before the person arrives. By using this card, you will gain strength and the ability to manipulate puppet strings. Those manipulated by these strings will become your puppets. Chapter 3: A Dark and Windy Night for Monster Hunting. It's actually a silver card, not bad. Lin Ye smiled slightly as he looked at the silver white card in front of him. According to the system settings, cards made from 1 to 3-star materials are mostly only bronze or silver. Moreover, he added a common material that didn't even have a star rating, so getting a silver card was already an unexpected surprise. He reached out and grasped the card, a surge of excitement welling up inside him. The previous demon eye was a gift from the system, but this card was something he had crafted himself, making it entirely different. Let me see what surprises my first card can bring. Lin Ye murmured softly, his fingers tightening slightly. With a snap, the card shattered, transforming into a stream of silvery white light that instantly entered his body. Almost simultaneously, Lin Ye closed his eyes. He clearly felt a powerful force being nurtured within his once ordinary body. Even more strangely, his hands seemed to possess an instinct capable of controlling all things. A moment later, Lin Ye opened his eyes, a flash of silver light disappearing from his pupils. He slowly raised his right hand, and with a thought, 5 thin, almost invisible silver threads shot out from his fingertips at a speed too fast for the naked eye to perceive. The threads easily pierced through the walls and emerged from the ceiling, embedding themselves in several items in the room. Lin Ye watched this with great satisfaction. In terms of penetrating power alone, this ability was quite remarkable. More importantly, these silvery white threads seemed to exist between illusion and reality. No one but Lin Ye can see them. Therefore, their threat level will increase exponentially during a real fight. Of course, that wasn't the most crucial part. Lin Ye's fingertips trembled slightly, and the silk thread connected to him quivered in response. The next moment, the object pierced by the thread was lifted into the air, as if it had come to life, slowly dancing with his fingertips. In the corner of the room, a mouse crept cautiously through the darkness, its antennae twitching as if searching for food. The next second, a silvery thread pierced through its head. The mouse froze instantly, then its body began to sway unnaturally, finally settling into a bizarre, motionless position. Just then, a warning sound suddenly came from the old radio. "Attention, a strange domain has appeared in the Southern District. Relevant departments have gone to deal with it. Citizens are advised to stay at home, keep their doors closed, and not go out." The once quiet city gradually began to be filled with various chaotic noises. "A strange domain has appeared in the South District?" Lin Ye dispersed the silver threads and turned to look out the window. He remembered Xingyang, Jiang Yi, and the others, who were likely still gathered in the South District. If the strange domain descended, they would most likely be drawn in as well. After a moment's thought, Lin Ye walked to the wardrobe and took out a black cloak. The appearance of the ghost realm meant there must be powerful and unpredictable entities within. For ordinary people, this was a disaster, but for Lin Ye, it was an opportunity. He currently lacks card crafting materials and basic cards. Materials might be obtainable through other means, but basic cards are only useful for defeating strange and malevolent entities. Lin Ye donned his cloak, concealing himself in the darkness. He wasn't blindly arrogant despite having the system. Caution was still necessary when one was weak. After preparing, he opened the window and went out. His room was on the top floor, and outside the window was the eaves of the floor below. Lin Ye stood on the narrow eaves, the night wind blowing his cloak, making a rustling sound, and also revealing a corner of his face vaguely under the cloak. He raised his hand, and silver threads shot out instantly, reflecting a faint, cold glint in the moonlight as they danced in the wind. The next moment, Lin Ye's figure vanished from his spot, reappearing on the rooftop ahead. Under the night sky, the black-robed figure flickering between the rooftops resembled a grim reaper descended from hell. The dark and windy night was perfect for fighting monsters. The news of the mysterious domain appearing in the Southern District quickly caused a sensation in Beichen City. Many residents hurriedly closed their doors and windows, fearing they would be affected. The entire city seemed to be silenced, falling into a deathly silence. Even some rats that usually hid in the shadows began to stir. "Ah!" A woman's scream pierced the night sky. On the empty street, a ragged woman rushed out of the dark alley, her face full of terror, stumbling and running forward, glancing back every now and then, as if something terrible was chasing her. Soon, a middle-aged man emerged from the alley. He held a dagger in his hand, a sinister grin on his face. The scar on his face twisted with his wide grin, making it look particularly grotesque. The woman turned pale and tried to run away, but after only a few steps, her legs gave way and she collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the man's smile grew even more sinister, revealing his blackened teeth. "Run! Keep running!" The woman turned back, her eyes filled with despair, and pleaded in a trembling voice. "Please, let me go!" She looked around again and shouted in a hoarse voice. "Help! Someone help me!" The man seemed to revel in her fear. He slowly walked up to the woman, raised the dagger, and savored the smell of blood on the blade. "No one will save you. Be good, I'll be quick, I promise it won't hurt." After his maniacal laughter subsided, his face turned cold, and the dagger slowly fell. The woman, utterly desperate, could only close her eyes and await death. Clang! A sharp metallic clang suddenly rang out. The expected pain did not come. The woman opened her eyes in confusion, only to see the man still frozen in the pose of stabbing with his dagger, completely motionless. Even more strangely, he was looking up at what was behind her, a look of terror on his face. What was behind her? The woman turned her head blankly, only to see a figure in black robes standing on the rooftop, silently looking down. "Who are you?" The man with the knife swallowed hard, his voice tinged with apprehension. A cold voice came from beneath the black robe. "A filthy rat is unworthy to know my name." The man was taken aback, then his face twisted into a grimace again. He was also a fifth-tier cultivator, and this person dared to say he wasn't even qualified to know his name. It was far too arrogant. He suppressed his unease and said coldly, "Sir, I am a member of the fodder evil god cult. Are you sure you want to oppose our cult?" On the surface he remained calm, but his heart was already wavering. The opponent could immobilize him without him even noticing, indicating a strength of at least the 7th rank. Now, he could only invoke the evil god cult, hoping to force the person before him to retreat. However, Lin Ye did not answer. Seeing his silence, the man felt a slight sense of relief. The other man's silence was perhaps due to his fear of the power behind him. But just as he was about to speak again, the black-robed figure on the rooftop vanished abruptly, appearing before him in the next instant. "A bunch of rats hiding in the sewers, unable to see the light of day. When did they dare to say such things?" The man's pupils contracted sharply. The voice, seemingly emanating from the abyss, instantly filled him with a strong sense of foreboding. "I'm going to die!" Fear gripped his entire body, and he instinctively roared. "What are you waiting for? Do it now!" Before he finished speaking, a gleaming dagger suddenly appeared from behind Lin Ye, aimed straight for his neck. The one who made the move was none other than the woman who had been being chased earlier. The terror on her face had vanished, replaced by a bloodthirsty madness in her eyes. She grinned maliciously and shouted, "Foolish thing, die! Sada Higra is eternally immortal!" As she screamed, the flesh between her brows began to writhe, forcibly growing a vertical eye. However, despite the perilous situation, Lin Ye remained calm. Instead, a playful smile curled at the corner of his lips. Just as the dagger was about to slit her neck, he subtly twitched his fingertip. A barely perceptible flash of silvery white light streaked across the sky. In an instant, everything froze. The woman's movements were halted, the dagger stopping less than a millimeter from Lin Ye's neck, unable to advance any further. "What?" The man and woman were both stunned, the madness in their eyes quickly fading, replaced by deep terror. Lin Ye chuckled, as if he had seen through their trick. "Do you think this little trick is clever? How could an ordinary person with no strength possibly escape from a fifth-tier being?" Having said that, he raised his hand to brush aside the dagger in front of him, without uttering another word. Lin Ye slowly stepped forward, and as he passed the man, he lightly tapped his fingertip. "Ah!" A shrill scream rang out behind him. Two bodies were manipulated into bizarre positions by the silk threads, and then gradually fell silent. "Ding! Killed a fifth-tier evil god follower, obtained, dagger stained with strange blood X1, 2-star. Ding! Killed a fifth-tier evil god follower, obtained, white card X1. Chapter 4. Since we're already here, this world is filled with extraordinary power, eeriness, the aura of evil gods, and elemental power. Once mortals come into contact with these levels, they will transcend the ordinary and become extraordinary beings. There are also realms of transcendence, starting at the first level and reaching a maximum of the 9th level, beyond which lies the Morning Star level. Lin Ye's current strength is roughly equivalent to a 5th-level transcendent. However, the power he wields is different from all three of these levels. Lin Ye wasn't sure if it was good or bad, but since it was brought by the system, he had no reason to worry. "Is this all the strength a 5th-tier evil god follower has?" Hearing the notification in his mind, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. He had originally thought these two were at most 1st-tier, but they turned out to be 5th-tier transcendents. It seemed he had underestimated himself. Soon, Lin Ye felt a surge of excitement. His current strength was only due to using a single silver card. If he were to create higher-level cards in the future, just how powerful would his abilities become? It seems the card production process needs to be accelerated. Lin Ye opened his hand, revealing a blood-stained dagger in his palm, the very weapon the man had just used. Immediately afterward, a line of information appeared before his eyes. Dagger stained with strange blood, 2-star an ordinary dagger, but stained with the blood of some unknown entity. The blood is filled with strange power, and is a rare card-making material. A 2-star material actually dropped. The drop rate of this evil god's followers is pretty good. Lin Ye looked at the dagger, in a good mood. He had only been passing by when he heard the commotion and decided to check it out, never expecting to run into two fifth-tier evil god followers. In fact, he had sensed something was off about the two from the very beginning. Under his demonic gaze, the evil god aura emanating from them was unusually strong. Adhering to the principle of, "Since I'm already here," Lin Ye casually killed the person, not expecting anything in return. However, he not only obtained a white card but also a 2-star material. A thought quickly popped into his head. In human settlements like Bachin City, there are quite a few hidden evil god cults. The evil god's lackeys are everywhere in the city, roaming the shadows and occasionally popping out to make their presence known, causing trouble for the Federation. Lin Ye didn't want to get too involved with the Federation, but since killing the evil god's followers could yield materials, future contact was inevitable. Moreover, the Federation seemed to pay rewards for killing the evil god's followers or providing clues. Thinking of this, Lin Ye took out his phone and dialed the reporting hotline. After the call connected, a voice came from the other end. "Hello, this is the Federal Extraordinary Bureau's reporting hotline. How can I help you?" Lin Ye calmly stated. "I want to report that two fifth-tier evil god followers were discovered on Banyan Tree Street in the East District. I have already killed them." The person on the other end was clearly taken aback. "What did you say? Fifth-tier evil god followers? You've already killed them?" Lin Ye glanced at the two corpses on the ground. They're not breathing, they should be dead. By the way, is there a reward for reporting and killing followers of the evil god? My federal bank card number is 626,848. Just transfer the money to that number. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. Just as Lin Ye thought the other party was trying to renege on the debt, they hurriedly said, "Please wait a moment, we'll send someone to verify immediately." "Sir, may I ask your name?" "No need, I'm just an ordinary, helpful citizen, this is what I should do." After hanging up the phone, Lin Ye's figure disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already standing on a rooftop in the distance. A dozen minutes later, in a residential area, a group of people dressed in red rushed out of a building in a panic. They looked terrified and kept looking back, as if something terrible was chasing them. Whoosh! A silver thread descended from the sky, piercing directly through the body of the person at the front. Moments later, the person collapsed to the ground in a bizarre posture, lifeless. Everyone froze instantly, staring dumbfounded at the corpse. That was a fourth-tier transcendent being, yet he died without even being able to resist. The next second, a figure shrouded in a black robe appeared out of thin air beside the corpse. The figure was silent, like a vengeful ghost. "Demon! Demon!" Someone screamed, unable to bear the fear, and turned to run. But he had only taken one step when another silver thread fell, instantly piercing him. The remaining people shuddered and knelt down, begging for mercy. "Don't kill me, please!" Thud! The please stopped abruptly. Several silvery white threads fell simultaneously, piercing through them all. Their eyes widened as they slowly fell into eternal darkness. "This is rubbish! Not even a single material dropped." Lin Ye looked at the corpses scattered on the ground and shook his head indifferently. There were quite a few followers of the evil god here, and even though the quality was poor, they should at least drop some materials. But after working so hard for so long, the system didn't even make a sound. It was a real waste of effort. However, since he'd already killed them, he felt it would be a waste not to make a profit. Lin Ye took out his phone again and dialed the hotline. "Hello, yes, it's me again, concerned citizen. The 7 evil god followers in Sunshine Community have been killed, and it's still that card." He hung up the phone and left the residential area without looking back. On his way to the South District, Lin Ye killed quite a few followers of the evil god and obtained several 1-star materials. Although it took some time, it was better than nothing. His real target was the strange domain that had appeared in the South District. That was the important thing for today. Everything else was just a side job to earn some extra money. Meanwhile, on Banyan Tree Street in the East District, 5 people dressed in black leather jackets appeared. They all emanated powerful supernatural energy, and the Federal Supernatural Bureau insignia on their clothing identified them. At this moment, the 5 people were surrounding the 2 corpses on the ground, their expressions solemn. One of them squatted on the ground, holding a strange instrument in his hand and examining them for a moment, then stood up and said, Captain, judging from their aura, they should be members of the Fodder evil god cult, and their strength is all at the 5th level. He paused, then added, moreover, there were no wounds on the corpses, nor any residual elemental power. The only strange thing is that all their bones were shattered, as if they had been forcibly crushed, but there were no visible signs of a severe impact on their skin. Chapter 5 Morningstar Level Ghost Realm. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. The deaths of these two people were too bizarre. They had never seen such deaths before, and they were completely different from the extraordinary methods they had encountered in the past. The middle-aged man at the head of the group frowned and pondered. People from the Fodder evil god cult? This cult has always been known for its unpredictability. 2 5th-level believers are enough to restrain a 7th-level awakened one. How could they suddenly die here? He suddenly thought of something and looked at the member holding the device. Xiao Wu, have you found the informant's information? Xiao Wu's expression was strange. Captain, we found him, but his identity doesn't quite match. The owner of that bank card is an old man who died more than 10 years ago, an ordinary citizen, and has no record of contact with the evil god cult. As for whether there are any related people around him, we can't find out for the time being. The middle-aged man took the instrument and glanced at it, his expression immediately turning serious. The unknown and mysterious often meant danger. What's more, the other party had managed to kill 2 5th-tier evil god followers. At this moment, a young member couldn't help but say, Captain, there's no need to worry too much, is there? The fact that he dared to kill members of the evil god cult at least shows that he's not on our side. The middle-aged man gave him a cold glance, which frightened the young man into immediately shutting up. Fortunately, he didn't pursue the matter, but turned and walked to the next location. Follow me, we have work to do today. Everyone immediately followed. The younger members lagged behind and whispered to Xiao Wu. What's wrong with the captain? Xiao Wu looked ahead and lowered his voice. You're new here, you don't know, but the captain survived from Night Owl City back then. Have you heard of Night Owl? He once single-handedly slaughtered all the members of the evil god cult in the city and was hailed as a hero by the entire city. But it was later discovered that he was the head of a branch of the ancient god cult. As a result, the entire evil god branch was mobilized, and Night Owl City was massacred overnight. The captain's family died at the hands of Night Owl. Now you know how stupid you were just saying, right? After saying that, he patted the young man on the shoulder, and the young man immediately fell silent. Dear customer of Federal Bank, the Federal Extraordinary Bureau completed a transfer transaction to your bank account at 10 a.m. on July 5th, amounting to 5 million yuan, leaving a balance of 5,004,325 yuan. On the top floor of a residential building on the edge of the Southern District, Lin Ye looked at the bank transfer notification on his phone, a slight smile playing on his lips. As expected of the Federal Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities, the reward is indeed generous. He only casually killed a few followers of an evil god, and $5 million came into his account directly. With this money, he could easily move out of that cramped apartment and buy a big villa. Lin Ye put away his phone and looked ahead. The entire Southern District was shrouded in mist, making it impossible for outsiders to see inside. But this fog wasn't a problem for Lin Ye. Under his demonic eyes, the interior of the Southern District was completely visible, though an eerie atmosphere permeated everywhere. After observing for a moment, he whispered his judgment. This area almost encompasses the entire Southern District. What's inside is no ordinary thing. Lin Ye's major at the Awakener Academy was fighting against the supernatural, so he was no stranger to the supernatural realm. Normally, for a strange domain to form covering the entire Southern District of Bachin City, its core strange entity must be at least at the Morningstar level. Thinking of this, Lin Ye frowned slightly. A Morningstar level strange entity was beyond his expectations. With his current strength, dealing with a 5th-tier awakened wouldn't be difficult, but facing a Morningstar level entity, he wasn't very confident. Transcendent beings begin at the 1st rank, progressing to the 9th rank before advancing to the Morningstar level. At this level, their strength far surpasses that of a 9th rank individual. However, Lin Ye did not give up. While the Morningstar level's mysterious domain was dangerous, it also represented opportunity. More importantly, this strange domain appeared too suddenly, as if it descended from nowhere. Under such circumstances, the core of the domain is likely to have only just appeared and is growing rapidly. In other words, it has the potential to advance to the morning star level, but may not actually reach that level yet. This gave Lin Ye an opportunity. Without further hesitation, he moved and stepped directly into the ghost domain. Because the longer he delayed, the faster that thing would grow, and by then, he would truly have gained nothing. Mommy! Mommy! Don't leave me! On the deserted streets of the South District, a small figure wandered slowly. It was a tattered rag doll with blood on its face, and an ethereal voice, like a bell, emanated from it, echoing in the gloomy street. If you ignored the eyes sewn from buttons and its fleeting figure, it might truly be mistaken for a little girl. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Cloth Idol mechanically turned its head. A strange yet human smile appeared on its blood-stained face. Hee, found you! The next second, it vanished from the spot. In the nearby Iguang restaurant, several hiding figures saw this scene, and their tense nerves finally relaxed a little. Phew, it's finally gone. Qinyang looked in the direction the doll had left, loosened his fist, and let out a long breath. Jian Yi stood beside him, his expression relatively calm, but his slightly widened eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. The other three slumped into their chairs, panting heavily, their eyes still etched with fear. One of the boys couldn't help but curse. Damn it, we were just having a get-together! How did we run into this ghostly realm? Qinyang smiled wryly. Complaining won't help now. Let's figure out how to survive first. He then looked at Jiang Yi. Did you see anything? Jiang Yi replied in a deep voice. A morning star-level ghost realm. Chen Yang's expression instantly changed. What? Morning star level? Chapter 6. How about I play with you, including Qinyang? Everyone stared wide-eyed at Jiang Ye's calm expression, with only one thought in their minds, that's the morning star-level ghost domain, how can he still be so calm? Some people broke down on the spot, crying out that they would all die here today. He had only come for a meal. Who could have imagined running into something like this, potentially losing his life? Qin Yang's expression was also grim. He forced a smile and asked Jiang Yi if he had seen wrong. This was Beichen City. How could a morning star-level ghost realm suddenly appear here? The others reacted as if grasping at a straw. Right, Beichen City is dangerous. But how could a ghostly domain of this level appear in the southern district? Jiang Yi glanced at them and sighed. He hoped he was wrong, but both the extent of the strange domain and the bizarre presence they had just witnessed pointed to the same conclusion. This was the morning star-level strange domain. After hearing this, the group fell completely silent. They knew all too well what a morning star-level ghost domain meant. Unless an awakened of the same level intervened, it was almost impossible for an ordinary person to leave alive. Beichen City does indeed have morning star-level experts, but right now the ghost domain covers the entire southern district. Once a ghost stays within its own ghost domain, its strength will be greatly enhanced. Even if a morning star-level awakener comes, it may not be able to fight it head-on. Just when the group was feeling utterly hopeless, Jiang Yi suddenly spoke up again. However, that strange creature's strength shouldn't have reached the morning star level yet, so we still have a chance to survive. The four of them froze, all turning to look at him. Chen Yang stared at Jiang Yi expressionlessly, gritting his teeth as he said, We're friends, but sometimes I really want to punch you. Could you please stop panting when you talk? My heart can't take it. The other three also looked resentful. Jiang Yi could only smile awkwardly, and say he was used to it. Qinyang stopped talking nonsense, and asked directly what to do next. Jiang Yi pointed on the table, telling everyone that leaving the ghost realm wasn't entirely impossible. Although this ghost realm covered the southern district, they had only seen one ghost so far. The Iguang restaurant was conveniently located on the edge of the southern district. By observing the strange movement of the creature, they could find a relatively safe route, and seize the opportunity to break out. Qinyang slammed his hand on the table and immediately cheered. Although the others were startled, seeing a way out, they were no longer as desperate as before. Following Jian Ye's instructions, the group dispersed to different locations within the restaurant, carefully observing the 4 streets to the left, right, and front. Soon after, they regrouped and reported their observations. No strange occurrences were found on the eastern street. The southern street had seen 2 occurrences, the western street once, and the northern street the most, a total of 11. Jian Yi stroked his chin, analyzing the situation. The east side connected to the eastern district, and the strange entity hadn't appeared there, indicating that route was the safest. Therefore, they would leave the strange realm from the east. To be on the safe side, he had everyone observe again. Soon, the second result came back, completely consistent with the first. After confirming the route, the 4 immediately decided to leave the restaurant and head towards the east district. Unbeknownst to them, just as they stepped out of the Yiguang restaurant, a strange doll was staring at their retreating figures from inside the restaurant. A chilling smile graced its face, and its stitched mouth slowly split open, revealing a crimson hue. Meanwhile, on the edge of the ghost realm, the Beichin City Guard had already begun operations. First squad, commence operations. Second squad, provide cover. Third squad, provide support as needed. A squad of well-equipped soldiers slowly advanced. They were all awakened beings of the 5th rank or higher, with their leader being a 9th rank awakened being. This mission is to explore the suddenly appeared ghostly domain and rescue as many trapped personnel as possible. The officer surveyed his surroundings, his expression grave. The appearance of a Morning Star-level ghostly domain in the southern district of Beichin City was a matter far more serious than anticipated. Suddenly, a cry of alarm came from ahead. "Something's wrong! Something strange has been spotted at the 12 o'clock position." This was followed by a scream, then the noise stopped abruptly. Everyone stopped immediately and looked ahead warily. A soldier came running towards them in a panic, shouting, "Run! The second squad has been ambushed, they're all dead!" Just then, a strange figure appeared behind him. "He, got you!" A clear, ethereal laugh rang out. The soldier froze, his eyes widened, and he fell straight down. Everyone looked up and saw a rag doll floating in midair, its hands raised, grinning at them. The next second, the doll transformed into a blur and charged towards the person at the front. The officer roared and ordered the guns to fire, while golden aura rose from his body. He was a gold element awakener. Almost without hesitation, he enveloped himself in golden light and charged towards the doll. Gunfire erupted instantly, a hail of bullets sweeping towards the puppet. But the puppet was too fast. The bullets couldn't even touch it. The officer immediately realized something was wrong and shouted, "The bullets are useless! Change the battle plan!" Just then, the puppet was already in front of him. The blood-stained smiling face magnified before his eyes, and the officer roared, swinging his fist enveloped in gold element. But the puppet didn't dodge, taking the punch head-on. With a muffled thud, the officer's expression changed drastically. A terrifying force surged from his fist, sending him flying backward. He landed and steadied himself, his voice heavy. "Ninth tier strange. 9th tier monsters are troublesome to begin with, let alone one within their own monster domain." The officer knew very well that they were no match for them alone. But he had no way out, so he turned around and shouted, "Don't just stand there, attack!" The soldiers unleashed their abilities. Water dragons, thorny entanglements, fireballs, surging rocks, a barrage of elemental attacks rained down on the doll. Yet these attacks seemed to have no effect whatsoever, as if they hadn't hit it at all. On the contrary, the officer was constantly being pushed back by the puppet's terrifying speed, and the pressure on him was increasing. Just as he was struggling to hold on, the puppet suddenly stopped moving. It tilted its head and looked at the crowd, letting out an ethereal yet eerie laugh. "Hee, so many people, this is so much fun. You can all stay and play with me." The officer's heart sank, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The next moment, screams erupted from behind the soldiers. He whirled around, his pupils contracting sharply. A swarm of puppets, more than a dozen in number, had suddenly appeared from all directions. "It's over. They couldn't even handle one, and now so many have come, there's no way out." The soldiers froze, forced to watch helplessly as the puppets charged into the ranks and slaughtered indiscriminately. Despair spread rapidly. Even the 9th rank officer was powerless. What could they do? The first doll to appear watched this scene, a cruel expression appearing on its face, as if it were enjoying everyone's fear. It laughed even harder. Hee hee, fun, so much fun! But just as those words fell, a clear, cold voice suddenly rang out. Having fun? How about I play with you? The voice wasn't loud, but it clearly pierced through all the chaos and reached everyone's ears. Everyone, along with the eerie doll, looked up in the direction the sound came from. There, on the rooftop, stood a figure in black robes, silently looking down upon them. At that moment, he seemed like a grim reaper from hell. Chapter 7: The Gaze from the Abyss. The puppets ceased their slaughter, each displaying a puzzled expression as they looked at the black-robed figure standing on the roof, as if pondering his intentions. The officer, who had been in despair, was startled upon seeing the man, then hope ignited in his eyes. Who the other person is doesn't matter, what matters is that he doesn't seem to be on the puppet's side. As long as a conflict breaks out between the two sides, these people who are supposed to die might have a chance to escape this desperate situation. The first doll suddenly spoke up. Are you here to save them? Lin Ye glanced at the crowd on the ground, shook his head and laughed. I have no intention of saving people. Didn't I just say that I'm here to play with you? Play with me? The plush toy tilted its head, as if it didn't understand the question. How are you going to play with me? The next second, its tone suddenly changed. The puzzled plush toy's face instantly contorted into a ferocious grin, its stitched mouth twisting into an exaggerated arc. If you want to play with me, then get down! Behind Lin Ye, a shadowy figure that had been lurking for a long time silently approached, then suddenly transformed into a blur and pounced on him. The officer who had been observing the situation was pounding in his chest and instinctively shouted, Watch out! But he was a step too slow. By the time he spoke, the shadowy figure was already close to Lin Ye, no more than inches from his back. The officer's face stiffened. Was this mysterious man, who had made such a grand entrance, really going to die like this? Was their only way out about to be cut off? A sneak attack? Lin Ye didn't even turn his head, a mocking smile appearing on his lips. The tattered, blood-stained doll behind him had extended its claws, its buttonholes glowing crimson, aiming straight for his back. In that instant, Lin Ye's fingertips twitched slightly beneath his black robe. A flash of silver light streaked through the darkness. An almost imperceptible thread appeared out of thin air, instantly piercing the doll. The puppet's movement stopped. It was just inches away from Lin Ye, yet it couldn't move forward even an inch. Below, the puppetess, Jingning, meaning ferocious or hideous, face froze. The officers and soldiers were also stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. It was blocked? The officer's Adam's apple bobbed, his gaze shifting back and forth between Lin Ye and the puppet. If it had been him, that sneak attack, let alone blocking it, would have been a problem even reacting in time. But this mysterious person not only noticed it, but also easily stopped it using a method they couldn't understand at all. Could this person be a Morningstar-level expert? You lied to me! You lied to me! After the initial shock, the doll's expression turned ferocious again, clearly enraged by its failed sneak attack. It swung its paw sharply and screamed, Attack! I'll tear him to pieces! With a whoosh, more than a dozen puppets around him moved simultaneously. They were capable of levitation, and in the blink of an eye, they pounced on Lin Ye on the roof. Are you enraged? Facing the onslaught of more than a dozen puppets, Lin Ye remained calm. With a flick of his finger, a dozen silver threads descended from the sky, instantly piercing all the puppets. The scene from the previous moment played out again. The puppets, having just soared into the air, all stopped abruptly, as if nailed to the night by an invisible force. So powerful! The officers and soldiers on the ground gasped. Those puppets weren't ordinary monsters. Each one possessed ninth-tier strength, and any one of them would be enough to make them fight to the death. Yet now, more than a dozen ninth-tier puppets were instantly suppressed by this black-robed man. This strength was simply terrifying. I'm going to kill you! Kill you! The last puppet went completely mad, screaming as it charged at Lin Ye. It was clearly stronger than the other puppets, and its speed was astonishing. It appeared in front of Lin Ye almost instantly, slashing down with its claws. Lin Ye merely glanced at it indifferently and uttered 2 words. Too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen dark figures suddenly appeared in front of him, the very same puppets that had been pierced by the threads earlier. The difference was that they were now all drooping their heads, as if forcibly lifted by some force, blocking Lin Ye's path. The doll was stunned. It watched as its kind stood beside Lin Ye, its shock quickly twisting into madness. "You dare betray Anna! Anna won't let you get away with this! Kill you! Kill you all!" It roared and charged at the puppets. Lin Ye, his fingertips hidden beneath his black robe, flicked his wrist again, and a dozen puppets simultaneously raised their heads, extending their claws and attacking back. A moment later, a piercing scream echoed through the night sky. Surrounded by more than a dozen equally powerful puppets, the puppet only held out for a moment before being torn to shreds. Torn pieces of cloth scattered through the air, and the guards on the ground watched the entire scene, speechless for a long time. Lin Ye ignored them. At that moment, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Killed a 9th tier monster, obtained, white card X1. Hearing the notification, a smile appeared on Lin Ye's face. Good luck, another white card. 9th tier monsters truly lived up to their near Morningstar level. The drop rate was indeed quite high. Compared to the card-making materials, Lin Ye valued white cards more. Other materials could be obtained through other means, but white cards could only be obtained by defeating strange and evil spirits. Thinking of this, his gaze fell on the group of people on the ground, and a thought suddenly popped into his head. Since killing monsters and evil spirits yields materials, what about killing awakened ones? Could they also drop items? If so, with so many awakened ones here, killing them all might yield quite a harvest. After a moment's thought, Lin Ye decided to act like a human being. Judging from their attire, these were all members of the Beichin City Guard. He disliked chaos, and Beichin City needed these people to maintain stability. Besides, speculation is just speculation. He didn't want to kill a bunch of people only to find out there was nothing there. If he was going to test something, he should choose a different subject. Not all awakened ones were good people. Those truly wicked were the more suitable test subjects. Having made his decision, Lin Ye withdrew his gaze and turned to look into the depths of the ghost realm. The next moment, his figure vanished from the spot, as if he had never been there. As soon as he left, the guards below all breathed a sigh of relief. A look of relief at surviving a close call appeared on their faces, and even the officer, seeing the soldiers' smiles, couldn't help but smile as well. No one wanted to die, and neither did they. But soon, the officer looked back at the spot where Lin Ye had stood, a hint of lingering fear appearing in his eyes. Others might not have noticed, but he clearly saw Lin Ye glance at them before leaving. Even now, recalling it sent chills down the officer's spine. What kind of gaze was that? It was like a stare from the abyss, making him feel as if he would die at any moment. Chapter 8. Can we play together? The streets, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, were deserted. Amidst the swirling fog, footsteps broke the deathly silence. Soon, 5 figures emerged from the fog. As they walked, they cautiously surveyed their surroundings, their faces filled with fear. Only Jian Yi and Qin Yang, walking in front, remained relatively calm, though their expressions were equally grave. After walking for a long time, Qin Yang finally couldn't help but mutter under his breath. "Strange, we've been walking for so long, why haven't we left the ghost domain yet?" Jian Yi didn't answer immediately, but instead scanned both sides of the street and said calmly, "If I'm not mistaken, we should have entered the ghost domain's dead zone." Upon hearing this, Qin Yang and the 3 teenagers behind him froze instantly. Qin Yang mechanically turned to look at him, his voice strained. "The ghostly domain, the dead zone? Jian Yi, are you sure you're not mistaken? We're on the right track, how did we end up in the dead zone?" The other 3 panicked as well, verbally insisting it was impossible, but the fear in their eyes grew increasingly evident. After all, a dead zone might not appear even once in 100 ghostly realms, so how did they end up running into one? Jian Yi pointed to the buildings on both sides and explained casually. "Didn't you notice? We seem to be walking straight ahead, but the surrounding buildings are repeating a cycle. I don't need to explain what that means, do I?" The group fell silent. Qin Yang gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. "Damn it, this monster has its eye on us and deliberately led us into the dead zone." The 3 teenagers completely broke down, crying out that it was all over and even God couldn't save them. The dead zone of the mysterious realm is a special area formed when the eerie aura within the mysterious realm becomes extremely dense. Here, the power of the eerie forces is amplified exponentially, and they can freely create illusions that disturb the mind, similar to the mysterious wall. They were already unlucky enough to encounter the bizarre realm, but then they stumbled into an extremely rare dead zone. It was as if they'd forgotten to check the almanac before leaving home. Although Qin Yang was in despair, his mind was still clear. He took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Yi. "What do we do next?" Jiang Yi remained calm and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, it's not a matter of certain death yet. The ghost realm has been around for so long, the Beichin City Guard will arrive soon, and the Extraordinary Bureau will also send in powerful experts." He made it very clear that what they needed to do now was not to run around aimlessly, but to find a place to hide and try to stall until rescue arrived. Hearing this, the three, who were on the verge of collapse, grasped at a straw, and hope rekindled in their eyes. A strange domain had appeared in the southern district. The Federation couldn't possibly remain indifferent. Perhaps a purge operation had already begun. Just then, a faint sound suddenly reached everyone's ears. The sound seemed to drift from a great distance, yet also seemed to be right next to their ears. It was clear and melodious, like the song of a lark. Under normal circumstances, it might have made people stop and listen. But this was a ghostly realm. The more beautiful the sound, the more chilling it became. Qin Yang and his companions felt a chill run down their spines, as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and instinctively looked in the direction from which the sound came. At the end of the street, a petite figure was slowly walking towards them. She moved forward, swaying her body as if performing an eerie yet elegant dance in the mist. As the song drew closer, the figure gradually became clearer. It was a little girl with delicate features, wearing a gothic black dress with a bewitching blue rose printed on the hem. She looked like a delicate porcelain doll, standing out starkly in the cold, misty air. However, the moment Jiang Yi saw her, his slightly narrowed eyes snapped open. "She is the core of this eerie realm." The words had barely left his lips when a bead of cold sweat slid down his temple. His voice trembled for the first time. "Morning Star level. She's already advanced to the Morning Star level." Those few words struck everyone like a thunderbolt. Qin Yang and the three teenagers stared wide-eyed at the approaching little girl in disbelief. This seemingly insignificant existence was actually the core of the ghost realm, and it had already reached the Morning Star level. The three teenagers immediately lost control. One cried, saying that he didn't want to die, that he had just become an awakened and hadn't even experienced the life of a superior being yet. Another begged Jiang Yi for help, and yet another lamented in despair that everything was over. "Stop crying!" Qin Yang roared, his face flushed as he glared at them. "It's just a Morning Star level anomaly. Why are you all so scared? Where did your usual bragging go?" His shout finally stopped the three of them from crying. Qin Yang sighed deeply, then resolutely turned around to face the approaching little girl, his body beginning to glow with light. He said to Jiang Yi in a deep voice, "I'll hold her off. You take the three of them and find a chance to escape." After saying that, he forced a smile, as if to express his relief. "Jiang Yi, you and Lin Ye are both my best friends. Luckily, that kid didn't come today, or I would have felt guilty to death." He added, "Don't worry, even if I have to die, I'll die before you, otherwise I won't be able to forgive myself." But no sooner had he finished speaking than the little girl, who had been standing not far away, suddenly appeared in front of them as if teleported. Qin Yang and the others' pupils constricted, and they quickly took several steps back. The little girl looked at them, revealing a sweet yet eerie smile. "That's so well said, I'm almost moved to tears." "Wah!" She lowered her head, feigning sobs, then looked up and giggled. "This disgusting friendship is still just as nauseating." Then she tilted her head, her smile deepening. "Since you two are so close, how about we play a game? If you win, I'll let you go." Qin Yang and his companions felt a chill run down their spines. They were certainly not naive enough to believe that the strange creature would suddenly show mercy. The so-called game was likely just a toy she was playing with them before killing them. But if they didn't agree, they might be wiped out in the next second. Faced with the choice between immediate death and being toyed with before dying, the group was caught in a dilemma. Just then, a cold voice suddenly came from behind them. "What game are you playing? Is it fun? Can I play with you?" The moment the sound rang out, even the eerie little girl was drawn in, slowly turning her head to look. Within the mist, a dark figure gradually deepened in color, becoming clearer. A moment later, a figure in a black robe broke through the thick fog, appearing before everyone. Chapter 9. Amateurish and playful. Qin Yang and his companions stared in shock at the suddenly appearing man in black robes, completely stunned. Who was this person? Didn't he know this was the dead zone of the ghost realm? After a brief moment of surprise, the little girl stared at Lin Ye, a sickly smile appearing on her face. "Looks like an interesting fellow has arrived. Since you want to play together, of course I'll grant your wish." She waved her hands, and the surrounding mist instantly surged, changing the environment beneath her feet. The area where everyone stood had transformed into a giant platform made up of square grids, resembling a chessboard. The little girl stood outside the platform, a mocking smile on her lips. "To be fair, I'll tell you the rules first. This game is called Minesweeper, and some of these squares have landmines buried underneath." She pointed to the minefield ahead and continued. "Passing the level is simple, just avoid the mine-filled squares and get out of this minefield." Upon hearing the words, "minesweeping," everyone except Lin Ye, including Qin Yang, had their expressions change. Every square under their feet was identical, with no indication of where the mines might be. Sending them across would be tantamount to suicide. Anger flashed in Qin Yang's eyes, but remembering that the little girl before him was a Morning Star-level anomaly, he could only suppress it. Their lives were now in the other party's hands. They had no right to negotiate. He looked at Jiang Yi and asked in a low voice, "Is there any way?" Jiang Yi shook his head. He couldn't discern any pattern either. Crossing the minefield seemed like a gamble with their lives. Qin Yang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, "If all else fails, I'll go clear the minefield. You guys follow behind me." Jiang Yi was taken aback, then fell silent. Qin Yang didn't wait for his reply, turning to Lin Ye with a solemn expression. "Sir, I don't know if I'll survive. If I die." He glanced at Jiang Yi and the other three classmates, his tone becoming even more resolute. "Then please use my corpse to continue exploring and lead them out." In Qin Yang's view, Lin Ye's courage to venture alone into the ghost domain dead zone meant he must be exceptionally strong. Perhaps their true hope for survival lay with this man in black robes. Lin Ye looked at him with some surprise after hearing this. He hadn't expected Qin Yang, who seemed so ordinary, to be able to put his life aside in a critical moment. After a moment, Lin Ye smiled gently. "Not bad courage, but there's no need to go to all that trouble. Just follow me." He spoke with utter nonchalance, as if the minefield before them was utterly insignificant. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ye stepped directly into the minefield. "Sir, be careful!" Qin Yang instinctively called out. But the next second, his voice trailed off. Lin Ye stood on the grid, and nothing happened. Qin Yang hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but speak up. "Sir, let me do it." In his opinion, this was only the first grid. Perhaps it was just good luck. To get out of the entire minefield, they would have to cross at least 10 more grids, and relying on luck was simply impossible. However, Lin Ye seemed not to hear, and took his second step. Then, without stopping, he walked forward step by step. In a short while, he had covered more than 10 squares. Qin Yang and the others had closed their eyes, afraid that they would see Lin Ye blown to pieces at any moment. But after waiting for a while, there was no explosion, only the steady sound of footsteps. They opened their eyes in confusion, only to be instantly stunned. Lin Ye was already standing at the edge of the minefield, just one step away from getting out. Everyone gasped, staring blankly at his retreating figure, their minds completely blank. It wasn't until Lin Ye turned around and said calmly, "What are you standing there for? Come here." That Qin Yang and the others snapped out of their daze. But looking at the grid beneath their feet, none of them dared to take the first step. They had all kept their eyes closed, and hadn't seen which route Lin Ye had taken. Only Jiang Yi kept his eyes fixed on Lin Ye, memorizing every step he took. He said calmly, "Follow me." With that, Jiang Yi took the first step. Qin Yang and the others reacted and quickly followed. Before long, everyone had safely made it out of the minefield. The moment he stepped out of the last space, Qin Yang's tense nerves finally relaxed, and he let out a long breath. We survived! We really survived! Then, as if remembering something, he immediately bowed to Lin Ye and said, Thank you for saving me, Senior. I am deeply grateful. He was able to survive this time entirely thanks to Lin Ye leading the way, so he naturally dared not neglect him. Lin Ye simply waved his hand without saying anything more, then turned his gaze to the little girl in front of him, his tone somewhat amused. It seems this game isn't very good either. It's not difficult at all. What a disappointment. Upon hearing this, the little girl's astonished expression instantly twisted. A black aura surged wildly from her body as she shrieked at Lin Ye. You cheated! This round doesn't count! As she roared, the surrounding mist began to churn violently, and her aura continued to rise. Jian Ye's expression changed drastically, and he said in a deep voice, Not good, she's about to go berserk. Qin Yang and the other three teenagers' faces instantly turned grim upon hearing this. They all knew what a bizarre berserk state meant. It meant that her strength would surge dramatically in a short period of time, and she would completely lose her rationality, leaving only the instinct to kill. And this one before them was a morning star level anomaly. Everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. Even ordinary berserk anomalies were extremely troublesome, let alone one of this level. Perhaps they really were going to perish here today. The little girl was still screaming. Ah! You cheated! Her aura grew increasingly terrifying, and Qin Yang and the others immediately mobilized their elemental power, keeping a close eye on her as she was about to go berserk. But just then, a dark shadow suddenly flashed past them. Slap! A crisp, loud slap exploded in everyone's ears. Qin Yang was stunned. Jian Ye's usually narrowed eyes widened in disbelief. The other three teenagers stared wide-eyed, their jaws practically dropping, as if they'd seen a ghost. The little girl's rapidly rising aura abruptly stopped at that moment. She covered her face, staring in disbelief at Lin Ye who appeared before her, her voice trembling. You dare hit me? The burning pain on her face left her mind blank. Lin Ye looked at her coldly, his tone indifferent. I hit you. It's not your fault for being bad at the game and loving to play, but it's wrong of you to insist on playing even if you can't handle it. Chapter 10 Taking advantage of your illness. Qin Yang and Jiang Yi stood behind, staring at Lin Ye in utter astonishment. Just a moment ago, they hadn't even seen how Lin Ye had rushed to the strange creature's side. Even more outrageous, he had actually slapped the strange creature across the face. And that wasn't an ordinary monster, but a morning star-level strange creature. After a brief moment of shock, the two exchanged a glance, both seeing hope in each other's eyes. Perhaps this mysterious man in black robes could truly fight against this morning star-level anomaly, and perhaps they still had a chance to survive. Damn it! Lin Ye's words completely enraged the little girl. Her face twisted in pain, a strange black aura surged from her body, her long hair danced wildly in the wind, and her scarlet eyes were fixed on Lin Ye. You all deserve to die! She roared shrilly and charged forward, brandishing her arms. At the morning star level, she could already mobilize the power within the ghost realm. As she attacked, the surrounding mist rapidly condensed, transforming into a chilling hurricane. Almost simultaneously, Qin Yang and Jiang Yi stood beside Lin Ye. Points of light shone from Qin Yang's body, while Jiang Ye's eyes were swallowed by blackness, and dark energy gathered around him. Light element, dark element. Lin Ye glanced at them indifferently, but was speechless inside. Awakened beings of light and dark elements are indeed rare, but they had only awakened a few days ago and hadn't even stabilized at the first tier. Facing a morning star level being, they would be instantly killed. However, he didn't say much, because the little girl's attack had already arrived. Die! The little girl lunged at Lin Ye menacingly, her claws slashing down. Lin Ye stood still, and just as the attack was about to land, a strange doll suddenly blocked his way. The little girl's expression changed drastically upon seeing the doll, and she abruptly withdrew her attack. Millie? She stared at the doll suspiciously, seemingly unable to understand why it was there. Lin Ye, hearing the name, was also somewhat surprised. Oh? It has a name? The little girl reacted instantly, yelling at him angrily. What did you do to Millie? Let her go! Lin Ye rubbed his temples, suddenly feeling like he was the villain. The next moment, more than a dozen puppets appeared in front of him. The little girl stared at the dolls, her eyes instantly filled with confusion. Coco Amu. These were supposed to be her best friends, but now they were all standing in front of Lin Ye. She couldn't accept it, her expression shifting between confusion, shock, resentment, and sadness. No! No! You all deserve to die! Finally, her eyes were completely covered in crimson, and her entire body slowly floated up, her piercing scream echoing throughout the entire ghost realm. Everyone who heard this sound felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. At the edge of the ghost realm, the officers and soldiers who were preparing to evacuate all changed their expressions. Was that strange sound coming from that Morningstar level? The officer looked in the direction the sound came from, his brows furrowed. Who had completely enraged it? For some reason, the image of that black-robed figure flashed into his mind. On the other side, Chen Yang and Jiang Yi looked at the little girl who had gone berserk, their faces grave. They subconsciously glanced at Lin Ye, only to find him still standing calmly, without the slightest sign of panic. If I really waited for you to finish your outburst before making a move, that would be like rubbing someone's intelligence into the ground. Lin Ye watched the little girl gathering her power, a cold smile playing on his lips. His fingers, hidden beneath his black robe, flicked slightly. In an instant, several silver threads shot out from behind him, piercing directly through the little girl in midair. Strike while the iron is hot. Young man, that's what you call disregarding martial ethics. Ah! A shrill scream erupted from the little girl's mouth, and her body began to twist strangely. Qin Yang and the others, unaware of what was happening, assumed she had gone berserk and nervously assumed attack stances. But soon, their expressions turned strange. The little girl's posture became increasingly contorted, her head even turning 180 degrees. Crackling sounds rang out continuously, like bones breaking. Soon, the sound confirmed their guess. It was the sound of bones being forcibly crushed. A moment later, the little girl's body rapidly shrank in a bizarre manner, finally transforming into a dirty rag doll that fell to the ground with a thud. Ding! Killed a Morningstar Rank 1 Bizarre, obtained, Ragged Rag Doll X1, Bizarre Crystal X1. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lin Ye's eyes flashed with surprise. This reward was even more generous than he had expected. Putting aside the tattered doll, the strange crystal alone was definitely worth a lot. Lin Ye knew very well that this thing was an important material for forging elemental weapons. There are many reasons for the formation of eerie realms. In some cases, the eerie nature itself is too strong and affects the environment, while in others, there are too many dead creatures, making the eerie atmosphere too dense. However, eerie realms formed by the crystallization of eerie elements are the most mysterious. No one knows where the mysterious crystal comes from, but adding it during weapon forging drastically alters the weapon's quality. This is why the mysterious crystal is extremely precious. Especially for awakened beings at the Morningstar level and above, having or not having an elemental weapon makes a world of difference in combat power. Therefore, this material has always been priceless and unavailable. With the little girl's death, the ghost realm lost its core, and the surrounding mist began to dissipate rapidly. Lin Ye watched as the environment gradually cleared, knowing it was time for him to leave. He glanced back at Qin Yang and the others, then vanished without a trace. Now that he had enough materials, he could begin crafting the next card. Chapter 11: The Special Ability of the Attendant Card. How did she die? Even long after Lin Ye left, Qin Yang and the others stared blankly at the tattered rag doll on the ground, their faces filled with disbelief. Jiang Yi was silent for a moment, then slowly walked forward. Qin Yang wanted to warn him to be careful, but Jiang Yi waved his hand. He bent down to pick up the rag doll, and as soon as he touched it, he froze on the spot. Qin Yang couldn't help but ask, Jiang Yi, what's wrong? After a long while, Jiang Yi finally let out a long breath, his voice trembling. It's really dead. Its aura has completely dissipated, leaving no trace. Qin Yang and the other three teenagers' pupils shrank sharply. The next second, as if remembering something, Qin Yang suddenly turned around to look for the black-robed figure, but there was no one around. Gone? Qin Yang took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and his eyes flickered uncertainly. After a moment, he looked at Jiang Yi again. You mean that person just now was a Morningstar level expert? Jiang Yi shook his head solemnly. Far more than that. To be able to kill a Morningstar level monster silently, even the Radiant Moon level experts I've seen might not be able to do that. Even more terrifying was that the person didn't reveal the slightest energy fluctuation from beginning to end, not even using elemental power. Jiang Yi didn't finish his sentence, but Qin Yang already understood. A Blazing Sun level expert. That person was at least a Blazing Sun level powerhouse. Lin Ye was unaware that after he left, his two friends had already imagined him as a terrifying boss. Even if they knew, he wouldn't care, because he was currently preparing to create his second card. In the cramped room, Lin Ye stared at the materials on the table, lost in thought. A tattered rag doll, 3 stars, containing a trace of eerie power. It was a good material for making cards. The bizarre crystal, 5-star, contains a vast and strange energy within its purple hue, far more complex than its surface suggests. The dagger stained with strange blood, 2-star, appears ordinary, yet is stained with the blood of an unknown entity. There are also 4 1-star hemp ropes, obtained by Lin Ye after killing those followers of the evil god. Reportedly, they were used to strangle superhumans, thus altering their appearance. After reading the description of the ropes, Lin Ye couldn't help but wonder if everyone in the evil god cult was prone to backstabbing. These ropes were probably left behind from when they strangled their own members during an internal power struggle. After thinking for a moment, he waved his hand and put the 4 ropes away. It's always better to be cautious when it comes to card crafting. He had enough materials now. There was no need to risk using low-level materials. Then, Lin Ye took out a white card and placed the dagger, the strange crystal, and the tattered doll into it one by one. Whoosh! The moment the materials merged into the white card, the familiar scene reappeared. The card floated in midair, slowly rotating. Even though it wasn't the first time he'd seen it, Lin Ye was still somewhat excited. This feeling was like the moment in his previous life when he'd spent money on a gacha game, pressed the draw button, and waited for the result. Finally, under his gaze, the spinning cards slowly came to a stop. The white gradually faded, and golden light slowly revealed itself. Name, and a category, Servant card level, Gold card abilities, Void Concealment, Bloodlust, Absolutely Yandere, Chilling Heterochromatic Eyes. The system notification then sounded. Congratulations, host, you have successfully created a Gold Servant card. You can draw any 2 of the Servant's abilities to enhance yourself. Lin Ye was stunned. A Golden Servant card. It could even draw 2 abilities? He took a deep breath, shock flashing in his eyes. As expected of a card made using all the high-grade materials available, it was indeed powerful. Lin Ye picked up the card and began to examine its abilities. Void Concealment. It could hide in the void, severing its connection to reality, and appear anywhere using countless void nodes. Bloodlust is the power unleashed through slaughter. The more blood one drinks, the stronger one becomes. As for Absolute Yandere, Lin Ye's forehead creased with annoyance halfway through the description, and he promptly skipped it. This thing didn't seem like an ability at all. It was more like some kind of strange personality. Finally, there's the Chilling Heterochromatic Eye, which grants absolute calmness and terrifying insight. Nothing escapes its gaze. All the abilities are clear. Void Concealment is a life-saving skill. If you can't win a fight, you can hide in the void. Bloodlust is a growth boost. The more you kill, the stronger you become. The cold eyes were originally good, but Lin Ye already has the demon eyes, and the demon eyes are significantly more powerful, so choosing it would be redundant. After a moment's thought, Lin Ye made his decision. System, I choose Void Concealment and Bloodlust. He had everything the cold-blooded heteroscopic eyes possessed. After considering everything, Void Concealment and Bloodlust were still the most suitable for him. Chapter 12. Anna, you're so capable. Selected abilities: Void Concealment, Bloodlust. Ability extraction in progress. Extraction successful. As the system notification appeared, 2 golden lights immediately appeared on the card in Lin Ye's hand, instantly merging into his body. The next second, he felt his blood boil, a bloodthirsty thought rising from the depths of his heart and rapidly growing stronger. This change came suddenly, but Lin Ye didn't panic. Instead, he closed his eyes and carefully sensed it. A moment later, he opened his eyes, his gaze filled with excitement. With bloodlust activated, his strength had exploded. Simply put, he could now defeat 10 versions of himself without bloodlust. Moreover, this boost wasn't a one-time thing. The more blood he drank, the stronger the effect. Besides bloodlust, he also sensed some peculiar entities in the surrounding space. Those were void nodes. He could enter the void and appear anywhere using these nodes, as long as he wished. With a thought, Lin Ye's body slowly vanished from its original spot. A moment later, he suddenly reappeared not far away. After trying both abilities, he couldn't help but laugh. With void concealment and bloodlust, plus his previous manipulator abilities, he was completely fearless even against a mid-level Morning Star expert. Having confirmed the changes in himself, Lin Ye's gaze returned to the golden card in his hand. Just extracting 2 abilities had caused his strength to surge. How powerful would the servant summoned by this servant card be? Thinking this, he crushed the card without hesitation. With a snap, the card transformed into specks of golden light, dancing and converging before him. Soon, a figure exuding an alluring charm appeared. It was a stunningly beautiful young girl. She had a devilish figure, long golden hair that cascaded down her back, and wore a gothic-made outfit, looking exactly like a gothic Lolita made from an anime. Lin Ye was still somewhat stunned when the girl slowly opened her eyes. The moment she saw Lin Ye, her previously bewildered gaze suddenly lit up, and an almost sickly smile appeared on her face. Immediately she knelt down, bowed her head, and cried out, "Anna greets the Supreme Lord of the Night!" Lin Ye looked at Anna kneeling before him and fell silent for a moment. Following his gaze, Anna's perfect figure and alluring face were on full display, and even with his self-control, he found it hard to resist. As expected of a golden attendant card, truly powerful. Lin Ye forcibly averted his gaze, pulling himself away from the allure, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. A youthful face, long legs, and a lowly maid, the servants summoned by this system were indeed a bit outrageous. Anna raised her head, looking at him with fervent eyes. "Supreme Lord of the Night, is there anything your loyal servant Anna needs to do next?" Her fervor was no less than that of those who lost their minds while chasing celebrities in his previous life, perhaps even more extreme. Lin Ye had no doubt that if he wanted, he could bring all those chaotic thoughts in his mind to life on her. However, after thinking about it, he suppressed those thoughts and simply instructed, "I'm going to take a shower first. Anna, tidy up the room. Oh, and pack up all my clothes and things from the closet." Anna didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked at him with her captivating eyes and slowly said, "Your Majesty, is it really unnecessary for Anna to serve you with something like bathing?" Lin Ye almost lost his composure. Finally, amidst Anna's giggles, he fled into the bathroom. Anna raised a hand to lightly touch her cheek, gazing towards the bathroom, and murmured in a dreamy voice, "Your Majesty." Then, she turned and began to busy herself. Her figure moved constantly in the room, and the once simple but somewhat messy room quickly became neat and clean. In the bathroom, cool water fell from the showerhead. Lin Ye felt the coolness and finally suppressed the thought in his heart, then shook his head with a wry smile. He now understood exactly what Anna's, absolutely Yandere, ability was. It was indeed powerful, so powerful that even he was finding it difficult to cope. However, while Anna was strange, her strength was undeniable. With Lin Ye's current eyesight, without using his demon eye and system abilities, he couldn't even see through her specific level of cultivation. According to the template provided by the system, Anna is currently at the initial stage of the Radiant Moon level. If she unleashes her full power, she can easily defeat a mid-stage Radiant Moon. In a true fight, a high-stage Radiant Moon is not out of the question. This means that Lin Ye now has a powerful figure by his side who can rival a high-stage Radiant Moon. In Bachin City, this is enough to make him practically invincible. After all, the strongest person in Bachin City is only the mayor at the high-stage Radiant Moon level. As for the powerful figures within those families and evil god cults, most were only at the initial stage of the Radiant Moon level. Radiant Moon level experts generally don't show themselves easily. They are the trump cards of various forces. Of course, even without Anna's help, Lin Ye's current strength is considered top tier in Beichin City. After using the attendant card, he gained a portion of the card's power, raising his realm from a 5th-tier awakener to a 9th-tier awakener, and his true combat strength is enough to rival a mid-stage Morning Star. If he plays all his cards, even a high-ranking Morning Star might not be a match for him. As long as Radiant Moon doesn't appear, he basically doesn't need to worry about his safety. After washing off the dust, Lin Ye walked out of the bathroom, drying his hair with a towel. Anna was already waiting at the door. Seeing him come out, she immediately bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty!" Lin Ye nodded and walked into the bedroom. But as soon as he entered, he paused and looked around suspiciously. The room was impeccably clean and tidy. Lin Ye was stunned. He had only been washing for a dozen minutes, and Anna had already tidied everything up? Anna, noticing his expression, smiled slightly. "Is your Majesty satisfied?" Lin Ye nodded and said sincerely, "Anna, you're so capable." No wonder she's a maid. Her housekeeping skills are simply top-notch. Chapter 13: The Legacy of the Unspeakable. It is Anna's honor to receive praise from the Supreme and Great Lord of the Night. Hearing Lin Ye's words, Anna was overjoyed. Lin Ye nodded, and seeing that it was getting late, told her to go and rest. Anna, however, raised her hand to her lips, her gaze filled with infatuation, and asked, "Your Majesty, do you not need Anna to serve you in bed?" Lin Ye certainly needed it, but definitely not now. Faced with Anna's eager gaze, he practically fled into the bedroom. Anna smiled at this and turned to go to another room. Lin Ye shook his head, lay down on the bed, and quickly fell asleep. But not long after he fell asleep, a graceful figure quietly pushed open the door, and after confirming he was sound asleep, gently slipped into the covers. "It's so cold without His Majesty's room." The quiet night passed with this half-dreaming murmur. The next morning, Lin Ye suddenly woke up from his dream, sat up straight, and looked around, panting. Thank goodness it was just a dream. He patted his forehead, but suddenly realized something felt off. His fingertips seemed to still have a unique fragrance. It was as if he had grasped something last night. Bread? Lin Ye quickly shook off the distracting thoughts and got out of bed. When he stepped out of the room, Anna was already standing by the table, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she bowed respectfully. Good morning, Your Majesty. Lin Ye responded with a smile, and then saw the breakfast laid out on the table. Milk, bread, and several slices of egg cut into heart shapes, all exquisitely prepared, showing that it had taken thought. His eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Anna to be a cook. Anna smiled gently, saying it was what a servant should do, and that as long as the monarch liked it, that was enough. Lin Ye sat down and took a few bites. The taste was indeed quite good, but the heart-shaped egg made him a little uneasy. Anna explained earnestly that every time she was with the monarch, she felt happy, and her reverence for him was beyond words, so she could only express it in this way. Lin Ye nearly choked on his milk and could only wave his hand, indicating that it wasn't necessary to go to such lengths and that breakfast could be simpler in the future. He then asked Anna if she had eaten, and Anna softly replied that she had. After finishing breakfast, Lin Ye glanced out the window and instructed Anna. Take your luggage and come with me for a bit. Anna immediately agreed and picked up the 2 black suitcases she had packed the night before. Lin Ye didn't have many belongings, nor many items worth taking. Before leaving the room, Lin Ye glanced back at the house he had lived in for over a decade, smiled, and turned to leave. From then on, the sea was wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky high enough for birds to fly. Beichin City remained bustling during the day, its streets teeming with people. Even with all that had happened the previous night, life had to go on. Lin Ye walked down the street, Anna following behind carrying 2 black suitcases. Their entourage attracted a lot of attention, but fortunately, they didn't cause any trouble. After crossing several streets, Lin Ye entered a secluded underground market. If we're talking about the most mysterious place in Beichin City, this place definitely ranks first. The underground market is a melting pot of all sorts of people. Similarly, you can find most things you want to buy here. As soon as you enter, you're greeted by rows of shops on both sides, with shouts and calls filling the air. Some are selling first-tier demonic insect eggs, claiming they can ambush people and absorb elemental power. Others are processing demonic wolves on the spot, selling wolf bones, fangs, and fur. Still others are displaying vessels for the bizarre, claiming they can be used to fight the supernatural. Demonic beast corpses, broken elemental weapons, and bizarre vessels, all have become commodities here. Lin Ye wasn't just browsing. He wanted to buy a house and, incidentally, check out the underground market for any unexpected finds. He glanced at the merchandise at each shop he passed. Information invisible to others surfaced before his eyes. A demonic cicada molt, 1 star, retaining only a trace of elemental power, of little value. A tangled pile of hair, carrying a dissipating eerie aura, would eventually just become ordinary hair. The damaged elemental gun, 1 star rating, has very weak elemental power. Even if repaired, it might malfunction. It's not a good material. Looking at this information, Lin Ye shook his head inwardly. He had thought the underground market would hold some good stuff, but it seemed he had been overthinking it. That's right, why would anyone easily part with a real treasure for trade? Although somewhat disappointed, Lin Ye didn't give up, as there were quite a few shops here, and continued browsing. An injured sparrow, 1 star, almost dead, worthless. A demon horn bull's horn, 1 star, might be used to make elemental weapons, but the material was flawed and easily broken. Just as he was scanning a row of goods, a message suddenly made him stop in his tracks. A suspicious tentacle, 7 stars. The information indicated it looked like an octopus leg, but don't be fooled by appearances. It wasn't an ordinary demonic octopus tentacle, but rather a remnant left behind by some unnamed entity after its escape. Lin Ye's gaze, which had already shifted away, instantly returned. The information that appeared before him was exactly the same as before. 7-star material! He gasped inwardly, never expecting to find 7-star materials for sale in this underground market. The highest level material he'd ever encountered was the strange crystal he'd used last night. Even that crystal was only 5-star. And this seemingly insignificant tentacle before him had actually reached 7-star. Chapter 14. A fortune in a flash. Excitement and elation surged within Lin Ye, but he remained outwardly calm, revealing no sign of anything amiss. He merely glanced at the tentacles on the stall, then looked up and asked the shopkeeper, "Boss, how much for this demonic octopus's leg?" The shopkeeper, a hunched old man, immediately broke into a wide grin upon seeing a customer. "Sir, you have excellent taste. This is a 9th-tier demonic octopus's tentacle. I went through a lot of trouble to get it. The process was incredibly dangerous." The old man went on and on about how he got it, but Lin Ye frowned and interrupted him. "All right, I'm not interested in how you got it. Name your price." The old man chuckled sheepishly and held up one finger. 1 million federal credits. A 9th-tier demonic tentacle, definitely worth that price. Lin Ye frowned slightly. If it really was a 7-star material, 1 million wouldn't be expensive. It would even be considered a bargain. Normally, such items are priceless and unavailable. They can't be bought with ordinary federal currency and are measured in elemental crystals. Elemental crystals are crystals formed from elemental power, crucial resources for awakened one's cultivation, and a universal currency for high-level transactions. The problem is, this old man has no idea of its true value. To outsiders, it was just an ordinary demonic tentacle. 1 million for a 9th-tier demonic tentacle? Unless it was a morning star-level material, anyone who bought it would be a fool. Lin Ye, naturally, wouldn't let himself be taken advantage of. He smiled and asked, "Boss, just because I'm a stranger, do you think I don't know the price of demonic tentacles?" A hint of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes, then he chuckled dryly. "How could that be? Business is about integrity. A 9th-tier demonic tentacle, 1 million isn't high at all." Lin Ye didn't reply, only staring coldly at him. The old man suddenly felt uneasy. He had assumed that Lin Ye, being young and accompanied by a beautiful maid, was probably some ignorant young master from some wealthy family, someone he could easily profit from. He hadn't expected this kid to actually know his stuff. After all, he had bought this item from someone else for less than 100,000, and hadn't expected to sell it for a sky-high price. Thinking this, the old man feigned a pained expression and gritted his teeth, saying, "One price, 200,000. If you really want it, I'll sell it." "All right, deal." Lin Ye nodded, not bothering to lower the price further. 200,000 was still a bit high, but saving 800,000 was already pretty good. Besides, the real value of this item far exceeded its current price, and he didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. After swiping his card to pay, the old man's face crinkled into a wide grin. He bought it for 100,000, sold it for 200,000, making a profit of 100,000. He already thought it was a great deal. But if he knew the true origin of that tentacle, he'd probably regret it to death on the spot. Lin Ye handed the shrunken tentacle to Anna. Keep it safe. Anna had just put the things into the box when a young voice suddenly rang out. Wait! Lin Ye turned around and saw a young man in fine clothes, holding a folding fan, swaggering over with 2 guards. The shop owner, seeing the newcomer, immediately went up to him with a fawning smile. Oh, young Master Lin, what brings you here today? It's truly an honor to have you in our humble shop. But the young man didn't even glance at him, bypassing the old man and fixing his gaze on Lin Ye. Lin Ye's tone was calm. Is there something you need? The young man chuckled and said. Nothing much, just wanted to get to know you, young man. But I have no interest in getting to know you. Lin Ye finished speaking and turned to leave. The young man's smile froze, but then he remembered his business and hurriedly called out. Young brother, wait a moment. I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Lin Ye stopped and turned to look at him. What is it? The young man closed his folding fan and smiled. I've taken a liking to the demonic tentacle in your hand. It's very useful to me. I wonder if you could part with it, young brother? He spoke casually, then added. Name your price. I'll pay whatever you want. The old man next to him almost popped his eyes out when he heard this. Lin Ye didn't recognize the young man, but he recognized him clearly. This man was none other than Gu Yuanqing, the second young master of the Gu family in Beichin City. With a radiant moon-level expert at their helm, the Gu family's wealth was among the top in Beichin City. If Gu Yuanqing were truly willing to name his price, Lin Ye could ask for 100 million, and the other party might not be unable to come up with it. 100 million! The old man's heart bled at the thought that what he had bought for 100,000 might one day sell for 100 million. If he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have been greedy for that mere 100,000 difference. But with young Master Gu right in front of him, he dared not go back on his word and could only stare at Lin Ye with red eyes. Name your price? Lin Ye sneered inwardly, but his face remained expressionless. Sorry, I don't plan to resell it, and I'm not short of money. After saying that, he directly called to Anna. Let's go. Anna followed, and the two left without looking back. Gu Yuanqing stood there, the smile on his face gradually disappearing, and the folding fan in his hand snapped in his hand. He watched Lin Ye and Anna's departing figures, his gaze turning completely cold. The guard beside him asked in a low voice. Young master, should we? As he spoke, he made a throat-slitting gesture. Gu Yuanqing didn't respond immediately, but instead looked at the other person. Aki, are you sure you didn't see wrong? That thing really has the aura of an evil god. Aki immediately nodded. Young master, my heterochromatic eyes can't be wrong. That's not an ordinary demonic tentacle at all. The aura of an evil god on it is extremely strong, even more terrifying than a radiant moon-level evil god follower. Gu Yuanqing's eyes flickered slightly, his voice icy. Since that's the case, you two follow them and find a secluded spot to make your move. Be clean, don't let anyone see. Yes. The two guards nodded simultaneously, their figures quickly disappearing into the crowd, chasing after Lin Ye and Anna in the direction they had left. Gu Yuanqing sneered, smashing the shattered folding fan on the ground. Dare to provoke me, Gu Yuanqing? You have no sense of propriety. Chapter 15 is followed by a few rats. The underground market is vast, and most of the transactions within it are shady, making it the perfect place for those, rats, hiding in the shadows to operate. Logically, such a chaotic place shouldn't exist so openly, but it's controlled by a huge organization behind the scenes, so it has remained untouched. After Gu Yuanqing left, a figure hidden in the shadows quietly followed. In a luxurious room somewhere in the market, a strikingly beautiful young woman sat calmly reading a book. Beside her stood a middle-aged butler in a black tuxedo. Suddenly, the butler's eyes flickered, and he whispered, Miss, a subordinate reports that Gu Yuanqing got into a conflict with someone in the market. The young woman looked up, a hint of interest in her eyes. In the underground market, someone dares to mess with Gu Yuanqing? Which family's young master is he? The butler replied. He's not a familiar face. He's probably not a disciple of any of the families in Beichen City. He's accompanied by a maid. Gu Yuanqing has already sent guards to follow him. It seems he's preparing to use underhanded tactics. The girl's lips curled into a slight smile. That's really the Gu family's style. What caused their conflict? It seems to be a demonic tentacle. Judging from Gu Yuanqing's reaction, that thing must be something special. The butler asked again. Miss, should we send someone to follow them and take a look? The girl lowered her head again to turn the pages of her book, her tone indifferent. Go and take a look. There are some things we don't need to get involved in, but we must know about them. The butler nodded, and immediately a figure disappeared from the shadows. Meanwhile, Lin Ye and Anna wandered around the market, finally buying a villa from a shady dealer. Holding the land deed, Lin Ye rarely showed a smile. With their new place settled, they could finally focus on their own business. Afterward, the two strolled around a bit more, but finding nothing of value, they left the underground market. Walking down the street, the crowds gradually thinned out. Anna suddenly whispered, Your Majesty, it seems there are a few rats following us. Should I get rid of them? Lin Ye's expression remained unchanged, as if he had already noticed. Let them follow us for now. There are still people here. We'll deal with them when no one is around. Anna nodded, said nothing more, and quietly followed behind him. The two turned several corners and entered a secluded alley. Far from the main street, they saw no one else. Suddenly, two figures appeared on the eaves of windows on either side of the alley, moving quickly. Lin Ye and Anna, however, acted as if they hadn't noticed and continued deeper into the alley. A moment later, they both stopped. Ahead, a man stood at the alley entrance, blocking his path. Lin Ye glanced back. Someone else was also blocking his retreat. He spoke calmly. Gentlemen, I haven't offended you, have I? What's the meaning of this? The other man didn't want to waste words, immediately clenching his fist. Ripples spread across the ground beneath his feet like water, and his aura rapidly increased. Early morning star level, earth element awakener. The man said coldly. Kid, be smart and hand over the demonic tentacles. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. Their goal was to retrieve the tentacles. Killing Lin Ye and Anna was just a side effect. Lin Ye's eyes turned cold. Anna, do it. Yes. A smile appeared on Anna's face, and the next second, her figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The two awakened one's expressions changed drastically, clearly not expecting the maid to possess such abilities. The one in front immediately shouted, Attack! With that, he charged directly at Lin Ye. The one behind also snapped out of his daze, his fists igniting with flames. One after the other, the elemental powers of fire and earth simultaneously pressed down on Lin Ye. Facing this pincer attack, Lin Ye stood motionless, his expression growing even colder. The earth element awakener sneered upon seeing this, and slammed his palm down on the ground. Instantly, sharp rock spikes rose from the ground, rapidly spreading towards Lin Ye. At the same time, the fire element awakener behind him also slammed his palm down and shouted, Lava! The power of fire surged into the rock spikes, turning the originally grayish-brown rock cones instantly red-hot, their surfaces covered with scorching lava. Lin Ye watched this scene, a playful smile appearing on his lips. A combination technique? They're quite adept at this. To the two, that smile was nothing short of a provocation. They snorted coldly, already convinced that Lin Ye was doomed. But just as the lava spikes were about to reach Lin Ye, ripples suddenly appeared in the space in front of him. The next moment, a graceful figure appeared out of thin air, blocking his way. It was Anna, who had just disappeared. Lin Ye glanced at her and said indifferently, Anna, don't tell me you were having fun in the void. Anna quickly bowed, her tone apologetic. Your Majesty, this is Anna's first time using this ability, and I'm still getting used to it. Please don't blame me. As she spoke, she casually swept her long leg, shattering the spreading lava spikes into pieces. After doing all this, she turned around nervously and stood respectfully in front of Lin Ye, awaiting his response. The two awakened individuals, however, were completely dumbfounded by Anna's casual strike. Chapter 16. Another strange train of thought has begun. In that attack just now, the two awakened ones didn't hold back at all. They unleashed their full power. Even they themselves might not have been able to withstand it unscathed. Yet this maidservant before them casually shattered the attack with a single kick. Both of them were simultaneously shocked, and the same terrifying thought flashed through their minds. Could she be a radiant moon-level expert? They exchanged a glance, both seeing horror on each other's faces. Their plan was too risky. Staying would mean not only failing to complete the mission, but also potentially not escaping alive. "Go!" the Earth Elemental Awakener shouted, leaping onto the roof. The other Fire Elemental Awakener didn't dare linger, and immediately followed suit. Lin Ye adjusted his glasses and casually reminded Anna. "Anna, if they escape, you'd better prepare to go back and be punished." "Yes." Anna nodded, and the next second her figure vanished. On the rooftop, the Earth Element Awakener gritted his teeth. "Damn it! How come that kid has a Moonlit Realm expert by his side?" The Fire Elemental Awakener didn't reply, but his heart was already in turmoil. How could someone with a Radiant Moon-level expert following them around have a simple background? The strongest member of the Gu family was only at the Radiant Moon level. That idiot Gu Yuanqing dared to provoke just anyone. He had already made up his mind to leave the Gu family immediately upon returning to avoid being implicated and punished. But just as the two were planning their escape, a figure suddenly appeared on the rooftop ahead. Anna stood there, a faint smile on her face. "Where are you two planning to go?" The two stopped abruptly, their expressions uncertain. A gentle breeze blew by, but it couldn't dispel the chill in their hearts. The Earth Elemental Awakener suppressed his fear and pleaded. "My lord, we were already planning to leave. Why won't you let us go? Just let us go, and we won't say a word about what happened today." Anna didn't answer, but slowly adjusted her black gloves, her tone calm. "Only the dead can keep secrets absolutely. Besides, you dare to offend the great and supreme monarch. For that alone, you have no reason to live. Don't push your luck," the man shouted angrily. But the moment he finished speaking, his expression changed drastically. Anna had vanished from her spot. The next instant, a chilling voice sounded behind him. "Too much? Heh, nothing but incompetent barking." A flash of cold light. The Morning Star Earth Elemental Awakener's eyes bulged violently, and a thin line of blood appeared on his neck. Blood instantly welled up in his mouth and spilled from the corner of his lips. The aura of a morning star quickly dissipated. He tried to raise his hand, but it fell limply to his sides, leaving him on the rooftop filled with resentment and regret. The remaining Fire Element Awakeners stared at their companion's corpse, their throats tightening, their bodies involuntarily retreating. A devil. This woman was like the Grim Reaper, killing Morning Star Awakeners without hesitation, giving them no chance to struggle. Now that his companion was dead, he was naturally next. A powerful will to survive instantly overwhelmed his reason. He didn't dare look back again and turned to flee. Anna slowly turned, gripping her dagger, and watched his retreating figure, a smile still playing on her lips. "I can't let you get away, or His Majesty will be angry." Before she finished speaking, she had already appeared before the man. Thud, the Fire Elemental Awakener felt a blur before his eyes, followed by a piercing pain in his abdomen. He looked down and saw a dagger piercing his body, and before him stood Anna's still smiling, beautiful face. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word, and finally collapsed in disbelief, falling completely silent. After killing the two men, Anna wiped the blood-stained dagger clean and casually tossed aside her gloves. She glanced coldly at the corpses on the ground and turned to leave. But at the last moment, she suddenly looked towards a hidden corner not far away, a playful smile curving her lips. A hidden figure in the corner saw this and trembled violently. Only after Anna left did the man emerge from his hiding place, quickly examine the body, and then flee the scene just as fast. In the underground market, in the same luxurious room, the middle-aged butler, who had been motionless, slightly shifted his gaze and said, "Miss, we have news." The young woman, still engrossed in her book, asked calmly, "Have you found out? What does Gu Yuanqing want?" The butler's tone held a rare hint of surprise. "Miss, something's different. That young man seems extraordinary." The girl paused in her book turning, looking up at him. "Tell me about it." The butler approached the girl and quietly recounted everything his subordinate had seen. Upon hearing this, a strange light appeared in the girl's beautiful eyes. A moon-level maid? The monarch? Things seemed to be getting interesting. She looked at the butler and asked, Uncle Nan, do you think he might be a member of that organization? Mrs. talking about the divine servant? Uncle Nan hesitated. But the divine servant has always kept to themselves. How could one of their people appear in Bachin City? Moreover, a radiant moon-level expert is considered mid-level among the divine servant. How could he be following a young boy and being ordered around by him? The girl shook her head. Of course, it's impossible for an ordinary person. But what if that boy is the object of a divine servant's service? Her gaze sharpened slightly. Uncle Nan, don't forget what that radiant moon-level expert called him. For the first time, shock appeared on Uncle Nan's usually calm face. He stared at the girl in disbelief. Even his breathing became labored. Miss, you're not saying that boy is a true god, are you? This. Chapter 17. The maid does what she needs. Nothing is impossible. The girl seemed to see through Uncle Nan's thoughts, a strange light flashing in her beautiful eyes, and she slowly said, Evil gods, the bizarre, and the elements are all reviving. Since evil gods can exist, why can't there be true gods? Her tone was calm, yet it sent a shiver down Uncle Nan's spine. The girl continued, Don't forget, our very existence proves that this is not a myth. Uncle Nan pondered for a moment, then lowered his head and said, Miss is right, I was foolish. He quickly asked again, Should we continue the investigation? The girl raised her hand to stop her. No need. If the other party is truly a god, continuing to probe is tantamount to digging our own grave. Besides, their purpose is unclear, and rash action will only bring unknown enemies to the organization. She paused briefly, then instructed, Keep your men in check and don't provoke that boy. Then the girl asked, Uncle Nan, what were the boy's distinguishing features? Uncle Nan replied, His age should be about the same as Mrs. The most obvious thing is that his right eye is covered by gauze. Your right eye is wrapped in gauze? A strange look flashed in the girl's eyes. Uncle Nan immediately sensed something was wrong and asked in a low voice, Miss, is there a problem? The girl snapped out of her reverie and smiled faintly. It's nothing, it's just that I think I know who he is. There seems to be such a person in the Awakener Academy. Uncle Nan was somewhat surprised. He's your classmate? It's just a guess, it might not be him. The girl shook her head, put down her book, and got up to leave. Uncle Nan, have someone prepare the things needed for tomorrow's academy training. Uncle Nan respectfully followed. Miss, everything has been arranged. The girl nodded and left the room. In the depths of a park far from the high-rise buildings on the outskirts of Bachin City's eastern district, Lin Ye and Anna stopped in front of a long-abandoned villa. Anna looked at the house before her, her eyes filled with curiosity. Your Majesty, is this our new home? Lin Ye stared at the villa, his lips twitching involuntarily. Good heavens, what a shrewd businessman. This house had been abandoned for at least several years. The yard was covered in dust and withered leaves, looking quite dilapidated. However, upon closer inspection, many of the facilities inside are still intact, and the carved windows show that some thought was put into the original renovation, so it's not completely ruined. Lin Ye nodded and said, Yes, Anna, this is our new home. Do you like it? As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something was wrong. Sure enough, when he turned his head, Anna was already gazing at him with infatuation. No matter where it is, Anna will love it as long as His Majesty is there. Lin Ye rubbed his forehead, unable to help but sigh inwardly. He'd better be more careful with his words in the future, otherwise this guy might say something that catches him off guard at any time. He ignored Anna's infatuated look, took out his key, and opened the door. All right, come in. The door opened, and a long-abandoned atmosphere rushed out. Lin Ye didn't seem to mind, while Anna looked around as if everything was new and exciting. Crossing the front yard, the two entered the hall. Everything inside was covered in a thick layer of dust, but the furniture was mostly intact and covered with cloths, so it wasn't damaged. This saved Lin Ye a lot of trouble, at least he didn't have to spend a lot of money to buy new ones. Looking at the dust all over the room, Lin Ye said, "Anna, let's clean up first." Anna quickly shook her head. "How can such a thing be done by His Majesty the Monarch? Leave it all to Anna." Seeing her resolute attitude, Lin Ye was too lazy to argue and could only go and install the computer first. The technology in this world is quite advanced. Computers can even connect to the internet without a wired connection, and the speed is very fast. Lin Ye quickly set up the equipment and opened a website called House of Awakeners. Although it's called a website, it's more like an awakened forum. It contains the latest news from various cities, as well as job postings and other information. Lin Ye wasn't interested in these gossips. He just glanced at them casually, and then clicked into the online store next to them. The online store had a wide variety of goods, and its model was somewhat similar to the underground market in Bachin City. Lin Ye browsed through the list, trying to find some suitable materials for making cards. He doesn't lack white cards. What he truly lacks are high-quality materials. The only thing he can use is the tentacle left behind by that unknown 7-star being. Although it was a 7-star material, there was only one, and Lin Ye didn't want to waste it. After looking around, he quickly left in disappointment. The mall did have a lot of items, including some good ones, but unfortunately, the prices were outrageously high. For example, the strange crystal he recently obtained was priced at 1 million elemental crystals in the store. It's not federal currency, but elemental crystals. Lin Ye currently only has 200 coins in total, which was obtained after Anna killed those 2 Morning Star Awakeners. Only after comparing it to this did he realize how extravagant he had been. He had just used up that bizarre crystal, worth 1 million elemental crystals. After shutting down his computer, Lin Ye completely abandoned the idea of spending money to upgrade. For him now, it was more practical to honestly fight monsters and farm materials. Just then, Anna peeked in from the doorway and whispered, "Your Majesty?" Lin Ye turned to look at her. "What's wrong?" Anna quickly replied, No, everything outside has been cleaned, only your room is left to be cleaned. Would you like Anna to come in and clean it?" "Huh?" Lin Ye was taken aback. "You've finished cleaning the outside?" He got up and went outside, and was immediately stunned. The villa, which had been covered in dust, was now completely transformed. The furniture and appliances were neatly arranged, the floor was as clean as if it had just been renovated, and everything was in perfect order. Anna followed behind him, and seeing that he remained silent, she became somewhat uneasy. "Your Majesty, has Anna done something wrong?" Lin Ye snapped out of his daze, looked at her nervous expression, couldn't help but smile, and reached out to pat her head. "How could that be? Anna did a wonderful job." Feeling his gentle touch, Anna froze on the spot, her cheeks quickly flushing red, even her ears turning bright red. The next second, she suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" After shouting, she turned and fled into the room, leaving Lin Ye standing there, looking at her flustered back with a puzzled expression. Lin Ye withdrew his hand, savoring the faint fragrance lingering on his fingertips, and couldn't help but click his tongue. The maids do what needs to be done, and do nothing when there's nothing to do. Chapter 18. It's only right that the goddess has taken a liking to me. Time passed quickly amidst their busy schedules, and Anna prepared a sumptuous dinner that evening. After moving to a bigger house, Lin Ye finally slept soundly, though in his dreams he kept feeling like he was grasping something soft. The next morning, Anna helped him tidy his clothes, her eyes filled with reluctance. "Your Majesty, Anna will miss you." Lin Ye smiled and reassured her. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." After saying that, he waved to Anna and turned to leave. The morning air was exceptionally fresh, and the rising sun wasn't glaring, casting a pale orange glow on the streets. Lin Ye walked towards the awakened academy, where more and more young men and women gradually appeared, all students returning to school today. They hadn't walked far when a delighted voice suddenly came from behind. "Lin Ye!" Lin Ye turned around and saw Jiang Yi and Qin Yang walking towards him. Qin Yang ran up to him excitedly and slapped him on the shoulder. "Good morning!" Jiang Yi smiled and greeted him. Lin Ye nodded in response, and the three of them quickly walked side by side toward the academy. As soon as they met, Qinyang leaned closer mysteriously and asked, Lin Ye, do you know what happened in the South District the night before last? Lin Ye didn't answer immediately, but looked at Jiang Yi instead. Jiang Yi shrugged helplessly. This guy has been nagging about it all morning. Chen Yang immediately retorted. Don't expose me. I was just too excited. He then continued. The day before yesterday, a strange domain appeared in the South District, a Morning Star Level 1. Jiang Yi and I were terrified at the time, thinking we were doomed. He became more and more excited as he spoke. But at the crucial moment, a mysterious person suddenly appeared. His strength was terrifying. If it weren't for him, we might not even be standing here today. Lin Yi listened with a somewhat strange expression, and could only nod in agreement. After all, the mysterious person Qinyang mentioned was himself. If this guy knew the truth, his expression would probably be quite interesting. Qinyang then remarked, You're really lucky. It's fortunate you didn't go to the party with us, otherwise who knows what might have happened. As the three spoke, they entered the academy. The academy was quite crowded. Today wasn't a regular school day, but rather a training day for the new batch of awakened ones. The academy had given them a holiday yesterday to allow them time to prepare. After arriving at the designated spot in the classroom, Qinyang suggested, Lin Yi, why don't you join our team for the training later? Lin Yi thought for a moment, then nodded and said, Then I'll have to trouble you. Qinyang patted him nonchalantly. Between brothers, there's no need to talk about trouble. Lin Yi looked at the two of them, feeling a warmth in his heart. When he first transmigrated to this world, he didn't feel much of a sense of belonging, but because of these sincere friends, he gradually began to consider himself a member of this place. But at times like these, there are always people who want to jump out and seek attention. A mocking voice came from the side. Qinyang, aren't you afraid that your team will be at the bottom if you invite a useless person to join you? Lin Yi and the other two turned their heads at the same time. After seeing who was speaking, Qinyang and Jiang Yi both frowned. Qinyang retorted without hesitation. Wan Yujie, you can't stand not to discuss people for a day, can you? If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Jiang Yi added casually. Usually only mad dogs bark at people for no reason. The two were already known for their sharp tongues in the academy, and Wan Yujie's face flushed instantly upon hearing them. He wanted to get angry, but a glance at a girl not far away made him hold back, and he only sneered. I hope you'll still be laughing then. With a burden like that, let's see how you pass. Qinyang sneered. That's none of your business. Go somewhere cool and stay there. Wang Yujie's face was contorted with rage. Just as he was about to say something more, a sudden commotion erupted from the crowd, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Look! It's the goddess Qingyan! She actually came to participate in the training too! So beautiful! My goddess! Screams rose in waves, and everyone looked toward the academy gate. A stunningly beautiful girl stepped out of the car, and her appearance instantly sent the surrounding students into a frenzy. Chen Yang immediately stared at her with a dazed expression, and even Wang Yujie was no exception. Only Lin Yi and Jiang Yi remained relatively calm, looking at her with only a hint of curiosity. Qinyang couldn't help but exclaim, Goddess Qingyan is so beautiful! I wish my girlfriend was this pretty. Lin Yi casually added, Wake up, you don't have a girlfriend. Qinyang was immediately heartbroken. Don't stop me, let me keep thinking. Jiang Yi smiled and suddenly looked at Lin Yi. A Yang and I probably don't have a chance, but Lin Yi is so handsome, it's possible. Qinyang immediately looked Lin Yi up and down, clicking his tongue in amazement. How come you're so much better looking than us? His eyes lit up, and he encouraged. Lin Yi, why don't you try pursuing Su Qingyan? Don't you usually get a lot of girls secretly slipping you love letters? I think you have a chance. Before Lin Yi could even speak, Wang Yujie couldn't help but sneer. This piece of trash? Would goddess Su Qingyan even look at him? He should take a good look in the mirror. After saying that, he thought to himself with disdain that it was more likely that the goddess would take a liking to him. Just then, a clear and pleasant voice rang out from behind him. What are you talking about? Can I join? The sound was like pearls falling onto a plate, and everyone around fell silent instantly. Wan Yujie froze, turning his head mechanically. When he saw Su Qingyan standing right behind him, so close, his heart skipped a beat and his mind went blank. Why would the goddess be here? Is she here to see him? A surge of immense joy welled up inside Wan Yujie. He felt happier than ever before. The next moment, Su Qingyan smiled and extended her slender, fair hand. Wan Yujie shuddered, quickly reached out his hand, and stammered, "Miss Su Qingyan, I'm so happy." But his words came to an abrupt end. Because Su Qingyan completely ignored him, walked past him, and went to Lin Ye, smiling and extending her hand. "Lin Ye, right? It's nice to meet you." Chapter 19. Lin Ye, King of Versailles. Su Qingyan's words, though not loud, struck the crowd like a thunderclap. The surroundings had been somewhat noisy, but at this moment, everyone's eyes widened, and the scene instantly became eerily quiet. What did they see? The Academy's goddess, Su Qingyan, actually reached out to Lin Ye and said she was very happy to meet him. Who is Lin Ye? A former genius, but that's all in the past. Now, in everyone's eyes, he's just an ordinary person without any special abilities. Su Qingyan, however, was different. 2 years after she enrolled, she was recognized as the goddess of the Awakener Academy, not only for her stunning beauty but also for her terrifying talent. She is a rare lightning elemental awakener, who awakened her powers early on without even needing an awakening ceremony. Such people are known as destiny awakeners. Such an exceptional genius has now taken the initiative to befriend Lin Ye. How could everyone not be shocked? After a brief moment of deathly silence, the scene erupted instantly. Some people couldn't believe it, and shouted that they must be dreaming, while others clutched their chests and wailed, saying that the goddess's hand should not have been held by Lin Ye, but by them. Amidst the chaos, the most embarrassed person was Wan Yujie. He remained in the gesture of reaching out, his smile frozen in midair, looking as if he had been slapped in the face in public. The clown was himself. Wan Yujie quickly came up with an excuse. Su Qingyan must not know that Lin Ye is a good-for-nothing. Thinking of this, he quietly withdrew his hand, turned around and forced a smile, saying to Su Qingyan, "Miss Su Qingyan, you may not know, but this guy doesn't have any special abilities. He's just an ordinary person." Su Qingyan was waiting for Lin Ye's response when she suddenly heard someone interrupt, so she turned her head to look. Seeing Wan Yujie's greasy face, she frowned slightly, then looked at Lin Ye and asked with a smile, "Lin Ye, is he also your friend?" Wan Yujie felt a sudden panic. This doesn't make sense. Shouldn't the goddess have immediately turned her back and left when she heard that Lin Ye didn't have any superpowers? Why is she asking about this instead? Lin Ye glanced at Wan Yujie indifferently, his tone cold. "No." Su Qingyan glanced at Wan Yujie, then at Lin Ye's expression, and immediately made a judgment in her eyes. She nodded, her smile fading, and when she turned to Wan Yujie, her expression had turned cold. "Who do you think you are to speak to Lin Ye like that in front of me? Now, get out of here right now." Wan Yujie was stunned on the spot. He thought that exposing Lin Ye's situation would make Su Qingyan look at him differently, but he didn't expect to be greeted with this cold face. As he listened to Su Qingyan's words, fear gradually appeared in his eyes, and cold sweat broke out. Even though he felt humiliated, Wan Yujie quickly forced a smile and said, I'll leave right away, Miss Su Qingyan, please calm down." After saying that, he turned and ran away as if fleeing. Su Qingyan snorted coldly, and only after Wan Yujie left did she look at Lin Ye again, her gentle smile returning to her face. "Lin Ye, the annoying flies are gone. Can we get to know each other now?" As she spoke, she reached out her hand again. Lin Ye looked at the smiling girl in front of him, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. He was certain he had never met Su Qingyan before. It wasn't surprising that she knew him, but the problem was that he was currently just an ordinary person without any special abilities. From any perspective, she shouldn't deserve someone like Su Qingyan making a move to befriend her. Lin Ye couldn't understand it, but since the other party was so enthusiastic, he couldn't just give her a cold shoulder, so he reached out and shook her hand symbolically. Their hands touched briefly before parting. Su Qingyan noticed that Lin Ye simply withdrew his hand, and a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She was very confident in her appearance, as evidenced by the frenzied reactions of those around her. But Lin Ye's gaze towards her was completely pure, devoid of any ulterior motives, and even his contact with her seemed to be brief and indirect. It even sounds a bit like disdain. This only confirmed Su Qingyan's suspicions, and her smile became even gentler. Before Lin Ye could speak, she took the initiative to ask, "Lin Ye, can I be in your group for the training later?" Lin Ye didn't react yet, but Qingyang next to him almost distorted his face. He took a deep breath, and seeing Lin Ye standing there without saying a word, he quickly grabbed his hand and whispered excitedly, "Lin Ye, say yes to her now!" The way they looked made it seem like they wished they were the ones who had been invited. After all, this was an invitation from a goddess, something he never dared to dream of. Although the recipient wasn't him, Lin Ye was his brother, so he was practically benefiting from it. But Lin Ye was destined to disappoint him. He smiled and refused outright. "No, I've already agreed to be in a group with my friend." Qingyang froze on the spot, looking at Lin Ye with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed across Su Qingyan's eyes, but she quickly smiled again. "That's such a pity," she then said earnestly. "Even if we can't be in the same group, I hope Lin Ye will take good care of me during the training ahead." Lin Ye nodded. Su Qingyan waved to him and turned back to her seat in her class. As soon as she left, Qingyang covered his face in anguish and let out a wail. Lin Ye was puzzled and turned to Jiang Yi, asking, "What's wrong with this guy?" Jiang Yi gave Lin Ye a deep look and sighed. "Let him be sad for a while. If it were me, I probably would have already wanted to hit you." Are you sure you didn't graduate from the Versailles Academy?" Chapter 20 Saying One Thing and Meaningless, Su Yalan. Su Qingyan has left, but the turmoil she stirred up has not subsided. Now the entire academy knows that Lin Ye was approached by the goddess Su Qingyan. Yes, approached. As soon as the news spread, countless boys were instantly visibly upset, their faces filled with envy and jealousy. Qingyang was also quite taken aback, but fortunately, he was thick-skinned and quickly pulled himself out of the gloom. He patted Lin Ye on the shoulder, pretending to be relaxed, and said, "It's just an invitation from a goddess, right? If you refuse, you refuse. It's no big deal." Jiang Yi and Lin Ye couldn't help but twitch their lips when they saw the tear glistening in the corner of his eye. If it weren't for the tear still clinging to his eye, they would almost have believed it. Qingyang, however, didn't care. He moved closer to Lin Ye and asked mysteriously, "Lin Ye, tell me, how did you manage to hook up with your goddess?" Lin Ye shook his head. "I don't know her." Qingyang burst out laughing, completely disbelieving. Given Su Qingyan's status, why would she specifically come to find Lin Ye if they hadn't known each other for a long time? Lin Ye thought for a moment and said seriously, "Is it because I'm handsome?" Qingyang looked at him with a complicated expression, and finally waved his hand. "Okay, brothers are starting to keep things to themselves, so forget it." Lin Ye was speechless. He truly didn't know Su Qingyan. He hadn't even heard of her name before she came looking for him. However, he remained cautious. There's no such thing as a free lunch. He wondered why Su Qingyan had come to him, and he would have to be more careful in the future. Time passed amidst the murmurs of the crowd, and soon the faculty members arrived at the scene. One of the instructors stepped to the front and shouted in a deep voice, "Silence!" The sound echoed throughout the academy, and the previously noisy students immediately quieted down. The instructor cleared his throat, and after a brief introduction, began to explain the rules of this trial. The rules are simple. All trainees will form teams of 5 and venture into the dark zone to carry out a cleansing mission. Once inside, they may encounter strange creatures, monsters, or even cultists. These are all part of the trials. The instructor will also give each person an elemental bracelet to record the trial process and the number of kills. Each time an enemy is killed, the bracelet will add points. The higher the points, the better the score. However, this assessment doesn't just consider individuals. Individual scores are added to the team's total score. If an individual passes but the team's total score doesn't meet the standard, the entire team will be considered to have failed. The mentor concluded by reminding everyone, individual ability is important, but teammates are equally important. Also, this trial will be watched by various powerful forces, and those who perform exceptionally well are very likely to receive an invitation. These words immediately excited the students. The instructors began distributing elemental bracelets, and during the brief breaks, everyone searched for their favorite teammates. On Lin Ye's side, many people extended invitations to Qingyang and Jiang Yi. Some called out to Qingyang, while others asked Jiang Yi if he wanted to join the team that was missing one player, but both of them declined. Qingyang formed his own team, consisting of only himself, Jiang Yi, and Lin Ye. However, the rules required 5 people, and they were too short. He and Jiang Yi also tried to approach people they were on good terms with, but they were either already in teams or politely declined. The reason was simple: Lin Ye was in their team. In everyone's eyes, Lin Ye was just a person without superpowers, and taking him along would be like dragging them down. No one was willing to take that risk. Qingyang gritted his teeth in anger. A bunch of ingrates! Lin Ye has always been so good to them, and now they all look down on us. Jiang Yi glanced at Lin Ye, reminding Qingyang to stop talking. Qingyang realized what was happening and quickly scratched his head, laughing. It's okay, Lin Ye, if they don't come, we'll find more people. If all else fails, we'll ask our advisor to let the 3 of us form a team. Lin Ye nodded, not paying much attention. With his current strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to get a ranking in the trial. Besides, he mainly participated in the trial to farm some materials along the way. However, thinking of Qingyang and Jiang Yi, Lin Ye still frowned. The team was indeed short-handed. Should they call Su Qingyan back? With her influence, it should be easy to gather enough people. But he suppressed the thought as soon as it crossed his mind. He couldn't accept something for nothing. He wasn't familiar with Su Qingyan and had no reason to ask her for help. Just as Lin Ye was pondering, a girl's voice suddenly came from the side. Lin Ye, are you still short of people? The 3 of them looked up at the same time and saw a pretty young girl standing beside them, smiling at Lin Ye. Behind her was another girl with chubby cheeks, but that girl's gaze was fixed on Jiang Yi. Qingyang was somewhat surprised. Su Yalan? Who's Xiaoran? You 2 want to team up with us? Lin Ye was also slightly surprised, not expecting them to come over on their own initiative. Su Yalan retorted. What, you're not welcome? Qingyang shook his head, but his gaze swept back and forth between her and Lin Ye meaningfully. No, it's just that I always feel that your purpose is not so pure. Su Yalan blushed and immediately hugged Hu Xiaoran, retorting. What do you mean it's not innocent? I just came with Xiaoran. Xiaoran wants to be on her team with her brother Jiang. How dare you refuse? Hu Xiaoran's face instantly turned bright red, and she hurriedly looked away from Jiang Yi. She secretly glanced at Su Yalan and whispered. Yalan, didn't you say you wanted to be on Lin Ye's team, which is why I came with you? How come it's become me coming? Chapter 21 The Sphinx. Su Yalan smiled and advised Hu Xiaoran that she was still young and didn't understand. She was just finding a reason to bring her over. Otherwise, with her courage, wouldn't she miss the good opportunity to spend time with brother Jiang? Hu Xiaoran listened, stunned for a moment, then nodded in realization. So that's how it is. Su Yalan immediately agreed, but her gaze unconsciously drifted towards Lin Ye. Clearly, her true thoughts weren't on Hu Xiaoran. Qingyang, completely oblivious to anything amiss, warmly welcomed the 2 beauties to the team. After all, their team was short 2 people, and now the numbers were just right. Just then, Wan Yujie, who had slunk away earlier, came over again. When he saw Su Yalan and Lin Ye standing together, his face darkened, and he immediately stepped forward. Wan Yujie invited Su Yalan to join his team with a smile, saying they were short 1 person. Su Yalan frowned slightly and refused in a cold tone. Sorry, I'm already teamed up with Lin Ye. Wan Yujie's expression changed drastically. He pointed at Lin Ye and sneered. He's a piece of trash. You want to team up with him? Do you want to be dragged down by him and fail the trial? Before she could finish speaking, Su Yalan coldly interrupted him. She stared at Wan Yujie, her eyes filled with disgust. "You keep calling me trash, but I think you're the trash," she continued. "Does being unable to awaken superpowers necessarily mean being useless? How did those predecessors survive the Dark Ages without superpowers? What about ordinary people? Does awakening superpowers make them superior?" Finally, Su Yalan told Wan Yujia without any mercy that she would never give a second glance to someone as self-righteous as him. These words made Qinyang and the others widen their eyes. The usually aloof class beauty actually had such a domineering side, and she was even standing up for Lin Ye. Qinyang watched with great interest and couldn't help but nudge Lin Ye with his elbow, laughing. "Looks like Jian Yi and I don't need to get involved. Someone has already given him a good scolding." Lin Ye didn't reply, but a slight smile appeared on his lips. It was the first time he had seen this side of Su Yalan. Wan Yujia's face turned ugly. He wanted to call her name again, but Su Yalan coldly interrupted him. "Don't call my name. It makes me feel disgusted." After saying that, she pulled Lin Ye and the others away, leaving Wan Yujia standing there like a clown. Wan Yujia clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with resentment. Su Qingyan was one thing, but why was even Su Yalan so kind to Lin Ye, a useless person who couldn't awaken his special abilities? The more he thought about it, the more resentful he became. Staring in the direction the group had left, he muttered to himself that he would not give up and that one day Su Yalan would understand that he was the only one who was truly her best match. Then, Wan Yujia turned and left to continue searching for his teammates. But a sinister thought had already formed in his mind: anything could happen in the trial. He wanted to make Lin Ye disappear forever. Students who had formed teams headed to the Dark Zone under the guidance of their instructors. Those who hadn't yet formed teams were left behind by their instructors. Lin Ye and his group of 5 left the academy with the same group of students. On the way, Su Yalan looked at Lin Ye somewhat nervously and asked in a low voice, "Did I scare you just now?" She was starting to regret it now. She had been so focused on speaking up for Lin Ye that she hadn't paid any attention to her image. What if Lin Ye misunderstood her as being too fierce? Lin Ye smiled as he looked at her cautious manner, saying that he knew she was defending him, and thanked her sincerely. Although Lin Ye may not necessarily need such an explanation, it is indeed heartwarming to see someone willing to stand up for him. Su Yalan was about to explain, but when she heard Lin Ye say that, she was first taken aback, then her face lit up with joy, and finally she just blushed and softly responded. The two didn't say anything more on the way. Qinyang, however, felt something was off. The 4 people behind him were huddled together in pairs, while he was all alone. His eyes immediately filled with resentment. In Qinyang's frustration, the group finally left Beichin City and arrived at the edge of the Dark Zone. The team leader stood at the front, looked at everyone solemnly, and said that the road ahead was up to them, and he hoped that they would truly put what they had learned into practice. He would be here waiting for their triumphant return. The trainees were deeply moved by what they heard, and then the various teams began to disperse, one after another stepping into the dark area. The instructor watched the last team leave, and couldn't help but sigh, wondering how many more people would die inside this time. Danger is unavoidable. Fledglings must eventually learn to fly. They are the future strength of humanity, and if they cannot even pass this trial, they will find it difficult to survive in this world. The so-called Dark Zone is an area that humanity has not yet truly set foot in. It is teeming with unknown dangers, teeming with monsters, evil spirits, and bizarre creatures, and one might even encounter cultists. The entrance to this trial was a vast forest. As soon as all the teams entered, they quickly dispersed and began their own exploration. At this moment, Lin Ye and his 4 companions stood motionless in the dense forest. A large black dog lay prone in front of them. They were lucky. They encountered a magical beast as soon as they entered. And it was the most infamous one, the Sphinx. Qinyang looked at the large dog, his lips twitching violently. They really hit the jackpot. Chapter 22. The tactics were good, but they were useless. The trial lasts 7 days, and all teams must find a way to survive in this dark area. There is no aid, no food or water, all resources must be earned by themselves. In the trial forest, Qinyang stared at the Sphinx hound in front of him, swallowed hard, and urged Su Yalan and Hu Shaoran in a low voice to quickly tell everyone about this thing before it made a move. Su Yalan nodded and said, Sphinx hounds are scavengers among magical beasts, and they love corpses. Wherever there are corpses, they are likely to appear. She continued, saying that these demonic hounds are generally below the Morningstar level, averaging around the 3rd rank. They aren't particularly strong, but they are extremely fast and have a very keen sense of smell. At this point, she became somewhat puzzled, as the book clearly stated that they usually only eat corpses, not that they would actively attack living creatures. After listening, Lin Ye added casually, If we die, won't we just be 5 corpses? Su Yalan blushed and immediately realized that she had asked a stupid question. Qin Yang didn't dwell on that. He kept his eyes on the demonic hound, and upon hearing that it was only at the 3rd tier, he felt it wasn't unmanageable. Soon, he turned to Jian Yi and proposed a tactic. You cooperate with me. First, turn off the lights. I'll act as bait, and the others will find an opportunity to ambush. After saying that, he looked at Lin Ye, smiling as he told him to stand aside and watch, indicating that he hadn't brought him into the team so he wouldn't fail. With that, Qin Yang went straight to the demon hound and shouted to Jiang Yi, Turn off the lights! Jiang Yi immediately activated his dark elemental power and whispered, Darkness descends! A dark aura emanated from him, and the surrounding trees seemed to come alive, detaching themselves from the ground and rapidly surging upwards. In the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped everyone's heads, turning the entire area into a pitch-black void. Jian Yi had only recently awakened, and to be able to do this much was already close to his limit. Just as darkness fell, Qin Yang shouted, I said, let there be light! A dazzling light burst forth from him, illuminating the surrounding area. In the darkness, he became the only conspicuous target. His plan was simple. Use Jian Ye's darkness to blind the demon hound, then use his own light to attract it. This way, the demon hound's first target would be him, allowing the others to strike while it attacked. As for the danger, Qin Yang wasn't entirely without consideration. Jian Yi, as a dark element awakener, was unaffected by this darkness, and could monitor the demon hound's every move. Lin Ye stood to the side watching, a smile playing on his lips. This tactic was indeed bold and effective, but unfortunately, they forgot the most crucial point. The Sphinx hound's sense of smell was no joke. Soon, a strange growl came from the demonic hound's throat. No longer observing, it launched a fierce attack. Its first target was Qin Yang, who was glowing in the darkness. Jian Yi, who had been keeping a close eye on the demon hound's movements, immediately warned. Yang, straight ahead, 3 seconds. Qin Yang responded, clenched his fists, and began to count down silently, preparing to counterattack when the demonic hound pounced. But just then, Su Yalan suddenly remembered something and hurriedly shouted, Watch out! This guy likes to sneak up behind and grope your anus. Qin Yang froze on the spot, his face changing drastically. Damn it! Why didn't you say so sooner? The demonic hound was too fast, and it had already rushed close. It first appeared directly in front of Qin Yang, but in the next instant, it suddenly circled around and circled behind him. Accompanied by a sound like rotting bubbles rising from a swamp, the demonic hound opened its blood-red maw full of sharp teeth and bit down hard on Qin Yang's back. Jiang Yi was shocked to see this and, disregarding all tactics, immediately rushed towards Qin Yang, shouting for him to be careful. Qin Yang felt a chill run down his spine, and a certain part of him tensed up instantly. He tried to turn around, but it was too late. Only one thought remained in his mind, I'm doomed, my integrity is gone. He had considered that he might die on the battlefield of the evil god, be assassinated by the evil god's followers, or be swallowed up by the monster horde, but he never expected that his end would be to have his anus ripped open by a demonic dog. This way of dying is simply outrageous. At the critical moment, Lin Ye, who had remained motionless, subtly moved his eyes and quietly tapped his fingertip. With a whoosh, a silver-white thread suddenly appeared behind Qin Yang and instantly pierced the head of the Sphinx hound. The demonic hound, its mouth agape, abruptly stopped, its eyes wide open, frozen in midair as if time itself had stood still. Jian Yi had already rushed over, and even had a cry of grief and indignation on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed it back. He stopped a short distance away, staring blankly at the still demonic hound, his mind blank for a moment. Qinyang thought he was going to die, and cried out in grief. "Jiang Yi, Lin Ye, let's be brothers again in the next life!" After shouting, he waited for a long time but received no response. The surroundings were eerily quiet, and only then did he realize what was happening, stiffly turning around to look. A huge dog's head was positioned less than 10 centimeters behind his rear end. It was just a hair's breadth away from biting down, but now it seemed frozen in place, completely immobile. Qinyang was completely astonished, utterly bewildered by what had happened. No one answered him, because Jiang Yi, Su Yalan, and Hu Shaoran were equally shocked. Only Lin Ye, observing their reactions, had several black lines appear on his forehead. He had already presented them with an opportunity, yet these guys weren't quick to finish them off. They were just standing around in a daze. Just then, the Sphinx hound, which had been motionless, suddenly shifted its eyes. Jiang Yi was the first to notice. His expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Ayang, it's still alive! Kill it!" Qinyang then came to his senses, responded, and threw an uppercut, slamming it hard into the demon dog's abdomen. With a head of bronze, a tail of iron, and a waist of tofu, the weak point of canine magical beasts is usually their belly. Qinyang's punch landed squarely, and the magical dog, which was already on its last breath, died instantly. Seeing this, Lin Ye finally showed a relieved smile. Chapter 23: The Crazy Points Ranking. Finally dead! After the Sphinx fell, Qinyang collapsed to the ground, only then truly feeling the relief of escaping death. That moment was incredibly dangerous. Their entire team almost suffered a devastating defeat. The others breathed a sigh of relief, but their eyes were filled with more confusion. Su Yalan looked at the demon dog's corpse and couldn't help but ask, "Why did it suddenly stop moving?" No one answered. Warcraft attacks are always ruthless. It's impossible for them to stop halfway, let alone stop so strangely, as if time had been frozen for a moment. Qinyang couldn't figure it out either, but he quickly put it out of his mind and waved his hand, saying, "We're already dead, why think so much?" After saying that, he immediately opened the elemental bracelet and excitedly shouted, "Look at the team rankings! We're number 1! Everyone checked, and sure enough, the Starry Sky team was ranked high at the top of the team leaderboard. First place, Star Team, points, 3 members, Qinyang, Jiang Yi, Lin Ye, Su Yalan, Hu Shaoran. Second place, Goddess Team, points 1. Third place, Hunting Squad, points 1. Qinyang burst into laughter. "I never thought we could get first place, ha ha ha." Jiang Yi, however, remained calm and reminded them, "Don't be too happy yet. The trial has only just begun, and the other teams will catch up soon." Qinyang didn't care. He stood up, put the Sphinx's corpse into his bracelet, and said with great fighting spirit, "Then let's keep going and strive to stay number 1. Let's go inside." The group continued their exploration deeper into the forest. Lin Ye smiled slightly as he looked at the excitement and fighting spirit on their faces. First place? It wasn't difficult for him. A flash of golden light appeared briefly in his right eye, which was covered by gauze. He looked up at the sky, and soon wisps of purplish-red aura appeared in his vision. Lin Ye's lips curled into a faint smile, and his slender fingers moved slightly. In an instant, countless silver threads shot out from his hand, silently disappearing into the deep forest. In a thicket somewhere, a fiery red bird was locked in combat with a crimson serpent. The next second, 2 silvery white threads descended from the sky, instantly piercing their bodies. The fight came to an abrupt end, leaving only 2 corpses on the ground. "Ding! You have killed a second-tier magical beast, the Flame Magpie, and gained 20 elemental crystals. Ding! You have killed a second-tier magical beast, the Crimson Serpent, and gained 20 elemental crystals." Lin Ye followed the group, moving along while simultaneously controlling the silk threads to hunt down nearby magical beasts. System notifications kept ringing, but the loot dropped by the system left him somewhat disdainful. These low-level magical beasts are indeed too weak. they can't even drop one-star materials. However, elemental crystals are somewhat useful, better than nothing. Meanwhile, at the Awakener Academy on the outskirts of Bachin City, the once bustling academy was now deserted. All the instructors and the dean were gathered in the hall. A huge screen at the front of the hall displays the individual rankings of all students. Student bracelets only show team scores. The true individual rankings are only visible from the academy's side. The dean looked at the screen and asked, "What are your thoughts on this trial?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than one of the instructors said, "Is there any need to say more? Miss Su Qingyan will definitely be number one, without a doubt." Another mentor chimed in. "Hao Chengfeng is no slouch either. Although he's not a Destiny Awakener, the wind element is very rare, so his grades will definitely be among the top." At this moment, a female instructor said, "Qingyang and Jiang Yi are also good. One is a light element, and the other is a dark element. With Su Yalan, who is a wood-type healer, their team's results will not be bad." The first two people's words drew a lot of agreement, but as soon as the female instructor said this, the surrounding gazes immediately became strange. A nearby instructor chuckled. "Instructor Zhang, I heard that Lin Ye, the one in your class who has no special abilities, is also in Qinyang's team, right? With him dragging them down, their grades probably won't be very good." No sooner had he finished speaking than the three people who had been silent beside him suddenly looked up. One of the young men looked puzzled. "No super-powered individuals?" The instructor quickly and respectfully explained. "Sir, Lin Ye is the only person in our academy who has not awakened any special abilities." These three individuals are no ordinary people. This trial has attracted the attention of several major powers, and they are representatives sent by those powers, each of whom is a Radiant Moon-level expert. It's important to know that in the entire Awakener Academy, only the Dean is at the Radiant Moon level. Most of the other instructors are only at the Morning Star level. This demonstrates just how terrifying the power behind them is. After hearing this, the young man revealed a playful smile. "A person without any superpowers, and you didn't expel him from the academy, but instead let him participate in the trial?" The instructor looked somewhat troubled. "The academy has never had a precedent of expelling students, so there's nothing we can do." The young man stopped dwelling on that and simply looked at the screen, his tone mocking. "I don't care about these things. But it seems you've misjudged me." Everyone was taken aback and looked at the leaderboard. The next moment, everyone's expression froze. Originally, Su Qingyan was far ahead on the leaderboard, with Hao Chengfeng close behind. But just now, Lin Ye's name suddenly surged forward, directly pushing the two of them down. First place, Lin Ye, points, 28 team, star team. Second place, Su Qingyan, points, 13, team, goddess team. Third place, Hao Chengfeng, points, 10, team, hunting team. However, that's not the most amazing thing. What truly sent chills down everyone's spines was that Lin Ye's score was still jumping wildly. In the blink of an eye, his score had surged from 28 to 59. Meanwhile, in the dark zone, all the students who were paying attention to the team rankings were in an uproar. Chapter 24. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Somewhere in the forest, a loud crash resounded as a blue ox collapsed to the ground, its massive body kicking up a cloud of dust. A group of teenagers surrounded the carcass of the blue ox, their faces covered in sweat, yet they laughed with unusual excitement. The leader, panting, laughed loudly. "We finally killed that stupid ox!" He eagerly opened the bracelet to check the team rankings. Their team was ranked 5th just now. Logically, after defeating this blue ox, they should have risen to 4th. But when the group gathered around to take a look, they were all stunned. The ranking was still 5th. The leading boy frowned in confusion, but someone next to him suddenly exclaimed, "Captain, look at the first place!" Everyone immediately looked towards the top of the list, and the next second their eyes widened. Star team? 59 points? Su Qingyan's team only scored in the 20s, how could this Starry Sky team have such a high score? Is the leaderboard broken? Similar shock wasn't limited to them. Many teams in the trial forest noticed the unfamiliar name at the top of the leaderboard and exclaimed in disbelief. On the goddess team's side, one of the girls hurriedly shouted, "Captain? Look at the leaderboard! Someone has surpassed us!" Su Qingyan had just killed a magical beast when she heard this and looked up, a look of doubt flashing in her eyes. The other 3 team members, however, didn't seem to care and laughed, teasing her about whether she had misread it. In their view, Su Qingyan's strength was firmly ranked first in the academy, while others had not even reached the 3rd rank. How could anyone have a higher score than them? The girl stamped her feet anxiously. "Look for yourselves, the star team has really surpassed us." The group then opened their bracelets to check. Sure enough, the goddess squad had been pushed to 2nd place, and above them was the star squad, whom they had never seen before. Su Qingyan also looked at the list. When she saw one of the names, her expression immediately calmed down, as if she was not surprised at all. A teammate asked her curiously, "Qingyan, do you know this team?" Su Qingyan simply smiled and offered no explanation. But she already knew the answer in her heart. With him around, it would be strange if this team didn't achieve this level of success. On the other side, Wan Yujie stared intently at the leaderboard, his eyes bloodshot. He never expected that Lin Ye's team would surge to 1st place. At this rate, Lin Ye would definitely pass the assessment. Wan Yujie grew increasingly resentful, gritted his teeth, and opened the bracelet's chat function, sending a message to Hao Chenfeng. "Hao Chenfeng, I want to do a big heist with you." Shortly after, the other end replied with 2 words. "What is it?" Wan Yujie's face was full of resentment, and he sent a message directly. "Kill Lin Ye." He thought Hao Chenfeng would ask why, but there was suddenly no response from the other end. After a moment, Hao Chenfeng finally replied, "Forget it, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Wan Yujie's face darkened, and he immediately pressed, "What do you mean?" The message had just been sent when a red exclamation mark popped up on the screen. He was stunned. Hao Chenfeng had actually blocked him. After a brief silence, Wan Yujie burst into a rage, yelling, "Coward! He's just a piece of trash. If you don't dare to lay a hand on him, I'll do it myself." Several miles away, a handsome young man was quietly putting away the bracelet. Beside him lay the corpse of a huge monster, and strangely, there wasn't a single wound on its surface. Looking at the monster, and recalling the person who had attacked it, the young man couldn't help but ask his teammate, "The person who killed this monster, was his name Lin Ye?" His teammate was still in a daze, nodding stiffly. "That's right, he said his name is Lin Ye." The young man glanced down at the message Wan Yujie had sent, a playful glint in his eyes. "Wan Yujie, you've really asked for it this time. Let's rewind to about 10 minutes ago." Qinyang looked at Lin Ye in disbelief. "What? You're leaving?" Not only him, but Jian Yi, Su Yalan, and Hu Shaoran also looked at Lin Ye with suspicion. Just now, Lin Ye suddenly proposed to leave the team temporarily. Lin Ye nodded calmly. "I know it's dangerous here, so I won't go too far. If you run into trouble, I'll come back immediately." Qinyang stepped forward, reached out and touched his forehead, and asked in surprise, "You don't have a fever, why are you suddenly acting strange?" Su Yalan seemed to realize something and immediately became worried. "Lin Ye, I know you don't want to be a burden to us, but we have never regarded you as a burden. Please don't do anything rash." Jian Yi quickly advised him, saying that they had always considered him a partner, and that he must not have any dangerous thoughts. Lin Ye felt helpless. He just felt that hunting slowly was a waste of time and wanted to find stronger magical beasts and strange creatures. But these people all imagined that he was trying to commit suicide. He shook his head and explained, "Don't overthink it. I'm just going to kill a few magical beasts, not to die." But Qin Yang and the others simply didn't believe it. After all, in their eyes, Lin Ye hadn't awakened any special abilities, and after leaving the team, he'd be lucky to avoid being hunted by magical beasts, let alone hunt them. Lin Ye sighed, about to say something more, when Jiang Yi suddenly narrowed his eyes and shouted sharply, "Xiao Ran, be careful!" Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed out. Qin Yang and Su Yalan were both startled, and Hu Xiaoran also instinctively turned around. She saw a small, emerald-green snake bearing its fangs, lunging at her neck with the speed of an arrow released from a bow. In that instant, everyone's face turned pale. Hu Xiaoran was so frightened that her mind went blank, and she stood there, unable to move. Jiang Yi tried desperately to save her, but the distance was too great, and despair was evident in his eyes. Just then, a figure swept past him, as fast as a gust of wind, and in the blink of an eye blocked Hu Xiaoran's path. The man reached out and grabbed the small, emerald-green snake in his hand. Jiang Yi stood frozen in place, Chen Yang stared in disbelief, and Su Yalan also widened her beautiful eyes, looking at the figure with disbelief. Lin Ye! Chapter 25 You awaken your superpowers. I practice martial arts. Hiss dash! The small blue snake was held tightly in Lin Ye's hand, twisting and hissing wildly, but his hand was like an iron clamp, and no matter how it struggled, it could not escape. With a snap, Lin Ye applied slight force to his hand, and the little green snake instantly went still, drooping limply. Qin Yang and the others were all stunned. Su Yalan looked at where Lin Ye had just stood, then at Lin Ye in front of her, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Chen Yang and Jiang Yi were also speechless for a moment. Lin Ye doesn't have any superpowers, right? So how did he get that speed just now? Lin Ye casually tossed the little green snake aside and said with a smile, I forgot to tell you, I've been learning martial arts since I was a student. I'm not as weak as you think. After he finished speaking, he added, Now you should believe that I didn't come here to die, right? Qin Yang and Jiang Yi exchanged a glance and thought about it carefully. Apart from practicing martial arts, they couldn't find a more suitable explanation. Chen Yang was about to speak when Jiang Yi stopped him. Jiang Yi looked at Lin Ye and said earnestly, Thank you for earlier. If Lin Ye hadn't intervened, Hu Xiaoran would likely have already been bitten by that snake. That wasn't an ordinary snake, but a highly venomous viper. Anyone below the Morning Star level would have virtually no chance of survival after being bitten. Lin Ye waved his hand, not minding at all. It's nothing. In that case, I'll be going now. Contact me with the bracelet if you need anything. He pointed to his wrist, waved to the group, and turned to walk into the depths of the forest. Su Yalan looked at his retreating figure with a complicated expression. She opened her mouth, but in the end, she only whispered, Then be careful. Lin Ye paused, turned back and smiled at her. Don't worry. The next second, he leaped and disappeared into the woods. After he walked away, Qin Yang couldn't help but shake his head. That kid, he's so strong and he kept it a secret from us. Then he looked at Jiang Yi and asked, Analyze him, what is his current strength? Jiang Yi turned his gaze away from the direction Lin Ye had left, but did not answer directly. He simply raised his bracelet and said, I'm not sure either. You should check the rankings yourself. Qin Yang opened the bracelet with a puzzled look and clicked on the leaderboard. The next moment, he froze on the spot. Seeing this, Su Yalan and Hu Xiaoran also curiously opened the ranking list, and were immediately stunned. After a long while, Qin Yang gasped for breath, almost shouting in a hoarse voice. Holy crap! We're number 1? He stared at the score, his voice trembling with disbelief. 63 points? More than 30 points higher than the second-ranked veteran Qin Yan and the others? How is that possible? Jiang Yi was also shocked, but much calmer than him. He took a deep breath and said to the others, Now you know how strong Lin Ye is, right? Qin Yang nodded, then immediately shook his head. But wasn't he always following us? When exactly did he kill so many magical beasts? Jiang Yi shook his head. I don't know. But everyone has secrets, and Lin Ye is no exception. He patted Qin Yang on the shoulder and laughed. Don't overthink it. Don't you and I have our own secrets too? Anyway, we'll always be friends, and I think Lin Ye thinks so too. Then, Jiang Yi looked at the forest and said, Let's go, we can't hold him back. The results will be out in 7 days, and I don't want people to say that I'm carrying him. Qin Yang finally came to his senses and grinned. Alright, let's show that guy that we brothers aren't just freeloaders. On the other side, deep in the forest. Bang! A monstrous beast collapsed to the ground, its death extremely bizarre. Its eyes were wide open, and a figure on a tree branch was reflected in its pupils. Ding! Killed the Tier 3 magical beast, the fixed goat, and obtained 30 elemental crystals. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lin Ye remained calm, glanced at the corpse, and vanished again in a flash. Half an hour had passed since Lin Ye left Qingyang and the others. He ventured deeper into the area, dealing with almost every magical beast he encountered with ease. Although the drop rate was low, he was really poor right now. Every little bit helps, and a few dozen elemental crystals would add up to some income. If you grind for several days in a row, you can exchange for some decent materials in the Awakener's house shop. However, Lin Ye was not satisfied with this. If you only use 7 days to farm these elemental crystals, it's less efficient than clearing out those evil gods' lackeys. During his journey, Lin Ye activated his elemental bracelet, preparing to search for information about stronger magical beasts or other strange entities. The elemental bracelet not only records points but also allows you to contact other trial participants. In addition to the team leaderboard, there is also a public chat group where everyone is present. At this moment, messages were scrolling through the group chat at lightning speed, with most of them discussing the Starry Sky Squad, which was ranked number 1 on the leaderboard. The first place is too conspicuous, and what's even more outrageous is that their points are still increasing at an astonishing rate, leaving the other teams further and further behind. Some suspected the rankings were rigged, while others guessed the Starry Sky Squad was just lucky to stumble upon a monster cub's nest. Still others mentioned that Jian Yi and Qingyang were quite strong, but given that the team had Lin Ye, who had no special abilities, how could they have killed so many monsters so quickly? Of course, some people didn't care about gossip and were asking for help in the group chat. Someone asked how to deal with the Sphinx Hound, saying that 2 members of the team had already died. Another person discovered a powerful and eerie entity 15 miles southwest of the entrance, and wanted to find a team to form an alliance and share the spoils. After looking at it for a while, Lin Ye actually managed to sift out a few pieces of useful information. For example, there's the powerful and eerie presence to the southwest, and the enormous, eerie courtyard to the due east. Neither place is far from him, especially the southwest one, which is only a few miles away. Lin Ye quickly turned off the bracelet and headed southwest. His figure flickered through the woods, moving as fast as a ghost. But not long after, he suddenly stopped on a tree and turned his gaze to the side. The roars of demonic beasts echoed from there. Observing with his demonic eyes, he could tell that the aura was not weak. Lin Ye pondered for a moment, and decided to go and take a look. Who knows, they might even find some good materials. Chapter 26. Those who laugh like that always die young. Quick, quick! Deter! Be careful, Din, use thorns to bind them. Kai Kai, the rock surge is limiting it. In an open field, 5 youths were besieging a giant monster. The leader looked serious as he kept his eyes on the monster while directing his teammates to attack. Various elemental attacks rained down on the monster, but its hard shell left it almost unharmed, only slightly slowing its movements. After a long and fierce battle, sweat beaded on the young man's forehead, and his face grew increasingly grim. He cursed under his breath, and the surrounding wind elements gathered, transforming into wind blades that slashed at the magical beast, but still had little effect. Just then, a joyful voice came from behind. "Captain, the trap is ready!" The young man immediately perked up and shouted, "All right. Everyone back off and lure it into the trap." The group immediately retreated. The demonic beast, already in a bloodthirsty frenzy, didn't think twice and roared as it gave chase. Lin Ye, watching all this from a tree not far away, smiled slightly. A 7-tier armored giant rhinoceros. That's quite lucky. Of course, this luck doesn't belong to that team, but to him. He originally just came to take a look, but unexpectedly encountered a magical beast of decent strength. Soon, the armored rhinoceros was lured to the edge of the trap. With a roar, its massive body crashed into the pre-prepared pit. The trap was just the right size to trap its body. Once the armored rhinoceros fell in, it was almost unable to move and became completely trapped. Seeing this, Lin Ye knew he couldn't wait any longer, so he flashed and appeared next to the trap. At this moment, the team was surrounding the trap, and seeing the armored rhinoceros unable to struggle, all 5 of them had bright smiles on their faces. Just as they were about to finish them off, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Everyone was startled. The man turned around and grinned. "No need to thank me, I'm Lin Ye, a kind-hearted citizen, this is what I should do." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ye simply pointed at the armored giant rhinoceros in the trap. The next second, the armored giant rhinoceros, which had been struggling, suddenly fell silent, its body contorted in a bizarre posture, and its aura rapidly dissipated. He died. The armored giant rhinoceros died just like that. The 5 members of the team stared wide-eyed at the bizarrely dead monster, their minds going blank for a moment. Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction and waved to them. "Fate is always wonderful. I believe we'll meet again next time. I'll be going now, goodbye." The 5 people then realized what was happening and looked at him sharply, but he had vanished without a trace. After a long silence, one of the team members finally spoke with difficulty. "Captain, have we been robbed of our credit?" The young man did not answer. His face was ashen, and his fists were clenched tightly. "Lin Ye!" A piercing scream echoed through the woods, startling a flock of birds into flight. On the other side, Lin Ye was standing in a tree, holding a piece of iron armor in his hand, when he suddenly sneezed. "Who's thinking about me?" He rubbed his nose, then quickly turned his attention back to his hands. Ironclad Rhinoceros's hard plate, 3-star. The ironclad rhinoceros is renowned for its powerful defense, and the part protecting its heart is indestructible, making it a rare and valuable card-making material. Samsung, not bad. Lin Ye looked at the attributes and smiled knowingly. Taking the risk to steal it wasn't right. Helping to defeat an armored giant rhinoceros and getting this material as a drop would be more reasonable. He even seriously considered that the boys would probably be moved by his act of bravery. After all, if he hadn't intervened, they might have been in danger. Sure enough, he was still too kind. Lin Ye put away the breastplate and continued on to the next location. After that, people inside the elemental bracelet began inquiring about Lin Ye's location. Their goal was very simple: find him and kill him. Somewhere in the dark forest, a group of people in red robes lurked furtively in the bushes. One of the men, with a gloomy face, was holding a disc-shaped instrument. He stared at the red dot on it, a sickly smile on his skeletal face. Hee hee hee. Behind him, a young believer hesitated before speaking. "Boss, I've heard that people who laugh like that are prone to dying young. Maybe you should stop laughing." Snap! Before he could finish speaking, the man slapped him on the head and yelled, "Shut up! I can laugh however I want." The young believer quickly admitted his mistake, then covered his head and asked, "Boss, what are we doing squatting here?" The man sneered, "Of course it's murder. Those idiots from the Awakened Academy actually chose to train on our turf today, they're asking for death." As he spoke, he brandished the device in his hand, his tone smug. "See this? This was given to me by the captain. It can lock onto elemental fluctuations. With this, we can easily find those newbies and then kill them all." He had just finished speaking when a voice suddenly came from above. "Oh? That powerful? Can it lock onto eerie auras?" The man initially didn't realize anything was wrong and continued smugly. "Of course. It can lock onto not only eerie auras, but even the aura of holy gods." Only after he said it did he realize something was wrong. Why is no one responding? At that moment, the young believer next to him tugged at his robe and pointed upwards in a trembling voice. "Boss, it's on your head." Chapter 27. You call this an ordinary person? Reminded, the man suddenly looked up. On the tree branch above, a boy was looking down at them with a smile. With a whoosh, the man instinctively stepped back, his expression instantly turning serious. He stared at the boy in the tree, frowned, and asked, "Who are you?" The man quickly searched his memory but found that he had never seen this face before. The more unfamiliar the situation, the less he dared to be careless. Anyone who could appear silently above them was definitely not simple. Lin Ye stood on the tree, looking down at the group of evil god believers who seemed to be facing a formidable enemy, and couldn't help but smile. Don't be nervous, I'm just passing by and I'd like to ask you something. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped down from the tree. This immediately frightened the followers of the evil god, causing them to retreat in unison. The man in the lead immediately shouted, "Stop! Don't come any closer! Who are you?" Lin Ye shrugged, looking innocent, and said, "Who I am is not important. I'm just curious what you're doing squatting here." The man sneered inwardly, but remained outwardly calm, looking down at the detector in his hand. This thing can distinguish all auras within its range. No matter who you are, once you get close, you can no longer hide. But when he saw the markings on the instrument, he was stunned. The area around the instrument was completely blank. This person wasn't even detected? The man's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly remembered what his captain had told him. The detector is not omnipotent. If the target is powerful enough, it can completely conceal its presence. Unless actively attacked, it is impossible to detect. Those who can do this are at least at the blazing sun level. Thinking of this, the man's lips twitched, and he suddenly felt panicked. Could it be such a coincidence? Just randomly waiting at a spot and running into a sun-level being? Just then, a young believer suddenly spoke up. "Boss, I think I know who he is." The man immediately looked at him. "Who?" The young man quickly said. "We checked the student information of the Awakener Academy before, and there was one named Lin Ye. I remember him very clearly. He was a non-superhuman." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely true. I've seen the photos, and he looks exactly like him." Upon hearing this, the tension in the man's eyes instantly vanished. "No superpowers? I see." He said he couldn't possibly be that unlucky as to run into a sun-level expert. The instruments couldn't detect his aura, not because the other party was too strong, but because this kid simply didn't have an aura at all. As for why Lin Ye could appear silently above his head, perhaps he had been hiding there all along. Thinking of this, the man smiled sinisterly and looked coldly at Lin Ye. "Kid, you've got guts. Seeing so many of us, you still dared to jump out on your own." After saying that, he gave a wink to his men beside him. The group immediately understood and, grinning maliciously, surrounded Lin Ye. Lin Ye shook his head helplessly. "It seems you haven't grasped the seriousness of the situation. This number of people isn't enough to deal with me." The man sneered repeatedly upon hearing this. "The weakest among them is at the 5th rank. Dealing with an ordinary person without any special abilities would be a piece of cake for them." One of the cultists cursed. "What are you bragging about? I can kill you with one hand." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly leaped up and threw a punch at Lin Ye. Lin Ye remained calm, a slight smile playing on his lips. He tapped his fingertip lightly, and a flash of silver light disappeared in his dark eyes. The next instant, the evil god's cultist's fist was already close to Lin Ye's face. Just as the fist was only an inch away from Lin Ye, a silver thread suddenly pierced through his body. His body froze in midair, frozen in his punching stance, unable to move an inch. Everyone else was stunned by what they saw. The believer stared wide-eyed, desperately trying to punch down, but no matter how hard he tried, his body felt as if it were nailed to the ground. The leader of the group realized what was happening and roared. "What are you doing? Hit him!" The man's voice trembled. "Boss, I can't move." "Can't move?" The crowd instinctively didn't believe him, but judging from his appearance, he didn't seem to be lying. They looked at Lin Ye again, only to see that Lin Ye had a smile on his lips, but his gaze was frighteningly cold. "I've already said it, this small group of people can't possibly deal with me." That smile, in the eyes of the evil god's followers, was like a demon that had walked out of hell. The man's heart skipped a beat, and he dared not meet Lin Ye's gaze again. He hurriedly shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Attack him together and kill him!" The remaining people immediately came to their senses and rushed towards Lin Ye at the same time. But Lin Ye completely ignored them and walked step by step toward the man in the lead. With each step taken, a follower of the evil god who had attacked was frozen in place, just like the first person, completely unable to move. Before they could even get close to Lin Ye, all the people who rushed up were frozen in place. The man's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The scene before him was so bizarre that it sent chills down his spine. The young believer beside him, seeing Lin Ye approaching relentlessly, turned pale with fright and said in a trembling voice, "Boss, he's too terrifying. Why don't we surrender? There's no end to suffering, but there's always a way back." The man was already terrified, and upon hearing this, his anger flared up instantly. Snap! He slapped her hard across the face. "Turn back? I'll give you a piece of my mind." The man glared at the young man, wishing he could tear him apart. "Didn't you say he was an ordinary person? Are there such ordinary people? This time, you've really screwed me over." Chapter 28. That guy is fishing. "What else can we do now? Run!" The man disregarded his companion and turned to flee, not daring to look back. But after taking only one step, he froze on the spot, cold sweat trickling down his temples, his eyes filled with nothing but fear. Because Lin Ye was standing right in front of him, a faint smile on his face. The man turned around abruptly, then looked ahead again, and after confirming that he wasn't mistaken, a chill ran through him. How did this person suddenly appear behind him? As Lin Ye approached, he asked with a smile, "Where do you want to go?" The man's legs went weak, and he kept backing away until he finally collapsed to the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy without any backbone. "My lord, spare my life!" Looking at him like this, Lin Ye immediately felt bored. "Even your underlings have more backbone than you." The man immediately smiled obsequiously. "You're right, sir. I'm a spineless coward." "What kind of backbone is that? Will it even save your life?" Lin Ye was too lazy to beat around the bush anymore and asked directly. "Speak, what are you doing here?" The man's eyes flickered, and he stammered. "Sir, I can't say. I'll die if I do." Lin Ye's eyes turned cold. "Then you can go die now." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger, and the silver thread instantly pierced the man's body. The man's eyes widened in astonishment, and his life force quickly dissipated. He had originally intended to negotiate, hoping for a way to survive, but Lin Ye didn't even bother asking a second time. In his dying moments, he screamed inwardly, "Just ask one more time, and I'll tell you!" Unfortunately, it was too late. Looking at the man who died with his eyes wide open, Lin Ye turned to the young believer not far away and sighed. "Are all you followers of the evil god so resolute? You'd rather die than betray your cult?" The young man stared wide-eyed at his boss in disbelief. He knew his boss's character all too well. He was no loyal follower at all, and most likely had just tried to negotiate but ended up with a ruthless person who didn't care about martial ethics. Lin Ye looked at him. "Are you aware of your plan?" The young man nodded immediately like a chicken pecking at rice, afraid that if he was even a little slow, he would be eliminated as well, and quickly told everything he knew. They were a branch squad of the fodder cult. The branch leader discovered the Awakener Academy's operation and sent them into the dark zone to hunt down the Academy's students. Lin Ye felt the words. "Fodder evil god cult" sounded familiar. He quickly recalled that the two evil god followers he had killed in the city a couple of days ago seemed to have shouted similar names. Looking at the insignia on their clothing, it should be the same cult. He then asked, "Do you know where your branch is?" The young man jumped in fright, staring at Lin Ye in horror. Why was this guy asking about the branch's location? Did he want to target their branch? But he dared not hide it, and quickly said, "I know, the instrument our boss just took has coordinates on it." Lin Ye raised his gaze to the disc-shaped instrument that had fallen beside the man's corpse on the ground. With a flick of his finger, the instrument floated up and landed in his hand. There were many red dots on the screen, with a green marker indicating his current location in the center. In the upper left corner, a huge castle icon was particularly eye-catching, which should be the location of the evil god's branch. Lin Ye observed for a moment, then put away the equipment, and gave the trembling young man a fleeting glance. The next second, he vanished from the other man's dazed gaze. The young man blinked as he looked at the spot where Lin Ye had disappeared, and after confirming that he hadn't misread it, he finally breathed a long sigh of relief. He left, but he survived. However, his relief at surviving the ordeal didn't last long. His expression suddenly froze. Then, his body contorted in a bizarre posture. Not only him, but all those who had been caught up in Lin Ye's clutches also began to struggle in pain. A piercing scream echoed through the forest. Not far away, perched on a treetop, Lin Ye listened to the sound behind him, a slight smile playing on his lips. These are all movable materials, how could he possibly let them go? System notifications sounded one after another. Kill a 5th-tier evil god follower and obtain 500 elemental crystals. Kill a 6th-tier evil god follower and obtain 600 elemental crystals. Lin Ye listened to the voice in his mind and couldn't help but purse his lips. The drop rate was really low, all he got were elemental crystals, not a single other material, let alone a white card. Could it be because his strength has improved? However, the elemental crystals given by the evil god's followers were more than those from magical beasts, which could be considered a small compensation. It seems that if I want special materials, I still have to go find those strange creatures. As he pondered, Lin Ye's figure flickered in the woods and quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest. In a dark forest, there was a large area shrouded in mist. Outside the mist, 15 teenagers had already gathered. A blonde-haired youth scanned the crowd and said solemnly, "Without further ado, let's get straight to the introduction of this strange realm. We were the first to arrive and have already surveyed the outer perimeter." He reminded everyone that this strange realm was vast, and the strange creatures within it would be no less formidable, possibly even including Morning Star-level strange creatures. Moreover, during their previous probing, they had discovered quite a few low-level strange creatures. "If you're scared now, you can quit. I won't force you." No sooner had he finished speaking than someone laughed and said, "Yellow Hair, since we dared to come, we have no intention of retreating. You should start planning your tactics." The others nodded in agreement. Clearly, no one wanted to leave at this moment. Seeing this, the blonde-haired man began to discuss the safest course of action with the others. Among the various teams, one young man stood quietly to the side, listening to their discussion. The boy next to him, bored, whispered, "Captain, it seems like a lot of people are looking for Lin Ye right now. I heard some people have even formed teams to take him down." The boy paused, then asked doubtfully, "He stole our ironclad rhinoceros's points before, shouldn't we settle the score with him?" The young man glanced at him indifferently, his tones slightly somber. "Do you really think that group of people are a match for Lin Ye, given his strength? If he really wanted to avoid trouble, he wouldn't have left his name after grabbing the points." At this point, the young man couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. "That guy is fishing, just waiting for those idiots to fall for it." Chapter 29. My legs are gone, no more pain. "So that's how it is." The boy nodded as if he understood, then looked back at the group discussing and asked the young man in a low voice, "Captain, do you think it's possible that Lin Ye came here? He stole so many people's points. This strange domain is so big, there must be a lot of strange things inside. Could he have his eye on it too?" The young man was taken aback after hearing this, then looked at him with a strange expression. Kai, I hadn't thought that way before, but after you said that, I suddenly feel like something bad is going to happen." Kai's expression froze for a moment, then he scratched his head awkwardly. "I just said it offhand?" The young man shook his head, but pondered it seriously in his heart. Given Lin Ye's tendency to treat anything strange as a treasure, it wasn't entirely impossible. However, this was ultimately just speculation, and others might not take it seriously if he said it. He could only hope that guy wouldn't come. The discussion quickly concluded. 3 teams were involved in the operation, splitting up to explore the strange realm, but remaining relatively close to each other to ensure timely support should any problems arise. Shortly after they stepped into the strange realm, another figure suddenly appeared where they had been standing. "Wow, this eerie realm is quite large." Lin Ye stood at the edge of the mist, surveying the vast area shrouded in fog. He was wearing a red robe bearing the insignia of the evil god cult. He had just taken the clothes from a follower of some evil god. His purpose was simple, to conceal his identity. The strange domain before us is extremely vast, almost as large as the one we encountered in the southern district. Judging from its scale, the core strange entity within is likely no less powerful than a Morningstar-level being. Lin Ye rubbed his hands together, excitement surfacing in his eyes. A powerful monster like this would naturally have a high drop rate. The last time, that Morningstar-level monster in the Southern District dropped 5-star materials directly. I hope you can put in some effort, please don't be too weak. He stepped into the realm of the strange with anticipation. As soon as they entered, the thick fog obscured their vision. For ordinary people, this kind of environment would be very troublesome, but Lin Ye had the demon eyes, and everything hidden in the fog had nowhere to hide in his eyes. The scene inside the eerie realm was completely different from the outside. The ground beneath their feet was black and muddy, emitting a putrid stench, like rotten mud mixed with the smell of blood after rain, making one want to vomit. Even Lin Ye couldn't help but frown. But what truly attracted him were the tombstones scattered all around. Under his demonic gaze, he could clearly see the eerie black aura swirling around the tombstones. Clearly, beneath each tombstone lay a strange entity. And these tombstones were densely packed together, almost countless in number. Interesting, it seems to be a realm of vengeful spirits. Lin Ye quickly recognized this eerie domain. The reason for the formation of the vengeful spirit domain is simple. Too many living beings have died, and their resentment has accumulated to an excessive degree, eventually condensing into a domain. Its most prominent characteristic is the sheer number of bizarre creatures. Even the smallest haunted realm of vengeful spirits would contain no fewer than 1,000 strange creatures. Given the sheer number of tombstones in this area and its exaggerated coverage, the sheer number of monsters within is likely staggering. Just as Lin Ye was observing his surroundings, a hoarse, aged voice suddenly came from behind him. Little boy. Lin Ye turned around and saw a hunched old man walking towards him, trembling. The old man was so thin that he was just skin and bones, like a candle flickering in the wind, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. He supported his leg with one hand and reached out to Lin Ye with the other, his voice strained out as if forced from his throat. Young man, can you help me? Lin Ye looked at him, raising an eyebrow with a hint of interest. How do you want me to help? The old man forced a smile on his gaunt face and patted his leg. My leg hurts terribly, could you come and help me? Okay. Lin Ye smiled and nodded, then walked over. As he approached, the old man's smile grew even brighter, and his voice became warmer. Thank you, young man, you're so kind. But before he could finish speaking, his expression froze instantly. Lin Ye walked up to him, but instead of reaching out to help him, he swept his leg across the ground so fast that Lin Ye didn't have time to react. A snap. The old man's legs were severed at the root and flew out, landing on a tombstone not far away. Lin Ye looked at the old man who had lost both legs but was still suspended in midair, and asked in a playful tone, Old man, do your legs still hurt? The old man looked down at his empty lower body, and his smile froze completely. Thank you, it really doesn't hurt anymore. My leg was practically hanging on the tombstone. After a brief moment of shock, the old man suddenly looked up, his face contorted with rage, his teeth chattering. Young man, since that's the case, then give me your leg. As soon as he finished speaking, his skin began to crack, revealing chunks of rotting flesh, making him look extremely disgusting. Lin Ye's face turned cold. I'll kick your grandma's leg. He flicked his finger, and a silver thread shot out instantly, piercing the old man directly. The bizarre transformation hadn't even fully unfolded before it was ended on the spot. Ding! Killed a Tier 3 strange being, obtained, elemental crystal X30. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lin Ye curled his lip in disdain. Too weak, what a waste of time. He didn't even bother to glance at it again, turning and walking deeper into the mist. If this place was full of people like this, he would be extremely disappointed. After he killed the strange creature, the tombstones that had been restless instantly fell silent, as if they had sensed danger. Lin Ye had no intention of letting them go. As he walked forward, he lightly tapped his fingertips. In an instant, silvery threads danced in the mist, easily piercing through tombstones. The eerie creatures hidden underground didn't even have time to utter a wail before they were instantly annihilated. Ding! Killed a Tier 2 strange being, obtained, elemental crystal X20. Ding! Killed a 4th tier monster, obtained 40 elemental crystals. Chapter 30. Could he be a follower of an evil god? In the eerie, mist-shrouded realm, a group of teenagers cautiously advanced. From time to time, rotting corpses crawled out of the graves among the surrounding tombstones, roaring and lunging at them as if to tear all the living apart. Then, watch out behind you! Kai, provide support at any time, retreat if you can't hold on! Hao Chifeng shouted as he gave orders, while swinging his wind blades to cut the charging rotting corpses into pieces. They had been in this eerie realm for 2 days. The other 2 teams had long since lost contact, leaving them to fight alone. Hao Chifeng was already a 3rd tier awakened, and most of the team members had broken through to the 2nd tier. The battles did indeed help them grow rapidly, but no one could be happy. There were too many strange creatures here, most of them at least at the 2nd tier, like mindless monsters. One batch fell, and the next immediately surged forward. If it weren't for their perfect teamwork, they probably would have died here yesterday. Kai activated his elemental power, and shouted with a grim expression. Boss Hao, this won't do! There are too many ghostly things, and our stamina and elemental energy are almost depleted. Hao Chifeng was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. Okay, after killing this group, let's retreat. Although they can quickly improve their strength here, they are not made of iron. Once they exhaust their strength, they will be in trouble if they encounter any unexpected events. Under Hao Chifeng's command, the team fought their way back, finally returning to the area they had cleared earlier. With nothing strange happening around them for the time being, they were finally able to catch their breath. Phew, that was so exciting! Kai plopped down on the tombstone, panting heavily. Then, remembering the rankings, he excitedly opened his bracelet. Captain, we killed over 100, right? We're definitely number 1 this time. Hao Chifeng said that it was true his ranking hadn't broken through his cultivation level, but his actions betrayed him as he opened his bracelet and looked at the leaderboard. But after just one glance, he froze completely. Kai froze in place. The next second, their pupils shrank, and they both gasped in shock. Seeing this, the other teammates gathered around in confusion. A chubby guy asked, Captain, what's wrong? Did we really come in first? Hao Chifeng and Kai didn't answer, only staring intently at the bracelet. The other 3 also quickly opened their rankings, and were immediately dumbfounded. Kai was the first to come to his senses, looking at Hao Chifeng in disbelief. Captain, am I seeing things? Hao Chifeng's voice trembled. My eyes are playing tricks on me too. I saw that Lin Ye's team has over 3,000 points. The leaderboard clearly shows, first place, Star Team, 3,469 points. Second place, Goddess Team, 638 points. Third place, Hunting Team, 621 points. This is practically cheating. In just one day, the Starry Sky Team's points have surged to over 3,000. Leaving all other teams far behind. Not only them, but the other teams participating in the trials in the forest were also in an uproar. The bracelet chat group was refreshing like crazy, with everyone asking what happened to the first place winner. Meanwhile, in the Starry Sky squad, apart from Lin Ye, the others were also staring blankly at the points. Somewhere in the forest, Qinyang stared at the leaderboard, his mind blank. He couldn't help but ask Jiang Yi, what exactly did that kid Lin Ye do? Hu Xiaoran and Su Yalan were equally dazed. They simply couldn't believe it was real. While other teams were still struggling with a few hundred points, Lin Ye had single-handedly widened the gap to over 2,000 points. Jiang Yi shook his head with a wry smile. You're asking me? How would I know? They didn't know how Lin Ye did it, but one thing was certain, Lin Ye's strength was probably ridiculously high. They said they wouldn't be kept by women, but Lin Ye didn't give them a chance to try, he just fed them the food. Within the Awakened Academy, the individual score rankings displayed to the instructors were more intuitive than the team rankings for the students. At this moment, Lin Ye had over 3,400 individual points, far ahead of the others. The second-ranked player, Qin Yan, only has a little over 400 points, a difference of nearly 3,000 points. Moreover, Lin Ye's points are still rising at an astonishing rate. The dean slammed his fist on the table in excitement, staring at the list and shouting, Genius! Unparalleled genius! In the history of the Awakener Academy, no one has ever scored over 2,000 points in the trials. Originally, Su Qinyan was the most likely to break the record this year. Given her speed, she certainly had a chance to surpass 2,000 within 7 days. But no one expected that the real protagonist of this trial was not Su Qinyan, but Lin Ye, whom they had always thought had no special abilities. Just as the dean finished speaking, a representative of a powerful force frowned and said in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, I have a question." Everyone in the hall turned to look at him. The dean asked, "Is there a problem, sir?" The man's expression turned solemn. "You previously stated that Lin Ye is a person without superpowers. But how could someone without superpowers possess the power to kill extraordinary beings? Don't you all suspect that he obtained power he shouldn't have through some means?" His tone grew even more serious as he said this. "For example, joining a cult of evil gods?" Chapter 31: The Strange Dragon-Shaped Illusion. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone stared at him in disbelief, but the representative seemed oblivious to anything amiss. He turned to the instructors, clasped his hands together, and asked, "What do you all think?" The dean's face stiffened. He glanced at the leaderboard on the screen before hesitatingly speaking. "Sir, you have a point, but Lin Ye is, after all, a student of the Awakened Academy. He underwent testing upon enrollment. If he were a follower of an evil god, we would have—" Before he could finish speaking, the representative raised his hand to interrupt him. "I know all that, but don't forget, he's a person without superpowers." He gazed at the screen at the front of the hall, his voice low. "Want to know the truth? It's simple. Everything will become clear once the trial is over." The dean stood up, wanting to argue, but ultimately only sighed and slumped back down. The other instructors remained silent, their eyes flickering, lost in thought. "Your tea ceremony skills are quite good." Deep within the mysterious realm, in a tea house, Lin Ye sat in a chair, gently blowing on the hot tea in his cup. Ripples spread across the emerald green tea, and its aroma filled the air. Across from him sat a slender woman who watched him drink tea with a smile, her tone ambiguous. "Actually, I'm not only good at tea, but I'm also quite good at other things. Would you like to give me a try?" As she spoke, she deliberately exposed her shoulder, her smile widening. "We can talk here all night long." Lin Ye glanced at her indifferently, put down his teacup, and shook his head, saying, "I'm afraid that won't work." The woman raised an eyebrow and smiled. "How can a man say he can't do it? How will he know if he doesn't try?" Lin Ye sighed, his gaze falling on her. "I'm worried you won't be able to handle it. With your condition, if you have a child and don't know how to cook for yourself, you might starve to death." The woman's smile froze, she looked down and fell silent instantly. She silently adjusted her collar, forcing a smile back. "You've got some nerve, knowing I'm at the heart of this eerie realm, yet you still dared to come alone. Aren't you afraid I'll take advantage of you and leave you completely?" Lin Ye shook his head. "What's there to be afraid of? If you want to make a move, then make a move. Don't be afraid of me. Actually, I'm very weak." The woman's face immediately turned cold. She is the core of this eerie realm, a true morning star level being. But just now, Lin Ye appeared out of thin air in the tea house, without any trace of her presence, and without any aura, looking just like an ordinary person. There are only two possibilities in this situation: either he is truly an ordinary person, or his strength far surpasses hers. How could an ordinary person possibly sneak in here silently? That's precisely why she hesitated to make a move. If it were anyone else, they would have been torn to shreds by the monster long ago, and wouldn't even have the right to sit here drinking tea. "You are joking, sir." The woman's eyes flickered, and she chuckled, but ultimately did not make a move. Since the other party dared to come, they must have something to rely on, and it would be unwise to act rashly. Lin Ye looked at her, somewhat surprised. This strange thing is that it wasn't affected by the brain reduction. He shook his head, stood up, and looked at the lush greenery outside the tea house. In the entire ghost realm, only this place grew tea trees, and this tea house was the only building there. It must be said that this core entity has quite the sense to enjoy life, actually building such a place within the realm of the supernatural. More importantly, all of this is real, not an illusion. It's getting late, it's time to get going, Lin Ye said calmly. Upon hearing this, the woman breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, and said with a smile, "Respectfully seeing you off." But Lin Ye looked at her with a strange expression. "Did you misunderstand? What I mean is, it's time to send you on your way." The smile on the woman's face froze instantly. Lin Ye wasted no more time and gently pointed his finger. A silver-white thread shot out from his fingertip, heading straight for the woman. The woman's expression changed drastically, and she narrowly avoided danger at the last second. Lin Ye frowned slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Heh, in the end, you still won't let me go." The woman's expression turned completely cold, and anger flashed in her eyes. She glanced at her side, as if she had seen the silver thread, and sneered. "If this is all you've got, you probably won't be leaving here today." "Dragon soul!" A low growl came from her mouth. In an instant, a strange and terrifying aura emanated from the morning star, an endless eerie power converged around her. At the same time, Lin Ye saw a black phantom on her body, shaped exactly like a dragon. "What is this?" Lin Ye's eyes deepened with doubt. This kind of strange phenomenon? His academy instructors had never mentioned it. Despite his doubts, he didn't wait for the other party to finish her outburst. Lin Ye lightly tapped his fingers, and dozens of silver-white threads instantly flew towards the woman. "I told you, you're not qualified to kill me with these things!" The woman suddenly opened her eyes, her scarlet pupils glowing red. The black dragon-shaped phantom swam within her body, as if it had come to life. She shifted her body to the side, miraculously avoiding all the silvery white threads. The next moment, she vanished from her spot. Lin Ye calmly withdrew his hand and glanced around. Suddenly, a roar came from behind him. "Go to hell!" The woman who had vanished reappeared behind Lin Ye without warning, her sharp claws aimed straight for his heart. Seeing that Lin Ye didn't react, she grinned in an exaggerated smile. However, just as the claws were about to touch Lin Ye's heart, whoosh! Lin Ye's figure suddenly disappeared. Chapter 32: The Remnant Soul of Gulong. "Where are they?" The woman was startled. Her attack had missed its mark. She immediately turned around, only to find no one behind her. "Are you looking for me?" A clear voice suddenly came from behind. Although the woman was acting strangely, she still felt a chill run down her spine. Without thinking, she stepped forward and then turned around abruptly. But Lin Ye was still nowhere to be seen behind her. She panicked completely, utterly bewildered. She could vanish instantly because of the speed granted by the dragon soul, coupled with the enhancement of the ghost domain. But what gave Lin Ye the ability? She was clearly the one in control of this eerie realm, yet she couldn't detect even the slightest trace of the other party. Whoosh! Just as she was filled with surprise and doubt, a silver thread suddenly fell from above her head. Before she could even look up, her body was pierced through. Only then did Lin Ye slowly appear before her. The woman's pupils contracted sharply. He had been right in front of her all along, but she hadn't noticed. A series of cracking sounds rang out. With a light tap of Lin Ye's fingertip, her body twisted into a bizarre posture before finally collapsing to the ground, her life completely extinguished. Even as she died, her eyes remained filled with shock and bewilderment. "Sorry, I'm more cautious than you." Watching the woman's body gradually decay and turn into a pink skeleton, Lin Ye shrugged. It must be said that this strange creature did indeed give him quite a few surprises. Its terrifying speed and the dragon-shaped phantom both greatly intrigued him. Compared to the strange creature in the South District, this one is stronger and more cunning. If Lin Ye hadn't had the ability to conceal himself in the void, any other Morning Star awakened would probably have died at her hands. Ding! Killed a low-level Morning Star strange being. Obtained, Dragon Soul X1, Elemental Crystal X10, 000. A system notification sounded. Lin Ye stretched out his hand, and a black dragon-shaped phantom appeared in his palm, along with relevant information. Dragon Soul, 5-star, the remnant soul left behind after the fall of an ancient dragon. Although only a small part, it contains extremely powerful energy. Anyone who comes into contact with even a trace of it will gain immense power, and become a being comparable to an evil god. Ancient dragon's remnant soul? Lin Ye stared at the dragon-shaped phantom in his palm and couldn't help but gasp. No wonder he couldn't find any related information in his memory. It turned out this thing was a remnant soul left behind by an ancient dragon. Gulong was also a member of the evil gods. The power of the evil god is beyond doubt. Even before its true form has descended, the mere glimpse of its aura has already impacted the entire world. Those ubiquitous followers of evil gods are the trouble they cause, even giving the entire Federation a headache. If the true form of the evil god were to descend one day, humanity, with its current strength, would likely be utterly unable to withstand it. Lin Ye looked at the dragon soul in his hand and suddenly smiled. He had been having good luck lately. First, he obtained a 7-star material in the underground market, which was a part of some evil god, and now he had obtained a 5-star ancient dragon remnant soul. He couldn't help but wonder if he would encounter a part of some evil god again next time, or even a whole corpse of an evil god. But thinking about it, it's best not to dream in broad daylight. He's not some chosen one. He might get lucky once or twice, but his luck is probably almost gone. Of course, if it happened a few more times, he certainly wouldn't refuse. After all, who would complain about having too many good things? Lin Ye felt he could start preparing to create the next card. He currently had 2 types of evil god components, both with high star ratings, so the resulting card shouldn't be too bad. However, he had to do something else first. Lin Ye put away the materials, took out the disc instrument he had previously seized, and glanced at the coordinates of the evil god cult's branch marked on it. It's about several dozen miles from here. After confirming the direction, he packed up the instruments and turned to leave. As the core anomaly was defeated, the mysterious mist surrounding the area began to gradually dissipate. Not far from the core of the strange domain, Hao Qingfeng's team, who had just been fighting the strange creatures, looked at the dissipating fog around them with puzzled expressions. Kai couldn't help but ask, "Captain, why did this strange realm disappear?" Hao Qingfeng frowned, his gaze fixed on the core direction, his expression becoming solemn. Kai called out twice to wake him from his thoughts. Hao Qingfeng took a deep look at the core of the ghost domain, then turned and left. "Let's go!" Although the team members were puzzled, they still followed. Kai caught up beside them and asked, "Captain, what happened?" Hao Qingfeng said in a deep voice, "The core of this strange domain has already been killed." Kai was taken aback, scratched his head, and said, "Isn't that a good thing? Why do we need to leave?" Hao Qingfeng shook his head. "Don't forget the level of this strange domain. With our strength, no one can kill the core, not even Su Qingyan. Besides someone even stronger, probably only Lin Ye could do this. No matter which one it is, we shouldn't stay here any longer." Kai seemed to understand but not quite, then asked, "If it's Lin Ye, why can't we stay? Isn't he a classmate too?" Hao Qingfeng's face twitched. "I'm afraid that guy will rob us." A dozen miles away, a huge ancient courtyard sits in the mountains. Outside the courtyard, many trial trainees had gathered. Every now and then, someone would enter the courtyard. Many people went in, but no one came out. Lin Ye's figure quietly appeared at the back of the crowd, and he looked into the courtyard along with everyone else. Chapter 33: The Treasure Hunt, a Mysterious Realm and Its Rules. The ancient courtyard covers a large area and exudes the atmosphere of a scholarly family. It seems to have been forgotten by time in the wilderness, yet it does not appear dilapidated at all. By this time, a considerable number of trial trainees had gathered outside the courtyard. Lin Ye mingled in the crowd and peered inside, quickly understanding the situation. A red-tasseled spear was stuck in the center of the courtyard, guarded by 2 strange creatures, one red and one green, both exuding a strong aura, at least at the morning star level. However, they seemed to be bound by some rules, unable to attack those outside the courtyard. Only those who enter the courtyard must accept the games they have set up. This is a rare and mysterious treasure-hunting realm. Simply put, such realms appear because of a rare treasure. They are usually not very dangerous. but rather hold great opportunities. Of course, there are also situations like the one before us, where rules are set to increase the difficulty of obtaining the treasure. As for why this strange realm appears, Lin Ye has no interest in delving into it. He only stares at the red-tasseled spear. Although he wanted it too, he wasn't in a hurry. He found it rather amusing to see the group of students scratching their heads and looking on in the courtyard. Someone couldn't help but complain. Why can't anyone beat this game? Are all of us just sitting around doing nothing? Someone nearby immediately chimed in with a joke, and after a few casual remarks, the conversation returned to the rules. A green monster can be killed with 1 arrow, while a red monster requires 2. But the rules only provide 2 crossbow bolts. How can we play like this? Dozens of trainees stood outside, their eyes filled with longing for the red-tasseled spears in the courtyard, but no one dared to force their way in, leaving them only to watch helplessly. Just as everyone was hesitating, a muscular man suddenly stepped forward and laughed loudly. I've got it! Everyone immediately looked at him. The burly man grinned smugly and strode into the courtyard, his steps arrogant. Someone recognized him and whispered, Isn't that Taiju from Class 2? Wasn't he usually said to be all brawn and no brains? Others countered, Who says big guys are necessarily brainless? Let's see what he does first. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Taiju walked up to the 2 strange creatures, one red and one green. He first picked up the crossbow on the table and shot an arrow at the red creature. With a whoosh, the crossbow bolt struck the red demon squarely. The red demon's aura immediately weakened after being hit. It was clear that it was only 1 arrow away from death. Those outside thought Taiju would continue to deliver the finishing blow, but instead he turned and walked toward the green, eerie creature. Everyone was immediately puzzled. In the treasure-hunting domain, superhumans could not use other powers and could only act according to the rules. If he shot the green ghost again, and the red ghost didn't die, he would be the one to die last. But Taiju didn't shoot immediately. Instead, he stood to the side and aimed the crossbow at the green monster's head. From his angle, the 2 monsters were perfectly aligned in a straight line. The crowd then realized what was happening and gasped in amazement. Wow! First, he shot the red demon with an arrow, then used the second arrow to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So this is the correct answer. This extraordinary treasure is likely to belong to Taiju. Who would dare call him a fool then? Hearing the exclamations outside, Taiju became even more smug. He felt that he was the first to see through the rules, and the red-tasseled spear was already his for the taking. The treasure is mine! He shouted excitedly, and then pulled the trigger. The next moment, everyone was stunned. The arrow did kill the green monster, but the crossbow bolt didn't penetrate to kill the red monster. Instead, it dissipated immediately after hitting the green monster. The courtyard fell silent instantly. Taiju's face turned deathly pale, his eyes filled with terror. He muttered, How is this possible? It could clearly pass through, how could it disappear? He realized something was wrong and began to back away. Just as the last arrow was fired, the red monster suddenly raised its head, opened its blood-red maw, and pounced directly at him. Taiju was so frightened that he trembled all over and scrambled to escape out of the courtyard, frantically shouting for help. But the red ghost was extremely fast, catching up to him almost the instant he turned around. After a few cracking sounds, a scream echoed through the courtyard. In front of everyone, Taiju was devoured by the red monster until not even a trace remained. Seeing this, many people turned pale and shook their heads in regret. What initially seemed like a clever plan ultimately became a deadly trap. After the red monster finished devouring the corpse, it slowly dissipated. The next moment, 2 more monsters, one red and one green, reappeared in the center of the courtyard, still guarding the red-tasseled spear, waiting for the next challenger. Beside Lin Ye, a boy who had also been observing him for a long time suddenly noticed him. Seeing that his attire was a bit strange, he asked, "Brother, which class are you in?" Lin Ye glanced at him sideways and calmly replied, "Class 1. The boy's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, a genius from Class 1! May I ask your name?" "Lin Ye." The boy's expression froze instantly. Immediately afterwards, he stared at Lin Ye as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes filled with horror. Lin Ye? This name has become incredibly famous among the trial trainees lately. Although he has never met him in person, people in the bracelet chat group frequently shout that they want to find Lin Ye and even kill him. The reason is clear to everyone. Lin Ye deliberately steals points when others are about to kill the monster, a tactic that is extremely hated. Some even offered high rewards to find his whereabouts, promising a large sum of money after the trial if they could provide information. Seeing the boy's reaction, Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly. You know me? I don't know him. The boy instinctively shook his head violently, but quickly realized he was overreacting, so he forced a smile and changed the subject, asking, classmate, have you thought of a way to break this strange realm? Chapter 34 Mastering the Art of Emperorship. Seeing the other man's fake smile, Lin Ye gave him a meaningful look. The man felt uneasy under Lin Ye's gaze, but Lin Ye chuckled and said, Actually, dealing with these two strange creatures is quite simple. They just haven't found the right method. No sooner had he finished speaking than a long-faced man next to him sneered. You don't even think before you start bragging. So many people have died, do you really think you can pull it off? Lin Ye didn't care and simply replied, Why not? The long-faced man sneered provocatively. Fine, if you can actually beat this game, I'll eat shit. Lin Ye shook his head. There's no need to freeload here. I bet you've eaten your fill before. With that, he turned and walked towards the courtyard. The long-faced man choked, his face turning pale. Seeing that Lin Ye had actually entered the courtyard, he swallowed back his curses. The boy and the man were also stunned, not expecting Lin Ye to actually dare to challenge the treasure-seizing ghost realm. After a brief moment of surprise, the boy sneered and immediately opened the bracelet to send a message to Wan Yujie. Wan Yujie, I saw Lin Ye. Soon, the reply came. Where is he? The boy stared at Lin Ye's retreating figure and replied, He's already entered the treasure-hunting domain to challenge it. Wan Yujie was silent for a moment, then sent a message. Good. Very good, that kid is dead. Open sharing, I want to see him die with my own eyes, I'll transfer the money to you later. The boy smirked and immediately activated the sharing function, pointing the camera at Lin Ye. Dozens of miles away, Wan Yujie recognized the man and laughed excitedly. This idiot is courting death. I didn't even have to lift a finger. He dares to venture into the treasure-hunting domain. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he casually tossed the live feed into the chat group. Lin Ye challenges the treasure-hunting domain. His death is gruesome. Come and watch. The news caused an uproar in the group chat. Many students who had been tricked by Lin Ye clicked into the video, wishing he would die soon. Wow, he actually dared to go to the treasure realm of ghosts. Afraid we'll find him, so he's choosing a dignified way to die beforehand? Hurry, hurry! I've checked that place, there's no way to break it, he's doomed. Before long, at least a third of the trial participants had gathered around. Qin Yang and the others also saw the shared screen, and their expressions immediately turned worried. They had previously visited the treasure-hunting domain, which, according to the rules, was a dead end. Whoever went in was doomed. Jiang Yi stared at the screen and thought, Lin Ye shouldn't be the kind of person who would do something foolish. Qin Yang's lips twitched. He doesn't know how? Look at what he's done since he left us, he's screwed over hundreds of people. If others could find him, they would have been surrounded and attacked long ago. Despite saying that, Qin Yang immediately opened the bracelet and sent a message in the group. Isn't it just the treasure-hunting ghost realm? With Lin Ye's intelligence, clearing it is a piece of cake. You guys go cool off somewhere else, even if you all die, he still won't die. Jian Yi and the others exclaimed that they knew what they were doing. They verbally criticized Lin Yimeng, but then turned around and defended him in the group chat. That's what real brothers are like. Qin Yang's remark immediately drew a barrage of criticism, but he didn't back down and launched into a tirade. Jian Yi and the others, seeing this, also joined the fray. Lin Yi was unaware of all this. At this moment, he had already stepped into the courtyard. As soon as he entered the courtyard, a sinister aura enveloped him. Two eerie creatures, one red and one green, locked onto him simultaneously, their eyes cold and menacing. Lin Ye remained calm as he walked up to the two strange creatures, picked up his crossbow, and without hesitation, fired an arrow at the red creature. After the crossbow bolt hit, the red monster instantly weakened, and it seemed that another arrow would completely dissipate it. Everyone outside the courtyard and in front of the shared screen laughed. "Ha ha, is this his method? It's not even as good as Taishu's. At least Taishu thought of killing two birds with one stone. Is he planning to copy this exactly? I've already grilled the monster meat, just waiting to see how it dies and makes me want to eat more rice." Amidst the mockery, Lin Ye's expression remained unchanged. He raised his crossbow and aimed the last arrow at the red monster once more. In that instant, the eerie red body trembled almost imperceptibly. Others might not see this, but Lin Ye, with his demon eyes, saw it clearly. A slight smile played on his lips. He already knew the answer. Then, to everyone's puzzled looks, he did not fire a second arrow, but instead turned the crossbow towards the eerie green creature. The next moment, he turned back to the red eerie creature. And so, the crossbow moved back and forth between the two creatures. Even more strangely, the creature would tremble slightly every time it was aimed at by a crossbow. Everyone was stunned. What was he doing? If he didn't shoot, wouldn't he still die in the end? What difference did it make whether he shot sooner or later? Lin Ye looked at the two strange figures, pointed to the red-tasseled spears not far away, and smiled slightly. "You two, can you help me bring the things over?" As he spoke, he weighed the crossbow in his hand. "Anyone who disobeys will be shot with this arrow." The two strange-looking creatures stared at the crossbow, their bodies visibly trembling. They exchanged a glance, then actually turned around, took down the red-tasseled spears, and respectfully handed them to Lin Ye. "Congratulations on clearing the level." The red and green eerie creatures simultaneously revealed chilling smiles before slowly dissipating from their original positions. Everyone was stunned as they watched the two strange creatures disappear and then looked at Lin Ye holding the red-tasseled spear. "Is that all? So you've already obtained the extraordinary treasure? What did I see? Is this what a big shot is like? This thought process is just too outrageous. While we're still figuring out how to kill the monsters, they've already mastered the art of imperial manipulation. Even capitalists would weep at this move." Chapter 35, The Sad Introduction of the Red-Tasseled Spear. Watching this show has made me feel inferior. I can only silently say awesome. Damn, I never would have guessed this answer in my life. Who said Lin Ye is an ordinary person? Even if he doesn't have any special abilities, I don't believe he's just an ordinary person. No one can outdo him. The chat group instantly exploded. Everyone was stunned by Lin Ye's move. One UGS stared at Lin Ye, who was holding a red-tasseled spear, in the image on the screen. After a moment of silence, he turned off the bracelet. This was a wise decision. He feared that if he continued watching, his resolve to kill Lin Ye would crumble. He was even starting to question the meaning of life. How could the difference between people be so vast? But he quickly comforted himself, reminding himself that Lin Ye didn't have any special abilities, and even if he was a bit smarter, he was still just an ordinary person. Qin Yang stared at the shared screen, his entire being practically splitting in shock. Could a human possibly come up with such an answer? He couldn't help but look at Jian Yi, exclaiming in astonishment. "Jian Yi, do you think Lin Ye might be some kind of federal bigwig in disguise?" He suddenly felt that he was no longer worthy of being Lin Ye's brother. Their intelligence levels were completely different. Jian Yi looked at his exaggerated manner and twitched his lips. "You're almost the same. At least Lin Ye's acting skills are definitely not as good as yours." Elsewhere, Su Qingyan looked at Lin Ye in the picture, a faint smile appearing on her beautiful face, and a strange light flashing in her eyes. The short, chubby girl with pigtails next to her waved in confusion. "Qingyan? What's wrong?" Su Qingyan snapped out of her daze and smiled gently. "It's nothing, I just saw something interesting." One of the team members immediately joked. "Captain, you don't actually like Lin Ye, do you?" Su Qingyan blushed slightly and gave her a reproachful look. "Alan, are you itching for a beating?" Everyone was stunned, as if they'd seen a ghost. Su Qingyan, though not usually cold, always maintained an aloof, detached air. When had she ever shown such a vulnerable, womanly side? Could she really be interested in Lin Ye? Su Qingyan naturally knew what they were thinking, but she didn't explain. She did have a slight liking for Lin Ye, but she was mostly curious about his identity. As for liking him, she gently shook her head. Her family wouldn't allow her to like someone casually. However, if Lin Ye's identity is really as she guessed, perhaps it's not impossible to try liking him. At this moment, Lin Ye gripped the red-tasseled spear, but instead of immediately checking the extraordinary treasure, he looked around at the surrounding courtyard. With his successful completion of the challenge, this courtyard had lost its purpose and was gradually dissipating. He stood there, recalling the two strange creatures he had just encountered. He was certain they were alive, otherwise they wouldn't have been threatened by the crossbow bolts. But if they had vanished, where had they gone? Could this also be the work of some evil god? But logically it doesn't make sense. The evil god hasn't truly descended yet. Even the mere lingering aura is enough to make anything affected become violent and bloodthirsty. Evil gods and humans are naturally opposed. How could they be foolish enough to aid the enemy? There was no answer to this question for the time being, and Lin Ye did not dwell on it any longer, but instead focused his attention back on the red-tasseled spear. Since this was obtained from the treasure-hunting domain, there was no notification sound, but it can still be used as material for crafting cards, and its level is not low. Red-tasseled spear, 5 stars. I have nothing more to say. Hands that have held a spear are either perfect nor beautiful, even ugly. Hands stained with blood, even if washed clean, can never return to their former state. My lord Anu has searched countless mountains and rivers, yet I still cannot find you. I have lost you forever. The description appeared before Lin Ye's eyes. 5-star materials, the quality was already quite good. But what he really paid attention to wasn't the level, but this description. This didn't seem like an item description. It was more like a confession left by the owner of the red-tasseled spear, every word tinged with heavy sorrow. Lin Ye shook his head and put it away. He was always sentimental and couldn't stand things like this. It was better to turn it into a card as soon as possible. After putting away his red-tasseled spear, Lin Ye glanced back at the students who were still standing there in a daze, then turned and left. But after taking a few steps, he seemed to remember something and raised his hand to gently tap the air. After he left, everyone gradually came to their senses. Only then did they realize what was truly important. Lin Ye had obtained the red-tassel spear, a rare and precious treasure. In an instant, everyone's thoughts were in turmoil, and they all opened their bracelets to send messages. The boy who had spoken to Lin Ye earlier kept a close eye on the direction Lin Ye had left in, and secretly contacted quite a few people. Lin Ye went east. After sending the message, the young man gave a sinister smile. This intelligence would earn him at least several million federal dollars. But in the next second, a phantom silver-white thread suddenly appeared above his head and instantly pierced through his body. The boy's smile froze on his face, his body began to contort uncontrollably, his posture so grotesque it sent chills down one's spine. Accompanied by screams and the piercing sound of bones cracking, he died in agony amidst the crowd. When everyone came to their senses, all they saw was a gruesome corpse on the ground. Everyone turned pale and felt a chill run down their spines. On the other side, Lin Ye put down his hand that had just tapped and arrived at a secluded place. He stretched out his hand, and several materials appeared one after another. Now that we have enough materials, we can make cards. Chapter 36A Morning Star. A suspicious tentacle, 7 stars. It looks like an octopus leg, but it is not a demonic octopus tentacle. Instead, it is a relic left behind by some indescribable being after it escaped. Ironclad rhinoceros's hard plate, 3 star. The ironclad rhinoceros is known for its defense, and the armor plates protecting its heart are indestructible, making it a rare card-making material. Dragon soul, 5 star. The remnant soul of an ancient dragon after its fall. Although only a small part remains, it contains terrifying power. Those who come into contact with it will gain great power and become similar to an evil god. Red-tasseled spear, 5 star. A pair of hands that once held a spear and were stained with blood, even if washed clean of dust, can never return to what they once were. My lord Anu has traversed countless mountains and rivers, yet in the end, she has still lost you. All 4 materials were of high star rating, and 2 of them were related to a mysterious evil god. Lin Ye looked at the materials in his hand, and for a moment he was reluctant to fuse them. After all, they only used one type of 5-star material to create the moonlit Anna. If they put all these high-level materials into common cards, how powerful would the final card be? Even if it weren't a servant card, but an ability card or another type, the effect would be absolutely terrifying. With that in mind, Lin Ye no longer hesitated and immediately began crafting cards. He added the dragon soul, the red tassel spear, and the ironclad rhinoceros's breastplate to the white card in succession. But when it came to the evil god's tentacle, the white card suddenly emitted a repulsive force. Lin Ye frowned, stubbornly trying to force it in, but no matter how hard he tried, the white card showed no signs of integration, as if it completely rejected the material. He could only ask the system, "What's going on?" The system responded, "Host, when 2 materials are mutually exclusive, they cannot be fused." Looking at the evil god's tentacle in his hand, Lin Ye quickly made a guess. There are different factions among the evil gods. Ancient dragons belong to the category of ancient gods, and since this tentacle is mutually exclusive with the dragon soul, it obviously does not belong to the same faction. Having figured it out, Lin Ye didn't press the matter further and simply retracted the tentacles. He hadn't forgotten the instructions for the white card. Only through proper fusion could the strongest card be created. Forcing in materials might only ruin the final product. After the material was incorporated into the white card, a familiar scene reappeared. The white card floated in midair, slowly rotating, and then stopped under Lin Ye's gaze, bursting with intense golden light. Name: Anu. Category: Servant card. Level: Gold card. Abilities: Dragon Soul, 100 battles, Spear Technique, Death Battle, Instant Shadow Kill. The system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully created a golden servant card. You can freely draw 2 servant abilities to enhance yourself. Lin Ye was stunned for a moment. Another golden attendant card? He quickly realized what was happening and couldn't help but question the system. Did you steal my materials? It's not that the gold servant card is bad, but rather that the materials he invested this time were too extravagant, and in the end, he only produced 1 gold card, which doesn't seem quite right. However, the system didn't respond at all, remaining as silent as if it didn't exist. Lin Ye was speechless for a moment, then gritted his teeth, took the card in his hand, and checked its specific skills. Dragon Soul, when activated, grants the power of a dragon, increasing all attributes tenfold. The 100 battles Spear Technique. A flash of cold light arrives first, then the spear strikes like a dragon. The 100 battles Spear Technique. 100 battles, 100 victories. Fight to the death. Rise against the odds in desperate situations. When the gap between you and your enemy is too large, you will become more and more courageous in the fight, and the more serious your injuries, the stronger you will become. Shadow Strike. The enemy may have no weaknesses, but their shadow certainly does. Attack the weak point in the shadow, and the damage will be applied to the main body. After seeing the 4 abilities, Lin Ye was completely astonished. Dragon Soul needs no introduction. Activating it grants 10 times the combat power, making it an almost divine skill for fighting opponents of higher levels. Death Match is equally formidable, increasing strength the more severely injured one becomes. When combined with Dragon Soul, its explosive power is anything but weak. As for Shadow Strike, it's more like a rule-based ability. As long as you can find a weakness in the shadow, the attack can directly affect the main body. Before the opponent can react, the shadow gets hit first, and the main body will also suffer. The final 100 battles Spear Technique. Although Lin Ye didn't understand spear techniques, the first 3 abilities were so exaggerated, so the remaining 1 naturally couldn't be ordinary either. After a moment's thought, Lin Ye made his choice. System: I choose Dragon Soul and Shadow Strike. Even with the 100 battles Spear Technique, it's still a Spear Technique ability, and Lin Ye isn't skilled with a gun, so there's no need to choose it. As for Deathmatch, although it's suitable for risking one's life, he already possessed Bloodlust, so the effects overlap somewhat. Selected abilities: Dragon Soul and Shadow Strike. Ability extraction successful. As the notification sound faded, a dragon-shaped phantom and a ball of black light simultaneously appeared on the card, then disappeared into Lin Ye's body in the next instant. In an instant, a dragon-shaped mark appeared on his body, slowly moving across his skin, eventually climbing up his chest, shoulders, and arms, transforming into a dragon-shaped brand covering his upper body. Faced with this sudden change, Lin Ye did not panic. Instead, he closed his eyes and carefully sensed the new power he had gained within his body. As he mastered both abilities, an immense power surged from the depths of his body. At the same time, a dazzling star slowly rose in his sea of consciousness. Chapter 37. No one could withstand this. Awakening is divided into 9 stages, and above the 9th stage is the morning star level. Once an awakened person's elemental power reaches a critical point, further advancement will allow them to create an elemental universe within their sea of consciousness. Once a star is condensed within the elemental universe using one's own power, one is considered to have truly entered the morning star realm. At this moment, in Lin Ye's sea of consciousness, a large star is slowly rising. As soon as it appeared, it drained all the energy from Lin Ye's body. But even so, it was not satisfied and began to frantically devour the elemental energy in the surrounding world. It accepts all elements without discrimination, transforming them all into the purest form of energy. This puzzled Lin Ye for a moment. The core of Morning Star is indeed compressed stellar energy, making it incomparable to anything below the same level. What concerned him wasn't the compression ability, but rather the appearance of this star. Stars condensed by normal morning star experts are usually related to their awakened elements, and their colors are mostly consistent. But Lin Ye's star was entirely black, with only an outer halo of light, and it didn't look like a normal star at all. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed, and after observing the way it absorbed energy, he was almost certain. This thing is basically a black hole. Lin Ye didn't know whether to be happy or worried that his own star had turned into a black hole. The advantage was that the speed at which it absorbed energy was ridiculously fast, probably more efficient than several other people's stars combined. The problem is that everyone else is a star, but he's become a black hole. Who knows what might happen in the future? After thinking for a moment, Lin Ye decided to stop worrying about it. Anyway, he's already broken through, and there haven't been any major problems. There's no use worrying, you can't exactly open your head and take this black hole out. His attention quickly fell on the card in his hand. He wondered if the card was good-looking or not, or rather, how powerful it was. With a thought, Lin Ye crushed the card in his hand. With a snap, the card transformed into specks of golden light, dancing and converging before him. A short while later, a graceful figure appeared before Lin Ye. The woman wore a white sleeveless crimson robe with a black cloud-patterned shawl draped over her back. Her hair was exquisitely styled, adorned with tassel hairpins. Her chin was like white jade, her eyes were bright, and her black ponytail cascaded down, making her appear like an ethereal being untouched by the world. As soon as the woman arrived and saw Lin Ye, her beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and the confusion in them gradually faded. Then she knelt on one knee, placed her red-tasseled spear on the ground, and bowed respectfully. "Anu greets your majesty." Lin Ye stood there, completely stunned. It wasn't that he had never seen a woman before, but Anu was simply too stunning. No one could resist her beauty. He had lived 2 lives, and he had never seen a woman who could captivate someone at first glance. All notions of unparalleled beauty or breathtaking charm seemed utterly vulgar to him. Anu is like a celestial being, she shouldn't be tainted by any filth of the human world. "Your Majesty?" Seeing that he remained silent for a long time, Anu, who was kneeling on the ground, raised her head in confusion. Her stunningly beautiful face, coupled with her slightly puzzled expression, almost dealt Lin Ye another blow. Who can withstand this? Fortunately, Lin Ye quickly regained his composure, coughed lightly, and said, "It's all right. Anu, you should cover your face with something in the future." As he spoke, he took out a long robe. He initially intended to tear off a strip of cloth, but after thinking about it, he finally tore off a corner from his own clothes and handed it to her. "Put this on." Anu took the cloth, somewhat puzzled. Your Majesty, why are you covering your face? Is Anu too ugly? Lin Ye couldn't help but think to himself. If you're ugly, then there's nothing good-looking in the world. But he smiled and said, Anu is too beautiful. Such a beautiful Anu can't be shown to anyone else, only to me. Hearing this, Anu blushed slightly and softly replied, Oh. Lin Ye suddenly felt overwhelmed. This time, the system truly understood him. After Anu concealed her face, she stood quietly behind Lin Ye. Lin Ye was quite satisfied with the Anu summoned by this card. Not only her appearance, but her strength is equally astonishing. Each of her 4 skills is extremely powerful. Lin Ye, using his demon eye, determined that Anu herself is at least at the high level of the radiant moon realm. As for whether she had reached the blazing sun level, Lin Ye felt it wasn't a big problem. If she activated her skills, even ordinary blazing sun level opponents might not be a match for her. Overall, this card production effort was a huge success. After a brief rest, Lin Ye led Anu towards the evil god's branch. The time had come. It was time to tackle this dungeon. Deep in the forest, several followers of the evil god, dressed in red robes, were desperately fleeing. They kept looking back, as if some terrifying being was chasing them. Run! He's catching up! Damn it, is there a mole among us? They can find us even hiding in a tree! The group fled in panic, and soon a huge river appeared ahead. The moment they saw the river, their faces lit up with ecstatic joy. We've finally reached the Solo River! The branch office is just ahead! Cross the river quickly! There are monstrous crocodiles in the river. They don't know where they're staying and can't get across. The leader jumped into the river without hesitation, but did not sink. Instead, he landed steadily on the surface. Upon closer inspection, a row of stone piers, just submerged in the water, were arranged in a staggered pattern, forming a hidden passage. Several followers of the evil god quickly reached the other side by following the stone steps. Just then, 2 figures emerged from the dense forest and stopped by the river. It was Lin Ye and Anu. Upon seeing the two, fear flashed in the eyes of the evil god's followers. But upon realizing that they seemed unable to cross the river, they immediately burst into unrestrained laughter. Ha ha ha, come here! Come on over here if you dare, Grandpa's waiting for you. Lin Ye looked indifferently at the few rats jumping around happily on the opposite bank, a slight smile playing on his lips. Anu, they've extended such a warm invitation, wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate for us not to show them what we've got? Anu nodded in response. Yes, Your Majesty. Having said that, she took the spear and stepped forward. Chapter 38 Crocodile, Picking Up a Meal. GUH. As Anu approached step by step, even across the Solo River, the group of evil god followers felt a chill run down their spines. The boss and the others probably can't make it, right? One of the underlings asked, his voice weak and trembling, as he swallowed hard. That masked woman just killed several of them in one fell swoop. Her marksmanship was so fast it was dazzling. If they hadn't betrayed their teammates, they wouldn't have been able to escape here at all. Now she's back, and the oppressive feeling is suffocating. It shouldn't be possible, it's so far away. The leader of the believers insisted, but his feet had already moved backward. He had been so confident before, but seeing Lin Ye's calm demeanor, he began to feel uncertain. By this time, Anu had reached the riverbank. She glanced down at the surging Solo River. Dark shadows darted about beneath the surface, clearly hiding something. The next second she moved. Anu flicked her wrist, and the spear flashed with a cold light. The spear tip touched the ground, and she instantly soared into the air, like a hawk gliding through the sky, turning into a blur as she rushed straight to the opposite bank. It flew over? The followers of the evil god nearly popped their eyes out. Run! Someone shouted, and everyone snapped out of their daze, turning pale and running away. They couldn't believe that Anu would cross the river in this way. But she was too fast, like a meteor falling to the ground, crashing directly into the crowd. Boom! A terrifying force exploded, and several believers on the edge were thrown back by the aftershocks. After falling to the ground, they all looked in horror towards the center of the smoke and dust. Where's the boss? Where did he go? Soon, someone noticed that the most crucial person was missing from the team. As the smoke cleared, Anu slowly emerged, dragging her spear. Her steps were light, but to everyone's ears, they sounded like a death knell. When they saw the corpse impaled on the spear, everyone froze. That corpse was their leader. Too weak. Anu glanced at it indifferently, then casually tossed the corpse in front of the believers. Everyone was nearly driven to despair. Their leader was a low-level Morningstar cultivator, a powerful squad leader even within the branch. Yet now, he had been dealt with like a chicken. They originally came to hunt down rookies who had just awakened, but who would have thought they would run into such a monster? Even the leader is dead, what chance do they have of surviving? In despair, some followers of the evil god roared in defiance. You will regret this! The holy god will eventually descend, and you will all be punished! No sooner had the words been spoken than a clear voice rang out from the side. I don't know if I will be punished, but you definitely won't see that scene. Everyone was taken aback and looked over. Before they knew it, Lin Ye had appeared not far away, looking at them with a faint smile. Anu walked to Lin Ye's side, stood quietly behind him, and respectfully asked, Your Majesty, shall we kill him? Your Majesty? The followers of the evil god's pupils constricted sharply. This terrifying woman actually addressed the boy before her as a monarch? If even one of his subordinates is this strong, how terrifying must the boy himself be? How could beings of this caliber appear here? Shouldn't they be staying in the Supreme City? Is someone about to take action against the cult? The more they thought about it, the more terrified they became. Lin Ye nodded lightly. These followers of the evil god are of no use to him whatsoever. At most, they might drop some materials, and if he's lucky, a blank card. Other than that, they're less than air. Moreover, anyone who sides with the evil god must have the blood of their own kind on their hands. The first step to joining the evil god's cult is to sacrifice human beings. Every single one of these scumbags should be sent to the underworld. Yes. Anu obeyed the order, and in a flash, appeared in front of a believer. Before the man could react, the spear had already pierced through his body. The gun jolted, and the corpse exploded on the ground. Anu turned and killed the next one. Jump into the river! Jump into the river now! Some people screamed in terror, and the rest immediately rushed toward the Solo River. They knew they were doomed to die today, and since these two men were not going to let them go, they might as well die a glorious death. Great Holy Spirit! Your believers offer their lives for the Supreme You. Sadahigra is eternal. Supreme Holy God, please unleash divine punishment and send them all to their deaths. They shouted the name of the evil god, their voices filled with the madness of dying. They fear death, but they hope even more that they can be watched by evil gods after death and live on in another way, such as becoming followers of evil gods. Lin Ye watched them jump into the river, his expression remaining calm. He simply said, Anu, none of them can escape. He was somewhat surprised that these people dared to deliberately jump into the river to commit suicide. After all, followers of the evil god were notoriously afraid of death. Apart from fanatics, everyone else valued their lives more than anything else. However, it was just an accident. In front of Anu, their desire to die easily was not so simple. Not to mention, Lin Ye was still eyeing those dozens of elemental crystals. How could he let them commit suicide in vain? As soon as Lin Ye finished speaking, Anu had already set off. At the same time, several followers of the evil god jumped into the river. But just as the first person jumped out, before he even hit the water, a dark shadow suddenly broke through the waves in the river. It was a huge crocodile, its jaws wide open, waiting right where he was about to land. The cultist looked down at the crocodile beneath him, his crazed expression freezing instantly. Crocodile, pick up a meal. Chapter 39, 123 The Great Keeper. Help! 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 The cultist had barely jumped out when he panicked and screamed. He had initially wanted to die, but upon seeing the enormous crocodile in the river, he suddenly realized that living wasn't so bad after all. Those on the shore who were about to jump stopped instantly, watching him with trepidation. The person His Majesty wants to kill, is he someone you, a beast, can steal? Anu's figure appeared above the crocodile's head in the blink of an eye, her voice icy. She slammed her spear down, and with a thud, the crocodile screamed and fell back into the river. A group of crocodiles immediately surrounded it, looking at the large bump on its head as if they were deep in thought. The follower of the evil god had just shown joy on his face when he was saved, when a spear pierced through his head in the next second. Bang! Anu swung her spear, and the corpse exploded on the spot. In the blood mist, she resembled a blood-stained Grim Reaper. The remaining followers of the evil god were all terrified, their legs went weak, and they didn't even dare to run away, only standing there waiting to die. As Anu continued to make moves, system notifications kept ringing in Lin Ye's mind. Ding! Kill the 5th-tier evil god follower, gain 500 elemental crystals. Ding! Kill the 6th-tier evil god follower, gain 600 elemental crystals. Ding! Killed an 8th-tier evil god follower, obtained 1 white card. Lin Ye's lips curled slightly when he heard about the white card reward. This trip wasn't bad, at least he'd gotten a white card. Anu quickly finished clearing out all the evil god's followers, returned behind Lin Ye, and respectfully said, Your Majesty, Anu has not failed in your mission. Lin Ye nodded and smiled. Well done. Just then, the elemental bracelet on his wrist flashed twice. Lin Ye opened it, and saw messages from Qin Yang and Su Yalin. Qin Yang warned him not to fall into Wan Yujia's trap, as the guy was deliberately luring him out. Su Yalin also said that Wan Yujia had gathered a large group of people and was preparing to attack him, warning him to be careful. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Wan Yujia? That guy popped up again? He opened the chat group and quickly figured out what was going on. Wan Yujia was leading a large group of people searching for his location, and some people in the group were even constantly sending messages offering a reward for his coordinates. These people are jumping around so happily, it seems the lessons they learned before weren't enough. Anu's eyes turned cold as she looked at the comments targeting Lin Ye. Your Majesty, do you need me to deal with them? Lin Ye shook his head and chuckled. No need, I've already thought of a way. He glanced at the chat group, then at the GPS device in his hand, before editing and sending a message. No need to go through all that trouble to find my location. Anyone who wants to attack me, come find me 50 miles to the northeast. The message caused an immediate uproar in the chat group. Some were shocked that Lin Ye dared to show himself, others mocked him for being fearless, and still others shouted that they would go and kill him right away. There were even quite a few onlookers who started to form groups and prepare to head to the coordinates. Lin Ye looked at the lively group chat, his smile deepening. The more the merrier. A branch of a cult of evil needs some cannon fodder to help block the entrance. Those who slip through the net should also be stopped. Soon after, Qin Yang sent another message, angrily asking if he had lost his mind, why he had told those people his location, and that they were coming right away and couldn't let him handle it alone. Lin Ye replied, No need to come, I gave you fake coordinates. Qin Yang was skeptical, but Lin Ye simply told him that he had other things to take care of and that he shouldn't worry. After turning off the bracelet, Lin Ye looked into the depths of the dense forest. That was the direction of the evil god's branch. Anu, let's go. Our guests are coming, and we should prepare a surprise in advance. Lin Ye walked slowly forward with his hands in his pockets, followed closely by Anu carrying a red-tasseled spear. Meanwhile, somewhere in the dense forest, Wan Yujia almost burst out laughing when he saw the message Lin Ye sent. He was worried about not being able to find Lin Ye, but unexpectedly, the other party jumped out on his own. By this time, he had gathered dozens of people, many of whom had grudges against Lin Ye, and some who simply disliked Lin Ye. Led by Wan Yujia, the group headed in a grand procession toward the direction given by Lin Ye, determined to kill him. At this moment, Lin Ye and Anu's path was blocked by a middle-aged man. The man was burly, with eagle-like eyes fixed intently on the two. He was one of the branch leaders of the evil god's division. He had just received numerous distress calls from the evil god squads, but by the time he arrived, all the squads had been killed, including several Morning Star level squad leaders. Following the trail of death, he quickly found Lin Ye and Anu. The middle-aged man's face was full of anger. "You two are really asking for death, daring to kill members of our cult." Lin Ye remained silent. Anu stepped forward, swung her spear, and said coldly, "So what if I killed him? What are you going to do about it?" The middle-aged man burst into laughter after hearing this, his face immediately turning ferocious. "What should I do? Of course, I'll send you all to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, a wooden puppet appeared in his hand, which he casually tossed to the ground. Upon landing, the puppet instantly transformed into a giant wooden statue, and an invisible wave spread out from it. "Now, the death game begins. You two, enjoy the fear of being on the wooden statues." Lin Ye looked at the wooden statue, a knowing glint in his eyes. This must be some kind of evil god's artifact, similar to Anu's red-tasseled spear, only with different abilities. He could sense that a strange energy field had formed around him. Seeing him surveying his surroundings, the middle-aged man sneered. "Don't even think about escaping. From now on, you must play this game with me." After he finished speaking, he turned around and continued. "The game is very simple. I will say 1, 2, 3, freeze. During this time you can approach me, but when I turn around you must stand still. Anyone who moves and I see them will be killed by the puppet." He finished speaking with a sinister laugh. "Now, the game begins. 1. The middle-aged man began to count down. Lin Ye glanced at him and then waved to Anu. "Anu, take care of him." "Yes." Anu nodded, and suddenly swung her red-tasseled spear, which instantly transformed into a streak of cold light and shot away. 2. 3. Freeze! The middle-aged man turned around excitedly, just wanting to see the two make a fool of themselves, but what came towards him was a red-tasseled spear flying at lightning speed. His face stiffened, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he instinctively tried to dodge, but the red-tasseled spear was too fast. Pfft! The spear pierced him through in an instant. Lin Ye slowly walked over, picked up the shrunken puppet that had fallen to the ground, glanced at the middle-aged man who died with his eyes wide open, and smiled. "A gravedigger? How interesting." Chapter 40 was careless. I left too early. Ding! Killed a high-ranking follower of the Morningstar evil god, obtained, wooden dummy X1, 3-star, elemental crystals X100, 000. Wooden man, 3 stars immersed in the aura of an evil god. It can create a domain that forces people within the domain to obey specific rules. Lin Ye looked at the small wooden puppet in his hand, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. He didn't know much about the artifacts of evil gods, only that these things had strange abilities and could usually only be activated by followers of evil gods. He chuckled and muttered, "Looks like he's just a minor boss." Such items are rare. Those who possess them are at least high-ranking members of the evil god's cult. Lin Ye glanced at it a few times before putting the puppet away. If he got 1 or 2 more high-grade materials, he might be able to craft another card. Hopefully, that evil god branch will drop more good stuff. At the foot of the dark-shrouded hill, a sinister building stood silently. Inside, figures hurried to and fro, and in the hall, a group of people were taking their seats one by one. The young man at the head of the group leaned on the table with both hands, his face grim as he swept his gaze over the crowd. "I want to know who leaked our plan, and who gave the coordinates of the squad I sent out to someone else." With a loud bang, the young man slammed his fist on the table, shattering it into pieces. The hall fell silent. Everyone lowered their heads, afraid to utter a sound. A moment later, an old man with a gloomy face stood up and said, "Minister Bloodblade, I think it's unlikely that there's a traitor within the branch." Everyone immediately looked at him. Bloodblade's expression softened slightly. "Elder Qin, please speak your mind." Elder Qin said respectfully, "All of you here are key members of the branch, and none of you should do such a thing. Right now, the most important thing is still the students of the Awakener Academy, since they are related to the progress of this sacrificial ceremony to the Holy God." The others nodded in agreement. Bloodblade pondered for a moment, then finally nodded as well. "Elder Qin is right. Let's put the previous matters aside for now and proceed with the operation I arranged earlier. Everyone go down. The group responded and left. After leaving the hall, a squad leader approached Old Sheen and whispered, "Old Sheen, do you really think there are no spies within our ranks? Our people are always cautious. How could so many have been wiped out so suddenly? I also heard that Deputy Minister Wang is dead. Who would believe that no one betrayed us?" Old Sheen glanced at him and chuckled dryly. "The minister naturally has his reasons. It's best if we say less." The man thought for a moment and could only nod. After the two parted at the door, Old Sheen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had been on tenterhooks in the lobby, fearing that Bloodblade would continue his investigation. He already knew why the coordinates of those squads had been exposed. There was also competition within the evil god cult. The more you contributed, the greater the rewards and the faster you rose in rank. To boost his performance, he secretly distributed a device that could lock onto people's auras to his subordinates. Unexpectedly, his men were the first to die, and the equipment fell into the hands of others. Old Sheen's eyes gradually turned sinister. He had just received news that the students from the Awakened Academy had united and were heading straight for the evil god's branch. He's the only one who knows this news yet. As long as he strikes before anyone else and kills enough trainees, even if the equipment is exposed, he can still outweigh his mistakes. Meanwhile, a few miles away from the evil god's branch, a large group of students were heading this way. Leading the way was Wang Yujie. The closer they got to their destination, the more excited he became. He couldn't wait to see Lin Ye's panicked expression when facing so many people. But as they walked, a group of people appeared on the other side, led by Old Sheen. They spotted each other from a distance. Wang Yujie frowned. "Why are there so many people here?" Someone nearby immediately guessed. "It must be the helper that coward Lin Ye found." These words quickly drew agreement from the crowd. Wang Yujie, however, had a vague feeling that something was amiss, but before he could speak, the crowd behind him began to shout. "Let's unite!" "So what if Lin Ye asks for help?" "Brothers, don't be afraid!" "Superior!" A group of students roared and activated their elemental powers, charging forward. Wang Yujie had no time to think and could only follow the crowd. Upon seeing this, the evil god's followers on the other side all turned pale. Old Sheen sneered. "It's like throwing an egg against a rock. Kill them!" With a wave of his hand, the evil god's followers, already fully prepared, immediately charged forward. Soon, the two groups clashed, and a chaotic battle erupted. Most of the followers of the evil god possessed strength at the third rank or higher, and in terms of pure combat power, the students were clearly at a disadvantage. Fortunately, there were more students, so the situation didn't collapse immediately. Meanwhile, Lin Ye had already secretly infiltrated the evil god's branch. He and Anu, each wearing a red robe belonging to a follower of an evil god, walked along the corridor. Not long after, a hand suddenly landed on Lin Ye's shoulder. "Hey bro!" Lin Ye paused slightly and turned to look. It was a slightly chubby young man who, with an overly familiar air, put his arm around him and asked with a smile. "Brother, which team are you two on?" Lin Ye's eyes flashed, and he tentatively replied, "Second team." The words had barely left his mouth when the man abruptly stopped, his eyes widening in surprise. "You!" Pfft. Before he could finish speaking, a spear had already pierced through his body. Seeing the other person frozen in place with disbelief on their face, Lin Ye gently brushed the hand off his shoulder and said calmly, "Brother, you guessed right, we are spies." Upon hearing this, the man's shock deepened. With his last breath, he stammered, "You're not the squad leader?" It turns out that this branch has 3 teams. Team 1 consists of the minister and deputy minister, Team 2 consists entirely of squad leaders, and the remaining action squads are all grouped together as Team 3. Because there were too many people in the 3 teams, each squad had a different name to distinguish them. What he meant by asking earlier was which squad Lin Ye belonged to in the 3 teams, but Lin Ye directly said the second team, so he thought the other party was the squad leader. Lin Ye fell silent. "I was careless and left too early." Chapter 41, Hunting Those Trapped in Darkness. Looking at the corpse lying on the ground, its eyes wide open in death, Lin Ye sighed inwardly. He hadn't originally planned to act so quickly, but who knew the other party would overthink things and send him to his doom. With a clatter, something fell to the ground from the corner of the corridor. Lin Ye turned around and saw a cook in an apron frozen in place, mouth agape, staring at them in terror. The man trembled when Lin Ye's gaze swept over him, and immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. "Murder! Help!" Lin Ye sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He had planned a secret infiltration, but he'd been exposed by a cook. The next second, the entire branch of the evil god was thrown into chaos. Rapid footsteps came from all directions as a large number of evil god followers surged toward Corridor 5. "Someone has infiltrated the branch. Quickly kill them! They're in Corridor 5! These people reacted incredibly quickly. In the blink of an eye, both ends of the passage where Lin Ye and Anu were located were completely blocked by the evil god's followers. Lin Ye watched the approaching figure and shook his head slightly. "Anu, it seems we're in some trouble." Anu stood behind him, her gaze resolute. "I am willing to serve my lord." Lin Ye's lips curled up, golden light flashed in his demonic eyes, and he chuckled. "Since that's the case, let's hunt to our heart's content." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the followers of the evil god rushed out from both sides. Seeing that there were only two intruders, everyone sneered. Two mere people dared to break into their branch. They were simply courting death. "Kill!" The evil god's followers stopped talking and rushed towards the two of them. Faced with the overwhelming crowd, Lin Ye and Anu stood still, their expressions showing no sign of panic. "Dragon Soul!" Anu struck first, her spear trembling as a dragon-shaped phantom shot forth from its shaft. The believers, who had been charging forward, froze in shock at the sight. Before they could react, Anu had already charged into the crowd. Her spear moved with lightning speed, leaving a trail of afterimages, blood splattering wherever it went, and lives were swiftly reaped. With the combined strength of the moon level and the tenfold amplification from the dragon soul, he could completely crush these evil god followers who were at most at the morning star level. As Lin Ye watched Anu slaughter the crowd, system notifications kept ringing in his mind, as pleasant as a barrage of telegrams. He closed his eyes and opened his arms, as if savoring the moment. Then, he looked down at the swarming believers before him and sneered. "Then let me make this voice even more melodious." As soon as he finished speaking, a dragon-shaped phantom appeared around his body, coiling and moving about. With a dragon's roar, Lin Ye's figure flashed, appearing directly in the center of the crowd. The followers of the evil god were shocked and roared as they surrounded and attacked him. "He's coming! Kill him!" Lin Ye stood in the center of the crowd, his expression unchanged, but the excitement in his eyes grew even stronger. His hands, hidden beneath his red robe, moved slightly, his slender fingers seeming to be playing a silent melody. The next instant, countless silver-white threads shot out from him, instantly piercing through the large group of evil god believers who were closing in. "Let them hunt down those who have fallen into darkness." Meanwhile, inside the branch manager's office, Bloodblade was sitting behind his desk, having his secretary pour him tea. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and coldly looked at his subordinate. "Have you found out? Who did it?" The man lowered his head and said nervously, "Not yet." Bloodblade's face immediately darkened. "I asked you to investigate for so long, and this is all you give me? Old Wang is a high-level morning star. To be able to kill him silently, without even sending a distress signal, is a huge threat to the branch." The subordinate explained with a pained expression. "Minister, that person is too strange. I can't even track him down with my aura tracker." Bloodblade wouldn't listen. "I don't care. I'll give you a little more time. If you can't find out, you don't need to come back." He was in a terrible mood. The sacrificial ceremony was drawing near, but the offerings were not yet ready. If the Holy Spirit were to take offense, the entire branch would be doomed. The man dared not object and could only agree. Just then, a follower of the evil god suddenly rushed into the office, looking flustered. "Minister, something's happened." Bloodblade frowned. "What is it?" Someone has broken into the branch office, right in corridor number 5. Bloodblade slammed his fist on the table and stood up abruptly, shouting, "What are all those people outside doing? With so many spies in the branch, how could they let anyone in?" He then asked, "Are those 2 people dead? Have their identities been verified?" The man who arrived was pale-faced. "No, Minister, those 2 are very strong. They have already killed quite a few of our people." "Useless! A bunch of useless trash!" Bloodblade's face turned ashen. He immediately led his men to corridor 5, shouting angrily all the way, "What use are you guys? You can't even kill 2 people!" They quickly arrived at corridor 5. But the scene before them froze everyone in place. The entire corridor was littered with corpses, and blood stained the walls and floor, resembling a scene from hell. Those following Bloodblade stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with horror. At least 100 people had died along this corridor alone. Although most of them are just low-level believers, their numbers are such that even a high-level Morningstar cultivator might not be able to kill them all in just a few minutes. Bloodblade trembled as he looked at the corpses scattered on the ground. He gritted his teeth, his fists clenched so tightly that the veins bulged. "Damn it! Who is it? How many people were there in the entire branch?" More than 100 died at once, which is equivalent to directly undermining its foundation. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Bloodblade's eyes flashed, and he abruptly turned around to look behind him. The crisp sound of footsteps suddenly came. Chapter 42. Let the prey run a little longer. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps came from the end of the corridor. Bloodblade and the others turned around abruptly, and saw 2 people dressed in red robes of evil god followers slowly walking towards them. Bloodblade's gaze sharpened, and he immediately sensed something was amiss. If they were from the branch office, they would have respectfully addressed him as Minister, upon seeing him, but these 2 had remained silent since they appeared. What made his heart sink even more was that as the 2 approached, an invisible sense of oppression washed over him. Bloodblade almost instantly realized that they were the 2 outsiders who had broken into the branch. Lin Ye looked at the nervous Bloodblade and the others, and shrugged. "I thought the evil god branch was full of good-for-nothings, but I didn't expect there to be one who looks capable." He glanced at the bloodstains around him and a sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. "But you're a bit too late. These people died a really horrible death." Bloodblade stared intently at Lin Ye, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, almost ready to strike on the spot. But he ultimately suppressed his anger, and said coldly, "Sir, our branch hasn't offended you, has it? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the cult?" He certainly wanted to punch the bastard in front of him to death, but the situation was too dire. Almost everyone in the branch was dead, and the other members were out on missions, leaving only him and a few others behind him. Moreover, the fact that they dared to barge in like this suggests they had some kind of backing. Most importantly, Bloodblade couldn't see through these 2 individuals. They were very likely both at the Radiant Moon level. Lin Ye sneered. "Can I take that as a threat?" He didn't care about the evil god cult's pursuit. As a normal human being, he was already on the opposite side of these rats, not to mention that killing evil god followers could yield materials. Bloodblade frowned and continued to negotiate. "If you leave now, I can let bygones be bygones, otherwise." His primary concern right now is the sacrificial ceremony. As long as the ritual can continue, he can free up his hands to slowly deal with this arrogant fellow. Lin Ye feigned fear. "Otherwise what?" The next second, his face turned cold, and he grinned. "Do you think you can leave here alive today?" Bloodblade's eyes darkened, and he raised his hand, gesturing. "Attack!" Since negotiations failed, the only option was to kill. He refused to believe he could actually lose on his own turf. As soon as he finished speaking, several followers of the evil god behind Bloodblade rushed out simultaneously. The blood-red dagger gleamed with a scarlet light, and all 3 of them possessed the aura of mid-morning star, with the female follower being even higher morning star. Lin Ye's gaze fell on the female believer, and seeing her revealing attire, he couldn't help but sigh. "Wow, she's really something else." He then said to Anu, "Give me this, and you can handle the rest." After saying that, Lin Ye charged directly at the female believer. A murderous glint flashed in the female believer's eyes, and her dagger shot out instantly with incredible speed. But the moment she made her move, Lin Ye's figure suddenly vanished from her sight. The female believer's attack missed its mark, her heart pounded, and just as she was about to turn around to look for him, a hand grabbed the back of her neck. Click! A crisp cracking sound rang out as Lin Ye snapped the female believer's neck on the spot. She didn't even have time to scream before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Lin Ye looked at the corpse in his hand, his lips twitching slightly. He had used too much force. He casually released the body, which crashed to the ground, and turned to look at Anu. Compared to him, Anu was more decisive, sweeping his gun horizontally, sending the heads of two evil god followers flying, unable to withstand even a single blow. Bloodblade's eyes widened suddenly as he watched this scene. 3 Morningstar believers, including one of his own high-ranking secretaries, couldn't even last 3 seconds? No, we have to run! A thought flashed through Bloodblade's mind, and he turned and rushed towards his office. Given the strength these two had displayed, attempting to confront them head-on would be tantamount to suicide. My lord, he's gone, Anu said calmly, watching Bloodblade flee. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes and smiled. No rush, let the prey run a little longer. Bloodblade ran wildly, cursing inwardly. He couldn't understand where these two people had come from. Their evil god branch is hidden in the shadows, so they shouldn't be easily targeted. Even if a major force were to make a move, given the branch's infiltration of Bachin City, he should have received advance notice. But those two people seemed to appear out of thin air, without any warning. Why now of all times? Bloodblade gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, and stormed into the office, immediately opening the mechanism behind the bookshelf. The sacrificial ceremony was about to begin. The materials would be collected in just a day or two. Once the ritual is completed, he will gain even greater power and may even have the chance to be favored by the evil god and break through to the blazing sun level. But now, everything has been ruined by those two guys. The bookshelves slid aside, revealing a gloomy, secret chamber before Bloodblade. In the center of the chamber stood an altar, surrounded by enormous scarlet patterns. The pattern was carved into grooves, which were already filled with blood and emitted a strange, fishy smell. Bloodblade stared at the altar, a struggle flashing in his eyes. He would never have wanted to come to this if he hadn't been forced into a corner. But the thought that his life's work was about to go to waste quickly overwhelmed his hesitation with resentment and anger. He leaped onto the altar, took out a dagger, slashed his palm, and pressed his bloodied hand onto the giant eye pattern in the center of the altar. The next moment, Bloodblade loudly recited the ramblings of a sacrifice to the evil god. O holy God, supreme and great! Your faithful followers are willing to offer their bodies and souls, and we beseech you to send down divine punishment, and slay those who have forsaken the god. Chapter 43 Why should I lose to you after half a lifetime of hard work? Blood gushed from the wound inflicted by the blood-stained blade, pouring into the altar's recesses. The once lifeless altar suddenly erupted with a blinding crimson light. A strange mist rose from the altar, within which an indescribable, terrifying being vaguely appeared. It was as if it were hiding in a pyramid temple in a distant, dark world, peering into this place through a giant door. The next second, those eerie green eyes seemed to pierce through endless space and landed on Bloodblade. Bloodblade froze on the spot, his pupils contracted sharply, and a look of madness appeared on his face. Satahidra, the supreme and great being! He murmured as if in a dream, then his forehead suddenly exploded, and a ghostly green eye grew out of nowhere. The eye was bloodshot, grew larger and larger, and finally squeezed out of his facial features, taking over his entire face. The transformation wasn't over yet. Bloodblade's limbs began to twist, supporting him segment by segment on the ground like an arthropod. At the same time, his aura surged wildly, his strength increasing at least tenfold. Just then, Lin Ye and Anu walked into the office at a leisurely pace. Lin Ye immediately noticed the monster lying on the altar and couldn't help but frown. What is this? He quickly recognized the monster from its clothes. It was Bloodblade, who had just escaped. The monster had actually sacrificed himself to become a servant of the evil god. So-called favored ones of evil gods are simply people corrupted by the aura of evil gods. While gaining power, they completely lose the possibility of returning to humanity, have pitifully short lifespans, and can only prolong their lives through killing. Bloodblade noticed Lin Ye and abruptly turned his head, his enormous green eye fixed on him. A chilling and sinister power emanated from it. God cannot be looked at directly, you lowly blasphemer, feel the fear bestowed by the Holy Spirit. Bloodblade laughed maniacally. Although he had become a monster, he still retained most of his consciousness, and naturally remembered that he had fallen to this state entirely thanks to Lin Ye. Now he possessed the power of the evil god, a power so strong that even he himself trembled. He was certain that the two people before him would descend into endless madness the moment they saw this eye. Lin Ye frowned slightly, indeed feeling an unknown power emanating from that single eye, but apart from a slight discomfort, there was nothing unusual. He turned to look at Anu. How are you? Anu calmly shook her head. Your Majesty, I'm fine. Lin Ye nodded and looked at Bloodblade again. Bloodblade was stunned, his green eye wide open, almost as big as a millstone. How come you're all right? He couldn't understand. Gods cannot be looked at directly. This was a power bestowed by an evil god. Anyone who looked directly into his eyes should be consumed by fear and madness. Lin Ye shrugged, his tone indifferent. Although I don't know why, your attacks seem to have no effect on us. If this is your trump card, then your days are numbered. Impossible! Bloodblade was completely enraged. His insect-like limbs suddenly exerted force, and he turned into a blur as he pounced on Lin Ye. You all should die! Die! He flailed his limbs wildly, trying to tear Lin Ye to pieces. Lin Ye's eyes turned cold, and he uttered only two words. Anu. As soon as he finished speaking, Anu rushed out with her gun, instantly clashing with Bloodblade. The two figures flashed apart. Anu stopped with her gun, but Bloodblade remained frozen in front of Lin Ye, still in a swinging stance. Anu twirled her spear and turned to walk back to Lin Ye's side. The instant she turned, Bloodblade's limbs spurted blood simultaneously before severing at the root. Why? Bloodblade crashed heavily to the ground, its breath rapidly weakening, and its entire body began to shrink, as if its flesh and blood had been drained away by something. He struggled to lift his eyes to look at Lin Ye, his voice filled with resentment. Why? Why should I lose to you after half a lifetime of hard work? Lin Ye looked at him indifferently. This question is naive. It's like asking why the efforts of several generations should be lost to a $2 lottery ticket. He paused, then said, Then let me ask you this. I've accumulated luck over a dozen lifetimes, so why should I lose to your half a lifetime of hard work? Bloodblade's single eye widened suddenly, and in the next moment, his life force vanished completely. A gust of wind blew, and not even ashes remained. Lin Ye showed no pity whatsoever. A person who would sell their soul to an evil god deserves whatever fate befalls them. A system notification then sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a rank 1 evil god follower of the Bright Moon cult. You have obtained 1 evil eye and 1 million elemental crystals. A ghostly green eyeball appeared in Lin Ye's hand, spinning around. Its attributes indicated it was a 3-star material, the evil eye, from a follower of an evil god, possessing a soul-capturing power, and could be used to craft cards. He glanced at it only once before disgustedly putting it away. The moonlit-level believer even became a follower of an evil god, only to get a 3-star material as a reward. Only the 1 million elemental crystals were somewhat useful. They could be exchanged for some decent materials at the Awakener's house. Then, Lin Ye turned his gaze to the altar not far away. After the sacrifice, the altar had lost its divine power, leaving only dried bloodstains in the grooves. Suddenly, his gaze stopped and fell on a red bead in the groove of the altar. This is... Lin Ye walked over and pried the bead out. The next second, an attribute appeared before his eyes. A token of an evil god, 5-pointed star. A token of a certain evil god. It can be used to communicate with the evil god and is also a medium for transmitting the evil god's power. Believers often use it to obtain the evil god's power. Chapter 44 I can't figure this out, old man. A 5-star material. Lin Ye's eyes lit up as he looked at the item in his hand. Sure enough, playing the long game was the right move. He'd gotten high-level materials. Moreover, this thing is related to an evil god. Lin Ye even suspected that he had been deliberately fleecing the evil god lately. Looking at the description of the evil god's relic, he stroked his chin and asked the system. System, if I use it to create a card, can that card absorb the evil god's power? Isn't this similar to inviting a deity to possess you? The system fell silent. If the evil god knew his thoughts, he would probably have to beg him to behave. Lin Ye thought about it more, and it seemed feasible. Based on his previous experience in card making, card abilities were usually related to materials. For example, Anu had fused with the dragon soul, and her skills and weapons all bore traces of the dragon soul. The manipulator card used silk threads, and its ability was to manipulate silk threads to control objects and kill enemies. If the next card incorporates a relic of the evil god, it will likely retain its ability to draw upon the evil god's power. If successful, he will gain an extra powerful trump card. Lin Ye knew very well how terrifying the power of an evil god was. Anyone bearing the name of an evil god was not someone an ordinary powerhouse could mess with. Even the top human experts of today probably wouldn't stand a chance against an evil god. Once he can borrow the power of the evil god, his strength will inevitably undergo a qualitative change. Thinking of this, Lin Ye couldn't help but sigh. The evil god was really too generous, always sending him materials. Especially Sadarhidra, who was simply a good, evil god. He would copy its cult branch again next time he had the chance. He packed his things away, then scanned the office to make sure there was nothing else to steal before shaking his head with a hint of regret. Anu, let's go. Lin Ye waved to Anu, put his hands in his pockets, and led her out of the evil god branch. On the way, another question came to mind, so he asked the system. Can the abilities I gain before be enhanced in the future? He had considered this matter long ago. When facing the strange dragon soul before, his silk threads didn't work completely for the first time. It wasn't that they were completely useless, but rather that the other party could already sense them. It was at that moment that Lin Ye realized that the abilities granted by cards were not absolutely invincible. Skills derived from low-level cards would gradually lose their effectiveness when facing sufficiently strong enemies. At the time, that monster wasn't too strong. He managed to kill it using void concealment. If it were any stronger, the manipulator skill would probably be useless. The system quickly replied, Yes. Once the host has created a certain number of cards, they will gain the authority to rework and recycle the cards. Lin Ye nodded. He wasn't worried about his skills falling behind after his strength improved, since his current card-making speed was still sufficient for now. He just didn't want some useful skills to become obsolete. Even with a multitude of skills, each has its own focus. Some enhance the user, some are suited for one-on-one combat, and some lean towards control. The manipulator ability, in particular, is an excellent means of clearing the field and controlling enemies. So he continued, How many cards do I need to make to unlock the reforging feature? The system replied, 5. 5? If we disregard the demon eye, he seems to be only 2 cards short right now. He has 1 common card and 4 types of materials that are 3 stars or higher, so he's not lacking at all. All he needs to do next is defeat more monsters and get a few more common cards. Just then, Lin Ye suddenly looked up and gazed ahead, a slow smile playing on his lips. He was now standing at the entrance of the evil god's branch, and not far away, a large group of evil god believers were returning. Among them were a group of awakened academy students, covered in blood and beaten so badly they were almost unrecognizable. After a fierce battle, and with the arrival of reinforcements from the evil god's followers, Elder Qin finally succeeded in capturing all the trainees. Of course, many died in the battle, leaving only about a third remaining. The followers of the evil god were in good spirits. After all, their losses weren't significant, and they had even gathered all the materials needed for the ritual. But as they prepared to return to their branch to claim their credit, they saw 2 people walking out of their lair. Lin Ye? Wang Yujie, who was being held by Old Qin, recognized Lin Ye at a glance. His eyes widened, and he shouted in disbelief. Old Qin was still wondering who these two people were, but upon hearing Wan Yujia's words, his expression instantly changed. He looked at Lin Ye, then at Wan Yujia, and the next second he slapped him hard. Bang! Wan Yujia screamed in pain as his head was slapped to the side. Old Qin roared. You bastards, you still dare to play the diversionary tactic? He was so angry he wanted to kill Wan Yujia on the spot. No wonder these academy students suddenly joined forces to attack. Their real purpose was to let these two take the opportunity to infiltrate the branch. In Elder Qin's view, anyone who could walk out of the branch so leisurely must be a powerful expert sent by the awakened academy. The academy had set up this trap under the guise of the trial to catch their branch off guard. Thinking of this, Old Qin's face turned pale. If these two were able to get out unharmed, what about the people in the branch office? The minister had been guarding there the whole time. Could it be that even the minister was in trouble? Wan Yujia's head was buzzing from the slap. Before he could react, he heard Old Qin pin such a huge blame on him. He was completely bewildered and desperately wanted the old man to explain, but he didn't dare to speak for fear of being slapped to death. Lin Ye couldn't help but laugh as he watched this scene. Smack! 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 He clapped as he walked toward the crowd, his tones slightly mocking. What a wonderful battle! I was really getting my blood pumping. He then looked at the disheveled Wan Yujia and feigned surprise, saying, Oh, isn't this the superhuman? Haven't seen you for a few days, what happened to you? Wan Yujia's face flushed crimson at the sarcastic remarks. Recalling his earlier mockery of Lin Ye, and looking at his current miserable state, he felt utterly ironic. He gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, Lin Ye, we're all classmates, why kick someone when they're down? He then forced himself to endure the humiliation and said, If you can get me out of here, I'll give you 10 million after the trial is over, how about it? Lin Ye grinned coldly. Sorry, my handsome and charming readers won't allow me to do that. After saying that, he turned his gaze to Old Qin and said in a cold tone, Give him a few more slaps, harder ones. I might consider letting you die a more dignified death later. Old Qin was stunned on the spot. This really stumped the old man. Chapter 45 What's Wrong with Becoming an Evil God? Wan Yujia felt extremely frustrated at this moment. He shouldn't have believed Lin Ye's nonsense, thinking the other party had actually given him the coordinates, and obediently waiting for them to come to him. It turned out this wasn't Lin Ye's hiding place at all, but rather a stronghold of the evil god's branch. No wonder Lin Ye was able to gather so many people to help him, and each of them was quite powerful. Now look what happened, he's fallen into the hands of the evil god's followers and is being mocked by Lin Ye to his face. Wan Yujia grew angrier the more he thought about it, and roared with a ferocious expression. Lin Ye! Don't go too far! We're all students of the academy, aren't you afraid of being punished by the academy? Lin Ye coldly replied with 2 words. Not afraid. Wan Yujia opened his mouth, but for a moment he was choked and unable to speak. Old Qin, standing beside them, watched the two of them with an increasingly complicated expression. At this moment, a believer approached Elder Qin and whispered, Elder Qin, what do we do now? Old Qin pondered for a moment, then lowered his voice and instructed. Notify the others to find a chance to leave. We can't stay here any longer. Watch my signals later. The believer nodded and immediately whispered a message. Old Qin had already realized that while the 2 people before him were of unknown identity, they were definitely not their people. If they dragged this out any longer, either of them would be able to leave. Old Qin glanced at Wan Yujia, then turned to Lin Ye and tentatively said, Sir, I see there's some conflict between you. How about I hand him over to you in exchange for letting me and my men leave? Lin Ye looked at him coldly. Are you trying to bargain with me? Didn't you hear what I just said? Slap him until I'm satisfied. Old Qin's face instantly turned ugly, and his tone became stern. Don't push your luck, this old man isn't someone to be trifled with. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp clang of metal rang out. Clang! With a flash of cold light, Anu's figure swept out like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, she held the spear to Qin Lao's neck. Do whatever the monarch commands. Say one more word and you will die. The chilling killing intent made old Qin freeze, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. He stared at Anu in terror, his breath catching in his throat. Such speed, such terrifying strength. His entire attention was focused on Lin Ye, and he hadn't noticed the person standing behind Lin Ye at all. If that spear had actually struck, he would have died instantly. Old Qin swallowed hard and immediately changed his tune. I'll fan! After saying that, he turned to look at Wan Yujie and slapped him across the face. Wan Yujie was completely stunned, only reacting when the slap was about to land on his face. Wasn't Lin Ye an ordinary person? How could he have such a powerful person by his side? He had clearly investigated Lin Ye's background. He was just an ordinary orphan. Why would someone like that call him Lord Monarch? Snap! The slap landed hard, and Wan Yujie screamed in pain, his head spinning from the blow. After Qin Lao finished slapping Lin Ye, he cautiously glanced at Lin Ye and saw that he was indifferent. He could only grit his teeth and continue. Bang! 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 Screams and slaps mingled together. After all, Elder Qin was a high-level Morningstar cultivator. Every slap he delivered to Wan Yujie, a newbie who hadn't even reached the 3rd level, felt like a heavy blow. The surrounding students shuddered as they watched Wan Yujie's face turn to a swollen mess, filled with regret. If they had known Lin Ye was so ruthless, why had they provoked him for a few points? Only after Wan Yujie was slapped unconscious did old Qin stop, panting, and force a smile as he asked, "Sir, are you satisfied?" Even the way they address each other has changed. Lin Ye looked at Wan Yujie's swollen and deformed face and nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Anu, give him a quick death. The smile on old Qin's face froze instantly. Before he could react, Anu's spear had already pierced his skull. Puff! Old Qin died on the spot. Lin Ye glanced at the fearful followers of the evil god around him and casually waved his hand. Anu, kill them all. The best part is over, it's time to clear the room. Anu responded, her figure blurring as she charged into the crowd with her spear. The evil god's followers had already sensed something was wrong, and upon hearing Lin Ye's command, they immediately scattered and fled. Don't kill me! Run! However, the difference in strength was too great. Anu could sweep away a whole group with a single shot. In a short while, screams of agony echoed throughout the stronghold. Those students who had already escaped watched Anu unleash a massacre, their eyes filled with terror. One of them cautiously glanced at Lin Ye, forcing a smile. Lin Ye, thank you so much for saving us. I'm deeply grateful. Once the first person spoke up, the others quickly echoed him. We were wrong before. We were all deceived by Wan Yujie. Yes, we're all classmates. We should help each other out. I hope you won't take it to heart. Lin Ye listened to their thanks with a cold laugh. He knew perfectly well what they were thinking. They were simply afraid he would also attack them. If you're afraid, then you're right to be afraid. Lin Ye said calmly. No need to thank me, because I had no intention of letting you go anyway. Everyone's expression froze instantly. Someone gave an awkward smile and tentatively asked, Lin Ye, what do you mean by that? The literal meaning, Lin Ye said calmly. None of you will survive today. Upon hearing this, everyone's face turned deathly pale. He actually intended to kill them? Finally, someone couldn't hold back any longer and roared. Lin Ye! This is a trial! How dare you kill us? Aren't you afraid that the instructors will find out and execute you? Lin Ye's eyes turned cold as he suddenly looked at the man. The next instant, he vanished from his spot, and when he reappeared, he had already grabbed the man by the neck and lifted him up. Don't give me that nonsense! Lin Ye stared at him, his voice icy. When you wanted to deal with me, you should have expected this outcome. The man's face turned purple, and he managed to squeeze out a voice. That's because you stole our points. Lin Ye remained unmoved. Taking points is a trial rule. You can try to take them from me, but what about teaming up to kill me? The man's eyes widened, and he still wanted to argue. Click. Lin Ye didn't give him another chance and snapped his neck. Witnessing their classmate's murder, the remaining students completely broke down. One of them shouted in terror, "He's a follower of an evil god! Go back and tell our mentor that Lin Ye has sided with the evil god!" Seeing the fear on their faces, Lin Ye just sneered. He lightly tapped his hands, and in an instant, countless silver-white threads shot out. If everyone in this world is so corrupt and filthy, then what harm is there in him becoming an evil god? Chapter 46. My apologies. Something's not right with me. Countless silver threads danced in the darkness, like chains lashed out by death, silently reaping the lives of the fleeing. Some wanted to rebel, but they couldn't even find the enemy. They couldn't see what was secretly slaughtering them. "No! Don't kill me!" Screams rang out one after another. With a light tap of Lin Ye's fingertip, the fleeing people fell to the ground, their faces filled with regret and resentment before they died. Within moments, no one was left standing around Lin Ye. "No, we've missed one." Wan Yujie, who had been stunned by Qin Lao's attack, finally woke up. Looking at the devastating scene around him, which resembled a living hell, his eyes were instantly filled with fear. You actually killed them all?" Lin Ye merely glanced at him indifferently. "Don't worry, you'll go with them too." Wan Yujie trembled and instinctively moved back, but his face quickly contorted as he roared madly. "Lin Ye, you've joined the evil god cult, you're finished!" Unwilling to accept defeat, he said viciously, "You think you've won? You're still that useless piece of trash who can't awaken your powers. Even if you gain power through dirty tricks, you'll still be hunted down and forever hide like a rat in the sewers." He knew Lin Ye wouldn't let him go, but he refused to submit even in death. Lin Ye scoffed. "Did your brain get damaged by the baby bottle the nanny used to feed you? You're almost 20 years old, can't you use your brain with its 250 capacity to think?" After saying that, he shook his head again. "Forget it, there's no point in explaining to you. Have a safe journey." With a soft whoosh, a flash of silver light appeared, and Wan Yujie was promptly sent away. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, Lin Ye's expression remained as calm as a still pond. The only thing that bothered him was that after killing so many people, the system hadn't even given a notification. "It seems that only killing monsters, evil god followers, and strange creatures can yield materials." Lin Ye felt a little regretful. After all, one less way to obtain materials had been lost. He had originally thought that if possible, it would be good to clean up some of the scum among humans as well. On the other side, Anu had also finished the battle. Lin Ye didn't linger, only saying, "Let's go," before turning and leaving. The mess to clean up would be left to those who discovered it later. Right now, he just wants to rest. Fighting monsters can be tiring, and he needs to recover his energy. On the way, Lin Ye suddenly asked Anu, "Anu, what is your view on good and evil?" Anu was taken aback and looked at him. "Does your majesty think you did something wrong?" "No." Lin Ye shook his head. "I just wanted to hear your opinion." Anu thought about it carefully, and finally shook her head gently. "Anu doesn't know. Anu only knows that, regardless of good or evil, the victor is king. The winner takes all." Lin Ye smiled and didn't ask any more questions. In the darkness, two figures, one after the other, embarked on their journey home. That's right, Lin Ye is planning to go home. The evil god's branch has been wiped out, and there are no new targets nearby, so staying here is a waste of time. Hunting ordinary magical beasts is too inefficient, and the time spent is completely disproportionate to the effort required. Instead of doing that, he might as well go back to Bachin City and kill a few more followers of the evil god. After all, he still has the device that can lock onto the aura of the evil god's followers. It was nearly noon when we returned to Bachin City. Standing in front of the villa, Lin Ye suddenly had the illusion that he had been away for a long time. Sure enough, people who have been away from home for too long will feel that every day is an eternity when they miss home. What I'm thinking about isn't necessarily the house itself, but rather those precious memories. "Anna, I'm back!" Lin Ye pushed open the door and called out into the house, but received no response. He frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. Given Anna's personality, shouldn't she have rushed to him the moment he returned? He wanted to feel that long-lost sense of oppression, but no one responded. They're probably taking a lunch break. Lin Ye didn't think much of it and led Anu into the villa. The house was exactly the same as when he left, still spotless. It was clear that Anna had indeed been very obedient and kept the house very well in order. Anu looked around the house, her eyes full of curiosity. Your Majesty, is this your residence? Lin Ye nodded. Yes, you'll live here from now on. That room on the second floor will be your bedroom. As he spoke, he pointed to the room next to his bedroom. Anu's cheeks flushed instantly, and she whispered, Would you like to share a bed with His Majesty? Lin Ye's expression froze, and a question mark slowly appeared in his mind. Was he not speaking clearly, or was she imagining things too wildly? He clearly said the room next door. How did it become that they slept together? Just as Lin Ye was wondering how to explain, a figure suddenly rushed up from behind him. Before he could react, it felt like 2 dough balls had hit him from behind, and then a pair of slender hands grabbed his waist. Ah! Your Majesty, it's Your Majesty! Without even looking, Lin Ye knew who it was just by hearing the voice. He turned around and saw Anna looking at him pitifully, with tears glistening in her eyes. The girl actually cried. Anna, can you let go first? Lin Ye said helplessly. The main problem was that her little hands were fiddling around his waist, messing up his clothes. Anna then realized what had happened and quickly let go like a little girl who had done something wrong, taking a step back. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, Anna didn't mean to. Then, she noticed Anu standing to the side and asked curiously, Your Majesty, who is she? This is Anu, just like you, she is one of my servants. After saying that, Lin Ye introduced Anu. Anu, this is Anna. Anna immediately smiled and extended her hand, saying, Hello? Anu smiled sweetly and extended her hand in response. I know you. Lin Ye, who was watching the two shake hands with satisfaction, almost stumbled and fell to the ground when he heard those 2 words. His lips twitched. Ahem, Anu, what do you mean by incontinence? Forgive him for his 9 years of compulsory education, plus several years of awakening education. He really didn't know that incontinence could be used as a greeting. Should I apologize to you the moment we meet? Something's wrong with him? Chapter 47 Epic Demon God Domain. Your Majesty, Jing means I regret not meeting you sooner, Anu explained with a slight smile. Lin Ye then understood, and could only shrug, admitting his lack of knowledge. He went to the sofa, lay down, and told Anna that he was a little hungry. Anna immediately agreed and went to cook, excitedly rushing into the kitchen. In less than 10 minutes, a large table of dishes was laid out: stir-fried white mushrooms, stir-fried assorted vegetables, stir-fried shredded pork, and stir-fried ribbon fish, which made Lin Ye's appetite soar. During the meal, Lin Ye picked up a piece of snow-white fish and casually asked Anna how she had spent the past 2 days while he was away. He wasn't worried about her safety. He was just concerned she might be bored by herself. Anna rested her chin on her hands, looking at him with a wronged expression, and said that life without her monarch was unbearable. Because she missed him so much, she could only keep herself busy by doing housework, thus refraining from going to see him. Lin Ye then understood why the house was so clean. He said with a touch of heartache, If you're really bored, you can go out and have some fun. Anna shook her head earnestly, saying that the monarch had instructed her to watch over the house before he left, and she was determined to do so. Moreover, she needed to see Lin Ye the moment he returned, or she would regret it terribly. After saying that, she asked him expectantly if he had been a good girl. Lin Ye smiled helplessly, and could only nod and praise her for being the best girl, telling her to hurry up and eat. To everyone's surprise, Anna's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she immediately ran to Lin Ye's side, picking up the utensils to serve him the meal. Lin Ye verbally refused, but inwardly he had to admit that the food tasted incredibly delicious. Anu watched the 2 playfully bickering, a gentle smile appearing on her beautiful face. Soon, the meal was devoured in a flash, leaving Anna to clean up the mess. Lin Ye lay contentedly on the sofa, enjoying Anu's massage. This kind of life was indeed addictive, but he had to put this gentle embrace on hold for now. It was time to create his next card. Lin Ye spread his hands, and several materials appeared. A suspicious tentacle, a 7-star material, a 3-star wooden doll, a 3-star evil eye, a 5-star token of an evil god, and a white card. Looking at these materials, Lin Ye began to ponder. Besides the white card, there were 4 other materials in total, but based on his previous card-making experience, some materials might not be able to be added simultaneously. For example, the tentacles and the evil god's token, if belonging to different evil gods and having conflicting attributes, might lead to failure. As for the evil eye, Lin Ye wasn't sure if it was part of the evil god. After thinking for a moment, he first added the tentacles and the wooden figure to the white card, and then tried adding the evil eye. To his surprise, the evil eye was successfully added. It seemed that this thing was just an ordinary material, and not part of the evil god. Finally, only the evil god's token remained. Lin Ye examined it, and decided to give it a try. After all, one experiment wouldn't prove anything. Several attempts were needed to confirm the accuracy of his judgment. Soon, the results came in. The relic of the evil god had successfully merged into the white card. Looking at all 4 materials now integrated into the card, Lin Ye's eyes held a strange expression. Had he been wrong before? Was the relic not actually related to the evil god? Or perhaps that mysterious tentacle originally fell from Sadagra's body? If it's the latter, then this evil god is truly pitiful. As he pondered, the white card suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, spinning and floating in the air. Lin Ye immediately snapped out of his thoughts, and stared intently at the card that was spinning faster and faster. No matter how many times he's experienced it, he still gets nervous seeing this scene. After all, he added 4 different materials this time, including the highest grade material he's ever seen. If the finished product is subpar, he'll be heartbroken. Under Lin Ye's expectant gaze, the card's spinning speed gradually slowed down. The original white light slowly turned into an eerie purple glow, finally freezing completely. A new card appeared before him. On the card, several octopus-like tentacles surrounded a sinister wooden puppet, creating a bizarre and oppressive scene. Name: Demon Realm. Category: Domain card. Tier: Epic. Effect: the demon god once existed, the demon god now exists, and the demon god will exist forever. Not in the space we know, but between all spaces. Using this card, you will create a powerful domain, within which you are the sole god. Note: once the domain is set up, its range is fixed and cannot be moved. Domain card: Epic. Looking at the card radiating a bewitching purple light, Lin Ye's breathing quickened. Bronze, silver, gold, epic. Epic was already the 4th tier, second only to legendary cards. Could he truly be the chosen one? However, upon reflection, this result was somewhat expected. After all, the materials included 7-star materials. It would have been truly absurd if there weren't even any gold level or higher materials. This was his first time creating a domain card, and he didn't know how effective it would be. The highest level card he'd seen so far was the Demon Eye from the system's newbie gift pack. The Demon Eye was indeed useful, but its combat boost wasn't particularly dramatic. Thinking of this, Lin Ye picked up the card, got up, and walked out of the villa. The domain card would create a domain after use. Where would be the most suitable place to put it? His own home, of course. Upon entering the courtyard, Lin Ye gently crushed the card in his hand. With a snap, the card shattered, and a beam of purple light shot straight into the sky. The next moment, the sky above the villa was completely covered by purple light, along with the surrounding area of several hundred meters. The area seemed to be covered by a giant overturned cauldron, with illusory tentacles appearing and dancing wildly in the space. At the same time, in the center of the courtyard in front of Lin Ye, a wooden puppet with a sinister smile suddenly appeared and stood silently. A powerful aura emanated from the puppet. Chapter 48: Anna battles the demon realm. Anu, can you sense the specific strength of this puppet? Lin Ye looked at the wooden puppets in the courtyard and casually asked the question. Anu shook her head and only gave 4 words. Unfathomable. Lin Ye nodded. In fact, he had expected this answer. Even he himself couldn't sense the puppet's true strength, so Anu naturally couldn't see through it either. The power of an epic-level domain card was indeed extraordinary. However, to determine exactly how powerful it is, someone needs to test it. Just then, Anna finished packing and came out. Seeing the wooden puppet in the courtyard, she asked curiously, "Your Majesty, did you make this?" Lin Ye glanced at her, a thought flickering in his mind, and asked with a smile, "Anna, would you be interested in giving it a try?" Anna is currently at the early stage of the Radiant Moon realm. If she were to unleash all her skills, she could even fight against the high-level Radiant Moon cultivator, making her perfect for testing this field. Okay. Anna agreed readily, her face immediately lighting up with eagerness. She walked into the courtyard, pointed at the puppet, and turned back to ask, "Your Majesty, all we have to do is hit it, right?" Lin Ye nodded. "Yes, just give it your all." After receiving permission, Anna's expression changed drastically, her eyes turning icy blue, and a sickly smile appeared on her exquisite face. A blood-stained dagger appeared in her palm, her skirt fluttered without wind, and in the next instant, she vanished. In the blink of an eye, Anna appeared behind the puppet, her dagger flashing like lightning as she stabbed straight at its neck. Seeing her confident move, Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly, a purple light flashing in his eyes. At that very moment, the previously motionless puppet suddenly raised its head, its dark eyes glowing with a ghostly purple light. As Anna's attack landed, the puppet suddenly vanished into thin air. "What?" Anna's eyes flashed with surprise as her attack missed. She clearly hadn't expected that this puppet would possess a similar ability to conceal itself in midair. She gripped the dagger tightly, scanning her surroundings warily. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she abruptly looked up at the sky. Suddenly, the puppet appeared above her head, hovering in midair. Its eerie purple eyes stared intently at her, radiating an intense sense of oppression. Anna dared not wait any longer. Gritting her teeth, she activated void concealment once more. But as soon as she moved, the puppet also moved. With a mere wave of its hand, countless illusory vines sprang from the ground. As if locking onto a target, these vines all shot off into the void. The next second, the vines pierced the void, forcing Anna out. "Ah!" Before she could react, vines lashed out and bound her tightly. Worse still, being restrained left her feeling completely drained, rendering her unable to use any of her skills. "My lord, help me!" Anna panicked and immediately cried out to Lin Ye for help. Lin Ye, watching this scene, couldn't help but laugh. With a casual wave of his hand, the vines immediately lifted Anna and brought her to him. Anna, seeing Lin Ye so close, understood what was happening even if she was slow to react. The panic on her face vanished instantly, replaced by anger. She pouted and said, "Your Majesty is so wicked! You were the one controlling these strange vines, yet you deliberately tied me up." Lin Ye didn't answer, but just stared at her blankly. Anna paused for a moment, then looked down at herself. The next moment, her face turned bright red all the way to her ears. She was in a really sorry state at that moment. "Ah! Your Majesty, don't look! Put me down!" Anna covered her face, shouting in embarrassment and anger. Lin Ye also realized something was amiss, coughed lightly, and waved away the vines. "Ah!" Anna plopped down on the ground, still too ashamed and angry to look at Lin Ye after being freed, her face burning hot. Lin Ye decisively changed the subject, asking seriously, "Let's get down to business. Anna, how are you feeling just now?" Anna's cheeks flushed again, and she whispered, "It's so embarrassing, so shameful." Lin Ye's lips twitched, and he quickly interrupted. "That's not what I asked. I meant, what did it feel like when you fought the puppet?" Anna then realized what was happening and nodded seriously. "Your Majesty, that puppet is very strong. Anna couldn't even last one move against it." Although she didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. She had just used almost all her strength, but not only could she not touch her opponent, she was also subdued in one move. Thinking of this, Anna suddenly raised her head, looking somewhat uneasy. "Your Majesty, am I very useless?" Lin Ye was taken aback for a moment, then reached out and patted her head, smiling as he comforted her. "How could that be? Anna is already very strong." However, this puppet was the core of the domain, and its level was already higher than hers. It didn't have true consciousness, and was mainly controlled by Lin Ye. Although it could attack autonomously, its flexibility was far inferior to that of Lin Ye controlling it personally. Besides that, what satisfied Lin Ye the most was the source of power for this domain. That's right, it was that unfortunate evil god again. All the power consumed by the domain was drawn from him. After comforting the distraught Anna, Lin Ye took her and Anu back to rest. He really needed to recover after being so busy for so long. After all, there are other things to take care of at night. Hopefully, those rats will stay hidden and not cause any trouble, otherwise his workload will increase again. While Lin Ye was resting, at the Awakener Academy on the other side, the instructors and several representatives of various factions had already discovered the anomaly in the trial. Surprisingly, a large number of students' names have disappeared from the individual leaderboard. Someone's expression changed drastically, and they immediately said in a deep voice, "The trial must be terminated." Chapter 49: A Beautiful Misunderstanding. Inside the Awakener Academy's main hall, the dean and all the instructors stared at the large screen in front of them, their faces extremely grim. Just moments ago, they were discussing which student had the most potential, but the next second, that person's name suddenly disappeared from the list. Immediately afterwards, the names of a large number of students also dimmed, as if swallowed whole by something. The disappearance of a name signifies the loss of a student. If it were only one or two, the academy could bear it, but this time, hundreds were gone in an instant. The dean clenched his fists, his aged body trembling slightly, and said in a deep voice, "The trial must be terminated." In all the years since the Awakener Academy was founded, such a tragedy has never occurred. Even in the early stages of the evil god's resurgence, so many students never died at once. If the cause cannot be found, he, as the dean, will surely be nailed to the pillar of shame in the academy's history. The instructors were also quite frightened and quickly sprang into action, sending emergency notifications to all surviving students' bracelets. Trial terminated. All trainees, immediately return to the initial location and assemble. The news stunned all the trainees. The chat group exploded instantly, with some asking what had happened, others noticing that one Yujia and the others had disappeared, and still others making random jokes. Although no one knew the inside story, no one dared to disobey the academy's orders, and everyone withdrew from the dark area. Soon, the instructors gathered at the boundary, and the surviving students returned one after another, standing next to their respective class teams. On Class 1's side, Qingyang, Jiang Yi, and Su Yalan also stepped out. As soon as they stood still, they realized one person was missing from the group. Qingyang glanced around and frowned. "Where's Lin Ye? He didn't come out?" Jiang Yi shook his head. "I didn't see it." Su Yalan's face showed worry. "Could it be that they didn't see the notice?" Qingyang immediately opened the bracelet and sent a message to Lin Ye, but there was no response in the chat box. He helplessly shrugged. This guy didn't reply. Su Yalan became even more anxious. "Then what should we do?" Qingyang could only comfort her. "Don't worry too much. That guy is ridiculously strong. It's not that easy for him to get into trouble. Maybe he's sleeping somewhere right now. Besides, if he doesn't reply to our messages, we can't find him. We can only wait." Su Yalan nodded, but the worry in her eyes still lingered. Not far away, Uncle Nan approached Su Qingyan and whispered, "Mississippi." Su Qingyan nodded slightly, then asked, "Why did the academy suddenly terminate the trial?" Uncle Nan lowered his voice and replied, "Because many students died suddenly. In addition, our people also found that a branch of an evil god cult was destroyed near the trial area selected by the academy." A hint of surprise flashed in Su Qingyan's eyes. "The branch of the evil god cult has been destroyed?" Uncle Nan nodded. "Yes. The person who made the move was very strong. Those evil god followers were killed almost before they could even put up a fight. Among them was a radiant moon-level evil god follower." Su Qingyan pondered for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. "Uncle Nan, who do you think did it?" Uncle Nan's eyes flickered slightly, and he said in a low voice, "Miss should already have the answer in her heart." Su Qingyan smiled faintly. In the entire Bachin city, I can't think of anyone else with this kind of strength besides him. She paused, then asked, Everyone in the academy knows about his performance this time, right? What's their attitude? Uncle Nan replied, They have begun to suspect him, thinking he might be a follower of evil gods. Su Qingyan was taken aback, then revealed a hint of sarcasm. Cultists of evil gods? What a wonderful misunderstanding. I'd like to see what they do next. Her tone was slightly cold. A true god has been mistaken for a follower of an evil god. I can only hope that they will have a good ending in the end. On the other side, the dean looked at the students who had gathered back and asked the instructor beside him in a deep voice. Have they all returned? The mentor nodded. Except for those who have already perished, almost everyone else has returned. He had barely finished speaking when he suddenly remembered something and quickly added, Wait, Dean, it seems there's still one person who hasn't returned. The dean frowned. Who? The tutor replied, Lin Ye. Upon hearing this name, the mentors beside the dean were all taken aback, and the dean himself raised an eyebrow slightly. Upon hearing this, the young man who had been suspicious of Lin Ye immediately laughed and said, Gentlemen, I think things are already very clear. He said with certainty, That little guy has probably really fallen into the arms of the evil god. The dean's face darkened. Sir, Lin Ye hasn't returned yet. We can't jump to conclusions so soon. The young man scoffed. His not coming back is the best proof, isn't it? I think we should issue an arrest warrant for him. This kind of scum should be executed immediately. The others did not immediately speak up. The dean remained silent for a moment, then instructed the tutor beside him. Go and ask his friends to see what's going on with Lin Ye. The instructor responded and turned to walk towards the location of Class 1. Among the three representatives, a middle-aged man looked at the young man and asked in confusion. Shueboen, you seem to care a lot about that student. Shueboen glanced at him indifferently and smiled. Isn't this how you deal with followers of evil gods? After saying that, he didn't wait for the middle-aged man's response and turned to leave. After walking a few steps, he took out his phone and answered a call, his voice low. Hey, have you found the location yet? A moment later, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Great, I'll be right there. Chapter 50. Don't worry, I have experience. Inside the large villa, Lin Ye was lying in bed sleeping. A petite figure peeked out from the next room, quietly slipped to Lin Ye's door, and gently pushed it open a crack. Just then, the door next door opened as well, and Anna turned around, her eyes meeting Anu's. Just as Anu was about to speak, Anna immediately raised her finger. Anu, come here. Anu obediently shut her mouth and tiptoed to her side. Anna lowered her voice and asked with a mischievous smile, Would you like to sleep with His Majesty the Monarch? Anu's face instantly turned red, and she bit her lip and whispered, Wouldn't His Majesty be unhappy if I did that? Anna, however, was very confident. Wouldn't it be fine if we just didn't let His Majesty know? Don't worry, I have experience. As long as we don't say anything, he won't wake up. Besides, he'll make some movements before he wakes up, and then we'll leave quickly. Although Anu was so shy she almost buried her head in her chest, she finally nodded. Anna, being bolder, pulled her into Lin Ye's room, and the two of them hid under the covers, one on each side. This was the first time Anu had been so close to Lin Ye. Looking at him sleeping soundly, her eyes were filled with happiness. She murmured softly, So this is how warm it is to be with the monarch. And then she fell asleep with a smile on her face. Lin Ye had a strange dream. In the dream, he was like a cloud, leisurely floating in the sky, when suddenly 4 slimes appeared on his body, jumping around. He reached out to grab them, but as soon as he did, they slipped away. Lin Ye was having a great time catching them when the slimes suddenly swarmed together and lunged at his face. He jolted awake, sat up, and shouted, Don't come any closer! He took a few breaths and looked around blankly. There was no one else in the room except himself. Lin Ye scratched his head. These strange dreams had been becoming more and more frequent lately, involving either grabbing bread or slimes. He even suspected he might be influenced by the aura of an evil god, but quickly dismissed the thought. If there truly was the aura of an evil god, His demon eyes would surely have detected it. Besides, with Anna and Anu guarding the villa, nothing outside could possibly get in. But thinking back, the slime actually felt pretty good. Lin Ye clenched his fist and couldn't help but smack his lips. Putting aside the final pounce on his face, the first half of the dream was quite memorable. He looked out the window and saw that the sun was already setting, so he got up, straightened his clothes, and went out of the room. As soon as he got downstairs, he saw Anna and Anu sitting on the sofa, talking quietly to each other. Lin Ye yawned as he came downstairs. "Good afternoon, Anna, Anu." The two immediately stood up and bowed. "Good afternoon, Your Majesty." Lin Ye waved his hand, telling them they didn't need to be so reserved in the future, and then sat down on the sofa. 2 glasses of milk and 1 glass of water were on the table. Lin Ye picked up the water and took a sip, then asked why he wasn't drinking the milk. Anna smiled and explained that they had already drunk their own, and these were specially prepared for him. His Majesty had worked hard for several days and deserved some nourishment. Lin Ye nodded, but suddenly noticed that Anu's expression was off. Ever since he came downstairs, she had been blushing, as if she had done something wrong. He frowned and asked, "Anu, what's wrong?" Startled by the question, Anu looked up and exclaimed, Lin Ye, increasingly suspicious, said seriously, "You must tell me if anything happens, understand?" Anu lowered her head, not daring to look at him, and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, "It's just that I have some health problems." Anna, seeing that things were not going well, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Your Majesty, Anu is talking about problems that all girls have." Lin Ye suddenly realized what was happening and felt a little embarrassed. After thinking for a while, he could only manage to say in a serious tone, "Anu, remember to drink more hot water lately." Anu blushed and thanked him softly, and the matter was considered closed. After eating something, Lin Ye asked Anna to bring out the red robes she had brought back yesterday. The 3 of them changed into the red robes and left the villa. Originally, Lin Ye didn't want to bring Anu, but he couldn't persuade her otherwise, so he had to let her come along. Along the way, Anna followed behind Lin Ye, her graceful figure concealed by a red robe. Clearly excited to be out with Lin Ye, she couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, what shall we do tonight?" Lin Ye smiled and said, "Of course, it's for catching mice." He held the instrument that had previously been able to lock onto the aura of the evil god's followers, and the screen was covered with red dots. Looking at those red dots, Lin Ye couldn't help but sneer. He had only heard that Bachin City harbored many evil god cults and believers before, but now that he saw them with his own eyes, he realized just how outrageous their numbers were. The instrument only covered one area of Bachin City, yet there were already over 1,000 red dots. This gives you an idea of how deep the evil cult's infiltration of the city was. However, these red dots will soon disappear. Chapter 51. It's you again, kind-hearted citizen. Bachin City East District. Outside a branch of a certain evil god. 4 followers of the evil god, dressed in red robes, were guarding the door. A few people sat idly on the steps, chatting casually. "Brothers, I've married a girl from another branch of the cult." An older believer sighed and began to address the topic. "Isn't that a good thing? Why are you sighing?" a believer next to him asked, somewhat puzzled. He shook his head and said, "You guys don't know, right? After she got married, she demanded that I sleep with her every night. Do you think that's normal?" No sooner had he finished speaking than another person chimed in. "Brother, this is definitely not normal. My wife and I only started sleeping together after we had a child." As soon as he finished speaking, the others immediately looked at him with very strange expressions. The man didn't seem to find anything wrong with it at all, and instead continued. "Speaking of which, it seems like we've been less active lately. Do you know why? I heard that an evil cult outside Bachin City was wiped out. Those people died a terrible death. Not a single one escaped." One believer who knew the situation clicked his tongue and said, "Because of this incident, no one in our Bachin City branch of the cult dares to go out on missions, for fear of being targeted." At this moment, the person who had been sitting at the very edge without speaking spoke up. "That's right, there are fewer believers outside, but there are more people hunting believers. I heard there's one in the East District who specializes in hunting believers of evil gods, which makes me afraid to go out. Upon hearing this, the older believer beside him immediately smiled and patted him on the shoulder, saying, What? Afraid those people will come knocking on your door? The man shook his head and sighed. No, I'm afraid of being recognized. Upon hearing this, the older believer's smile froze, and the other two's gazes also suddenly changed as they looked at the speaker. Dude, you're not kidding, are you? The older believer gave an awkward smile. He looked at the group of 4. They always have 3 guards. Why are there 4 today? Wrong. Who are you? The older believer's expression changed, and he abruptly pulled his hand back from the man's shoulder, questioning him in shock and anger. His reaction prompted the other 2 to react immediately, and they quickly retreated to the left and right of that person. This is unbelievable. When did this person appear? How come they didn't notice at all? Listen to my explanation. I can't keep up this lie anymore. You should all just die. The man stood up, shook his head, and said with some helplessness. Beneath the red robe, fingertips moved. In an instant, several streaks of silver light flashed across the night sky, and the 3 members of the evil god cult were pierced through before they could even react. Ding! Killed 3 7th-tier evil god followers, obtained 2,100 elemental crystals. Actually, I think you guys are quite interesting to talk about. You're all talented. Lin Ye shook his hand, looked at the 3 corpses on the ground, and shook his head as he spoke. After passing the 3 corpses, Lin Ye looked up at the gate of the evil god cult branch and resolutely walked in. As expected of a group of rats hiding in the shadows, the path to their nest was indeed very winding and circuitous. After walking for a few minutes, Lin Ye finally entered the branch office. The entire branch is hidden underground. It's a very spacious area, decorated like a bar. When Lin Ye went in, those evil god believers were still lost in their revelry. Hey bro, wanna grab a bottle? A follower of the evil gods saw Lin Ye and, thinking he was a newcomer, immediately smiled and handed him a bottle of beer. Lin Ye smiled slightly, took the beer from his hand, and thanked him, saying, Thanks, brother. I'll make sure you die a nice death later. Why are you being so polite? The man initially smiled and waved his hand, but upon reflection, he immediately realized something was amiss. However, when he looked at Lin Ye again, he only had time to see a faint smile on his lips. The next second, a silver thread pierced through him. Thump! The man, his eyes wide with disbelief, collapsed to the ground. Those around him who witnessed this scene were all stunned. Then, murder! Someone has murdered someone! Damn it, someone's broken into the branch! Go get the boss! Shut up! The one who's dead is our boss! Run! The entire branch was thrown into chaos. Everyone screamed in panic and rushed frantically toward the exit. However, Lin Ye happened to be blocking the exit, and anyone wanting to get out had to get past him. After killing the first person, Lin Ye tapped his fingers in the air, his elegant movements resembling the playing of a piano piece. However, this piano piece is somewhat different. Each time a fingertip falls, it will randomly take away a follower of the evil god. Ding! Killed the follower of the Morning Star Mediator cultist, obtained, white card X1. Ding! Killed a 9th-tier evil god follower, obtained, elemental crystal X900. Ding! Killed a low-level Morning Star evil god follower, obtained, a blood-stained steel essence. The system notifications kept ringing in Lin Ye's mind, sounding like heavenly music to him, which made him speed up the harvesting process. Soon, all the believers in the entire branch of the evil god cult were lying on the ground, except for Lin Ye, who remained standing. Lin Ye stopped tapping his fingers, stretched out his hand, and several materials appeared in his palm. A blood-stained steel essence, 3-star originally just an ordinary steel essence, it was fortunate enough to fall from a great height, taking the life of a follower of an evil god. After absorbing a lot of resentment, it became extraordinary. Looking at the black iron rod in his hand, Lin Ye nodded. Samsung materials, not bad. They slaughtered the entire branch of the evil god cult, earning hundreds of thousands of elemental crystals, a white card, and a 3-star material. Although it may seem like a small number, this branch of the evil god's cult is really weak, with not a single member being a high-ranking morning star. I wonder if Anna and Anu will have any good results. Lin Ye put away the materials and couldn't help but think of the 2 little girls he had sent out. It's too inefficient for 3 people to act together. If the 3 people work separately, the cleaning efficiency will be much higher. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, Lin Ye stroked his chin, then took out his phone and dialed the hotline to report the crime. Hello, this is the federal hotline. Is this the helpful citizen, sir? It's you again. The operator on the other end of the phone was normal at first, but then, for some reason, she suddenly screamed. This made Lin Ye's expression turn somewhat strange. What do you mean? It's me again. Ahem, yes, it's me again. Over the phone, Lin Ye couldn't help but rub his nose and say, I understand. It's that same card, right? Please give us an address, and we'll send someone to verify it right away. Lin Ye? Chapter 52. We must bring him back. Are they really that self-aware? This made Lin Ye a little embarrassed. Yes, number 15, 3rd Street, East District. Lin Ye gave the address, and then promptly hung up the phone. Old man, even though you're dead, the things you left behind are still quite useful. Lin Ye looked at his phone and chuckled softly. He straightened his somewhat disheveled red robe, left without a word, and left behind a pile of corpses. Lin Ye, or rather, his predecessor's, background was somewhat tragic. He was an orphan abandoned in the wilderness, who was found by an old man by chance. From then on, he lived with that old man. When he was 12 years old, he accidentally learned that the old man was going to join the evil god cult, and that he would use Lin Ye as a sacrifice as a bargaining chip. Lin Ye understood perfectly why the old man had chosen to join the evil god cult. Because he was already terminally ill at that time, and would soon pass away. No one wants to die, including the old man and Lin Ye. That night, the 12-year-old incarnation made a bowl of brown sugar water for the old man for the first time ever, and also fed him 2 preserved eggs. The next day, he buried the old man, then moved out of that dwelling and began living alone. System, are you saying he's dead? Lin Ye walked through the deserted streets, and suddenly asked the system. He naturally refers to the predecessor. No, you replaced him, and he replaced you. The system gave Lin Ye an unexpected answer. Oh? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, his tone somewhat surprised, and couldn't help but ask. So how is he doing? According to the system, he traveled to this world, and the original owner of this body also traveled back? In his previous life, he also came from an orphanage and was a college senior about to graduate. If he were to transmigrate into his own body, wouldn't he be under the pressure of being unemployed after graduation? He's doing very well. Within a few days he sensed the power of the elements, and became a destiny awakener, the system replied. That's amazing? Upon hearing the system's words, Lin Ye suddenly became interested. He hadn't expected that his counterpart from another world would have found a different path. Did he slap his classmates in the face, seduce the school beauty, become a rich and handsome man, and reach the pinnacle of life? Lin Ye asked hurriedly. System. Seeing that the system was no longer responding, Lin Ye shrugged and stopped asking questions. That's true, it's only been a few days. It takes time for things to rise to prominence. However, I wonder if I will be able to go back once I have the strength to break through the barrier? When you see another version of yourself, you'll be completely bewildered, right? With that in mind, Lin Ye had already located the next branch of the evil god cult based on the aura of the evil god cultists. He calmly walked in, and the slaughter continued. In another branch of the evil god cult. Compared to the branches that Lin Ye massacred, this branch of the evil god cult was significantly larger, and its decorations were much more luxurious and grand. Although it has the same bar decor style. At this time, a large number of evil god believers had already gathered in this branch of the evil god. They sat around them, with several powerful members of the cult's branch in the center. However, those skinny members had no say today. Their eyes were all fixed on a person in the middle who was wearing a black straw hat, and whose face was completely covered. Did the Lord suddenly come to our branch to inspect our work? The sect leader looked at the man in the straw hat, and asked with utmost respect. How could I possibly have the time to inspect your work? The cult has so many branches. If I were to inspect them all, I'd die on the way. Have you been drained of your brain by women? The man in the straw hat glanced at him, and said in a low voice. Upon hearing his words, the other cultists couldn't help but stifle their laughter, while the branch manager was extremely embarrassed but dared not show any anger. Because the person in front of them was from their cult headquarters, and was said to be a disciple of a high-ranking figure, someone who could crush them with the flick of his wrist. Fortunately, the man in black robes had no interest in causing him trouble. He simply sat down on the sofa and asked them, A genius has recently emerged from the Awakener Academy in Bachin City. Are you aware of this? Upon hearing this, the branch manager raised an eyebrow, somewhat uncertainly saying, Sir, you're not talking about Su Qingyan, are you? Her identity is far from simple, Before he could finish speaking, he felt a chill creep through his body, making him shiver. He looked up at the man in the straw hat, and met a pair of cold eyes. How did a fool like you become the branch manager? The man in the straw hat spoke in an extremely cold tone, with a hint of murderous intent already present. The branch manager's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly knelt down to beg for mercy, saying, My lord, I really don't know what other geniuses the Awakener Academy has besides Su Qingyan. My lord, spare my life! The man in the straw hat looked indifferently at the branch manager kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Finally, he forced back his murderous intent and asked, Did you find the person I asked you to investigate today? Upon hearing this, the branch manager immediately raised his head and nodded vigorously, like a chicken pecking at rice, saying, I found it! I found it! As he spoke, he hurriedly took a folder out of his robe and handed it to the man in the straw hat. Lin Ye, a student in the Awaken Class 1, is unable to awaken his superpowers. That's right, it's him. The man in the straw hat looked at the document in his hand, his eyes gleaming. He tossed the folder aside, then stood up and said, Get some men with me. We need to bring this kid back tonight. Yes. The others immediately responded. Including the branch manager, all the key members of more than 10 branches left the branch with the man in the straw hat. Their goal was clear, to head to the outskirts of the eastern district. In a branch of a certain evil god, amidst a pile of corpses, Lin Ye sat leisurely in a booth, the surrounding bodies having been cleared away. Beside him sat Anu and Anna, both smiling at him. Hey you two, didn't I tell you to go and kill the followers of the evil god? Why did you come back here? Lin Ye picked up a cocktail, took a sip, and then asked the two of them. My lord, Anna misses you so much, and killing those filthy rats is so boring. Anna explained to Lin Ye with a pitiful look on her face. I don't believe you for a second. Lin Ye's lips twitched as he looked at Anna's aggrieved expression. If it weren't for the fact that the only thing that had ever echoed in his mind was the evil god's followers he had killed, he might have believed Anna's lies. I reckon this girl hasn't gone far at all, but is secretly following me somewhere. Anu too, she's been corrupted. Never mind, as long as you two are happy, Lin Ye said, shaking his head helplessly. Seeing this, Anna was secretly delighted and winked at Anu. Then, she got up and walked to Lin Ye, squatted down and tilted her head back, saying, Your Majesty, you've worked hard. Anna will give you a massage. After saying that, she began to gently massage. Lin Ye immediately closed his eyes and began to enjoy the sensation. The technique felt so good. Beep beep. Just as Lin Ye was enjoying Anna's massage, his phone suddenly rang. Who would message me at this time? Lin Ye picked up his phone in confusion and saw that it was a message from Qingyang. Lin Ye, where are you, you brat? Jian Yi, the beautiful Su, and I have come to find you. Why don't you stay at your usual place? Chapter 53. Don't ask. The answer is I'm getting a massage. Lin Ye glanced at Anna, who was massaging him, and calmly replied to Qingyang's message. I was sleeping during the day and didn't check the messages. Why are you calling me in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? The phone beeped again as soon as the message was sent. What? You were really sleeping? You're one to talk. The trial ended early today, and we couldn't find you anywhere. We thought something had happened to you. The results are coming out tomorrow, so the two of us wanted to talk to you about the registration process. By the way, are you home right now? The trial ended early? Upon seeing Qinyang's message, a hint of doubt flashed in Lin Ye's eyes, but he still immediately replied. I moved a couple of days ago. If you're looking for me, you can go to the Little Lotus Park on the outskirts of the East District. There's a villa there, which is where I live now. Also, I'm not home right now. You can wait for me, I'll be back in a bit. After the message was sent, Qinyang replied a while later. A big villa? When did you get rich behind our backs? And what are you doing out so late at night? You wouldn't be. Seeing Qinyang's message, Lin Ye smiled and took a picture of Anna, who was busy at work. When the photo was taken, Anna looked up with a puzzled expression, blinking her big eyes and looking at Lin Ye with an adorable look. Your Majesty, is Anna serving you uncomfortably? Anna tilted her head and asked, looking bewildered. No, Anna, you can continue. Lin Ye waved his hand and sent the photo to Qinyang. Don't ask, the answer is that I'm enjoying a massage from a maid. See attached photo. Qinyang. On a quiet path, Qinyang looked at the photos Lin Ye had sent him on his phone, and his smiling expression suddenly froze. Ah Yang, what did Lin Ye say? Beside Qinyang, Jiang Yi noticed something was off about Qinyang's expression and immediately asked him a question. Qinyang did not answer him immediately, but remained silent for a long time. He suddenly turned his head, forcing a smile, and said, That kid is doing very well, he's incredibly happy. I don't think we need to go looking for him. As he spoke, he turned his face away, his expression fell, and he wiped away the tears of envy from the corners of his eyes. Seeing him like this, Jian Yi and Su Yalan were even more puzzled. What exactly did Lin Ye post? Beep beep. Just then, Qinyang's phone rang again. Qinyang picked up his phone and saw that it was a message from Lin Ye. I forgot to tell you, I have a bodyguard at home. If you run into him when you go there, don't attack him. Just give him the password, handsome Lin Ye. Upon seeing this news, Qinyang's face twitched. He put down his phone, forced a bright smile, and turned to Jiang Yi and Su Yalan, laughing. Haha, I was just joking. Lin Ye moved. Let's go. When we get to his house later, we'll have to have a good chat. After saying that, Qinyang walked forward, his pace much faster than before. The three of you have such a good relationship, Su Yalan said with a hint of envy as she looked at Qinyang's eagerness to see Lin Ye. Jiang Yi, who was standing to the side, almost choked on his own saliva when he heard what he said. He watched Qinyang ahead of him, his fists clenched, moving swiftly like the wind, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. It's true that they have a good relationship, and it's precisely because of that he knows what's going on with Qinyang now. Lin Ye must have posted something that made Qinyang want to beat him up again. Sigh, let's have a moment of silence for Qinyang in advance. Hopefully, he won't be bullied too badly by Lin Ye. Thinking this, Jiang Yi quickly followed. Suburbs of the Eastern District. A group of followers of an evil god swaggered into the park. There were more than a dozen of them, and the leader was wearing a straw hat, and his face was covered with black cloth. It was the same group of people who had just arrived from the evil god's branch. After strolling through the park for a short while, they saw a large villa situated on the lawn in the distance. Are you sure that kid lives here? Looking at the luxurious villa in front of him, the man in the straw hat spoke with a strange expression. According to the intelligence, that kid is an orphan. Can an orphan afford a villa like this? I don't know either, but according to our informants, he did enter this villa today. The branch manager was also somewhat puzzled, but he still reported the facts truthfully. Their informants are all ordinary people. Although they don't have any special abilities, their intelligence-gathering ability is extremely efficient when there are enough of them. Moreover, it's easy to control, all you need is money. From the moment Lin Ye entered Beichen City, their spies in various places had been keeping a close watch on him, so it was impossible for them to be wrong. Walk! The man in the straw hat didn't waste any more words and waved his hand as he walked towards the villa. Who cares if the news is true or not? If it's not true, then kill everyone in this villa and then beat this useless branch manager to death. If that's true, then great, let's capture them alive. Why was he so determined to capture them alive? Because Lin Ye is the only person he has ever heard of who possesses strength without any special abilities. I'm determined to find a way to gain power without superpowers or siding with evil gods. The man in the straw hat stared at the villa in front of him, his eyes burning with desire. He was also a person without superpowers, and he was born into a powerful force. He believed he was a genius from a young age, until one day he secretly performed an awakening ceremony for himself. Why did he awaken prematurely? Because he wanted to become a destiny awakener that everyone admired. But he failed. No matter how many times he tried, he could not awaken his superpower. He's a useless person, an ordinary person who can't awaken his superpowers. How could he, who had been praised since childhood, be content with this? In the end, he sided with the evil god and gained power from him. However, he was not satisfied, because after becoming a follower of the evil god, he had to live in constant fear that people would discover his identity as a follower of the evil god. If it weren't for his special original identity, and the fact that the evil god cult gave him an item that could simulate the elemental fluctuations of awakened beings in order to use him, he would have become one of those rats who live in the shadows for the rest of their lives. He thought he would live like this for the rest of his life, but he never expected that his recruitment trip to Bachin City would lead him to hear such a thing. A person without superpowers had gained great strength. This gave him an opportunity, a chance to shed his identity as a cultist. As for Lin Ye joining the evil god cult? They have spies all over Bachin City. If Lin Ye joins some evil god cult, they will definitely know. That was just something he made up on the spot. Soon, they approached the villa. However, just as they stepped onto the lawn outside the villa, a loud shout came from the side. Halt! Who are you? Chapter 54. Hopefully, that kid's bodyguards are capable enough. Halt! Who are you? A loud shout came from not far away. The man in the straw hat and the others were stunned and looked in the direction from which the sound came. But not far away, they saw two boys and a girl watching them warily. What happened? Has our information been leaked? The branch manager looked at the three teenagers, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. His words drew a sidelong glance from the man in the straw hat. Idiots, these three are obviously students from the Awakened Academy. The branch manager gave an awkward smile and immediately stopped talking. Chen Yang, is this really Lin Ye's house? Why are there other people here? Su Yalan looked at the group of people opposite her and asked somewhat nervously. I don't know either. That guy said this is his new home, but I don't know if he's just bragging. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang's eye twitched. When they first arrived and saw such a large villa, they couldn't believe that Lin Ye could afford it. They were well aware of Lin Ye's living conditions. He used to have to work several part-time jobs just to barely make ends meet. I didn't expect that after just a few days, this kid had moved to a big villa. However, since Lin Ye said this was his home, they wouldn't question anything. The most crucial thing now is to figure out who these people are trying to get into Lin Ye's house. Thinking of this, Chen Yang turned to Jiang Yi, who had been silent, and asked, Jiang Yi, have you figured it out? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, They are followers of an evil god. Judging from their clothing, they should be members of the Aesop cult. Upon hearing Jiang Ye's words, Chen Yang and Su Yalan were both startled. What? A follower of an evil god? Chen Yang suddenly turned to the group of people, his gaze gradually becoming serious, and began to mobilize his elemental power. Jiang Yi, are you sure? If this is true, then they are in danger today. Seriously, what did Lin Ye do to be targeted by the evil god cult? Chen Yang gritted his teeth secretly, but at the same time he was also somewhat relieved. Fortunately, Lin Ye wasn't home, and they just happened to come to his house to look for him. Otherwise, that kid might be in big trouble today, so I need to tell him not to come back tonight. While thinking this way, Qingyang didn't consider his own safety at all. Yes, I have had contact with people from this evil god cult before, and I know some of their characteristics very well. Jian Yi nodded, confirming his earlier statement. After saying that, he continued, they will stop at nothing to kill their opponents. Qingyang, be careful during the battle later. Watch out for their spiked weapons. Also, they have the ability to trap people in dreams. However, getting lost in dreams won't work on either of us. As he spoke, he looked at Su Yalan and said, Su Yalan, you need to be especially careful not to fall asleep under their power, or you won't wake up. Why should I be careful? Su Yalan asked, puzzled by Jian Ye's words. Jian Yi pondered for a moment, then looked up and said, Don't ask, the answer is that we are stronger than you. Su Yalan. Why are these two like Lin Ye, living in Versailles? While they were discussing, the followers of the evil god on the other side couldn't wait any longer. What are you waiting for? Kill them! The man in the straw hat snorted coldly, and waved to the stunned group of evil god followers. Yes! Those followers of the evil god dared not delay, and immediately launched an attack on the three of them. They are all core members of the evil god cult, with strength at least at the Morning Star level, and the branch leader is even a powerful expert at the initial stage of the Radiant Moon level. A whooshing sound rang out. The dozen or so followers of the evil god charged out, their hands wielding spiked weapons that gleamed with a chilling light in the darkness. Jiang Yi, you're here! Upon seeing this, Qingyang tensed up and assumed a fighting stance. He emanated a faint glow, and the moon, hanging high in the sky, was above him, its light all converging on Qingyang. Jian Yi nodded slightly, spread his hands, and a dark shadow quickly spread out beneath his feet, soon enveloping a space. Night has fallen. With a wave of his hands, the dark figures moved with his movements, enveloping the onrushing followers of the evil god. Awakened by the light and dark elements. Seeing Jian Yi and Qingyang's performance, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the man in the straw hat who was watching. Awakeners of the light and dark elements are extremely rare. Even holy cities might not have one, so how could a remote, out-of-the-way city like Beichen City have two of them? Interesting, could they be from those two organizations? The man in the straw hat, his face shrouded in black cloth, revealed a wicked smile, and a strange interest gradually appeared in his eyes. He immediately ordered the believer who had attacked. Don't kill those two lads, capture them alive! Upon hearing his command, the followers of the evil god immediately revealed a hint of fanaticism. The Lord has ordered, capture them alive! Jian Ye's abilities didn't seem to have much impact on them. Although they were shrouded in shadows and lost their sight, they could still sense the location of Jian Yi and Qingyang, and their movements didn't slow down at all. Damn it! Jian Yi cursed under his breath, his narrowed eyes opening into a thin line, revealing a somewhat serious look. Qingyang, their strength is at the Morning Star level. You cannot defeat them by force. Morning Star level? Qingyang's eyes widened, and he turned to look at Jiang Yi. Their current strength is at the 3rd level of awakening. If the two of them join forces, they can barely fight against enemies below the Morning Star level, but against Morning Star level enemies, even a god couldn't defeat them. Jian Yi couldn't think of a solution for the time being. He never expected that a Morning Star level evil god believer would appear outside Lin Ye's house, and it seemed that they were specifically targeting Lin Ye. Moreover, there's a man in a straw hat watching from behind. That person must be even stronger. While they were still in a daze, the followers of the evil god had already arrived. Never mind that, you guys retreat first, I'll hold them off. Qingyang gritted his teeth and charged towards the group of evil god believers. May the light protect you! He shouted loudly, and his body shone brightly as he threw a punch at the leader of the evil god's followers. The follower of the evil god seemed to sense something and also threw a punch as fast as lightning. Bang! Snort! As their fists met, Qingyang's expression immediately changed, and he groaned as he flew backward. If the master hadn't specifically requested that you be alive, I would have killed you with one punch just now. The follower of the evil god waved his hand and said with extreme disdain. Qin Yang, who was sent flying backward, was caught by Jian Yi. Drops of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and the light on his body dissipated completely. Qin Yang, how are you? Jian Yi looked at Qin Yang, his brows furrowed, and asked. Qin Yang shook his head, and then, as if he had just thought of something, he said to Jian Yi. Jian Yi, judging from the situation, we can't leave. Jian Ye's heart sank. He wanted to say something, but Qin Yang interrupted him with a gesture. He looked up at the villa behind him and grinned broadly. Let's hope that kid's bodyguards are up to par. Jian Yi, let's go to his house. Chapter 55. You call this a bodyguard? Go to his house. A hint of doubt flashed in Jian Ye's eyes, but he didn't ask any further questions. He nodded and helped Qin Yang up. Beautiful Su, keep up. Jian Yi said something to Su Yalan, turned around and waved behind him, then ran towards Lin Ye's villa without looking back. A large shadowy mass enveloped the followers of the evil god, instantly engulfing them in darkness. However, this had little effect on the cultists of the Morning Star, who quickly broke through the area shrouded in darkness. Keep up! Jian Yi and his group fled, pursued by the followers of the evil god, who were about to catch up with them. Are we really going to die here today? Qin Yang glanced sideways at the evil god's followers who were right behind him, and smiled somewhat miserably. After that punch, he was already at his limit, and couldn't run very far. Whoosh! In an instant, several followers of the evil god landed in front of them, turned around and looked at them, each revealing a cruel smile. Heh, what's the point of running away? The result will be the same anyway. A follower of the evil god sneered as he walked towards them. Jian Ye's heart sank, and he waved his hand, unleashing a dark shadow. However, the follower of the evil god simply waved his hand, scattering the attacking shadow. Jian Yi, you should run by yourself and don't worry about me. Qin Yang smiled bitterly. He had already given up hope. However, given Jian Ye's abilities and his trump cards, he could still escape if he wanted to. However, he... No! Jian Yi shook his head violently, his gaze unwavering, and said, If we're going to die, then we'll die together. And it's not like there's no chance. After he finished speaking, his eyes were completely shrouded in darkness, and specks of black substance flowed down his face. This time, he is determined to die. Jian Yi, you! Jian Ye's change caught Qin Yang's eye, causing his gaze to tremble violently. However, at that very moment, a loud buzzing sound suddenly resounded. Buzz! The moment the roaring sound rang out, everyone was startled. The nearby followers of the evil god were also taken aback and looked in the direction from which the sound came. The focus of our gaze is on the villa not far behind us. Under everyone's gaze, the villa emitted a strange purple light, instantly enveloping an area of several hundred meters around the villa. Everyone was bathed in this purple light. What's this? Everyone was puzzled by the strange purple light. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the villa, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Before they could react, the figure suddenly turned around, a sinister smile on his face as he looked at everyone. Boom! A powerful aura emanated from it, and a terrifying pressure immediately enveloped everyone. Wow, this is amazing! What is that? Even the man in the straw hat was astonished by the strange sight. How could such a bizarre existence appear in a place like this? These are Lin Ye's bodyguards? Qin Yang was completely dumbfounded when he saw the eerie being with a sinister smile. He roughly knew what it was. Lin Ye had told him before that he had a bodyguard at home, and had specifically instructed them not to fight with it. He originally thought he was just an ordinary security guard or something. I never expected that the bodyguard Lin Ye mentioned would be such a powerful figure. The mere aura alone filled him with dread. The eerie figure stood high in the sky, without making a move. The man in the straw hat frowned and ordered the stunned followers of the evil god. It hasn't made a move yet, so hurry up and bring them back to me. Upon hearing his words, the followers of the evil god immediately realized what was happening, shifted their gaze from him, and turned to look at Jian Yi and the others. It doesn't seem to have made a move yet. What do we do now? Su Yalan said with a serious expression. Qingyang glanced at the followers of the evil god, then at the eerie figure towering high in the sky. After gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and shouted, Lin Ye, the handsome guy! How utterly shameful! Ugh! That damn Lin Ye, if this trick doesn't work, I'll haunt you in my dreams and give you a good dressing down. Qin Yang's shout drew everyone's attention. Yang and Lin Ye can't hear him. Jian Ye's lips twitched. He thought Qin Yang was going crazy. No, this is the code Lin Ye told me. Chen Yang explained, his face flushed with shame and indignation. Signal? Even he himself didn't believe it. Who would set up a code like that? Lin Ye, I'm not pretending anymore, I'm coming clean, that's who I am. Haha, is this kid scared out of his wits? The followers of the evil god were amused by Qin Yang's words and couldn't help but laugh. However, they didn't see it. After Qin Yang shouted those words, a purple light flashed in the eyes of the strange being standing high in the sky. Stop talking nonsense, arrest them right now! Some people had already lost their patience, and reached out to grab Jian Yi and the others. However, just as he reached out his hand, a tentacle suddenly appeared on the ground and instantly wrapped around his entire arm. This sudden and shocking change caught everyone off guard. What the hell is this thing? The entangled follower of the evil god screamed in terror and stretched out his other hand to try to remove the tentacles wrapped around his hand. Pfft! A strange sound suddenly rang out, and flesh and blood exploded instantly. Everyone was stunned, including the cultist who reached out his hand. He stared blankly down at the scene, only to find that the hand that had been entangled had disappeared, leaving only scattered pieces of bone and flesh. Ah! After a few seconds of stunned silence, the man suddenly screamed in agony, and blood gushed out of his severed arm as if it were free. The next moment, the tentacle moved again. Third brother, run! Someone noticed and immediately widened their eyes, shouting a warning. The man was still screaming when he suddenly heard these words. He realized what was happening and looked at the tentacles. Pfft! His body was pierced in an instant, and he couldn't even escape. Well? His eyes were wide open, staring in utter astonishment at the tentacles that had pierced through his body. The next moment, his breath dissipated, and his body withered away strangely. Soon, only a dried-up corpse remained. Hiss! This astonishing scene, witnessed by everyone, caused them to gasp in astonishment. A high-ranking follower of an evil god at the Morningstar level died just like that. What exactly are those tentacles? View! Minister, what do we do now? A follower of the evil god stared at the desiccated corpse, stammering as he asked the branch minister. Run! Run! The branch manager's legs were trembling, and cold sweat kept pouring from his forehead. He didn't care about anything else, shouted once, and then turned and ran. Run! His shout caused the other followers of the evil god to abandon their own beliefs and run away. No one wants to die, not even the most fervent followers of evil gods whose hands are stained with countless blood. However, they seem to be overthinking it. The moment they set off to escape, the eerie figure standing in the sky suddenly vanished. The next moment, it appeared in front of all the fleeing followers of the evil god. He mechanically raised his head, his eerie smile facing all the followers of the evil god. At the same time, an extremely eerie, inhuman laugh emanated from its mouth. Hee hee hee. Chapter 56 Anna's Massage Technique Instruction. The competition for villas has reached a fever pitch. A terrible massacre is about to take place. Meanwhile, in a branch of an evil god located just a few streets away. Come, your majesty. Oh. Lin Ye lay comfortably on Anu's lap, opening his mouth to receive the grapes Anu fed him with a look of enjoyment. Anna was already posing next to him. So-called massage is about rolling up your sleeves, getting into position, and then gently pushing like this. Use the strength of your waist to create an effective impact. Only then can you please His Majesty. Anna gently pushed and kneaded Lin Ye's back with both hands, while explaining to Anu. After saying that, she smiled and squinted her eyes, then softly asked Lin Ye, "How are you feeling, Your Majesty?" Very comfortable," Lin Ye said subconsciously, then realized his mistake and immediately corrected himself. "I almost blurted out what was on my mind. But then again, the way Anna massaged me with that technique, it didn't feel like being pricked by needles, hee. Anu's lap pillow is also very nice. Ding! Killed a low-level Morningstar cultist, obtained, Yug Spikes X1. The system notification suddenly rang in Lin Ye's mind, immediately making him open his eyes. The system suddenly beeped. Killed the cultists of the evil god? Anna and Anu are all here. Who went to kill the cultists of the evil god? Could it be that besides Qinyang and his group, there are also followers of the evil god at home? Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly. There shouldn't be any other possibility. With Qinyang and his group's strength, they're likely to be in trouble with the Morningstar-level evil god followers. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Anna noticed a change in Lin Ye's expression and stopped what she was doing to ask. Some uninvited guests have come to our house, Lin Ye said with a cold laugh, then pinched Anna's cheek and said, Let's go, we should go home. Lin Ye got up, glanced at the corpses lying in the evil god branch, lost all interest in calling the hotline, and turned to walk outside. On his way home, Lin Ye took out his phone and sent a message to Qinyang. Qinyang, are you still alive? Beep beep. He's still alive, but he almost died. Lin Ye, tell me honestly, have you messed with someone? How come so many followers of evil gods want to get you? Qinyang replied. Seeing his message, Lin Ye breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was alright, that was good. However, seeing the resentment in his words, Lin Ye couldn't help but smile knowingly. I don't know either. We just wiped out a few branches of the evil god. They shouldn't be bothered to come looking for trouble with me, right? It's good that you're alright. By the way, did you call out the code I taught you? Qinyang. Before Qinyang could reply, Lin Ye sent another message. Looks like you called out, otherwise you wouldn't be here leisurely replying to my message. Alright, you'll be fine. I'll be right back. Outside the villa, Qinyang was speechless at the message Lin Ye sent him. So? What did Lin Ye say? Jiang Yi, who was supporting him, didn't check the message and kept staring at the strange figure. That kid said we're out of danger. Qinyang's lips twitched, and he said with a hint of resentment. That's it. Jiang Yi looked at him questioningly and asked, Didn't he say anything else? No, Qinyang said in a muffled voice. His behavior made Jiang Ye's eyes look strange. On the other side, the followers of the evil god looked at the puppet blocking their retreat with expressions of terror. The gruesome death of the third brother was still fresh in their minds. Was it their turn now? Minister, what do we do now? Some of the followers of the evil god had given up hope and could only ask their own minister for answers. However, the branch manager also had a look of horror on his face. He was no match for this strange being. In despair, he suddenly thought of the man in the straw hat not far away. He immediately turned around and shouted to the man in the straw hat. Sir, help me! However, the man in the straw hat didn't even glance at them. He just stared intently at the strange figure with an unusually serious expression. He was utterly baffled as to how such a powerful being could exist here. Even he couldn't help but feel fear when he sensed the terrifying aura emanating from that being. Damn it! He cursed under his breath and turned to leave without a second thought. As for saving people? He didn't want to risk his life on these useless branch church believers. However, this means that capturing Lin Ye will require a long-term plan. His departure left all the branch believers stunned. The branch manager was stunned for a moment, then a long-suppressed anger erupted, and he couldn't help but curse. What the hell? Just because you're from headquarters doesn't mean you're so great. You're a coward! Minister, the leaders are all gone. Are we doomed? At this moment, another core member of the cult asked in a mournful tone. The strongest among them is the man in the straw hat. Even he has run away. Do you think they have any chance of surviving? What adult? Bah! The branch manager spat disdainfully, his eyes filled with malice, and said, You really think we can't survive without him? I'll take you out of here. He's completely going all out now. Having been in the evil god cult for so long, he should have known what kind of people were inside. At times like these, you can only rely on yourself. Minister, do you have a solution? Seeing his confident demeanor, several followers of the evil god's eyes lit up, and their hope for survival was rekindled. The branch manager fell silent, glanced at Jian Yi and the others with a meaningful look, and then sneered. I know how to make this thing obey. After saying that, he confidently walked forward and stood in front of the strange entity. Behind him, the followers of the evil god looked at the incredibly brave branch minister and shouted with fanatical eyes. The minister is awesome! Keep it up, minister! The branch manager appeared very confident, but in reality, he was a little flustered. With everyone's eyes on him, he tried to shout something. Lin Ye, the handsome guy? As soon as he finished speaking, he was fine, but the expressions of the evil god's followers behind him all froze. What is the minister doing? Has the minister gone mad? A follower of the evil god said, his face blank. It's not impossible. Perhaps the minister is already terrified. The branch manager ignored the strange looks and expressions from his own people, and instead glanced back at Jian Yi and the others after shouting. Sure enough, Jian Yi and Qin Yang's expressions suddenly changed after they heard him shout that. It seems my guess was right. Their expressions caught the attention of the branch manager, causing his eyes to light up. Sure enough, the slogan that kid shouted earlier was the key to preventing this strange entity from attacking him. Ha ha ha, I made the right bet! He suddenly burst into laughter, then turned around and gave a wicked smile. However, the moment he turned his head, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Because of that eerie presence, it was right next to my face. Chapter 57, Encountering a Lost Follower of an Evil God. Thump! 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 The eerie smiling face was so close that the branch manager felt as if his breath had stopped, and his heartbeat sounded like thunder in his ears. Of course it's not some kind of imperial engine. He felt like he was about to die. It was the fear of death. Those eyes, gleaming with a purple light, were like the gaze of death, as if they could take away one's life at any moment. Glug! He dared not move, staring at the eerie presence before him. The branch manager, struggling to overcome his fear, cautiously began. General Lin Ye. Boom! Danger! Before he could even finish speaking, he felt a bone-chilling cold seeping into his entire body. Without a second thought, 2 huge spikes appeared in his palm and he swung them forward. Whoosh! A tentacle lashed out even faster. Snap! Upon contact, the spikes in the branch manager's hand vanished instantly, failing to provide even a moment's resistance. His eyes widened suddenly, and he instinctively retreated, but the tentacles were much faster than him. Bang! Ah! The tentacles lashed at him, and half of his body immediately exploded in blood and flesh, while the other half fell at the feet of the evil god's followers. Aha! Despite having half his body covered in blood, the branch manager did not die immediately. He just stared at the sky with endless fear in his eyes. Seeing the miserable state of their branch manager, the followers of the evil god were horrified. The minister is dead! Run! Run! Some followers of the evil god broke down, screaming and turning to run away. The others realized what was happening and immediately followed suit, running away together. If they stay where they are, they might end up like the minister in the next second. The branch manager tilted his head, staring blankly at his frantically fleeing subordinates, his eyes seeming to say, I can still be saved. On his deathbed, only one thought remained in his mind. In my next life, I'll never believe in secret codes again. The corpses on the ground did not attract the puppet's attention at all. Its purple eyes were fixed on the group of fleeing followers of the evil god. The exaggeratedly grinning face burst into sharp, ethereal laughter that echoed through the night sky, like a symphony played by the Grim Reaper. It slowly stretched out its hands and waved them in the air. In an instant, countless enormous tentacles appeared in front of the fleeing followers of the evil god and suddenly slammed down on them. Bang! A dull thud sounded, smoke and dust erupted, and then everything returned to calm. When the smoke and dust cleared, not a single one of the dozen or so followers of the evil god remained. They had all turned into a pool of blood on the ground. After doing all this, the puppet glanced at Qingyang and the others, gave a strange smile, and then disappeared from the spot. Although the puppet had disappeared, its ethereal laughter still echoed in Qingyang and the others' ears, leaving them in shock for a long time. Thank goodness, he didn't kill us! Qingyang stared blankly at the spot where the puppet had disappeared for a long time before finally recovering. His tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and after realizing what had happened, he felt weak all over and collapsed to the ground, unable to stand any longer. Lying on the lawn, Qingyang couldn't help but burst into laughter, overwhelmed with immense relief at surviving the ordeal. Jian Yi sat down beside him, smiling faintly with her eyes narrowed. Su Yalan stood to one side, her gaze fixed on the villa not far away, lost in thought. After laughing, Qingyang's gaze became enigmatic, and he asked, "Are these Lin Ye's bodyguards? What exactly is that guy hiding from us?" After saying this, Qingyang turned to Jian Yi and asked, "Jian Yi, do you think Lin Ye would agree if we let him join us?" Jian Yi sat to the side listening to his question, and replied with a slight smile, "You don't need to ask me, you already have the answer yourself." Ha! Qingyang smiled, his complexion improving slightly. After a moment of contemplation he said, The power behind that guy is probably even greater than that of our organization. I wonder which one it is, a divine servant? A cross sword? Or perhaps a holy church? Well, never mind, I'll ask him properly when he gets back." In the quiet alley, a figure broke the silence. He wore a straw hat and hopped from side to side under the eaves. It was the man in the straw hat who had just escaped from the villa. It just so happens that he didn't step into the area covered by the domain at that time, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to escape. Damn it! How come that kid has something like this at home? He fled while cursing under his breath, not daring to delay for even a moment. He had no idea that the puppets couldn't leave the area, and he was afraid that after those evil god followers were dealt with, that strange being would come after him. He just couldn't understand how Lin Ye's family could have such a terrifying guy. Didn't that kid have no prior contact with other forces? It seems I'll have to wait for another opportunity. If all else fails, we'll have to report to headquarters and ask them to take action. Just as he was pondering, his fleeing figure paused and stopped at the corner of the alley. 3 figures appeared in front of him, slowly walking towards him. Just as he was wondering who was blocking his way, the figures of the 3 people gradually became clearer in the moonlight. When the man in the straw hat saw the appearance of the leader, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Lin Ye? He sounded uncertain, because the person in front of him looked exactly like the photo in the materials he had collected. But shouldn't that kid be at home? How come he's here and blocking my way? Lin Ye, who was walking towards them, was also somewhat surprised. He was just heading home when he unexpectedly encountered a powerful follower of an evil god on the way, so he decided to come and take a look. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived, the cultist opposite him recognized him. Could it be someone we know? Oh? You know me? Lin Ye looked at the man in the straw hat and smiled knowingly. The man in the straw hat remained silent for a moment, then simply took off his straw hat, pulled back the black cloth covering his face, revealing a somewhat bewitching face. Lin Ye, I am one of the representatives in charge of the admissions for the Awakener Academy. You can call me Instructor Shui. Although you may not know me, I know you very well. Your performance in this trial was outstanding, and I have been paying special attention to you. He immediately introduced himself, his face warm and friendly, appearing harmless. It's truly a case of searching high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. One moment he was racking his brains about how to catch this kid, but the next second, fate delivered him right to his doorstep. Perfect, let's arrest him here. Furthermore, there was no trace of the aura of a follower of an evil god on his body, so the kid opposite him would never be able to see through him. With just a little manipulation, he could easily control the unsuspecting Lin Ye. Xuebowen's imagination was both wonderful and very reasonable. Things will definitely develop in the direction he imagines. Oh, so you're not a follower of evil gods after all? Seeing Lin Ye's clumsy acting and exaggerated delivery of those words, Xuebowen's smile froze instantly. Chapter 58 What is High Emotional Intelligence? Hey kid, has anyone ever told you that low emotional intelligence is a bad thing? Xuebowen forced a smile and said to Lin Ye. Even if you discover you're a follower of an evil god, at least pretend it's believable, right? The way you're acting, are you afraid I won't realize you know who I am? Huh? Is my acting really that bad? Lin Ye scratched his head, seemingly puzzled, and turned to Anna asking, Anna, what exactly constitutes high emotional intelligence? Anna touched her lips with her fingertip and answered uncertainly. Your Majesty's question is indeed profound. It's not easy for Anna to articulate. How about this, Your Majesty? Let Anna demonstrate it for you. After speaking, Anna turned to Xuebowen, the corners of her mouth gradually turning upwards. Xuebowen frowned, his gaze shifting from Lin Ye to Anna, his expression slightly grave. For some reason, the blonde girl in the maid outfit gave him a subtle sense of oppression. Giggle giggle. Anna smiled faintly, but that smile was filled with a sickly aura. The next moment, her figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Upon seeing this, Xuebowen's pupils suddenly contracted. They've disappeared. We can't detect any scent. In his shock, Anna appeared behind him, her sickly laughter and words echoing in his ears. Your Majesty has such high emotional intelligence, how can you, a lowly follower of an evil god, not take the initiative to acknowledge it? Whoosh! Before she could finish speaking, her long, slender legs swept across. Xuebowen glared and quickly turned around, crossing his arms to try to block. Bang! A dull thud rang out, and Xuebowen was kicked away, landing on the ground and being dragged a long way before coming to a stop. Seeing Anna's simple demonstration, Lin Ye nodded in sudden realization and said, So this is what high emotional intelligence is. Anna landed beside Lin Ye, her sickly smile fading, and said softly, Actually, His Majesty has very high emotional intelligence. How could these lowly rats possibly understand His Majesty's greatness? Lin Ye nodded naturally, smiled, and patted Anna's head, saying, That's right, Anna's words resonate with me. I'll reward you with something delicious when we get back. Ignoring Anna, whose face was flushed red and who was staring at him with infatuated eyes, Lin Ye slowly walked towards Xuebowen, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. On the way, Xuebowen moved and then stood up shakily. He looked pained, clutching one of his arms, and stared gloomily at Lin Ye as he approached. I don't understand, how did you know my identity? This is what he finds most puzzling. He clearly had an item that concealed his aura, which even those powerful experts at the blazing sun level couldn't see through. How did this kid manage to see through him? There are many things you don't understand. Do you think I should explain them to you one by one? Lin Ye scoffed, without answering Xuebowen's question. Upon hearing this, Xuebowen lowered his head and fell silent. Then, he raised his head again, his face cold and stern, and said, Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Let's see who's the better fighter. One of his arms had been kicked by Anna and was now useless. He could only extend his other hand. Base. A soft sword swam out from behind him and wrapped around his arm. Sword arm? Lin Ye looked at the soft sword wrapped around his arm and muttered something strangely. Upon hearing this, Xuebowen's face twitched. Although there's nothing wrong with the name, something just doesn't feel right. He didn't say much, but the aura unique to a radiant moon level expert emanated from it. Seeing this, Lin Ye smiled slightly, took a step back, and waved behind him. Anu, Anna, send him on his way. As soon as he finished speaking, Anu and Anna, who were not far behind him, vanished instantly. Why do you need to do things yourself even if you have a maid? Seeing Lin Ye's lack of martial ethics, Shuaibowen silently withdrew his aura and returned the soft sword in his hand to his back. Without a second thought, he turned and ran. One is enough for him to handle, but if two come at him at once, he'll probably be sent to his death on the spot. Why not just run away and wait to die? He decisively leaped onto the roof and fled frantically. This is too difficult. What's going on with that kid? How come he has such a powerful expert by his side? Bachin City is just a small border town. Where would he get so many powerful people to command? The key thing is that they're all incredibly beautiful and obedient. Wrong. Shuaibowen shook his head, trying to shake off those thoughts. What the hell am I thinking? The most important thing right now is how to escape from those two women. I'm injured now, so I can't run very far. I'll be caught up with soon. We need to think of a way to shift the blame. Just as he was pondering, a laugh suddenly came from in front of him. Hee hee, you lowly rat, you can really run fast. Upon hearing the voice, Shuaibowen was startled, and suddenly looked up in front of him. On the rooftop ahead, Anna stood holding a dagger, looking at him with a sickly smile. How? Shuaibowen's eyes widened, his gaze filled with disbelief. He looked back and saw that Anu was also blocking his retreat with a red-tasseled spear. A pincer movement from both sides. He had nowhere to run. Am I destined to perish here today? Shuaibowen felt a surge of despair, and his face began to contort. However, at that moment, Anna glanced around and suddenly turned her head to look to the side. Noticing the commotion, Shuaibowen was startled and turned to look. Two figures stood on a building not far from them. She was an absolutely beautiful young woman, and beside her was a middle-aged butler dressed in a black tuxedo. Upon seeing the girl, a hint of doubt flashed in Shuaibowen's eyes, as if he was puzzled as to why she would appear here. However, his eyes lit up again, and he suddenly shouted, Miss Su Qingyan, save me! Upon hearing Shuaibowen's words, Anna's doubts vanished, and she coldly chuckled. Things seem to be getting interesting. She shifted her gaze, looking at Su Qingyan with amusement, and said, Are you here also accomplices of these lowly believers in evil gods? Haha, stupid woman. Shuaibowen looked at Anna and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. How dare he speak to Su Qingyan like that? He's practically asking for death. He's someone even he has to be wary of. God really is looking out for me. I'm saved today. Thinking this, Shuaibowen looked at Su Qingyan with hopeful eyes, hoping that she would take action immediately. However, Su Qingyan didn't even glance at him, but simply smiled at Anna and said, I apologize, we had no intention of offending you. We are here simply because we sensed a power fluctuation here. After saying that, she glanced at Shuaibowen and continued, As for this person, we don't know him. Please make yourself at home. Upon hearing Su Qingyan's words, Shuaibowen was completely dumbfounded. She actually showed such respect to one of that boy's servants? Chapter 59's request is outrageous. Miss Su Qingyan! Shuaibowen was still unwilling to give up and wanted to struggle one more time. If you save me, I guarantee that the Shui family will reward you handsomely. Hearing his words, Su Qingyan shook her head and said, I'm sorry, I don't need it. Now, Shuaibowen was utterly desperate, and at the same time, he was even more shocked. What kind of power is behind Lin Ye that makes Su Qingyan so wary? No! We can't just sit here and wait to die. Shuaibowen's eyes narrowed, his desire to live driving him to utter madness. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from him, revealing his strong aura as a follower of an evil god. Interesting. So, the young master of the Shui family is a follower of an evil god? Su Qingyan looked at Shuaibowen, who had gone mad, and a strange look appeared in her eyes. Her gaze shifted to Anna and Anu. Shuaibowen was already a radiant moon-level expert, and judging from the aura he exuded when he unleashed his full power, he was probably comparable to a high-level radiant moon expert. I wonder if Lin Ye's two subordinates are a match for him? As his aura exploded, Shui Bowen's body gradually turned white, starting from his eyes, becoming inhuman. Having successfully transformed, he stared intently at Anna and Anu with a sinister gaze, growling. You actually made me expose my identity. You deserve to die. Roar! After a low growl, Shui Bowen charged madly toward Anna and Anu, his gaping maw with sharp teeth looking extremely terrifying. How terrifying! Looking at Shui Bowen at this moment, Anna patted her chest fearfully and said. She turned to Anu and said, Anu, I can't defeat it instantly. If I waste any more time, His Majesty will be unhappy. Anu, holding her long spear, picked a flourish and said calmly, Let me do it. Dragon Soul! With a sharp cry, Anu lightly touched the ground with her toes and leaped forward. Roar! A dragon's roar emanated from the red-tasseled spear in her hand, and a dragon-shaped phantom appeared from the spear, flowing around Anu's body. She had already leaped into the sky, and the bright moon shone behind her, casting a long shadow. Holding the spear, Anu's gaze grew even colder. Shui Bowen had already arrived, and she plummeted from the sky, unleashing her marksmanship mid-air. Shadow Strike! As her soft words fell, an even more powerful and terrifying aura emanated from Anu. Roar! I am a follower of an evil god, how can you kill me instantly? Shui Bowen looked at Anu, who had fallen to earth like a meteor, his twisted white face full of rage. It roared wildly and leaped up, opening its blood-red maw to swallow Anu whole. Whoosh! In an instant, the two figures passed each other. Anu landed by the balcony, twirled her spear, and turned sharply to walk towards Anna. And Shui Bowen in midair. As Anu turned around, its shadow, illuminated by the moonlight, had already dissipated into fragments. It disappeared along with itself. Su Qingyan, who was not far away, watched the whole scene. The composure that had graced her face had vanished, replaced by a deep gravity in her beautiful eyes. Ha! Anu, you're absolutely amazing! Anna's laughter made the slime tremble, showing great respect for Anu's strength. It wasn't that she couldn't defeat that ugly monster, but she couldn't kill him instantly like Anu, which wasted some time. Some time has passed since they came out to hunt this person down. If it continues to drag on, Lin Ye might get upset. Let's go back. Anu returned to Anna's side and said calmly. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she remembered something and turned to look in the direction where Su Qingyan was. Sensing Anu's gaze, Su Qingyan smiled and nodded gently to them, saying, Please remember to give my regards to Lin Ye. Upon hearing Su Qingyan's words, Anu loosened her grip on the red-tasseled spear, and the killing intent in her eyes immediately vanished. Let's go. She turned around calmly and said something to Anna. The two then disappeared into the night sky. After they left, Su Qingyan's smile vanished abruptly, and her delicate brows furrowed. She stared intently in the direction Anu and Anna had left, and asked Uncle Nan. Uncle Nan, with your strength, what are your chances of defeating that blonde girl? 50%, Uncle Nan replied calmly. So low? Su Qingyan was somewhat surprised upon hearing this, then nodded and asked, What about the woman with the red-tasseled spear? What are the chances? 10%, Uncle Nan said in an extremely calm tone. Su Qingyan smiled and said, As expected of Uncle Nan, it seems that Uncle Nan's strength has improved again. However, Uncle Nan shook his head and said, Miss, I'm talking about the chances of dying in their hands without looking too gruesome. That blonde girl is slightly weaker, but still much stronger than me. It will take her some time to kill me. If the fight goes on for too long, I will definitely suffer a lot of damage. So my death will probably be quite ugly. That girl with the gun is much simpler. I definitely couldn't have blocked that move just now, and I would have died very quickly. Su Qingyan. Her lips twitched, and only now did she feel a lingering fear. Recalling Anu's last glance before she left, if she hadn't reacted quickly enough, she probably would have been dead by then. After a long silence, Su Qingyan smiled slightly and did not bring up the topic again. She glanced at the spot where Shui Bowen had died, and said with a hint of amusement, What we saw and heard tonight was truly worth the risks we took to come here. The young master of the Xue family was a follower of an evil god, and he was killed. The Xue family certainly won't be satisfied with that, will they? Looks like things are about to get interesting. I wonder how many people will come to their deaths in the next couple of days. Ding! Killed one mid-level Radiant Moon evil god follower. Obtained, Concealment Curtain X1. A system notification sounded in his mind, and Lin Ye smiled knowingly upon hearing it. It seems that Anna and Anu have completed their mission, but it seems to have taken a bit too long. I thought it would only take a few minutes, but they'd been gone for over 10 minutes and still haven't come back. The quiet, deserted alley, with no one to chat with, felt rather lonely. Your Majesty, we're back! Just then, an excited voice came from afar. Lin Ye looked up and saw Anna and the others at the end of the alley, but in an instant they crossed the distance and appeared not far from him. Why did you take so long? Lin Ye frowned and looked at Anna, asking, Anna, are you being playful? When Lin Ye asked her that, Anna's beautiful eyes flickered, and then she bit her lip, clutching the hem of her skirt, and whispered to Lin Ye, Your Majesty, Anna was playing and wasted some time. I beg your Majesty to punish Anna severely when you get home, so that she will learn her lesson. Hearing this, Anu, who was standing next to her, widened her beautiful eyes and looked at her with an absurd expression. Chapter 60. Tomorrow we'll part ways, to be separated by vast distances. Anna's words surprised Lin Ye. Is your whipping even proper? Your Majesty, we ran into other people just now, which is why we were delayed. At this moment, Anu explained to Lin Ye. She recounted her encounter with Su Qingyan to Lin Ye, and then pleaded. Anna did nothing wrong, please do not punish her, Your Majesty. Lin Ye nodded, not particularly concerned about Anna's matter, but Su Qingyan's identity was indeed extraordinary. But when exactly was his identity exposed? The only possible explanation is probably the one time it happened in the underground market. Could Su Qingyan be connected to the underground market? Lin Ye shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He suddenly thought of the three guys at home. They must be getting impatient, right? All right, let's go back. After saying that, Lin Ye turned and walked away. Anna and Anu followed behind him. As she walked, Anu suddenly paused. She turned her head to look at Anna and saw her looking at her with a resentful expression. Anu. Anna's adorable chubby face puffed up, her eyes revealing a deep sense of resentment. What's wrong, Anna? Anu looked puzzled, not understanding why Anna would look like that. It's nothing, Anna mumbled, pursing her lips, and followed Lin Ye without another word. In truth, she was already sobbing inside. She could have made the monarch cry. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She couldn't stand even the pebbles on the road and kicked them away as she walked. Anu, who was watching from the side, scratched her head with a blank expression. Huh! Why isn't that kid back yet? Outside the villa, Qingyang collapsed on the lawn, staring at the starry night sky with a look of utter despair, and shouted. Jiang Yi was much more patient than him. He smiled slightly and was about to say something when a hearty laugh came from not far away. Ha ha ha, who is this? I could hear him complaining from far away. Upon hearing the voice, Qingyang suddenly raised his head. Jiang Yi also turned his head to look, and Su Yalan, who was squatting with her knees drawn up to her chest, stood up abruptly. Three figures slowly walked towards them on the park path. It wasn't until they stepped onto the lawn that Qingyang and the other two were able to see their faces clearly. The leader was Lin Ye, followed by two stunningly beautiful girls. Lin Ye, you're finally back! Qingyang's eyes lit up, but he didn't notice the two girls beside him. He rushed over and punched Lin Ye on the shoulder, saying, What's wrong? You've been having so much fun outside that you've forgotten about your brother? However, after he finished speaking, he belatedly realized what he had done, glanced at Anu and Anna, and then slowly opened his mouth wide. He realized that the kid was accompanied by two girls. One of them was the one who had sent him a photo before. Lin Ye, you're amazing! Where did you find such a beautiful girl? Tell me which bathhouse it is. I want to try it out sometime. He leaned close to Lin Ye's ear and asked in a cheeky tone. Hearing this, Lin Ye smiled and introduced them to Qin Yang and the others. Let me introduce you. This is my maid Anna, and this is my bodyguard Anu. After saying that, he introduced Anna and Anu. Anna, Anu, these two are my brothers, Chen Yang and Jiang Yi, and this is the other one. When Su Yalan was mentioned, Lin Ye paused before continuing. This is Su Yalan, my friend. Anna and Anu nodded, then bowed to Qin Yang and the others. Hello? Qin Yang didn't think much of it, and greeted them with a smile. Jiang Yi, however, looked at Anna and Anu with a hint of surprise in his eyes. His intuition told him that the two girls beside Lin Ye were very strong. Before Lin Ye's introduction, he could feel a faint sense of crisis, which only disappeared just now. As for Su Yalan, her bright eyes suddenly dimmed when she saw Anna and the others. Hearing Lin Ye's introduction, she felt inexplicably sad. Haha, alright, aren't you guys cold outside? Let's go back first. Lin Ye laughed heartily, patted Qin Yang and Jiang Yi on the shoulders, and walked towards the villa. Upon entering the villa, several people sat around the table, and Anna brought out a large plate of fruit. Tell me, what do you want to ask me? Lin Ye opened his mouth and ate a grape that Anu fed him, then asked Qin Yang and the others directly. He could tell that these two people had a lot of issues on their minds. Well, any normal person would probably have a lot of questions pop into their head after seeing that wooden puppet in the yard. Qin Yang and Jiang Yi, sitting opposite Lin Ye, looked at his spoiled son-in-law-like behavior, and their foreheads were covered in black lines. Can this guy please stop talking like that? It's making them all so envious. The two exchanged a glance, then Qin Yang turned around and said with a smile, Actually, there's nothing much to ask. I just want to know what you plan to do in the future. The college will be filling out application forms tomorrow. Have you thought about which faction you want to join? With your grades, you should be able to choose any of the major factions. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye shook his head without hesitation and said, I have no intention of joining any faction. Isn't it better to stay at home? As he spoke, he took a bite of the lychee that Anu had peeled, then lazily lay back on the sofa and continued. I'm not like you guys who have lofty ambitions. I just like to fish and play with birds when I have nothing to do. Qin Yang didn't seem surprised by Lin Ye's words. He nodded and said with some envy, To be honest, Jiang Yi and I are quite envious of you. We wish we had your mindset. Lin Ye paused in his eating, then smiled and said, It's actually very simple. If you want it, I can make it happen for you. Hearing this, Qin Yang laughed and took it as a joke. Although we don't know what Lin Ye's background is, given his and Jiang Ye's identities, they are destined to bear certain burdens. Does Lin Ye have as much free time as he does? Perhaps, this can only be achieved when all the evil gods disappear. Let's not talk about that anymore, Lin Ye. Let's get some drinks. Let's have a good drink tonight. Qin Yang waved his hand and said casually, Good. Lin Ye smiled and nodded, gesturing for Anna to bring out the wine she usually kept stored away. That night, they got very drunk and talked a lot. The villa, still lit up under the night sky, echoed with bursts of hearty laughter from time to time. At this moment, the beauty of my childhood is frozen in time. Tomorrow and thereafter, we'll each go our separate ways, scattered to the ends of the earth. Chapter 61 Epic Weapon Card, Divine Blessing Twin Blades. The next day. Golden sunlight streamed in through the window, and the morning breeze stirred the curtains, causing them to ripple gently. Lin Ye, who was fast asleep, frowned and slowly opened his eyes. He slowly sat up, rubbed his temples, and then turned to look out the window. Is it already the second day? My head feels a little heavy. I drank a bit too much last night. Lin Ye had been drinking until midnight last night, and was already quite dizzy. He only remembered that Qin Yang and the others staggered away. Lin Ye pursed his lips and called out towards the door. Anna. As soon as she finished speaking, the door opened immediately, and Anna walked in with a smile, bowing and saying, Your Majesty. After she finished speaking, she helped Lin Ye get dressed and then tidied up the room. Your Majesty, breakfast is ready, Anna said with a smile, looking at Lin Ye standing in front of the mirror. Okay, let's go eat. Lin Ye nodded, turned around, and went downstairs. Anu was already waiting at the table, and after Lin Ye sat down, she opened the metal plates one by one. The breakfast was very lavish, with a dazzling array of dishes that Lin Ye couldn't name, but the flavors were all rather mild, which was just right for breakfast. Lin Ye doesn't like milk and bread. Breakfast is much more appealing. You two eat together too. Lin Ye picked up a piece of food, put it in his mouth, nodded, and then said to Anna and Anu. The pleasant breakfast time began, and Anna's cooking skills were as superb as ever, making Lin Ye unable to put down his chopsticks. Anna watched Lin Ye eat, propped her cheeks up with her hands, and said happily, Your Majesty. What's wrong, Anna? Lin Ye looked up and asked, puzzled. Your Majesty, what if Anna gets old and can't eat anymore? Anna asked with a smile. That's a strange question. Lin Ye put down his chopsticks, thought for a moment, and then said, I will chew up my favorite food and feed it to you. Hearing this, Anna's smile widened even more. Your Majesty is truly the best. Your Majesty, what is your favorite food? Sugar cane. Lin Ye replied without hesitation. Anna's smile froze instantly. Sugar cane? Cough, cough. Anu, who was eating politely, suddenly choked. Lin Ye looked at her, puzzled, and asked, Anu, what's wrong? Your Majesty, Anu is fine. Anu replied, shaking her head and unable to suppress a smile. Lin Ye didn't ask any further questions, nodded, and continued eating. A pleasant breakfast ended under Anna's resentful gaze. What a great day for fishing! After finishing his meal, Lin Ye walked out of the villa, stretched, and looked at the bright sunshine outside. Then, he turned to Anna and Anu behind him and said, Anna, Anu, you two pack your things and come with me for a walk later. Yes, Your Majesty. Anna and Anu nodded. Lin Ye turned and walked back to his room. Fishing is certainly not just a casual activity, but you still need to prepare some things beforehand. A blood-stained steel essence, 3-star originally just an ordinary steel essence, it was fortunate enough to fall from a great height, taking the life of a follower of an evil god. After absorbing a lot of resentment, it became extraordinary. Yuga's spikes, 5-star exclusive to the followers of evil gods, sometimes also given to believers as a means of attack. It has the power to ignore a certain amount of defense, and is a good card crafting material. Concealment curtain, 6-star a special evil god item that can hide one's aura and even simulate some aura fluctuations. It is an essential item for home and travel, murder and treasure hunting. Lin Ye stretched out his hand, and 3 pieces of material plus a white card appeared in his hand. Looking at the attribute descriptions of the 3 materials in his hand, Lin Ye couldn't help but light up. When he obtained these materials, he only read the description of the steel rod. He didn't have time to read the descriptions of the other 2. Upon inspection, the quality of the 2 materials truly exceeded his expectations. The material for the 5-star item was a black spike, which Lin Ye remembered correctly was dropped by the evil god followers killed by the puppet. As for the 6-star material, it was dropped by that radiant moon-level evil god follower. Its level is second only to that evil god's tentacle from last time. I wonder what type of cards we'll be able to make this time? Looking at the materials in his hand, Lin Ye excitedly muttered something to himself before adding them to the white card. There were no conflicting attributes, and all were added successfully. The material was added to the white card, and the card began to change, starting to slowly rotate. Under Lin Ye's expectant gaze, the card gradually stopped and began to emit a different kind of light. Wow! The purple light suddenly intensified. Title: Divine Blessed Twin Blades. Source: Reader and Shingen. Category: Weapon card. Tier: Epic card. Skills: Divine Blessing, 1000 Illusions, Concealment, Free Will, Ultimate Skill, Demon Slaying Bullet. Ultimate Skill, 1000 Illusions Lotus. Epic card. Hiss. Lin Ye's eyes suddenly lit up, and he became excited. Following the previous realm card, another epic card has been released. After the initial excitement, Lin Ye took the card in his hand. On the purple card was printed an exceptionally cool umbrella. At the same time, its skill attributes also appeared in Lin Ye's eyes. 1,000 illusions. It can transform into any form you desire. Its initial form is a combination of a lotus umbrella and a night blade. Source, Reader, Infinite Universe Observer. Divine blessing. Beneath the lotus, the gods protect you. Capable of withstanding one attack of the blazing sun level. Concealment. It can hide all your presence, making you seem as if you don't exist. As you please, you can control it at will. Ultimate technique. Demon-slaying bullet. Fires an energy bullet with piercing, explosive, and defense-ignoring effects. Source. Lowly Protection Association, Bei Dao Mai Sui. Ultimate technique. 1,000 illusions lotus. The most powerful attack method. All weapon forms will be revealed at this moment to annihilate all enemies in front of you. Powerful. This was Lin Ye's first impression after taking a look. That's fucking amazing. Every skill is so perfect. Except for the last skill, which was similar to an ultimate move and Lin Ye didn't quite understand. Almost every other skill was a god tier skill. System, can I draw skills from weapon cards? Looking at the weapon card in his hand, Lin Ye asked the system with some excitement. He coveted every single one of those skills. If he could draw two, he wouldn't know which two to choose. Cannot. The system poured cold water on Lin Ye's enthusiasm. Lin Ye smacked his lips and thought for a moment, deciding that whether or not to extract it wouldn't really make a big difference. It's not like attendant cards or domain cards. They are all independent. Weapon cards are different, but they're all in your own hands anyway, and you have pretty much control over the skills as well. System, you're so lame. Even though he had figured it out, Lin Ye couldn't help but complain, then crushed the card in his hand. System? When you use her, you call her sweetie. But after you're done with her, you call her old hag? Chapter 62. If I can't catch fish, I'll pump water. The card shattered, transforming into a stream of purple light that slowly gathered in Lin Ye's hand. As the light faded, a strangely shaped umbrella appeared in his hand. The umbrella surface was jet black, with purple lines outlining a strange pattern along the edges. At the tips of the umbrella ribs were jet black metal spikes, which looked exceptionally sharp with a cold glint. The umbrella handle resembles a knife handle. Lin Ye reached out and grasped the umbrella handle, slowly pulling it out. Base. In an instant, a bright purple light flashed and disappeared. A super cool longsword was displayed in front of Lin Ye. It was pitch black with purple engravings on its blade, which were strange patterns. Just looking at those patterns, Lin Ye felt an overwhelming sharpness rushing towards him. So cool! Looking at the umbrella and knife in his hands, Lin Ye's eyes lit up, and he played with them with great affection. As expected of an epic card, this weapon perfectly met his expectations, and was even cooler than he had imagined. With this design, Lin Ye felt that the materials used were absolutely worthwhile. Good looks are everything. How about trying other forms? Lin Ye couldn't help but think of inserting the night blade back into the umbrella handle, and then a thought struck him. In an instant, the divine blessing blades changed shape, becoming a black mask with purple patterns. Then it transformed into a long, black staff, followed by a cloak, a spear, a whip, a rope, and a wooden horse. In the end, it became a fishing rod in Lin Ye's hands, the kind with a rope and a hook. Everything is ready. Looking at the fishing rod in his hand, Lin Ye smiled knowingly and turned to walk out of the room. During the time Lin Ye spent, Anna and Anu had prepared some things, and the two of them, each carrying a black briefcase, were waiting for Lin Ye at the door. Your Majesty, what are we going out to do? Anna watched as Lin Ye took out a fishing rod and couldn't help but ask. Fishing, of course. Lin Ye held the fishing rod in his hand, finished speaking, and tossed it to Anna. Anna, hold up the umbrella. As soon as he finished speaking, the fishing rod in midair returned to its original shape. Anna caught the umbrella, glanced at it in surprise, and then obediently held it up for Lin Ye. In the Beichen district of Beichen City, there is a place with a beautiful environment. That place is the only one that has not been destroyed by the followers of evil gods and monsters. That was Lin Ye's destination. As they walked down the street, passers-by couldn't help but be drawn to Lin Ye and his group. Lin Ye is quite handsome. At least before he awakened his superpowers, he was the object of many girls' secret crushes at the Awakener Academy. Handsome, polite, and with a bright future, these were all labels attached to him before. Now, in other people's eyes, I'm just another ordinary person. Everyone was amazed by Anna and Anu behind Lin Ye. However, although they coveted their beauty, no one was so brainless as to seek attention. Anyone who isn't blind can see that Lin Ye and his two companions are no ordinary people. Especially Lin Ye, who is accompanied by two such beauties, must have an extraordinary background. He must be a young master from a certain family. Soon, they arrived in the North District. In the northern part of the city, near the outskirts, there is a large lake. The lake water is crystal clear, and the surface of the lake is like a mirror, merging with the sky, making it impossible to distinguish between the lake and the sky. Therefore, it was named Mirror Lake. Your Majesty, there are so many people here! Anna held an umbrella over Lin Ye and exclaimed in surprise as she watched the figures slowly moving around Mirror Lake. There are still a lot of anglers during the day. Lin Ye smiled slightly and instructed the two. Get everything ready, we're about to begin. We'll be eating fish today. Oh, Anna, give me the umbrella. Ah? Yes, Your Majesty. Anna realized what was happening and quickly handed the umbrella to Lin Ye. Looking at the two women setting up the fishing platform, Lin Ye smiled slightly, and the umbrella in his hand transformed into a fishing rod. Your Majesty, it's all done! While Lin Ye was preparing the bait, Anna and the others had already set up their fishing platform. Lin Ye nodded and walked over. The steps for fishing are, first, prepare a feeding area, then cast your fishing rod. Lin Ye remained calm and composed, proceeding with each step unhurriedly, and then waited quietly. No matter where you go, there will always be people who enjoy fishing. The location Lin Ye chose is an excellent fishing spot. There were many people fishing next to him, mostly elderly men. Many of them couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw Lin Ye bringing two girls to go fishing. Fishing isn't something young people should do. And this guy is so young, yet he brought two girls with him. Are you sure he's not just here to show off? Just a few meters away from Lin Ye, two old men sat side by side, each holding a fishing rod. They were the first to notice Lin Ye, and unlike the others, they didn't look down on him. Because Lin Ye's preparations before fishing were meticulous, unlike the young people they had seen who didn't even prepare a fishing spot and just recklessly put on bait. Hey Lao Gu, do you think this young man can catch any fish? The gaunt old man who was a little further away watched Lin Ye for a while, then asked the dark-faced old man next to him with great interest. Upon hearing this, the dark-faced old man glanced at Lin Ye, then chuckled and shook his head, saying, Forget it, he's just a greenhorn. He probably read a few guides somewhere and thinks he can show off. I've seen plenty of guys like that. Don't be fooled by his seemingly perfect technique. His fishing skills are definitely rusty. When he finally catches a fish, his fishing rod will surely break from the struggle. As soon as he finished speaking, the gaunt old man chuckled and asked him a probing question. Old Gu, how many fish did you catch today? Old Gu's face darkened, turning even darker than before. He grunted and said, How long has it been? Fishing requires patience. It's only been 2 hours, there's still plenty of time. I'm sure I'll catch a fish today. Ha ha ha, I remember you said the same thing yesterday. The gaunt old man burst into laughter. This time, old Gu wasn't angry. Instead, he sneered and said, Don't laugh at me. Do you think you're any better than me? I still don't know who was it that swore they'd treat me to fish last time, but when I got to your place, wow, it was all bought from the market. Hearing this, the thin old man immediately became displeased, and stubbornly retorted, What do you mean by buying it from the market? I caught it myself. Had your fishing in someone's fish tank? You call that fishing? Well, I've certainly learned something new. That's still better than pumping water when you can't catch anything. The two old men started arguing without realizing it, either willing to give an inch. If it weren't for the fishing rods in their hands holding them back, they probably would have started fighting. Just then, a girl's exclamation suddenly came from the side. Wow! As the water splashed, Lin Ye lifted his fishing rod, and a large, fat fish burst out of the water. Wow! Your Majesty is amazing! Anna clapped and cheered as soon as she saw Lin Ye catch the fish. Her shout attracted the attention of many people around her. When they turned around and saw the large fish, weighing at least 10 kilograms, on Lin Ye's fishing rod, their eyes widened in surprise. Old Gu and the gaunt old man next to them immediately stopped arguing, both opening their mouths wide and looking at the fish that Lin Ye had caught with disbelief. Chapter 63 The Storm is Brewing. Old Gu, they've started loading the goods. The gaunt old man stared longingly at the fish and said to Old Gu beside him. I can see it, I'm not blind yet. Old Gu smacked his lips, his tone slightly sour, and said, Damn, that's fast. The goods were delivered in just a few minutes. He glanced at his fishing rod, which hadn't moved for hours, and felt a pang of sadness. Snap! A sound came from the side, and Old Gu was startled, looking to the side. The gaunt old man dropped his fishing rod and walked towards Lin Ye. Old Zhang, aren't you going fishing anymore? Old Gu was immediately puzzled. You keep fishing, I'm going to find a master, I'll be right back, Old Zhang said without turning his head. This caused Old Gu's eyes to widen immediately. He looked at his fishing rod, which hadn't moved at all, and then at Lin Ye, who was catching fish non-stop. Then, without thinking, he dropped his fishing rod and ran with Old Zhang to Lin Ye's place. Hey young friend, fishing? Lin Ye was fishing when he suddenly heard a slightly lewd laugh coming from behind him. He glanced back and saw two old men staring at him with wide, smiling faces. What's up? Lin Ye turned around and asked calmly. It's nothing, we're just taking a look. Steal a lesson along the way, Old Gu said with a chuckle. Oh. Lin Ye gave a nonchalant reply, then ignored them and continued fishing. Seeing that Lin Ye remained unmoved, Old Gu's expression suddenly became somewhat awkward. Old Gu, is this kid from the Federation? Why does he seem not to recognize us? Old Zhang whispered to Old Gu. Old Gu glanced at him and continued. Do you think that's possible? With our level of fame, how could no one in the Federation recognize us? You're too simplistic. This young friend clearly knows us, but he doesn't say so because he's afraid of embarrassing us. That's the highest level of fishing. So that's how it is. Old Zhang nodded as if he suddenly understood, then stopped talking and began to watch Lin Ye fishing attentively. Anyang City, the Shui family. As one of the major families in Anyang City, the Liang family, with a Liang level expert in charge, is undoubtedly a behemoth. Today is destined to be an eventful day, as a piece of news has shaken the entire Shui family. Master, urgent news! A servant of the Shui family presented a letter with a look of fear and handed it to the head of the Shui family. My dear son, Bowen. Who killed my son? Beichin City. Where is Beichin City? Head to Beichin City immediately. You dared to kill my son? I'll make you pay with your blood. Shui Hongyi, the head of the Shui family, is a high-level expert at the radiant moon level, only a hair's breadth away from the blazing sun level. Now, looking at the letter in his hand, his composure, which had remained unmoved even in the face of a collapsing mountain, crumbled completely. Boom! His aura suddenly erupted, soaring into the sky and almost tearing through the clouds. The entire Shui family was shaken. The entire city of Anyang was shaken. Anyang City has 3 major fiery sun clans, each with a fiery sun-level expert in charge. However, sun-level experts generally do not show themselves. They spend most of their time fighting against strange creatures and magical beasts in the dark. Therefore, apart from that, their family's strongest force is the high-level radiant moon level. In the past, Anyang City was mostly peaceful, and there was not much friction between the various families. But today, for some unknown reason, the head of the Shui family suddenly went mad, disregarding the principle that strength cannot be used within the city, and suddenly unleashed a strong aura fluctuation. Boom! While everyone in Anyang City was filled with fear and unease, a figure suddenly rushed out of the Shui family, charging out of the city like a mad beast. The direction he was heading was Beichin City. Meanwhile, within the Shui family, someone dialed a long-forgotten phone number. That's the number of the Shui family's sun-level ancestor. Right now, he is fighting against monsters and strange creatures in the dark. My grandson Bowen! Who killed you? You've enraged me. Grandson, I'll avenge you. Far away in the dark, Shuekui, who was fighting, received a call from his family and was furious to learn of his grandson's death. On this day, he entered the monster's lair and killed a blazing sun-level beast king, and countless other monsters below him. When he finally emerged from the monster's lair, he was covered in blood and consumed by rage. After doing all this, he left the dark area without saying a word and headed towards Beichin City, headquarters of the evil god cult of Isagda. Shui Bowen is dead. A figure, hidden beneath a red robe, sat regally on the throne in the palace, uttering these words in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, dozens of high-ranking members of the cult widened their eyes. Minister, what did you just say? Shui Bowen is dead. How could that be? He has a concealment veil bestowed by the holy god on him. Those people shouldn't be able to detect his identity at all. Damn it, we've been developing this spy for so many years, and we were finally about to achieve something, but it's all gone just like that. Minister, who on earth did this? The high-ranking officials were all furious, eager to know who had killed their mole, whom they had meticulously planned for over a decade. Beichin City. The minister spoke calmly, seemingly unmoved, yet like the calm before a raging fire erupts. Boom! A terrifyingly powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body. All the high-ranking members of the evil god cult immediately knelt on the ground, and then words filled with rage came from his mouth. Send someone to Beichin City to find out why Shui Bowen died. Our cult members cannot die without explanation. Yes. The Shui family and the Isagda cult were not the only ones making moves. There were also some other smaller forces involved. For example, those evil god cults that had branches in Beichin City but recently disappeared without explanation also sent people to Beichin City. When a branch disappears without explanation, they naturally want to find out the truth. For a time, the entire city of Beichin became the focus of attention for many forces. A storm is brewing. Mirror Lake. Wow, you're awesome, 666. You caught another one. What kind of young friend are you calling me? Master, this old man is impressed. Please take me as your disciple. As Lin Ye caught one fish after another, Lao Gu and Lao Zhang stood by watching, completely bored. When Lin Ye finished fishing, the two of them still wanted to drag him into becoming their apprentice, leaving Lin Ye speechless. Finally, I promised to come back to fish the next day, and that was how I managed to get rid of them. Watching Lin Ye leave, old Gu and old Zhang both sighed. They hadn't had enough of watching his amazing fishing skills. Just then, Lao Gu's phone rang. Didi. Old Gu was taken aback. He picked up his phone and glanced at it. It showed that Federal Department 5 was calling. He frowned, then answered the phone. Elder Gu, the Shui family patriarch of Anyang City has left the front lines and headed for Beichin City. Furthermore, we've received information that the Shui family head has also left Anyang City, his destination also being Beichin City. Chapter 64. A chamber pot at night, a wine glass during the day. In addition, our people also discovered that some other evil god cults are also making moves, all of which are targeting Beichin City. Old Gu frowned and asked in a deep voice. Have you found out what the cause is? We found out. It seems that Shui Bowen, the eldest son of the Shui family, is dead. Elder Gu, would you and Elder Zhang like to take this? No need. Old Gu refused outright before the other person could finish speaking. He thought for a moment, then said, Keep people watching them, and report any new developments to me immediately. Yes. After hanging up the phone, old Zhang glanced at him and asked, What's wrong, Lao Gu? You look like this, what happened? Well, Old Goose shook his head and said with a melancholy tone, it's all because of those shady rats. I don't know why, but they've all come for Beichin City. Also, the Xue family patriarch and his son from the front lines have come over, saying that Xue Bowen, the young master of the Xue family, died in Beichin City. Upon hearing this, Old Zhang raised an eyebrow and asked in surprise, Xue Bowen? That exceptionally talented genius? He died in Beichin City? Old Gu nodded, put his hands behind his back, turned around, and walked away. Old Zhang, it's time to go back. Honestly, you can't even let people go out fishing in peace. In a luxuriously decorated room in the underground market, Su Qingyan was quietly reading a book. Just then, the butler, Uncle Nan, opened the door and came in. Miss, there's been a situation in Beichin City. Uncle Nan raised his hand and bowed as he spoke. Su Qingyan put down the book in her hand and looked up at Uncle Nan. The head of the Xue family in Anyang City, and their fiery son ancestor Xue Kui, are already on their way to Beichin City. In addition, some evil god cults have also begun to take action against Beichin City, Uncle Nan reported. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyan's lips curled up, an annoying glint flashed in her eyes as she said, the Xue family's actions were entirely within our expectations. However, it was somewhat unexpected that those evil god cults also made moves. After thinking for a moment, she smiled and said, that's right. It would be strange if they didn't take any action after so many evil god branches were destroyed. Miss, what should we do next? Uncle Nan asked, then frowned and said, judging from their appearance, a conflict with that person is inevitable. With the methods of a blazing sun-level expert, it shouldn't be difficult for them to find out the cause of Xue Bowen's death. Su Qingyan waved her hand and said sarcastically, the blazing sun level? It's nothing more than a moth drawn to a flame, courting its own destruction. But we can work our way out of this matter. A hint of doubt flashed in Uncle Nan's eyes as he asked, puzzled, what does Miss mean? Simple. Su Qingyan smiled gently, reached out and picked up a star lamp from the table, and slowly said, some people gaze into the abyss, but the abyss is also gazing into them? Perhaps that person doesn't care about these ants, but we still need to give them a push. Upon hearing her words, Uncle Nan raised an eyebrow and asked, Miss, do you wish to help that person? No. Su Qingyan immediately shook her head and smiled slightly. It's not helping, it's adding to what's already good. Now that they're here, why don't we gather them together and present them to that person as a great gift? Uncle Nan, have any new goods arrived at the underground market recently? Uncle Nan seemed to understand Su Qingyan's words, but he didn't say it out loud. He just nodded and said, yes, a batch of goods has recently arrived from the front line. Since Miss is here, they will go to Beichin City first, and then be transported to other places. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyan turned to look out the window and said, that's perfect. Tell the people above that I've requisitioned this batch of goods. I'm going to use them to hold an auction. At this point, she seemed to have thought of something, and after a pause, she said to Uncle Nan, by the way, Uncle Nan, it would be best to add one more thing to the auction's publicity. I told you, it's possible to reshape the souls of the dead and bring them back to life. Uncle Nan was slightly taken aback, then nodded and said, understood. Does something exist that can reshape the souls of the dead? It exists, but it's not something they can obtain. Even if such an extraordinary item existed, it would never be put up for auction. Since there isn't one, then Miss means she's going to fabricate something out of thin air. After Uncle Nan left, Su Qingyan sat down again and opened a page of her book. A whispered murmur came from her lips. Shallow waters cannot trap a swimming dragon. Let me see what changes you will bring to this world that is about to fall into darkness. Will it be a future that lights up the dawn, or a future that plunges into even deeper darkness? Anu, take this slime slam. Anna, you charged me with the ball, that's a foul. Hee hee, Anu, you can do it too. My ball isn't as big as yours. The villa, in the courtyard. Lin Ye was wearing swim trunks and lying on a beach chair. Watching Anna and Anu having a great time playing with slime balls by the pool, his smile gradually became lewd. At this moment, Anu and Anna were both wearing swimsuits. To be honest, this swimsuit is really white. No, the quality is really good. Even a slime that big couldn't tear the swimsuit. Don't get me wrong, Lin Ye was referring to the slime-printed balls they were holding. After watching the two players dribbling and bumping each other for a while, Lin Ye took out his laptop and opened a website. The House of the Awakened. As soon as he opened the website, Lin Ye casually browsed through the information on it. It's nothing more than a new haunted area appearing in a certain place, and how many people have died, etc. Or it could be a report of victory from the front lines, about a powerful figure slaying countless monsters and strange creatures, followed by a group of people boasting about it. Just as Lin Ye was getting bored at the end, a message caught his attention. Breaking news! Breaking news! Xue Bowen, the eldest son of the Xue family in Anyang City, has died. The head of the Xue family has left Anyang City and is heading to Beichin City. News has also come from the front lines that Xue Kui, the patriarch of the Xue family, has left the front lines and is also heading to Beichin City. Xue Bowen. Lin Ye frowned slightly as he looked at the name. What was the name of the person I killed last night? I think he also called himself Xue Bowen. It seems the older brother came to avenge him after the younger brother was beaten. Sun class? Lin Ye, the head of the Xue family, didn't care much about that. What really piqued his interest was the Xue family patriarch, who was at the blazing sun level. Perhaps we could try making a purchase. The Lion family must have plenty of good stuff, right? After thinking for a moment, Lin Ye looked away from the forum and opened the online store. After several days, he finally reopened this treasure trove of materials. I was really short of money before, and couldn't even afford a strange crystal. After these few days of fighting monsters, collecting materials and crystals, Lin Ye has managed to accumulate some wealth. There must be at least several million elemental crystals. Lin Ye began browsing the shop. The items at the beginning were mostly low-level, equivalent to only 1 or 2-star materials, and not worth buying. As you continue reading, more and more good things gradually appear. Strange crystal, price, 1 million. Lin Ye's eyes lit up, and he immediately clicked to buy. 1 million? That's nothing. The coffin lid that seals the core of the eerie entity, price, 3 million. Skull of a follower of the radiant moon-level evil god, price, 5 million. Additional product information. Use it as a chamber pot at night, and a wine glass during the day. It'll definitely make you look impressive. Chapter 65 I am the king of the night. Good heavens! Lin Ye looked at the product description for the so-called skull of a follower of an evil god, and his lips twitched involuntarily. Using it as a chamber pot at night, and a wine glass during the day. Are you sure this is something carbon-based life forms could come up with? Doesn't the taste of alcohol get strong when you drink it during the day? Then I looked at the price, 5 million. Damn it, I can't even afford a chamber pot. Looking at his remaining 2 million elemental crystals, Lin Ye was so angry he wanted to smash his computer. There are so many great things, but alas, I'm short of money. System, can I discuss something with you? Lin Ye silently recited to himself. Although the system ignored him, it continued to talk on its own. I'm too weak right now, how about you get me some amazing artifact gift pack or something? If all else fails, something like a newbie gift pack will do. You're already a mature system. You should learn to consider my needs. If I become powerful, you'll have more face too, won't you? System. Do you think I'm some kind of hacked version? No, we can't just sit here and wait to die. Lin Ye thought for a moment, then immediately turned off the computer and stood up from the beach chair. Anna, Anu, you two changed your clothes. Although the swimsuit-themed limited edition skin was very appealing, Lin Ye still said this to the two girls. Anna and Anu, who were happily playing with bumper balls, immediately stopped when they heard Lin Ye's words. Your Majesty, what are your orders? Anna walked over with the ball in her arms and asked Lin Ye respectfully. Let's go out and fight monsters. Lin Ye replied without hesitation. I'm so poor, I'm really too poor. We need to develop our power. These evil god followers in Bachin City are all experience points. We have to harvest them. Soon, the three of them changed their clothes. Lin Ye took the divine blessing twin blades and transformed them into a black and white mask, which he then put on his face. The mask has an unusually peculiar design, with one side resembling an evil demon and the other resembling a holy god. In addition, Lin Ye wore a black trench coat for the first time ever, which perfectly accentuated his figure. Anna stood behind Lin Ye, gazing at his retreating figure with a lovesick expression, and whispered, "Your Majesty is just too perfect. I want to be kissed by you." Anu stood beside him, her cheeks flushed red to her ears. These lewd words were truly too much for the innocent girl to handle. "Let's go." With everything prepared, Lin Ye said something and slowly left, with Anna and Anu following closely behind. Recently, there has been an undercurrent of unrest in Bachin City. Among them, many followers of the evil god flocked to Bachin City. The House of Awakeners is not just for awakened ones. There are definitely quite a few followers of evil gods mixed in there. Furthermore, many followers of evil gods will post a lot of false information on forums, pretending to be big shots and enjoying the adoration of thousands. They may be rats living in the shadows in real life, but on the forum, they become powerful figures. The recent death of the young master of the Shue family has caused quite a stir, and various forces have also received the news, including those shady rats. Sensing something unusual, some decided to wait and see, while others wanted to wade into the troubled waters and try to profit from the chaos. As night fell, most of the lights went out, leaving only a few scattered ones still lit. In the shadows where the light didn't reach, some rats began to emerge from their nests to forage for food. In an unknown alley, a small group of followers of an evil god were chasing two figures, one large and one small. "Stop! Don't run!" The cultists chased after the old woman and the little girl. Their auras were very weak, suggesting they had only recently joined the cult. However, compared to a little girl and an old woman, those were forces that they could not contend with. The little girl was being pulled along by the old woman. She turned around and glanced at the group of fierce-looking evil god followers behind her. Her little face was already pale with fright. "Grandma, I can't run anymore, you go ahead and run." The little girl turned around and said to the old woman, crying. They had already run through several alleys, and if it weren't for Grandma holding her back, they probably wouldn't have been able to keep going. "What nonsense are you talking about, child? We're almost at the garrison post. Come on, Grandma will carry you." As the old woman spoke, she picked up the little girl and continued running. However, how could they possibly outrun the followers of evil gods? In no time, the group of evil god followers caught up and surrounded them. "Hee, you old hag, keep running." A follower of the evil god looked at the old woman and walked towards them with a sinister smile. "Grandma, I'm scared." The little girl clenched her hands in fear as the evil god's followers approached step by step. The old woman was also terrified. She suddenly shouted, "Help! Someone, please help us!" "Shut the hell up!" Seeing that the old woman still dared to shout, the evil god's follower's expression changed, and he suddenly kicked her. "Stop it right now!" Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind them. The evil god's follower who had kicked out was taken aback, withdrew his foot, and turned around to look with a puzzled expression. The other followers of the evil god also turned their heads to look in the direction from which the voice came. At the end of the alley, a figure hidden in a black robe slowly walked out. Behind him, a light shone, as if he were walking out of the light. Seeing the man's posture, the faces of the evil god's followers changed drastically. The leader of the evil god's followers, his gaze shifting between light and shadow, asked uncertainly, "Who are you?" "You ask who I am?" Upon hearing this, the figure hidden beneath the black robe suddenly let out a cold laugh, then said in a low voice, "Those who know my name are all dead. Do you want to know it too? Before I decide to make my move, disappear from my sight immediately, or you will suffer the same fate as those evil god branches from a few days ago." As soon as he finished speaking, the group of followers of the evil god were stunned and looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Just then, the little girl's eyes lit up, and she excitedly exclaimed, "Are you the king of the night? Are you here to protect me?" "Oh?" The figure hidden in the black robe shifted his gaze and chuckled. "So someone can actually recognize my identity? Indeed, I am the king of the night." He finished speaking with extreme confidence, then glanced at the followers of the evil god. But the leader of the evil god's followers suddenly narrowed his eyes, while the other followers beside him turned pale, as if they had thought of something terrible. "Boss, it really is the king of night. Let's run," a follower of the evil god said to the leader. Recently, a legend has been circulating in Bachin City. Legend has it that whenever night falls, the king of night descends and takes the lives of those evil god followers who operate in the darkness. The truth of this legend has been confirmed after news of the destruction of many evil god branches was announced. Regardless of whether the king of the night exists or not, the fact that he hunts down followers of evil gods every night is real. Were they just unlucky enough to run into this? The leader of the evil god's followers had a flickering gaze. After taking one last look at the little girl, he gritted his teeth and said to the man in black robes, "Thank you for sparing my life." After saying that, he turned around, waved, and left decisively. "Let's go." Seeing the evil god's followers turn and leave, the man in black robes suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. However, it was this very act of reaching out. Snap! The light behind him fell to the ground. In an instant, his outstretched hand froze, and then he mechanically raised his head to look at the group of evil god believers who were turning to leave. They had already turned around, their gazes fixed on the neon tube that had fallen to the ground. The scene was utterly silent. Chapter 66. What did you say your name was, King? King of the Night, your aura has fallen. The little girl stared with her big, bright eyes, looking innocently at the lamp tube that had fallen at the feet of the man in black robes. The child's innocent voice broke the eerie silence. "No. This isn't an aperture, it's my integrity." The man in black robes twitched at the corner of his mouth, realizing something was wrong, and silently withdrew his hand that was about to pick up the light bulb. "Ahem, well, this is just my little toy, it's harmless." He coughed lightly, his tone deliberately deep. After saying that, he looked at the group of evil god followers and said fiercely, "Why don't you leave at once? Do you really want me to take action?" Follower of the evil god? The leader glanced at the man in black robes, then at the fallen light tube, and his stunned expression gradually turned ferocious. "Damn it! That brat dared to mess with us! Kill him!" With a wave of his hand, the followers of the evil god around him reacted and charged towards the man in black robes with angry expressions. "Kid, you're asking for trouble. Die!" Upon seeing the menacing followers of the evil god, the man in black robes' expression suddenly changed. "This is a disaster!" He shuddered, immediately realized what was happening, and turned to run. As he ran, he didn't forget to remind the old woman who was standing there in a daze. "Grandma, run with me!" "Okay." The old woman also came to her senses, nodded, and ran after him. During their escape, the little girl stared intently at the man in black robes, her large eyes filled with confusion. Why is this king of the night running away? Shouldn't he punish those bad people? Could it be? The little girl's puzzled eyes suddenly lit up, and she exclaimed, "I know! This is a feigned weakness to wipe out the enemy in one fell swoop." She looked at the man in black robes, her eyes sparkling, and said, "King of the Night, you are so amazing! I admire you so much!" The black-robed man, who was focused on escaping, nearly stumbled and fell upon hearing her words. However, he still forced a smile and said to the little girl, "Of course, I will always be the strongest, and these ants have nothing to fear." He glanced back at the relentlessly pursuing followers of the evil god, his brow furrowed. At their speed, they'll be caught up in no time. If it were just him alone, it would be fine, but if it were this girl and her grandmother, they would definitely catch up with them. He glanced at the admiring look in the little girl's eyes and felt a deep inner struggle. With his familiarity with the city, he was confident he could escape from these people. But my original intention was to save people. After a struggle, the hesitation in his eyes finally dissipated, replaced by unwavering determination. Fine, so be it. He stopped running and turned to face the evil god's followers who were chasing him. The old woman noticed his movement, turned around, and looked at him with confusion, saying, "Young man, you guys go first." Before she could finish speaking, the man in black robes interrupted her. "I am the king of the night, what do I have to fear from mere ants? You all go quickly, I'll handle them." The old woman looked at the figure hidden in the black robe, her eyes filled with an indescribable meaning. Children don't understand, but how could she not see it? The boy in front of them was probably just an ordinary person like them. And now he's actually going to sacrifice himself to save them. Thanks. Finally, she choked out those words and continued running away with the little girl on her back. I'm all alone now. Noticing that the old woman and the little girl had left, the man in the black robe revealed a long-lost smile of relief. Seeing his actions, the followers of the evil god became even more enraged. Their target was that little girl, but now the duck they were about to catch has flown away. Soon, a group of followers of the evil god surrounded the man in black. The leader of the evil god's followers slowly walked towards him, his face cold, and said, "Boy, tell me again who you are." Upon reaching the man in black, the man reached out and ripped off his black robe. A face that still looked very young appeared before everyone. The boy trembled uncontrollably as he looked at the menacing followers of the evil god, but there was no fear in his eyes. He curled his lips into a smile and said in a low, eerie tone, "I am the king of the night." Bang! No sooner had he finished speaking than a slap landed on his face. "I'll beat you up, you bastard!" The boy was slapped and fell to the ground with a scream. Seeing him lying there like a dead dog, the surrounding followers of the evil god couldn't help but burst into laughter. "King of the night, is that all? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious! This brat's really getting into this act. He really put on a good show. If the boss hadn't slapped him like that, we would have all believed it." The leader of the evil god's followers looked at the boy lying on the ground, barely alive, and couldn't help but sneer. "Boy, what did you just say you were a king? I didn't hear you clearly, say it again?" The boy lay on the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, yet he still managed a cold laugh. "I am the king of the night." Click. This time, the leader of the believers stepped directly on his hand. A piercing sound of bones cracking rang out, and the boy's eyes widened instantly, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. This is not over yet. The leader of the believers pulled out a dagger and plunged it into the boy's neck. "Tell me again, what kind of king are you?" Seeing the chilling light before him, the boy closed his eyes in despair, preparing to face death. However, at that moment, "Stop!" A faint, eerie sound suddenly rang out. The follower of the evil god suddenly stopped what he was doing and turned his gaze toward the direction from which the sound came. The boy lying on the ground was equally surprised and turned his head to look with difficulty. At the end of the alley, a figure was slowly walking towards them, the crisp sound of footsteps particularly clear in the quiet alley. It wasn't until the figure got closer that everyone could see what he looked like. The man was wearing a black trench coat, a strange mask, and had his hands in his pockets. He walked with an unusually arrogant gait. At least that's how it appears to those followers of evil gods. When one of the henchmen next to the leader of the evil god's followers saw the man and, seeing that his leader hadn't spoken, he immediately shouted, "Who goes there?" Thump! No sooner had he finished speaking than the leader of the believers gave him a sharp rap on the head. "Screw you! Didn't you realize this kid and the guy on the ground are in cahoots?" After giving the underling a thorough dressing down, the leader of the believers turned around and grinned maliciously at the figure in the trench coat, saying, "Today is really strange, how come I keep running into people with screws in their heads like this? Send 2 men to kill that kid." He gestured to his 2 henchmen, then looked back at the boy on the ground and sneered. "Kid, let's keep asking you. Tell me your name again." The boy was also confused. When did he have an accomplice? How come he didn't know? Where did this kid come from? Their equipment is even more complete than mine? Just as he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out beside him. Young man, someone's asking you what your name is. You need to make sure they hear you clearly. Upon hearing this voice, both the boy and the leader of the evil god's followers were startled. That voice sounds familiar, like I just heard it before? Chapter 67 Dreaming of being on par with gods in a mortal body. Wrong. The leader of the believers suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked to the side. This isn't just a vague sound, it's the voice of that trench coat-wearing man who was just a short distance away. The boy lying on the ground was also stunned. His gaze shifted, and a black and white smiling mask came into view, and it was looking at him. You! The leader of the believers pointed at the man in the trench coat, and turned his head to look at the spot where he had just stood. He was no longer there, but two corpses lay on the ground. Young man, what's your name? Lin Ye ignored the evil god's follower, and instead looked at the boy lying on the ground with a smile and asked. I am no, my name is Wei Chang, the boy said subconsciously, then shook his head and said his real name. For some reason, although the person in front of him was mysterious and unpredictable, he felt a strange sense of trust in him. Wei Chang? What a nice name. Lin Ye nodded. It was unclear whether he was praising his actions in protecting the weak, or genuinely thought his name sounded nice. You! The leader of the believers' eyes began to show fear, and he slowly retreated. For some reason, he had a feeling that he was going to have bad luck. Lin Ye finally glanced at the followers of the evil god, then suddenly smiled and said to Wei Chang, Young man, it is certainly valuable to have a heart that protects the weak, but you also need to have the strength to match it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be protecting the weak, but rather sending everyone to their deaths. Upon hearing this, Wei Chang looked puzzled and said, I don't quite understand what you mean. Well, it's nothing. Lin Ye crossed his arms behind his head and said in a lazy tone, The two people you just risked your life to save have already been captured by another group of evil god believers. What? Hiss! Upon hearing this, Wei Chang's eyes widened suddenly. He pulled too hard on his severed arm while trying to get up, and he gasped in pain. However, the pain in his arm was far less than the agony caused by Lin Ye's words. They've been arrested? No, you saw it, didn't you? Why didn't you save them? The boy suddenly raised his head, his eyes red, and questioned Lin Ye. He clearly possesses such great strength, and he could have easily saved them, so why didn't he take action? Lin Ye looked at Wei Chang, who was filled with anger, and scratched his head, saying, Ugh! It's that kind of moral high ground stuff again. I don't even know how to refute it. If I really had to say, it would probably be that I'm willing to do it. That's right, I'll save people if I want to, and so what if I don't want to see them? Do I have that obligation? Well, all that talk about with great power comes great responsibility is just a lie they made up to fool you young people. After saying that, Lin Ye looked at Wei Chang, shrugged, and suddenly smiled. Young man, do you understand now? You! Wei Chang was about to say something, but Lin Ye interrupted him. It's okay if you don't understand. You'll understand someday. Lin Ye turned his gaze to the evil god's followers who were trying to sneak away, and said in a deep voice, Anna, clean them up. Wei Chang was taken aback when he heard Lin Ye's words. Are there any other people here? While he was still in a daze, a sickly laugh suddenly rang out from beside Lin Ye. He, your majesty has finally given me permission to act. Anna is so bored. As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared from the void beside Lin Ye. With a sickly smile on her face and a blood-stained dagger in her hand, she excitedly charged toward the followers of the evil god. Even wearing a skirt doesn't affect her speed, because she can enter the void from time to time, and then reappear in the distance in an instant. Wei Chang was completely stunned by what he saw. What did he see? A girl who appeared out of nowhere. And it keeps disappearing and reappearing. Under his watchful gaze, Anna caught up with the fleeing cultists, and with swift strokes of her dagger, one by one they fell dead. Those powerful followers of the evil god in his eyes were like cattle and sheep waiting to be slaughtered in the hands of that girl, only waiting for death. So strong! But why didn't they choose to save those two innocent people when they were so powerful? It was such an easy thing to do. Wei Chang couldn't understand it. Why did you save me? He asked, his head bowed and his voice heavy. Lin Ye, who was watching Anna, suddenly heard his words, turned his head to look at him, and then said indifferently, "Don't misunderstand, I didn't save you. I just came to check it out because I saw someone impersonating me and trying to scam people. Although the title King of the Night is a bit cringy, and I don't really like it, I don't want anyone to use my name to deceive people. Ugh, I hate you. If it weren't for the fact that you saved someone, I would have killed you." Lin Ye said these words very calmly, but Wei Chang felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing them. He had no doubt that the person in front of him truly intended to kill when he said those words. The sense of death emanating from the depths of his heart did not lie. However, compared to this, Lin Ye's previous words shocked him even more. He said he was impersonating him, which means that the person in front of him is the legendary King of the Night. I actually encountered something real? In that instant, the image of the glorious and righteous Black King in his mind collapsed. "Your Majesty, it's all taken care of." Anna returned to Lin Ye's side and shook off the bloodstains on the dagger. "Well done!" Lin Ye nodded, glanced back at Wei Chang, who was lost in self-doubt, put his hands in his pockets, and turned to walk into the dark alley. "Young man, there is actually a very powerful force within you, but you haven't discovered it yet. Try to discover it. I have high hopes for you. You'll definitely become a strong person like me someday, so you won't have to rely on someone else's name and can become a savior through your own strength." "Eh? Your Majesty, is what you're saying true?" "How could that be? I was just teasing him." "Oh, Your Majesty is so wicked. Anna loves him. It's already good enough that I didn't kill him. The reason I wasted so much breath on him was that I wanted him to continue dreaming of being on par with the gods while he was still immortal. Consider it a small punishment for him." "Hidden power?" Wei Chang dragged his severed arm to his feet, looked in the direction Lin Ye and the others had left, clenched his fists, and a hope ignited in his eyes. "I will." Lin Ye was unaware that his words were about to give birth to a one-armed gunslinger who would one day strike fear into the hearts of those in the dark. Chapter 68. Looking up at the sky is my last act of defiance. "Anu, have you found the location?" Lin Ye and Anna stood by the roadside, holding their phones. "Your Majesty, we've found it, but the situation here is rather serious." Anu's melodious voice came through the phone. "Oh? What's different?" Lin Ye raised an eyebrow and asked. "Your Majesty, it seems they are not after people, but rather after children to be sacrificed. In addition, there is someone here who is no weaker than me. Anu can deal with those evil god-believers by himself, but the safety of others cannot be guaranteed." Upon hearing this, Lin Ye nodded and said, "Okay, you wait for us over there. Anna and I will be there soon." "Yes." After hanging up the phone, Lin Ye and Anna were about to turn and leave. Just then, a car drove up from a distance and stopped next to them. "Hey bro, wanna hitch a ride?" A young man leaned out of the car window and called out to Lin Ye and Anna. Lin Ye and Anna were both stunned when they saw this person. Then, he smiled slightly and nodded, saying, "All right, take us to 22nd Street in the North District." "Okay, 200, you guys get in the car first." The young man patted the car door without saying anything more. Lin Ye and Anna exchanged a glance, walked to the back of the car, opened the trunk, climbed in together, and then gently closed the trunk door. Upon hearing the door close, the young man in the car glanced at the rearview mirror without thinking. He paused for a moment when he looked in the rearview mirror, then turned his head to look at the back seat, which was empty. "Where are they?" The young man was stunned. He decisively opened the car door and got out, then looked around and circled the car. No, there was still no one in sight. He stood with his hands on his hips in the spot where Lin Ye and the others had stood before him, his eyes filled with a look of utter disbelief. Finally, he looked up at the sky. "What the hell?" Did those two just take off from the spot? After saying that, he shivered, then decisively got into his car and drove away. Some cars veer off course while driving. It soon left the main road and entered a dark alley, finally stopping at the end of the alley. The young man got out of the car, casually putting on a red robe. Not far from him, two followers of the evil god were guarding the gate. Upon seeing him, one of them couldn't help but laugh and say, "Old Zhao, where have you been soliciting customers today?" The young man waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Ugh! Don't even mention it, I've been possessed by an evil spirit today. I met two people on the way. I thought the woman looked pretty good and wanted to give it a try, but after I let them get in the car, they disappeared." His words made the two followers of the evil god burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, did you let them get away and then deliberately find an excuse to trick us? Go to hell!" The young man rolled his eyes and then walked into the branch office. The two evil god followers guarding the gate chuckled, then quietly resumed their posts. However, at that moment, the trunk of the car parked not far away suddenly opened. The two followers of the evil god were stunned for a moment, and then they saw two figures slip out of the trunk. "This trunk is so stuffy, I'm never sitting in it again," Lin Ye muttered, rubbing his neck and grimacing. Anna, standing beside him, didn't say anything, but looked at Lin Ye with flushed cheeks and her chest heaving. She had been wondering why Lin Ye wanted to get into the trunk, but it turns out it's because the small space makes it easier to maneuver. Just then, the two followers of the evil god finally realized that something was wrong. "This car belongs to Zhao Laosi." He had already gone inside, but two people actually climbed out of the trunk. Then, recalling what Zhao Laosi had just said, the two men's gazes instantly turned strange. Good heavens, so those two were in the trunk. I wonder what they were doing in there. The girl's face was all red after she got out. The key point is that Zhao Laosi didn't notice it along the way. The two exchanged a glance, then one turned to look at Lin Ye and Anna, his gaze sharpening slightly as he asked, "Who are you two?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ye turned his head and glanced at them. "Ah, we've arrived." He turned his neck and then walked towards the branch of the cult of evil gods. His action immediately made the two followers of the evil god tense up, and they decisively raised their guns and aimed them at Lin Ye. "Stop right there! Take one more step and I'll shoot!" Lin Ye ignored their words and continued walking forward. "Court death!" Seeing Lin Ye's unyielding attitude, the two evil gods' followers turned cold and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Flames shot from the muzzle, and the bullet flew out of the barrel instantly, heading straight for Lin Ye's chest. At that moment, Anna suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ye, grinned, and swung the dagger in her hand in an instant. Bite! A crisp sound rang out, and the bullet that was fired was sliced in two by the dagger, and exploded to the sides. He, do you think you can harm His Majesty with such a weak weapon? Anna chuckled and suddenly appeared behind the two evil gods' followers, much to their fear. Pfft! The dagger flashed, and two fine heads fell to the ground. Lin Ye didn't even glance at the corpse on the ground. He simply took out his phone again and dialed Anu's number. "Lord Dede. Anu, where are you?" "Your Majesty, Anu is in their meeting room. They seem to have other plans, which appear to be aimed at your Majesty." Anu's words made Lin Ye frown. It wasn't because of the evil god's followers targeting him, but because Anu was actually in their meeting room. "Anu, you infiltrated their ranks?" Lin Ye asked, somewhat surprised. "Yes, I killed one of their squad leaders, a female follower of an evil god. I disguised myself as her and infiltrated the conference room." Anu explained, then asked, "Your Majesty, have you arrived yet?" "Yes, Anna and I are at the door. We'll go in right away." Lin Ye nodded and said, "All right, I'll wait for you in the conference room." Anna, who was standing nearby, put away her dagger and overheard Anu and Lin Ye's conversation. After Lin Ye hung up the phone, she couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, has Anu infiltrated the enemy ranks?" "What?" Lin Ye glanced at her and asked with a smile. Anna pouted and said, "Anna just doesn't understand why such important tasks aren't assigned to her. Anna can do them very well. Hearing her words, Lin Ye glanced at her clothes, which were almost stretched open, and his face twitched. Don't you have any idea why? If it were you, even the red robes of the evil god's followers wouldn't be able to protect you. Shaking his head, ignoring Anna's jealousy, Lin Ye turned and walked into the evil god branch. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the evil god branch, a group of high-ranking members of the evil god cult were having a meeting. At the very front of them was a screen playing a commemorative video. The first person to appear on it was Bowen. Chapter 69, Scene Reenacted, Su Qingyan is Afraid. The Isogda Cult of Evil Gods Branch. In the dimly lit meeting room, senior members of the cult's branch gathered. One table was for the squad leader, another for the core members, and the table with the fewest people was for the people sent by the cult headquarters. In front of everyone was a huge screen, and in front of the screen was a photo stone, on which a video was being projected. The video showed a young man with a bewitching face. Click. With a click of the mouse, the image freezes. You all know this person well, right? The head of the headquarters staff turned around and said to the group of branch members. Only after everyone nodded did he continue. Some time ago, Bowen, the young master of the Shui family, also known as this unlucky fellow, died in Beichin City. To be honest, he's already dead, so there's no need to worry about him anymore. He was also a member of our order, a mole we planted among the awakened. Upon hearing his words, all the branch members widened their eyes. Although they had never met Bowen, they had heard of the reputation of the Shui family's genius in Anyang City. Such a genius-awakened individual is actually a member of their cult. At this moment, a key member of the branch spoke up. Sir, how did he suddenly expose himself? And how was he killed by the people from Beichin City? As soon as he finished speaking, he attracted the attention of the people at headquarters. Bang! Snort! The head of headquarters snorted coldly, slammed his hand on the table, glanced coldly at the man, then swept his gaze over the other staff members in the branch office, and said in a low voice, That's what I should be asking you. As a branch in Beichin City, you don't even know what's happening on your own turf. What use are you bunch of good-for-nothings? Upon hearing this, the members of those branches all lowered their heads, not daring to refute it in the slightest. Of course, while you did have this experience, it's not entirely your fault, the head of the headquarters member added. The person who killed Bowen was quite powerful. Even we had to go through a lot of trouble to find out some information about him. As he spoke, he clicked the mouse again, and the video started playing again. He said, The content of this video was obtained by us through the tools bestowed by the Holy God. It is the footage of Bowen before his death. Take a good look at the video and identify the people in it. Then share your thoughts later. The video begins to play, showing Bowen running away from the eaves. Suddenly, he stopped on a rooftop and, as his eyes widened and his gaze shifted, a girl dressed as a maid appeared in the video. Hee, you lowly rat, you can really run fast. A sickly laugh came from the girl in the video. Although the voice could be heard and the general shape could be seen, the face was inexplicably blurry. The morbid laughter sent a chill down everyone's spine in the conference room, making them feel a strange coldness. Who exactly are the followers of this evil god? That laughter is even more authentic than that of genuine followers of evil gods. As the video progressed, another figure appeared in everyone's view. She was a spirited young woman, holding a long spear, and her aura was extraordinary. Just when everyone thought Bowen was about to die, things suddenly took a turn for the better. Suddenly, Bowen looked in a certain direction and then shouted, Miss Su Qingyan, save me! Su Qingyan? Upon hearing this name, everyone in the conference room paused for a moment. Who is Su Qingyan? If they, as believers of the Beichin City branch, didn't even know this name, they would truly be idiots. That's the true master of the underground market in Beichin City, and the most talented student of the Awakener Academy. Its background is so powerful that even the evil god cults in Beichin City dare not overstep their bounds in the slightest. They even had to address her respectfully as Miss Su Qingyan. Why is Su Qingyan here? Everyone was puzzled and even more eager to see what would happen next. According to their thinking, since Xue Bowen knew Su Qingyan would definitely not stand by and watch him die. After all, the Xue family in Anyang City also had a powerful expert at the Blazing Sun level. But if Su Qingyan had made a move, how could Xue Bowen have died? Filled with deep confusion, everyone continued watching. However, Su Qingyan's next words shocked them all. In the video, when Xue Bowen asked for help, Su Qingyan didn't even glance at him, her gaze remaining fixed on the two girls. "We apologize, we had no intention of offending you. We are here simply because we sensed a fluctuation of power here. As for this person, we don't know him. Please make yourself at home." Wow! Everyone in the conference room was completely shocked by Su Qingyan's words in the video. Who exactly are those two people? Why is Su Qingyan so respectful to them? This is astounding. Su Qingyan may have a powerful background, but she can't underestimate the Liang family, can she? She actually ignored Xue Bowen's request? Hiss! When did such a powerful figure appear in our Beichin city? How come we haven't heard a thing about it? The crowd was buzzing with discussion, but the people at headquarters remained silent. The video continued to play, and the people who had been talking stopped and continued watching. Later, Xue Bowen persisted, but Su Qingyan seemed determined and completely ignored him. Until Xue Bowen took a desperate gamble and fell into the clutches of an evil god through a sacrificial ritual, his power skyrocketed. That powerful aura was palpable even through the screen, and everyone in the conference room could still feel it. Xue Bowen, after becoming a follower of the evil god, is undoubtedly a high-level Radiant Moon-class cultivator. Seeing Xue Bowen's choice, everyone thought that a big battle was definitely in the works. The reason Xue Bowen died was most likely because he was outnumbered and attacked by the two girls. Then they saw the gun-wielding girl walk out and instantly kill Xue Bowen, who had become a follower of the evil god. Instant kill? Hiss! Seeing Xue Bowen completely destroyed, and the unharmed girl with the gun, everyone gasped in shock. So strong! That was a member of the Holy Spirit's retinue! How could it be killed in a single blow? You must be kidding me. Is there really such a powerful entity in Beichin City? Although they didn't believe it, the facts were undeniable, leaving them no choice but to accept it. Xue Bowen, whose strength was comparable to that of a high-level Radiant Moon, was actually killed by that gun-wielding girl with a single shot. The video continues, and the shock is far from over. After killing Xue Bowen, the girl with the gun looked in Su Qingyan's direction, and Su Qingyan spoke again. Please remember to give my regards to classmate XX for me. Upon hearing her words, everyone noticed that the girl holding the gun visibly loosened her grip on the red-tasseled spear, and then turned and left with the girl in the maid outfit. Everyone understood this part. That girl with the gun actually intended to attack Su Qingyan. What's even more shocking is that Su Qingyan also saw through her intentions, and then, in order to protect herself, uttered that last sentence. Su Qingyan, this genius girl with an extraordinary background, is actually afraid? Chapter 70 is, of course, about the people who will kill you. The video has finished playing here. The progress bar reached its end, and so did the hearts of the evil god's followers in the conference room. The short video had a profound impact on them. It will probably take quite a while to digest all the information contained therein. The people at headquarters didn't speak until everyone came to their senses, then they spread their hands and said, "We've finished watching the video. You can share your thoughts now." Idea? His words left everyone looking at each other in bewilderment, unable to utter a single word for a long time. What else could one think? The strength Xue Bowen displayed at the end of the video was unmatched by anyone here. Perhaps the few people at headquarters could put up a fight. And those two women who killed Xue Bowen. To be honest, judging from just the tip of the iceberg shown in the video, these people are no more than ants in other people's eyes. No, not just. Almost. They are ants. Humph, I should have guessed it, you bunch of useless good-for-nothings. The people at headquarters snorted coldly when they saw their dejected appearance. The video then paused on the moment the two girls left, and the camera asked, Do you know these two women? The most crucial clue in the video is Su Qingyan and the two girls who killed Xue Bowen. They couldn't afford to offend Su Qingyan and her group, and they couldn't afford to offend these two girls even more. But Xue Bowen's death cannot be ignored, otherwise the minister would definitely take their heads. We can only hope that someone among this group of idiots will recognize them. Since they were in Beichin City, they must have shown their faces, right? Once they've shown their faces, he doesn't believe that with the sex control over Beichin City, they haven't seen them. The branch manager looked at the video with a troubled expression and said, "Sir, we don't think we've seen these two women before." As soon as he finished speaking, the people from headquarters cast cold glances at him, making him shudder. He hurriedly said, "However, those scumbags in the North District who were wiped out should know their location." Recently, many branches of evil god cults in Beichin City have been wiped out, and one of their Sada evil god cults has also been destroyed. However, the situation was somewhat different for their destroyed branch. The branches of other cults were completely wiped out, leaving no survivors. However, in the branch that Xue Bowen went to, only the core members died. The other, less important believers were still alive and well. Now, the people from those branches have been merged into their branches. If you just ask a couple of people, you should be able to get some information about Xue Bowen's cause of death. Upon hearing his words, the people at headquarters softened their expressions slightly. The leader nodded and said, "In that case, you're not entirely useless. After the meeting, ask a few people and then hand over the information to me." "Yes." The branch manager nodded repeatedly, letting out a sigh of relief. The meeting continued, mainly focusing on how to proceed next. After all, Beichin City is not peaceful right now. As the Xue Bowen incident unfolded, more and more people entered Beichin City, including all sorts of people. They needed to deal with the person who killed Xue Bowen, but they couldn't act directly, so they had to rely on other forces. For example, the fiery sun ancestor from the Xue family, who is about to arrive, would be a good candidate to exploit. No, it shouldn't be called exploitation. He originally came to avenge Xue Bowen. They simply provided some information to the Xue family patriarch to help him successfully take revenge. And there are just too many things that can be manipulated within this. For example, using him to eliminate some awakened families in Beichin City. While the meeting was in full swing, Lin Ye and Anna had already brazenly sneaked into the branch office outside. Inside the passage leading to the branch, several followers of the evil god were guarding it. Lin Ye and Anna did not choose to disguise themselves as followers of the evil god as they had done before, but instead walked directly into the passage. "Who are you two?" As soon as they entered the passage, the evil god's followers who were guarding the passage spotted them, immediately raised their guns at them, and shouted loudly. Lin Ye's lips curled up. Before he could speak, Anna walked forward, and at the same time, the cold light of the dagger in her hand flashed. Of course they're the ones who will kill you!" Anna giggled, the dagger twirling between her fingers in a dazzling display. After their initial shock, the followers of the evil god immediately realized what was happening and were about to open fire. But at that moment, Anna suddenly disappeared. Upon seeing this, the pupils of the few followers of the evil god shrank, and then they suddenly turned their heads to look behind them, only to be greeted by a cold glint. Pfft! A flash of cold light disappeared in an instant, and several corpses fell amidst unwilling gazes. "Anna, next time just kill them directly, don't talk so much." Lin Ye walked over, not even glancing at the corpse on the ground, and spoke directly to Anna. "Huh! Doesn't your majesty like Anna like this?" Anna was taken aback, but her expression immediately returned to normal. Lin Ye shook his head and said, "It's not that I don't like it, it's just that it's too much of a waste of time." "Alright, let's go." After saying that, Lin Ye walked inside. Anna stood there for a moment, then smiled and immediately followed in his footsteps. Upon entering the cult's branch, one finds a vast space, resembling a bustling market. Inside the space, only one path was dimly lit, while the rest was shrouded in darkness. Lin Ye and Anna walked under the lights, but their eyes involuntarily drifted to either side. Under the demon eyes, Everything in the darkness was clearly revealed. Hidden within were large iron cages, and inside those cages were pairs of innocent, naive eyes. These were all children captured by those evil god followers, and Lin Ye even saw a woman holding a baby who was only a few months old. They all had scars on their bodies, more or less, indicating that they had suffered a lot of torment. As Lin Ye looked at them, they were also looking at Lin Ye. But there was a hint of fear in his eyes. In their eyes, Lin Ye was also one of the evil god believers who had captured them. Seeing this scene, Lin Ye felt as if he had been struck a heavy blow. The reason Anu was allowed to be captured earlier was to facilitate Anu's discovery of the location of this evil god's branch. After thinking for a moment, Lin Ye's fingertips twitched slightly. In an instant, countless silver-white threads shot out and disappeared into those iron cages. The next moment, a click sound rang out, and all the iron cages were opened. Those people in the iron cages were all stunned by what they saw. "You are free." Lin Ye smiled slightly and withdrew the silk thread. Just then, two followers of the evil god walked over from the end of the space. When they saw Lin Ye and Anna, they both froze on the spot. Lin Ye turned his gaze to them and said indifferently, "You should all die." Chapter 71. My lord, I'm really angry. Anna, send them to hell. Cold words came from Lin Ye's mouth. Upon hearing his words, the two followers of the evil god immediately realized what was going on. They are invaders! After shouting, the two men raised their guns and decisively pulled the triggers on Lin Ye and Anna. Duh! Fire spurted from the muzzle, and the bullet shot out like a fiery line. He, His Majesty has spoken, you are to go to hell! Anna revealed a sickly smile, and with a wave of her dagger, all the bullets were hit, none of them penetrating her defenses. They blocked them all. The two followers of the evil god looked on with fear when they saw this. "Help! Help!" one of them shouted in fear as he fired his gun. However, when he turned around again, he saw Anna with her eyes glowing with an icy blue light. "No!" Pfft! They only had time to let out a shrill scream before their throats were slit. Inside the cage, the people were all stunned when they saw Anna kill the followers of the evil god. Finally, they all realized what was happening and walked out of the iron cage one by one. "Thanks! Thank you for coming to our rescue! Wow, we're saved! Thank goodness, we're really saved!" Everyone rushed out of the cage, weeping with joy, and looked at Lin Ye and Anna with gratitude. "Once you're out, have the Federation people come over, they'll help you," Lin Ye said with a slight smile, looking at everyone. Rescuing them was a piece of cake, the rest was just a matter for the Federation to worry about. "Anna, let's go." Lin Ye turned around and walked forward, saying something to Anna as he did so. "Mommy, that older brother is so amazing." A little girl nestled in her mother's arms, watching Lin Ye's departing figure, and couldn't help but say. Hearing the child's words, the woman smiled slightly, patted her head, and said with a tear in her eye, "Mommy also thinks he's amazing. Not just impressive, but also great." These are the people who bear the burden for them in the darkness. The shouts of the evil god's follower had already alerted the others in the evil god's branch. People kept rushing towards this side from the branch, and they ran into Lin Ye and Anna. Seeing Lin Ye and Anna, some brainless people still thought they were from the same division as them. "Where are the intruders?" The cultist who first spotted Lin Ye and his group asked with a frown, his gaze constantly shifting behind them. "Right in front of you." Lin Ye smiled coldly. "I didn't even bother pretending anymore, I just grabbed his head and finished him off with a knee strike." Even he was worried about this level of intelligence. The corpse on the ground was bleeding, and the smell made Lin Ye close his eyes and take a deep breath. "What a disgusting smell! As expected, even the blood becomes so filthy after becoming a follower of an evil god." These words, seemingly emanating from the depths of darkness, caused the followers of the evil god to tremble uncontrollably. The masked person in front of them gave them a fear they had never felt even when they were worshipping the holy god. "How?" Lin Ye opened his eyes, feigning confusion as he looked at the numerous evil god followers blocking his way, and asked, "Aren't you going to make a move?" After saying that, he grinned dramatically and said in an icy tone, "In that case, I'm going to make my move." Only then did the followers of the evil god realize what was happening. Their faces filled with fear, and they decisively opened fire. "Kill him! Fire! Those in the back, run and call for help! Call for help! Damn it, this kid is such a show-off! Who does he think he is? With so many of us, we'll riddle him with bullets!" Duh. In the narrow corridor, the cultists opposite them were all holding guns, and a dense hail of bullets poured down on Lin Ye and his companions. Ha! What a symphony of firepower! As the gunshots rang out, Lin Ye burst into maniacal laughter. He raised his hand and removed the mask from his face, which instantly transformed into a black umbrella in his hand. Ding ding ding! The bullets rained down, all hitting the umbrella, yet the umbrella remained completely undamaged, without even a scratch. Lin Ye stood behind the umbrella, a grin revealing a glimpse of his white teeth. Beneath his smile, purple light particles began to condense on the black umbrella surface, rapidly converging at the tip, seemingly charging up. The next instant, the purple light particles at the tip of the umbrella stopped focusing their energy. Then, amidst the dazed state of the many followers of the evil god, a purple orb the size of an egg burst forth. Ultimate technique, demon-slaying bullet. Boom! A purple orb shot into the crowd, instantly vaporizing the evil god's followers at the very front, followed by a massive explosion. In an instant, purple light covered the entire corridor, and smoke and dust rose, concealing everything. Lin Ye waved his umbrella, and a gentle breeze blew up, dispersing all the smoke and dust. "The duel is over, and the result is that the great lord of the night has won completely," Lin Ye said with a hint of madness in his voice, a smile on his lips, as he strolled forward with his umbrella in hand. "Your Majesty, Anna is truly in love." Anna followed behind Lin Ye, gazing at him with utter infatuation. Such a monarch is so captivating. This artistic display of killing brought tears to her eyes. A loud bang through the already shaken evil god branch into complete chaos. A large number of followers of evil gods began to be mobilized. Lin Ye and Anna continued forward, and without exception, every follower of the evil god they encountered died at their hands. No one can stop them. The meeting is still ongoing in the conference room. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. The headquarters staff member who was speaking frowned and said impatiently, "Didn't I say that no one can interrupt the meeting without my order? Are the people in your branch office really that brainless?" The branch manager's face tightened, and he quickly stood up, bowing and saying, "Sir, it was my dereliction of duty. I'll go and teach him a lesson right away." As he spoke, he walked towards the door, his face turning ashen. Who on earth is so stupid? Why did this have to happen at such an inopportune time? Who is it? He growled angrily and opened the door. However, he was stunned as soon as he opened the door. What appeared before them was not a person, but a pitch-black umbrella with a purple orb of light at its tip. "Surprise!" With a somewhat excited voice, the purple orb of light burst forth. The branch manager didn't even have time to react before being hit by the ball of light. Boom! The powerful explosion plunged the entire conference room into chaos. "Damn it, what's going on?" The people at headquarters roared in fury amidst the smoke and dust. Tap, tap, tap. Amidst the smoke and dust, crisp footsteps sounded as someone entered the conference room. At the same time, a somewhat crazed voice rang in everyone's ears. "Your Majesty, I am truly angry." Chapter 72. This move is called "Punish My Teammate." A slightly frantic voice rang out, and then a figure stepped into the conference room amidst the explosion and smoke. A gentle breeze stirred in the enclosed space. In an instant, the smoke and dust were blown away. A figure holding an umbrella and wearing a trench coat came into view. His face was hidden under the umbrella, so no one could see what he looked like. Behind him, a girl dressed as a maid was gazing at his back with reverence. After Lin Ye stepped into the conference room, all the previous noise disappeared. The members of the evil god cult branch were stunned for a long time before they finally reacted and looked at the corpse lying on the ground. That was the former branch manager, but now his body was shattered and he no longer showed any signs of life. The minister was killed? The branch staff stared in disbelief at their branch manager's gruesome death, a hint of fear beginning to surface in their eyes. The branch manager is quite powerful, being a moon-level expert. With such strength, they might not be the top in Bachin City, but they are certainly among the strongest. Despite such strength, that person didn't even need to enter the door. He instantly killed him with a single blow. What are you all standing there for? They've broken in, get them! At this moment, the people at headquarters, having realized what was happening, suddenly roared in anger. Boom! His aura suddenly exploded, and 2 sharp spikes appeared in his palm. Upon hearing this, the others also came to their senses and mobilized their own energy. Despite this, no one went first. The branch manager's body was still warm. As the saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, and nobody wants to be that nail. Coward! The man at headquarters was furious when he saw this bunch of timid and cowardly good-for-nothings. He grabbed one of the people next to him and threw him toward Lin Ye. Ha! The person who was thrown out hadn't even had time to react before he was already flying in midair, and could only instinctively utter a questioning sound. This move? This move is called Punish My Teammate. Lin Ye watched the man's actions, grinned, drew his night blade, turned around, and slashed at the flying evil god's follower. Whoosh! A sharp sword light flashed and disappeared, and the person in midair was directly cut in half and fell to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. The scene was incredibly bloody. This scene did not evoke any sympathy from the crowd. Instead, it deepened their fear of Lin Ye. As for the person from headquarters who made that embarrassing move, he frowned as he looked at Anna behind Lin Ye. For some reason, this girl always gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Where exactly did I see it? Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and his pupils contracted sharply. He turned his head sharply to look at the screen behind him, then turned back to look at Anna. The doubt in his eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by deep shock. He recognized him. Isn't this girl one of the 2 girls who killed Xue Bowen in the video? How did she end up here? Is there a traitor among us? He roared inwardly. The secrecy measures were already quite good. Only people at their headquarters and key members of the branch offices in the conference room had seen the video. Why would they come knocking on our door at this time? His gaze flickered, moving between Lin Ye and the believers in the branch. It looks like things are going to get really bad. Judging from the strength displayed by the girl in the video, none of them could match her. If they fight recklessly, the only result will be their complete annihilation. The minister's mission was not yet complete, and life was so wonderful. He didn't want to give up here. Now I command you all to attack together. Ultimately, he chose to sacrifice the people in the branch to save himself. The people in the branch weren't stupid. Of course, they wouldn't do something so suicidal. So, after he finished speaking, everyone was still hesitant. The people at headquarters exchanged glances, their eyes then turned sinister. He decisively grabbed one of the branch members and then plunged the spike into the man's chest. Those who disobey orders will face the consequences. Pfft. The spike was pulled out, and the man fell down with his eyes open. He never dreamed that he would die at the hands of his own people. Now, the followers of the evil god were even more terrified. Finally, someone gritted their teeth and charged straight at Lin Ye, shouting, "Brothers, there are only 2 of them. Let's go together." Upon hearing his words, the previously conflicted followers of the evil god immediately regained their faith. Yeah, even if these 2 are quite strong, are all these people here just sitting around doing nothing? I refuse to believe that these 2 people in front of me can withstand their attack. Go! Go! Kill them! They killed so many of us, and they're still so arrogant. Do they really think they're invincible? So what if he's strong? At worst, we'll just die together. The cultists who had been mobilized looked crazed. Since they were going to die anyway, under the threat of death, they finally revealed their most brutal side. Dozens of followers of the evil god, all of whom were at least at the Morning Star level, swarmed towards Lin Ye and Anna. Yes, that's exactly it. Faced with the attacking followers of the evil god, Lin Ye's expression remained calm. That hint of madness gradually dissipated, replaced by an extremely calm gaze. What the hell are you pretending for? You immature brat, that's over! A follower of an evil god suddenly appeared behind Lin Ye, his eyes filled with malice as he thrust the spikes in his hand toward Lin Ye. Lin Ye, however, seemed not to see anything and stood still without making any move. Ha, he's just an idiot! Seeing that Lin Ye remained unmoved in the face of his attacks, the evil god's follower sneered. However, at that moment, a figure appeared in front of him. That was Anna, holding a dagger. You filthy rat, even His Majesty the monarch wouldn't deign to pay you any attention. How dare you overstep your bounds like this? Anna looked at the cultist, her face smiling, but her tone was incredibly cold, making the cultist tremble. Base. A flash of cold light, and the evil god's follower was decapitated before he could even wail. The death of one person had little impact on the followers of the evil god. They continued to attack Lin Ye relentlessly. Die! The evil god's followers, who had already approached, were extremely crazed, and they all swung the sharp spikes in their hands at Lin Ye. God bless you! Lin Ye was at the center of the attack, and whispers came from his mouth. In an instant, the canopy of the lotus umbrella began to spin, and specks of purple runes emanated from the umbrella, enveloping Lin Ye. At the same time, dozens of attacks arrived and landed on the purple rune. Ding! 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 A crisp metallic clang rang out, and all the spikes were blocked by the purple runes, unable to advance an inch. What? Upon witnessing this bizarre scene, dozens of followers of the evil god widened their eyes simultaneously, their gazes filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 73 Beneath the Red Robe Lies the Ultimate Fear. The followers of the evil god were dumbfounded. Their attack, involving dozens of people, couldn't even break an umbrella? This umbrella! The people at headquarters stared wide-eyed at the umbrella in Lin Ye's hand, clearly shocked. They were wondering why Lin Ye came in with an umbrella. Was it just to show off? Now it seems that this is not an ordinary umbrella at all, but some kind of prop. As for what type of item it was, they couldn't tell, but its level was definitely very high. Its level should be no lower than the Blazing Sun level. Item level is the same as realm. A Blazing Sun level artifact. Their entire cult has only a handful of them. Especially combat-type items, which are even rarer. What's this guy's background? In their minds, Lin Ye was already the kind of young master from a powerful family who came out to experience life. Meanwhile, facing the bewildered followers of the evil god, Lin Ye did not give them any extra chance. Secret technique, Thousand Illusions Lotus! Another whisper rang out, and the purple runes on the umbrella vanished instantly. At the same time, the metal spikes on the umbrella's surface suddenly shot out. They changed shape along the way, and each spike is a weapon, including knives, spears, swords, and halberds. After these weapons appeared, a huge purple pattern also appeared beneath Lin Ye's feet. The pattern quickly rotated and spread until it encompassed the surrounding evil god believers. What is this? It seems like we've been trapped. I can't move this! Within the Thousand Illusions Lotus, the followers of the evil god suddenly discovered with horror that their bodies were no longer under their control. Most importantly, the weapons that those spikes had transformed into had begun to emit a faint purple glow. Clang! A metallic clang suddenly rang out, and as if it were a signal, the conjured weapons began to replicate wildly the instant they appeared, until they covered the entire array. Only then did those followers of the evil god truly panic, their eyes filled with terror. A perfect farewell! Lin Ye grinned, and a soft murmur escaped his lips. Before the words had even finished, all the weapons within the array suddenly rang out in unison, the sounds of swords and spears filling the air, and screams of agony echoing from time to time. Base. Ah! For a time, the entire formation was filled with the clash of swords and the flying of blood and flesh, making it impossible for those outside to see the specific situation inside. All they knew was that a terrible massacre was probably taking place inside that array. Not long after, the array dissipated, revealing the scene within. The few remaining headquarters personnel who were still alive looked at the corpses around Lin Ye, which resembled minced meat, and cold sweat dripped involuntarily onto the ground. That's absolutely terrifying. Those corpses scattered all over the ground. Just a moment ago, they were all living, breathing people. In just a short while, they all perished at the hands of that boy, without even a complete corpse left behind. G.H. The leader of the headquarters personnel stared blankly at Lin Ye, his Adam's apple bobbing with difficulty, as he subtly retreated behind him. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a man in a red robe standing not far away. How come there's still one person who hasn't come up? Upon seeing the red-robed man standing motionless to the side, a fleeting hint of doubt crossed the eyes of the person at headquarters. However, his eyes lit up immediately afterward. They are probably doomed now. The only way for them to escape is if someone can hold off these two monsters. His original plan was to sell out his teammates, and then run as far away as possible. He hadn't expected that a member of one of the branches was still alive. Perfect, he could use him as a shield. Thinking this, the person at headquarters cautiously observed Lin Ye, then quietly walked to his side and said in a very subtle manner, "Kid, you go up and fight that kid later, cover our escape. Once we get out, we'll definitely get reinforcements from headquarters to come and rescue you." However, after he finished speaking, the man in red robes did not react at all, but merely glanced at him and then looked away. Seeing the unmoved person, the person at headquarters was clearly taken aback, and a look of suspicion appeared in his eyes. What happened? Was this kid scared out of his wits? Hey, you little brat! The man frowned, about to speak. However, he stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence. As the man turned to look at him, his true face, hidden beneath the red robe, was finally revealed. The red robe slipped to the ground, completely revealing the figure hidden beneath it. She was an extremely stunning young woman, with a face that could amaze the world. But what moved the man at headquarters the most was not her appearance, but the red-tasseled spear she held in her hand. You! His eyes widened suddenly, and he involuntarily staggered backward. He was all too familiar with this man's attire. The girl in the video who shot and killed Shwebowen instantly is dressed exactly like the girl in front of us. He glanced at Anna behind Lin Ye again and swallowed hard. Although he found it extremely hard to believe, that was exactly what he saw. The two incredibly powerful girls in that video have both descended upon their branch. One of them had been mixed in with them from the very beginning, and they hadn't noticed it during the long meeting. Run! Once he figured this out, he didn't think twice and only had this one thought left in his mind. However, there are people who are faster than him. Run! The people from headquarters who came with him shouted and ran towards the door after seeing the situation. This scene caused the leader to turn his head and stare blankly at those who had fled first. How could you desert your posts? At the very least, you should wait until I run first before you run. He roared angrily and got up to join the fleeing group. The situation is beyond their control now. If they don't run away, they'll all die here. Their plan was brilliant. They thought they could slip away in the chaos before Lin Ye and the others could react. However, the entire conference room only had one exit, which was the opening created by the blast behind Lin Ye. That used to be the only door. Lin Ye and Anna were standing in front of the door. Those who wanted to escape obviously noticed the problem and couldn't help but curse under their breath. Damn it, which brainless person only installed one door? Don't you understand the saying? A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. There was no other way. They had to force their way through. All 5 of them were at the Radiant Moon level, and the leader was even a high-level Radiant Moon expert. At this moment, in order to survive, they all used all their strength and trump cards to attack Lin Ye. Anna, Anu, leave no one alive! Lin Ye glanced at the 5 people who wanted to break through, and said indifferently without even raising his eyelids. "I will obey your majesty's command." Anna revealed a sickly smile, a blood-red aura emanating from her body, and her eyes were covered in ice blue. Without uttering a word, Anu unleashed a dragon-shaped phantom that rose up from within, leaping forward and instantly appearing before Lin Ye, running alongside Anna. Chapter 74. Leaving none alive is too much. Anna and Anu stood before Lin Ye, facing 5 followers of the Radiant Moon-level evil god. "Brothers, don't be afraid, let's all charge together!" The leader of the evil god's followers roared, his aura surging. "As long as you deliver it quickly, I can escape safely." His gaze calmed as he observed the positions of the other 4 people, then he quietly slowed down. Before the other 4 could react, they charged forward with shouts. Seeing this, a cunning glint flashed in the man's eyes. He then silently concealed his presence, and stealthily crept along the wall toward the door. "As long as I don't speak, no one will notice me. No matter how many ants there are, they are still ants." Anna stuck out her tongue and licked her lips, a bloodthirsty look appearing in her eyes. Without saying a word, she went straight up to the one at the very front who was a follower of the evil god. Whoosh! The dagger was thrust out, a flash of cold light. The evil god's follower's pupils contracted, and he instinctively tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. That was close. He looked at Anna with lingering fear, his eyes filled with the relief of surviving. However, Anna had no intention of giving him a chance to catch his breath, and continued to excitedly swing her dagger at him. For a moment, the two were locked in a fierce battle. Although the followers of the evil god were at a disadvantage, they could not be defeated in the short term. "I'll help you!" A follower of the evil god saw Anna fighting and immediately came over. However, another figure was faster than him. Anu frowned slightly, then swung her spear horizontally in front of the evil god's follower. With a slight tremor of her slender hand holding the spear, the evil god's follower was sent flying before he even had time to react. Bang! "You 3, come at me all at once!" Anu sheathed his gun, slammed it into the ground, scattering rubble everywhere, and said calmly to the remaining 3 followers of the evil god. "Pooh!" The evil god's follower who had been blasted away coughed up blood, clearly indicating that the shot had caused him considerable damage. Seeing Anu blocking their way, the 3 looked at each other with serious expressions, then nodded and charged towards Anu. "Stop looking down on me, everyone's only at the Radiant Moon level." The evil god's follower, who had been blasted away and coughed up blood, roared furiously, his hands flashing with sharp spikes that gleamed faintly. That is the power of the evil god, the ability bestowed upon him by the evil god after the sacrifice. Dirty power. Facing the approaching evil god's followers, Anu's eyes grew cold, and she moved her spear. "Hold head high." The dragon's soul let out a high-pitched dragon roar, moving with the swing of the spear, and Anu's aura also rose to a terrifying height. The cultist was right in front of her, and Anu swept past him with a flick of his spear. Bang! Ah! In an instant, the spear struck him, his eyes popped out, and his whole body turned into a cloud of blood mist. Gh! The remaining 2 followers of the evil god stopped in their tracks upon witnessing the bloody scene, staring incredulously at the blood mist before them. A moonlit level being, just like them, was turned into a bloody mist after being hit by a single shot. This girl's strength is simply terrifying. Only now did they understand how desperate Shue Bowen must have been in that video. If it were them, they probably wouldn't even have time to advance to become a follower of an evil god. "What are you thinking?" Just as the 2 of them were stunned, a melodious voice rang out behind them. The voice was so beautiful, but to the 2 followers of the evil god, it sounded like the whisper of death and the horn of death. Startled, the 2 of them snapped back to their senses and turned sharply to look behind them. Anu, who had been in front of them, was now standing not far behind them. The figure holding the gun, and those beautiful eyes devoid of any emotion, sent a chill down their spines. Anu didn't say anything more, but instead swung his spear and lightly drew a line on the ground. He sheathed his gun, and then calmly walked past the cultists. As their gazes met, the shadows of the two evil god's followers on the ground went blank, and their heads snapped off and slid to the side. Pfft. Behind Anu, the heads of the two evil god's followers fell to the ground, and blood gushed from their still standing bodies. At that moment, the evil god's followers who were fighting Anna were repelled, and he caught a glimpse of Anu walking towards him out of the corner of his eye. After a slight pause, he looked behind her, and what he saw made his eyes widen and his mind go completely blank. In an instant, a dagger gleaming with cold light suddenly appeared in the space next to his neck. Pfft. Well! The follower of the evil god suddenly widened his eyes, uttered a sound that was not human, and finally slowly collapsed to the ground. Ah, Anu, you didn't leave me a single one! That's too much! Anna emerged from the void, glanced at the other three dead followers of the evil god, and angrily spoke to Anu. Well. Anu looked at Anna and paused for a moment before nodding and saying, I'll definitely do it next time. You too. Lin Ye looked at the two of them and shook his head. They're still chatting even though everyone else is about to leave. You'll be punished when you get back. Hearing Lin Ye's words, Anu didn't speak, but turned her gaze to the door. As for Anna, a smile appeared on her face, and her figure disappeared in an instant, only to reappear at the door in a moment. Your Majesty, Anna isn't that brainless. This guy can't escape, Anna said to Lin Ye with a smile, holding a dagger. The last remaining follower of the evil god looked at Anna, who suddenly appeared in front of him, and blocked his way, and the slyness in his eyes vanished instantly. Are you really going to be so ruthless as to leave me no way out? He looked at Lin Ye with a cold gaze. It was clear that these two incredibly powerful girls were led by that boy. What nonsense are you talking about, you rat? Lin Ye sneered and raised his hand to his forehead, then continued. When you kidnapped those children, did you never think of giving them a way out? After saying that, Lin Ye shook his head again. Oh well, never mind, you're the only one left. As he spoke, he slowly walked towards the follower of the evil god. What are you going to do? Seeing Lin Ye walking towards him, the man was terrified. His expression changed, and he prepared to make his move. Whoosh! Base! A spear and a dagger were pressed against his neck at the same time, instantly rendering him unable to move. He glanced over and saw Anu standing next to him, gun in hand, while Anna held the dagger on the other side. Life and death hang in the balance. If he makes a move, these two things will take his life without hesitation. Don't be afraid, I won't kill you. I just want to give you a little treat. Lin Ye smiled as he walked up to him, took a black pill out of his pocket, and fed it to him. Upon seeing the black pills Lin Ye brought over, the evil god's follower immediately shut his mouth, his eyes wide open. Ugh! 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 Open your mouth! Lin Ye kicked him in the stomach, and the intense pain made him open his mouth and scream in agony. Aya! Lin Ye reacted quickly and threw the meatball into his mouth. He didn't even have time to react before swallowing the whole dumpling whole, then clutched his neck and coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough! What did you give me to eat? Chapter 75. Keep up the good work, we'll wipe out your cult in a few days. He was clutching his own neck with one hand, his face turning a deep purplish red. What did you feed me? His intuition told him that what Lin Ye had just fed him was not good. Don't panic, it's just a poison pill, it won't kill you. Lin Ye smiled faintly and said, At most, if you don't take the antidote for 6 months, you'll feel itchy all over, like thousands of ants are crawling all over you, and then your bones and flesh will rot little by little until you die. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes widened suddenly. Poison? Will I die if I don't take the antidote for 6 months? It's not going to kill you. I don't believe you for a second. Vomit! He immediately put his hand into his mouth, trying to spit out the pill. However, no matter how hard he tried to vomit, he couldn't vomit anything except feeling nauseous. Instead, he started to feel itchy all over. Oh no! He stopped struggling, and his eyes became vacant. Etc. Just when he was about to despair, he suddenly saw Lin Ye's smiling face. The pills are his, he must have the antidote. Furthermore, the reason this person didn't kill him immediately must be because he had some value to them. Having figured this out, a strong will to survive surged in his eyes. He immediately laid down on the ground and said to Lin Ye with a fawning expression, "Sir, I am now your dog. I will do whatever you tell me to do. Please, I just want the antidote. Your mind works pretty fast, doesn't it?" Lin Ye glanced at him with considerable surprise, then sneered. "I thought you were going to fight to the death." He, how dare I? Even if you gave me 100 more lives, I wouldn't dare to have such a thought. The man immediately laughed and said, "He's already starting to refer to himself as Little Dot. It's all about survival, there's no shame in it. Answer my questions, and I might consider sparing your life if I'm satisfied," Lin Ye said calmly. The man immediately nodded. "I will answer everything I know without reservation." Lin Ye waved to Anna, and Anna, having received the signal, immediately slipped away and grabbed a chair from the corner, placing it behind him. "May I have your name?" Lin Ye leaned back in his chair and asked. "My name is Song Ritu, you can just call me Xiao Song," Song Ritu replied immediately, not daring to be negligent. "Great name!" Lin Ye smiled slightly, nodded, and then asked, "Tell me, after that Shui died, is someone coming to Beichin City to avenge him? You mean the head of the Shui family and their fiery sun ancestor, right?" Song Ritu said uncertainly, and seeing that Lin Ye did not speak, he continued. "The two from the Shui family should be arriving in Beichin City soon. The head of the Shui family should arrive tomorrow, but the Shui family patriarch may be a day or two later because he lives far away. Besides these, several other forces also want to get involved in this mess." He didn't mention that he was also after Lin Ye, and even considered smearing him, which would only hasten his own demise. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye nodded. The House of Awakeners is aware of these things. After all, they are no longer a secret. Asking again is just to confirm something. Now that the authenticity of the message has been confirmed and the arrival time has been determined, an immature idea has already formed in Lin Ye's mind. After a moment's thought, he asked Songren, "Are the Shui family patriarch and that sun-level ancestor believers in evil gods?" "No." Songren too immediately shook his head. Lin Ye nodded, then said, "All right, you do everything you can to win them over as followers of your evil god. That's your only task now." "Huh?" Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Song Ritu was somewhat dumbfounded, then his face fell as he said, "Sir, they are all normal awakened ones. It might be difficult to win them over. Let alone a normal awakened being, even a normal person might not be able to pull it. They, too, became followers of evil gods because they had not awakened their supernatural abilities and were unwilling to be ordinary. Otherwise, what normal awakened individual would join a cult of evil gods? Isn't that just plain stupid? Not to mention the two from the Shui family, one is a high-level radiant moon-level expert, and the other is even a fiery sun-level expert. Getting such powerful individuals to join the evil god cult would probably be more difficult than killing them. Moreover, what is the purpose of doing this? It's not uncommon for awakened individuals to become followers of evil gods. There are also awakened individuals who, in pursuit of greater power, have fallen into the trap of becoming followers of evil gods. Their strength is greater than that of a mere awakened one. If we recruit them as followers of the evil god, wouldn't that just create two more powerful enemies for no reason? Lin Ye had already thought of this, and he said nonchalantly, "These are minor matters. You just need to focus on winning them over, and I will handle the rest." "Yes." Although he didn't understand Lin Ye's thoughts, Song Ritu still obediently nodded. There was nothing he could do. His life was now in Lin Ye's hands, and he had to do whatever Lin Ye told him to do. "All right, your answer is satisfactory, so I'll spare you for now." After asking the questions, Lin Ye stood up and said. Just then, a look of inner conflict flashed in Song Renta's eyes. Then, as if remembering something, he gritted his teeth, took out a stone from his pocket, and presented it to Lin Ye with both hands, feeling extremely pained. "My lord, this is a recording stone, an extremely powerful artifact of an evil god. I present it to you in the hope that you will like it." "Oh?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, looked at the stone in Song Ren's hand, and then picked up the black stone. Image stone, 7 stars, possesses the power to read minds, whether living or dead, even if only a trace of aura remains, and can transform it into an image. Lin Ye was visibly taken aback after seeing the description of the image recording stone in his hand. This small, unremarkable stone is actually a 7-star material? It seems I've found the materials to upgrade my cards. Not bad, you've won me over. Lin Ye chuckled as he accepted the recording stone. Getting a high-level material for no reason, how could I not be happy? Hee, it's all what I should do, Song Ren said with a fawning smile, though his heart was bleeding inside. That was a prop given to him by the minister. There are only a handful in the entire evil god cult. Although it's not a combat item, it's extremely useful for gathering information. Alright, that's fine then. Lin Ye said something, got up and walked towards the door, not forgetting to pat Song Ritu on the shoulder. Work hard and try to provide more information. Maybe we can wipe out your cult in a few days. Yes. Song Ren nodded and bowed, watching Lin Ye leave. Once Lin Ye was out of sight, his expression immediately turned cold, but he quickly sighed and silently left. Shortly after he left, the Federal Bureau of Extraordinary Personnel arrived belatedly. Chapter 76, Doing morning exercises together. Captain Liu, the incident occurred on 22nd Street in the North District. Okay, we're almost there. Please be careful and report any issues immediately. On 22nd Street in the North District, a middle-aged man with a resolute face is standing on the street. Behind him were 5 members of the Extraordinary Bureau, and 5 Federal Extraordinary Bureau vehicles were waiting nearby. With a wave of his hand, dozens of fully armed Federal soldiers emerged from the vehicle. Captain Liu, everything is ready. Next to the middle-aged man, a young man wearing glasses glanced at the soldiers behind him and then said to him. Team leader Liu nodded and waved his hand, saying, Everyone, advance stealthily and try not to make any noise that might disturb the surrounding residents. Upon receiving orders, the soldiers began to infiltrate the streets and alleys. Team leader Liu led the 5 men in an open and above-board manner from the street entrance. Captain, the information we received indicates that this is a branch of an evil god cult. Aren't we too few people? As they walked, the young man with glasses suddenly spoke up and asked a question. Captain Liu glanced at him, then said calmly, The tip-off call made it very clear. Someone got into a fight with the cult of evil gods. Anyone who dares to attack the cult of evil gods like this must be quite powerful. Our numbers are more than enough. Furthermore, if anything unexpected happens, reinforcements will arrive quickly. All right, we've arrived. In just a few words, they had reached the end of the street. This street is incredibly short and extremely secluded and dark, making it a perfect hiding place. The location of the evil god's branch is easy to find. Just look at the 2 corpses on the ground. You stay outside and keep watch. Come in only if there's any trouble. Captain Liu glanced at the 2 corpses on the ground, said something to the soldiers around him, and then led the 5 men into the passage. Inside the narrow passage, several corpses lay scattered about, and a member of the Extraordinary Bureau took out an instrument to examine them. Captain Liu is a member of the Aesop cult. The member of the Extraordinary Bureau reported to Captain Liu. They died very quickly, all with a single, fatal blow. Their heads were severed by a sharp weapon. New. Captain Liu nodded and continued walking inside. Don't let your guard down, everyone be ready to fight at any time, he said, stepping 1 foot out of the passage. However, the scene that greeted him made him swallow the words he was about to say. The huge space was filled with many people, mostly the elderly, women, and children, with each adult accompanied by several children. The people in the space also saw Captain Liu and his group, and at first they thought they were followers of an evil god. But when they saw the Extraordinary Bureau insignia on Captain Liu and his team, they were all moved to tears. It's the Extraordinary Bureau! You've finally arrived! Great! We're saved! The Extraordinary Bureau has come to our rescue! Overjoyed, everyone walked over to Captain Liu and his group, For a moment, even the seasoned members of the Extraordinary Bureau, such as Captain Liu, were stunned by what they saw. Captain Liu, they are all ordinary people. At this moment, the person in charge of intelligence said. Captain Liu immediately realized what was happening, and his eyes immediately turned bloodshot as he looked at the large number of elderly, weak, women and children in front of him. These damned rats, they don't even spare the old, weak, women and children. He cursed angrily, then began to organize the scene and inquired about the specifics of the situation. After some discussion, he finally understood the whole story. It's for the worship of evil gods again. And they even use children as sacrifices. In addition to these, he also learned another piece of news. Before they arrived, someone broke into the Cult of Evil's branch, rescued them, and told them to contact the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities. Mask? Captain Liu murmured softly, his brows furrowing slightly. A person with a mysterious background and immense strength, he is also an unknown entity. Bachin City has been quite turbulent lately. As he watched the people leave one by one under the arrangement, a trace of worry appeared in Captain Liu's eyes. Bachin City is currently going through a turbulent period. Various cults of evil gods are active, along with other outsiders. All of this was because of Xue Bowen's death. This gave them a huge headache. If there is any good news, it is that a mysterious force has recently appeared in Bachin City. This mysterious force always appears in the dead of night, and specifically targets the branches of the evil god cult. This mysterious being, as rumored among the people, is known as the King of the Night. Prior to this, he had always been skeptical of this mysterious entity. But after what happened that night, his senses about this mysterious being improved considerably. However, the worries will not disappear because of this. The lessons of Night Owl City are still fresh in our minds. Let's hope he's not the next Night Owl. Captain Liu sighed inwardly and began the clean-up work. As expected, the entire evil god branch was wiped out, with not a single survivor, truly the style of that so-called Night King. The next day, some news began to circulate. The King of Night broke into a branch of the evil god's cult, slaughtered all the evil god's followers, and rescued hundreds of elderly, weak, women and children. The legend of Bachin City is true. Followers of the evil god, the night is no longer your paradise. The king will punish you in secret. The news was overwhelming, seemingly orchestrated by someone. 3 people walked together under the moonlight. On the way home, Anna was particularly lively. Your Majesty, your poison is really potent, Anna said, following behind Lin Ye with her bright, lively eyes. Lin Ye couldn't help but laugh and said, Where would I get any of those weird medicines? It's just a chocolate bean. Well, it can only be used for half a year. After half a year, Song Ritu should die of old age. Wouldn't it count as dying of old age if he was forced to die of old age? Hearing Lin Ye's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Anna's eyes. Ah? So it was fake. But your Majesty is really amazing. Anna never thought of such a good idea. After Anna finished speaking, she smiled and asked Lin Ye, Your Majesty, what would you like to eat tonight? I won't eat anything tonight. I need to go to bed early so I can do morning exercises tomorrow, Lin Ye said, shaking his head. Huh? What is morning exercise? Anna asked, somewhat puzzled. Anu, standing beside her, also stared at Lin Ye with her beautiful, questioning eyes. Lin Ye looked at the two of them, a slight smile playing on his lips, and said with amusement, Morning exercises, of course, are something you do when you get up in the morning. Hearing this, Anna nodded as if she understood, and said, Oh, it means exercising in the morning, right? That way. As she spoke, her eyes lit up, and she asked Lin Ye expectantly, Can Anna go with the monarch? After Anna finished speaking, Anu, who was standing next to her, added, Anu wants some too. Don't worry, you'll both get a share. Chapter 77 Upgraded Cards, The Eternal Illusory Kingdom. Back at the villa, Lin Ye took a quick cold shower. After a night of killing, although there was no blood on the ground, dust was inevitable. During this time, Lin Ye chased away Anna, who had tried to bathe with him, making the little girl stand at the bathroom door, pouting and stomping her feet in anger. Then, a cute little maid appeared at the door, peeking through the crack in the door. Having washed away all the makeup, Lin Ye returned to his bedroom wearing a bathrobe. Lying in bed, Lin Ye reached out and some materials appeared in his hand. I fought monsters all night, but didn't get a single white card. The drop rate for white cards decreases as you progress. Yuga's Spikes, 5-star exclusive to the followers of evil gods, sometimes also given to believers as a means of attack. It has the power to ignore a certain amount of defense, and is a good card crafting material. Image Stone, 7 stars possesses the power to read minds, whether living or dead, even if only a trace of aura remains, and can transform it into an image. A touch of impure dreamlike aura, 3 stars his creation, just a little bit is enough to induce hallucinations. When you are in such an aura, you should not think about how to escape, but how to distinguish between reality and illusion. These 3 ingredients were the harvest of the evening. There are other materials, but most of them are 1-star junk materials. Adding them together would probably only lower the grade. Even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. Looking at the materials in his hand, Lin Ye couldn't help but shake his head. We have enough materials, but we're short of white cards. He did want to create another card, but unfortunately, he didn't have the foundation, so he couldn't build the villa. That's right! Lin Ye suddenly remembered something and asked the system. System, do I have the authority to rework myself? 5 cards have been crafted. The host has unlocked the permission to reforge cards, the system replied. How exactly does it work? Lin Ye asked again. The host only needs to silently recite the card abilities that need to be recycled. Is it that simple? Upon hearing this, Lin Ye immediately understood and then silently recited, Controller. In an instant, strands of silvery white light appeared from his body, and then slowly gathered in his hand. A moment later, a silver white card with a few silk threads printed on it appeared in his hand. Should we reassemble used cards and then add materials to upgrade them? Lin Ye looked at the silver white card in his hand and murmured to himself. After the card was formed, he did not feel his power disappear, and his ability to control the threads was still there. In this case, reworking the game wouldn't have any impact. It should be based on the game itself, with the card merely serving as a medium. Once you understand this rule, there's so much you can control. For example, during battle, if you have high-star materials but a certain ability is not strong enough, you can look for opportunities to upgrade that ability. The process of reforging cards wasn't particularly fancy. It was similar to creating cards in the past. Lin Ye added the materials to the cards one by one. Once all the materials were added, the silver-white card began to slowly rotate. System, are you really not some card game character that you came from? Lin Ye watched this familiar process, and couldn't help but complain. This scene really looks like the card pool in those card games. Every time he makes a card, he wonders if a little doodle will pop up in the next second. Then he shouted, Heart for Scotty! Ahem, I've switched channels. The cards slowly rotated, and suddenly a purple light appeared in Lin Ye's expectant yet numb gaze. Name, the Eternal Kingdom he created. Category, Ability Cards. Tier, Epic Card. Effect, the line moves before the person arrives. You will have the ability to manipulate puppet strings. Those manipulated by the strings will become puppets in your hands. You will have the ability to create illusions. The voices of those touched by the strings will be heard by you. The card refactoring was successful, and this time there was no system notification sound. However, Lin Ye's excitement was not affected by this. Another epic card. This is his 3rd epic card, and this one is even more special because it was upgraded from the first card he created. Creating illusions and listening to inner voices? That's pretty impressive! Looking at the extra abilities on the cards, Lin Ye couldn't help but mutter to himself. Leaving aside the famous deception skill of creating illusions, the ability to listen to one's own thoughts is also a divine skill. Once touched by the silk threads, everything will be laid bare before Lin Ye. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Ye crushed the card. Snap! As the card shattered, Lin Ye felt his power increase even further. Boom! Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from his body. In an instant, Lin Ye's aura surged. At the same time, in his energy universe, another large, dark star rose from his sea of consciousness. Another black hole. 2 black holes are running side by side in Lin Ye's energy universe. Both black holes unleash terrifying suction, absorbing all the surrounding energy. Then, to Lin Ye's stunned gaze, the 2 black holes began to attract each other and slowly began to rotate. Hey! System, what's going on? Lin Ye's consciousness stared blankly at the 2 black holes in the energy universe that were attracting each other, and then starting to rotate, and asked the system. System. Faced with Lin Ye's question, the system remained completely unresponsive, as if it were dead. Helpless, Lin Ye could only watch the whole thing. He can only watch, he can't influence anything. These 2 old men occupied his energy universe. Although they didn't affect him much, he couldn't affect them either. Under Lin Ye's terrified gaze, the 2 black holes spun faster and faster until they finally formed the yin-yang symbol. If you don't look closely, the 2 have merged into one sphere, with only a white line separating them in the gap. Ultimately, the 2 black holes completely merged. Thump! After the 2 black holes merged, the energy universe trembled, and Lin Ye felt all the energy in his body boil over. Call! After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ye let out a long sigh of relief, and his turbulent breathing began to calm down. So strong! He clenched his fists in disbelief, the surge of power within him almost making him want to fight immediately. After careful calculation, his strength increased more than 10-fold after this black hole fusion. The exact improvement needs to be determined through actual combat, but it's definitely not insignificant. Having experienced the surge in power, it's time to test my upgraded abilities. I need to find a target. Lin Ye thought for a moment, then glanced at the room next door and immediately smiled. With a flick of his finger, a dark purple thread shot out, instantly piercing through the room's wall and entering Anna's room. Anna was lying in bed pretending to be asleep, her mind still racing with ideas on how to sneak into the monarch's room later. Chapter 78 An Invitation from Su Qinyan. A pale purple thread pierced through the wall and silently entered Anna's room. Inside the room, Lin Ye closed his eyes, but his perspective was focused on Anna's room. I wonder what this girl is thinking about all the time. Looking at the sleeping Anna, Lin Ye's lips curled into a smile. Under his control, the silk thread slipped into Anna's bed and then touched her hand. At that moment, Lin Ye suddenly saw many scenes. That was Anna's true inner self, and also her deepest hidden secret. Your Majesty. In the cramped room, Anna watched Lin Ye enter the bathroom and a dreamy smile appeared on her face. Lin Ye remembered, this was when Anna was first created. Anna's inner monologue echoed in Lin Ye's mind. It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Majesty, Lord of the Night. Anna fell in love with you at first sight. Anna would give anything for you, even her life. Hearing this, Lin Ye couldn't help but smile. So that's what this little girl was thinking. Just as he was thinking this, Anna's tone suddenly shifted, transforming into an extremely sickly voice. Your Majesty won't let Anna serve you, but Anna really wants to. Your Majesty, Anna wants a hug. Lin Ye's smile froze, and the scene shifted. Anna appeared in a small alley, with Lin Ye standing in front of her, while 2 Morningstar-level superhumans blocked their way. How dare these lowly people lay a hand on His Majesty the Great Monarch? Anna will make anyone who dares to lay a hand on His Majesty wish they were dead. I originally intended to torture them, but when I thought of His Majesty waiting for Anna, I had no choice but to kill them. Every minute and every second His Majesty is away from you is unbearable for Anna. Listening to these inner monologues, and seeing Anna's incredibly sickly smile in the picture, Lin Ye fell into deep thought. Is she an absolute Yandere? This ability, which she didn't initially pay much attention to, turned out to be Anna's most terrifying thing. If it weren't for me, what would this girl be like? Lin Ye dared not imagine it, nor would he want to think about it any further. The third time, the scene appears inside the villa, where Lin Ye is stroking Anna's head. Phew, His Majesty the Lord touched Anna's head. Ah, Anna is so happy, I want to pounce on His Majesty the Lord right now, but he's His Majesty the Lord. How can Anna offend the greatest lord of the night? No, no. Your Majesty is leaving Anna. Anna is so heartbroken. Oh, Your Majesty, Anna wants to keep you by my side forever, so we can never be apart. This is His Majesty's order, and Anna cannot disobey it. But having only been away from His Majesty for a short while, the longing for him is overwhelming. Anna truly cannot resist the urge to go and find His Majesty. On the first night after His Majesty's departure, Anna tossed and turned, unable to sleep, her mind filled with images of him. The next day, Anna was on the verge of a breakdown. Even doing housework couldn't stop her longing for the monarch. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty is back. Anna is so happy. But why did Your Majesty bring back a girl? And such a beautiful one at that. No, Your Majesty can only be mine. I want to tear her to pieces, but an invisible rule is holding me back. I want to torture her to death, but I just can't do it. Anna even has to greet me with a smile. I wanted to sleep with you, my lord, as usual tonight, but Anu found out. That woman! My lord, everything I have belongs to you. Anna really wants to have you all to herself. His Majesty must be asleep by now, right? Anna finally understands what His Majesty means by doing morning exercises today. I can't wait. The monologue ended there, and Lin Ye was almost dumbfounded. Is this the epitome of a yandere? That's terrifying. This little girl usually seems honest, but her thoughts are so terrifying. However, it seems that due to system limitations, this girl doesn't utilize this attribute on herself or the cards she creates. Just as Lin Ye was lost in thought, Anna, who had been fast asleep in the room, suddenly opened her eyes. Lin Ye was taken aback, then quickly withdrew the silk thread and pretended to go to sleep. So these two little girls sleep in their own rooms every night? And they specifically chose a time when they were alone, really? Where does that leave his dignity as a monarch? We must get our revenge. Outside the room, Anna and Anu tiptoed out of their rooms as if they had arranged it, and then met at the door of Lin Ye's room. Sure! Anna made a soft gesture, Anu nodded, and then the two opened the door and carefully went inside. While pretending to be asleep, Lin Ye only felt two people slip into his room, and then two people next to him fell asleep. After a long time. Your Majesty. Anna, who was sleeping next to Lin Ye, was still talking in her sleep. Seeing this, Lin Ye smiled helplessly and went to sleep. The next day, Lin Ye woke up after having a dream all night. He glanced around and realized that Anu had already left. As for Anna, Lin Ye looked up slightly and saw Anna hiding under the covers, staring at him with her big eyes. Good morning, Your Majesty! Anna greeted Lin Ye with a soft smile. Want to do morning exercises together? Upon hearing this, Lin Ye instantly sobered up. He patted Anna's head, smiled, and said, Which one should we do? How about the fledgling takes flight? Okay. An hour or two later, Lin Ye stretched comfortably, stepped out of the villa, and basked in the rising sun. In the courtyard, Anu, who was brandishing her spear, stopped immediately upon seeing Lin Ye and respectfully greeted him. Good morning, Your Majesty! Good morning, Anu. Lin Ye greeted her with a smile, then asked with some confusion. Anu, what are you doing up so early in the morning? Huh? Didn't His Majesty say that we should get up early to exercise? Anu scratched her head, quite puzzled, and said, Anu got up very early, so I waited for His Majesty and Anna. After saying that, she seemed to remember something and asked Lin Ye, Your Majesty, where is Anna? Well. Lin Ye opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say to this girl. Too naive? That girl hasn't gotten up yet. She's too tired from morning exercises and is resting. Lin Ye shrugged and spread his hands helplessly. I see. Anu nodded upon hearing this, and did not ask any further questions. However, she quickly took out a golden invitation card from her bosom and handed it to Lin Ye, saying, Your Majesty, someone came by just now and said he was your classmate's steward. He gave Anu an invitation card. Chapter 79 Lin Ye, the Professional Fisherman. Classmate? Lin Ye took the post and opened it to take a look. Lin Ye, there will be an auction in the underground market on the evening of May 21st. I hope you can attend. Su Qingyan. It turned out to be an invitation to an auction. Lin Ye looked at the invitation in his hand and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Just as I expected, Su Qingyan's identity was not simple. Rumors circulate that the underground market is controlled by a mysterious force with an astonishing background. The fact that Su Qingyan was able to hold an auction in the underground market has revealed her true identity and background. May 21st? Isn't it today? Your Majesty, what happened? Anu asked, looking at the smile on Lin Ye's face with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye shook his head and stuffed the invitation into her hand. It's all right, you'll come with me to an auction tonight. Yes. Anu nodded, put the invitation away, and didn't ask any further questions. The daytime was spent in leisure, during which Lin Ye received the items ordered from the awakened one's house. From order to delivery, it only took 1 day, which is incredibly fast. It's no wonder it's the home of awakened beings that spans the entire world. The House of the Awakened? Lin Ye sat in front of the computer, looking at the large panel of information on the Awakener's home, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. The two from the Xue family are almost here, or maybe they've already arrived. They came to avenge Xue Bowen, which meant they wanted to kill themselves. If they were just ordinary superhumans, Lin Ye would let them come and kill as many as they came. However, the two members of the Xue family are quite powerful, and their ancestor is even at the Blazing Sun level. It would be a waste to kill them for nothing. We should at least get something out of them. In my own system, only items dropped by monsters or whose attributes can be seen can be defined as materials. In that case, let's just turn them into monsters that drop materials. How exactly does it work? They don't even care about public opinion, they really know how to handle things. Lin Ye gave a cold laugh, and his slender fingers began to frantically operate on the computer. In the Awakener's home, each person can only register one account, which makes it impossible to use a large number of accounts to act as a shill. However, the power of money is always strong. Lin Ye is not short of money right now, at least he can easily hire those less desirable awakened with federal currency. Bribe those trashy awakened ones, and then let them post and bump posts like crazy, completely taking over the entire awakened one's home information panel. Soon, under Lin Ye's manipulation, a large amount of information about him appeared on the Awakener's home. Breaking news! Breaking news! We have news about the expert who killed Xue Bowen. It's said to be a Blazing Sun level expert. Shocking! The reason Xue Bowen died in Beichin City is actually this. A genius died in Beichin City, Xue family elder Lian left the front lines, and the Xue family patriarch headed straight for Beichin City. Who is behind all of this? Click to expand for details. Terrifying! The expert who killed Xue Bowen has appeared in the darkness and killed a Blazing Sun-level Beast King with a single palm strike. Just who is that Blazing Sun expert from Beichin City? Through a series of analyses, it turns out his background is incredibly astonishing. The powerful expert from Beichin City declared that he killed Xue Bowen, so what? Even if the Xue family's patriarch from the Blazing Sun lineage comes, he will still kill him without hesitation. The Awakener's home was instantly flooded with posts about Lin Ye. However, no real information about Lin Ye was revealed. Instead, a mix of true and false information was used to mislead the uninformed public. The news spread quickly. Now many people know that there is a powerful expert at the Blazing Sun level in Beichin City who not only killed Xue Bowen, but also completely disregarded the Xue family patriarch. In that case, it all depends on how clever Song Ritu is. Seeing the effect of the public opinion, Lin Ye couldn't help but smile knowingly, and immediately shut down the awakened one's home. The bait has been attached, and the hook has been cast. All that's left is to wait for the fish to take the bait. When it comes to fishing, Lin Ye is a pro. In a dark corner of Beichin City, a figure hidden under a red robe cowers on the ground, looking at a mobile phone. Hee hee hee. So that's how it is. That person is truly unfathomable. Song-ren looked at the information about the awakened one's home on his phone, and couldn't help but let out a strange laugh. He put away his phone, turned around, and left. Now that the Lord has already baited the hook, it's time for me to actively seek out the fish. It was evening. Okay, that's about all the preparations. Lin Ye stood in front of the mirror, looked at himself, and nodded with great satisfaction. A single gold-rimmed eyeglass, a magic eye covered by gauze, and a face as handsome as the reader's, it's simply perfect. Your Majesty, are we going to catch mice again tonight? Anna stood beside Lin Ye, straightened his collar, and asked with great anticipation. As expected of a radiant moon-level expert, he quickly recovered from the amount of exercise he did in the morning. To be honest, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to withstand Lin Ye's abuse. No, I have other activities tonight. Lin Ye glanced at her and smiled. Other activities? Lin Ye's words startled Anna, who then blushed and her eyes held a hint of anticipation. Could it be? Seeing Anna's expression, Lin Ye couldn't help but roll his eyes, and reached out to pinch her chubby cheeks, saying, Don't overthink it, it's just an auction. An auction? Anna looked up, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes, seemingly because her wish had not been fulfilled. Okay, let's go. Lin Ye nodded, turned and walked outside, with Anna and Anu following closely behind. As night fell, the whole world became quiet. It's like a stagnant pool of water, where only the occasional insect or two can cause ripples on the surface. The city of Beichin is in turmoil today, all because of an invitation sent out from the underground market. Many powerful extraordinary families in the city received invitations and rushed to the underground market. Normally, they would never be this enthusiastic, but this time is different. The invitation was issued under Su Qingyan's name, so they couldn't refuse. Furthermore, that post contained some product information. For example, a certain sun-level elemental weapon, or a certain extremely high-grade precious material, are all rare and valuable items. Most importantly, there was one item among the goods that they absolutely could not miss. Soul-shaping stone. It is rumored to be a heaven-defying object that can reshape the souls of the dead and bring them back to life. How could something like this not drive them crazy? Chapter 80. What kind of big shot needs to be personally greeted? The underground market, an especially arranged auction venue, was already packed with people. Most of them wore black cloths to cover their faces, making it impossible to discern their true nature, and it was unknown how many dark rats were mixed in among them. Most people looked toward the entrance of the venue, seemingly wanting to see who was there today. As the crowd surged in, a group of people dressed in blue robes entered the venue. Their arrival immediately sparked a lot of discussion. These are people from the Yang family in the South District. The one in the lead is the head of the Yang family, one of the few mid-level radiant moon experts in Beichin City. Are those people next to him his sons? I heard they're all at the initial stage of the radiant moon realm, and the next generation is the third generation. There are also several geniuses at the morning star level. The Yang family is truly producing outstanding talents. As the Yang family entered, someone behind them spotted another group of people dressed in purple robes and immediately recognized them. The Zhang family from the East District has also arrived. Sure enough, wherever the Yang family is, the Zhang family will definitely be there too. This is the first auction held in Miss Su Qingyan's name. How could these families be absent? Look, the Zhou family is here too. Behind the Zhang family members, a group of people in red robes followed closely behind. This is the Zhou family, an extraordinary family in the western district of Beichin City, whose patriarch is also at the mid-stage of the radiant moon realm. However, compared to the indifference of the first two families, the Zhou family members were much more hot-tempered. Ha ha ha, you two old geezers, why are you here so early? The Zhou family head laughed loudly, and shouted at the heads of the Zhang and Yang families at the same time. Upon hearing this, the heads of the two families glanced at it, and then ignored it. Who in Beichin City doesn't know that the Zhou family patriarch has a violent temper? Countless people have suffered because of his sharp tongue, and the two of them are already used to it. It's fine to ignore him, but if he says anything, they won't have any peace at the auction today. TCH, A bunch of cunning old foxes. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, the Zhou family patriarch muttered something to himself, feeling bored. However, as soon as he turned his head, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly called out, "Old Gu, you're here too?" At this moment, a group of people dressed in fine clothes walked in through the entrance of the venue, led by an elderly man with a full head of white hair. The Zhou family patriarch walked towards them with a big smile on his face. Anyone who didn't know better would think they had a very good relationship. "Old Zhou, I don't want to fight today. Do you want to be kicked out by Miss Su Qingyan?" The Gu family patriarch's face darkened as he looked at the Zhou family patriarch approaching, and he hurriedly spoke. "Haha, how could that be? I'm just happy to see you here too." Upon hearing Su Qingyan's name, the Zhou family head's expression hardened, then he chuckled awkwardly, silently loosening the fist he had been clenching behind his back. "Miss Su Qingyan has arrived!" Just then, someone shouted, and instantly everyone in the entire hall looked in that direction, including the 4 major families. On the second floor of the auction hall, a stunningly beautiful young woman slowly walked down the stairs, followed by her butler, Uncle Nan, dressed in a black tuxedo. The moment they saw Su Qingyan, everyone in the hall stared wide-eyed, captivated by her stunning beauty. "It was worth it! I never expected to see Miss Su Qingyan's true face at this auction. I could die happy! She's so beautiful. How can there be such a perfect person in this world? I wish you were my wife. Brother, are you drunk? Do you think Miss Su Qingyan would be interested in a toad like you? Why is Miss Su Qingyan here? Could it be that some important person is coming? What other important figures are there in Beichen City? Aren't the biggest ones right here?" The crowd murmured amongst themselves as they watched Su Qingyan descend the stairs and walk toward the entrance of the venue. "Do we have that much influence now?" the Zhou family patriarch asked, somewhat puzzled, as he looked at Su Qingyan walking towards them. With their strength and status, they may be top tier in Beichen City, but in other places, they are really not good enough. Su Qingyan's identity is not simple, she is far beyond what they can afford to offend. With such a status, there should be absolutely no need to worry about them. But if it wasn't to welcome them, then who was Su Qingyan looking for? It should be noted that, apart from the Federation's forces, they are the strongest in the entire Beichen City. They couldn't imagine what other forces in Beichen City could possibly warrant Su Qingyan's personal welcome. Filled with doubt, everyone looked towards the entrance. Who on earth is so influential that Su Qingyan personally came to welcome them? Before long, a figure in a tight-fitting outfit came into everyone's view, and behind him were 5 people dressed in black. People from the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau? Upon seeing the 6 people, everyone was stunned, because they were all too familiar with their attire. It should be said that the entire city of Beichen is extremely familiar with this outfit. Because this outfit represents the Extraordinary Bureau, the official power in Beichen City. "So you're from the Extraordinary Bureau. I knew it. That's right. Apart from the people from the Federation, I really can't think of anyone else who has the face to be personally greeted by Miss Su Qingyan. But why would they invite people from the Federation to this auction? What are they doing here? Are they here to arrest followers of evil gods? TSK, everyone in this venue is masked, how are they going to catch them? They can't just show their faces one by one, can they?" Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Su Qingyan and Uncle Nen walked to the entrance, while the members of the Extraordinary Bureau also stepped into the venue. "I have met Miss Su Qingyan." Upon seeing Su Qingyan, the middle-aged man at the head of the group smiled and bowed slightly. He then looked at Uncle Nan behind Su Qingyan and said, "Greetings, Lord Si Nan." Su Qingyan didn't speak, but Uncle Nan smiled and nodded at him. "Then I'll go in first." The middle-aged man didn't find anything wrong with Su Qingyan and Uncle Nan's attitude. He waved to the people behind him and then entered the venue. This scene left those who had previously made their guesses completely dumbfounded. "No way, I guess wrong. Even the people from the Extraordinary Bureau don't give her face. It seems we underestimated Miss Su Qingyan's background. I really can't think of anyone else. Just what level of big shot is this person who came? Could it be those 2 from the Shui family? I heard they've already arrived in Beichin City. I wonder if they've made it yet. They should have arrived by now, right? The Xue family patriarch is a powerful expert at the Blazing Sun level. I guess only someone of that level could attract Miss Su Qingyan's attention. They're speculating here, but what they don't know is... At this moment, the Xue family patriarch was on his way to Beichin City. The head of the Xue family did arrive, but he was tricked and crippled by a certain man surnamed Song. As everyone eagerly awaited their arrival, the members of the Extraordinary Bureau entered the venue, and then a black umbrella entered through the entrance. A figure dressed in a black trench coat, hands in pockets, walked slowly, accompanied by two stunningly beautiful young women.